Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Admiral, recruit the three brothers into the Navy. 1 TB Chapter 1. The new Admiral East Blue, Windmill Town. Hey, everyone, Marine's warship is here. The villagers in Windmill Town who were busy with their own affairs immediately gathered around when they heard this. For the villagers here, the name Marine makes everyone extra friendly. At the top, Garp is Marine's Vice Admiral, and after that, there are 4 little guys who also joined Marine. I just don't know who it is this time. Under the curious gaze of the villagers, a handsome young man in civilian clothes slowly walked down. The villagers were very happy to see the appearance of the people who came, and they all shouted. Sure enough, it's you, Luo Ye. After so many years, you finally know to come back to see us. It's so big in the blink of an eye. You were a kid when you went out with Mr. Garp. Luo Ye saw that the villagers in Windmill Town were all looking at him in a circle, and waved and said hello. Long time no see everyone. How are you doing? The enthusiasm of the villagers made Luo Ye a little embarrassed. Involuntarily, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. After all, he has been in this one-piece world for many years. When I just crossed over, I was ignorant and even almost died in the sea. Thanks to meeting marine hero Garp later, he was adopted by him and stayed in Garp's hometown, East Blue Windmill Town. It even became the leading brother of the three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Ever since I was brought to naval headquarters by Garp to become a marine 10 years ago, I have been wanting to come back to see it, but unfortunately have not found the right opportunity. But now Luo Ye has become the only 4th Marine Admiral in the history of Marine, and the youngest Admiral. Luo Ye took a leave of absence to return to the Windmill Town where he had lived for many years. Just to see if there are any pirates in East Blue who want to find trouble in Windmill Town. For Luo Ye's position as Admiral of Headquarters, Garp talked to the 5 elders a lot. Whether it's a threat or an intercession, for Luo Ye, whose talent is astonishingly like a monster, Garp did everything he could. In the end, the 5 elders still couldn't hold on, and finally agreed to let Luo Ye become the Admiral. Advertisement, Luo Ye. Makino, who learned that Luo Ye had returned from naval headquarters, ran over quickly and looked at him excitedly. Makino was busy in the tavern, and when she heard that Luo Ye was back, she hurried over. Luo Ye couldn't help but smile when he saw his old friend. Makino, haven't seen you for so many years, how are you doing? At this time, before the ruddy-faced Makino could speak, the man on the other side hurriedly asked angrily. Luo Ye, you be *******, it's been so many years since you left, and you haven't come back to see us again, it's too damn it. Luo Ye couldn't help laughing when he looked at Da Dan, the bandit who pretended to be angry. The arrival of Luo Ye has brought earth-shaking changes to the pirate world in the original book. One of the earliest is that the first child raised by Daden was not Ace, but Luo Ye. After not seeing him for many years, Luo Ye felt extra kind when he saw the fat Daden. Okay, don't crowd all around here, go to your own business, wait until the evening to have a banquet together. Oh. Hearing the village elders' words, the villagers in Windmill Town shouted out. This is really. Luo Ye couldn't help laughing at the decision made by the village chief. When something good happens in the village, there will be a banquet, which was led by Luo Ye at the beginning. Unexpectedly, this habit is still maintained to this day. Daden and his group, who were closest to Luo Ye, took him to Makino's tavern. Daden, who happily took a sip of wine, finally couldn't help but ask. Luo Ye, how was your time at naval headquarters? The other people present were also very concerned about this question, all watching Luo Ye waiting for him to give an answer. Luo Ye smiled slightly. It's not bad. I just became an admiral a few days ago. I'll come back to see you now. Big. Admiral. Daden, Makino and others all looked at Luo Ye with their mouths open. Advertisement. Although it has long been known that Luo Ye is also a good boy in Marine. But they never imagined that such a young Luo Ye could become Marine Admiral. You must know that the current Luo Ye is only 24 years old. Even in the entire history of Marine, there will never be an admiral younger than Luo Ye. Ha ha ha, no wonder you were willing to come back, it turns out that you have become an admiral. I want to see how arrogant the old guy Garp is. Marine who has been a vice admiral for so many years is still only a vice admiral, not as good as you. Hearing Daden's words, Luo Ye couldn't help but smile. If Garp wanted to be admiral, it would have been possible more than 2 decades ago. He just kept refusing promotion. However, Luo Ye didn't attack Da Dan, but just let her look forward to how she should mock him when she sees Garp in the future. The village elder did not participate, but looked at Luo Ye and asked curiously. Luo Ye, how are the 3 guys Ace, Sabo and Luffy now? Ace and Sabo are now majors. Luffy joined Marine not long ago and is still in training camp. Hearing Luo Ye's answer, everyone in the tavern was even more delighted. Unexpectedly, not only Luo Ye became admiral, even Ace's 3 guys are already doing well in Marine. I really didn't expect that the 3 guys who were clamoring to go out to sea to be pirates actually joined Marine. Mentioning this, Luo Ye couldn't help but smile. Because of his arrival, the original trajectory of this pirate world has undergone earth-shaking changes. At first, the 3 of them all aimed to become pirates. But after years of teaching and beatings, Luo Ye finally let them understand that being a pirate has no future. Only then did he willingly become a member of Marine. As for what the pirates said about dreams and freedom, Luo Ye is very disdainful of this. Shit free. For their so-called freedom, the world does not know how many innocent civilians have died in vain. If this can be called freedom, then Luo Ye thinks that they have no right to mention these two words. Chapter 2. The angry Sengoku. After resting in Windmill Town for 5 days, Luo Ye finally had to set foot on the way back. After all, when he asked Marine Marshal Sengoku for leave before he came, he was not happy about it. What to say, Luo Ye just became an admiral, and he took the lead in asking for leave. If the rest of the Marines were like this, then there would be no order in the Marines. However, Sengoku said that whether Luo Ye should ask for leave or not, it doesn't matter whether he approves or not. With the 3 guys Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru there, nothing major happens. Since Luo Ye left Marineford these days, Sengoku has called him many times, asking Luo Ye to go back as soon as possible. If he stayed any longer, I'm afraid the old man should be talking about him again and again. Daiden, Makino, the village chief, I'll leave first, and I'll come back to see you after a while. Luo Ye smiled and waved at them. Dadan's face was full of anger. Do you want us to wait another 10 years after a period of time in your mouth? Ha ha ha. Luo Ye listened to Dadan's complaint and smiled but didn't respond. In the past, there was no chance to come back because of the task of catching pirates. Now, because he has become an admiral, some weak pirates can be handed over to his subordinates, and Luo Ye can also be lazy occasionally. After all, Luo Ye can't be a workaholic like Akainu, and he doesn't only know salted fish every day like Kizaru. For Luo Ye, chasing and killing pirates is the fastest way to increase his strength. But sometimes you need some relief. Admiral, are we going straight back to Marineford now? The adjutant on the warship, Lieutenant Colonel Kurtz, ran over to ask Luo Ye's plans. There was a sad look on his face. Luo Ye, the new admiral, stayed in this Windmill Town for 5 days, and during these 5 days, he was always on the phone from Marshal Sengoku. Listening to Marshal Sengoku's roar every day, I almost roared him to the point of autism. Now I just hope that Mr. Admiral doesn't do anything else and just get back to Marineford as soon as possible. After listening to Kurz's question, Luo Ye's smiling face that had never changed in Windmill Town disappeared instantly. Sure enough, this is the true face of Admiral. Kurz couldn't help feeling awe-inspiring when he felt Luo Ye's aura. Ever since Luo Ye joined Marine, he has made a lot of credit, and the voices within Marine for him to become an admiral have long been high. Advertisement. But what everyone doesn't understand is that, as long as he was dispatched, the pirate group he encountered never left a living whole. No one can give a reasonable explanation for this, not even himself. When he could no longer see Windmill Town, Luo Ye slowly turned around. Collect all the active pirates of this generation, and go back after cleaning up these pirates. Yes. Kurz was full of excitement. Sure enough, the rumors were right, and following the new admiral never lacked credit. Now it was finally his turn. Luo Ye didn't know the adjutant's mental activity, and even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. Before, I specifically asked the village chief and the others if there were any pirates who didn't have long eyes to harass Windmill Town. According to the village chief, the pirates that come here are also small groups, and they don't have much strength at all. He was chased out by Da Dan's group and the young men in the village. They don't care what they say, Luo Ye knows it very well. These pirate groups, who have no ability but can only nest in the 4 seas, basically only bully civilians. Even after most of the pirate groups landed, they did not spare those unarmed civilians, and it was very common to slaughter the entire island. Luo Ye cleaned up such a guy a long time ago, but obviously, it didn't work. They should kill civilians or continue to kill. Since it's hard to come back, let's do it again. However, if you want to stop this kind of thing, you still have to find the person in charge of East Blue. Luo Ye looked at the sea and said softly, blue blue blue. Blue blue blue. I'm Luo Ye, what's the matter? After saying this, Luo Ye put the phone bug far away. Sure enough, a voice full of anger came from the phone bug. Luo Ye, how long will it take you to return to Marineford and go to East Blue? The old man didn't agree to your request for leave, and you went back on a warship regardless. Would it be *****D? The naval headquarters got word that Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, seems to have done something bad in Dressrosa. Advertisement. Now that Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru are all on their respective missions, this matter can only be left to you. When you come back, check it out. If he really did something to harm the world government, teach him a lesson. Doflamingo. Luo Ye pouted slightly after hearing Sengoku's words. If it is said that who is the strongest in Shichibukai, there may be many opinions. But if anyone had the most power, it was Doflamingo. Doflamingo is both black and white, secretly running an illegal human auction house, providing slaves for celestial dragons and wealthy nobles, and kidnapping various racial creatures. Engaged in the arms business in the underground world, its forces spread all over the world, and it is an intermediary in the underground world, codenamed Joker, secretly raising the evil scientist Geisa Kerrang, producing artificial zone devil fruit. He even sold artificial fruit to Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, behind the back of the world government. Luo Ye wanted to shoot this guy for a long time, but unfortunately he never found a suitable opportunity. Now it seems that the world government has noticed something? Give a lesson? The corners of Luo Ye's mouth twitched slightly. But for Luo Ye's exact target, he has never left a living whole. I'm on my way to Marineford, but it won't be long before East Blue settles things up. After speaking, he hung up the phone without giving Sengoku a chance to growl. Sengoku, who was sitting in the office, was a little overwhelmed by the phone bug, and then he yelled at Garp beside him. Garp. Look at this kid, he took the warship to East Blue without the approval of the old man, and he didn't come back as soon as possible. The old man should not have agreed to let him become an admiral. Ha ha ha. Garp took a bite of the senbei without hesitation. He had long been immune to Sengoku's words. What's more, what Luo Ye did was not wrong in Garp's opinion. No matter what he did, as long as he could help you solve the pirates' affairs, wouldn't it be great? The other side. Seeing that Luo Ye hung up the phone, Kurz quickly stepped forward to report. Mr. Admiral, I got the latest news. Just 2 hours ago, the island in front was massacred by a group of pirates, and no one survived on the entire island. The leader of this group of pirates has a bounty of 8 million Baileys, Bloodhand, Mobita. When Luo Ye heard his report, there was no change in his face. Follow them. Yes, Chapter 3, The Bloody Sea. The pirate world has never lacked pirates who are ruthless towards civilians. This is also one of the reasons why Luo Ye was able to impress the three guys Ace, Sabo and Luffy. Now Ace's most frequently spoken word in private is, since this chaotic era was started by that person, it's up to me to end it. God knows how relieved Garp was when he heard that. Adopting Ace was enough for Garp. If he really did become a pirate, Garp's heart would only be more painful. Fortunately, all this has changed since Luo Ye came to this world. Ace didn't join the Whitebeard pirates. Sabo did not have amnesia to join the revolutionary army created by Dorag. Even Luffy, who liked to be the pirate king the most before, didn't choose to be a pirate. All of this makes Luo Ye full and gratified. Mr. Admiral, the pirate ship not far ahead is the Bloody Hand pirates. Hearing this, Luo Ye raised his head and glanced. He shook his head slightly. The less powerful this guy is, the more he seems to like to slaughter civilians to increase the bounty. Even New World has quite a few of these guys. But those pirates in New World would run away whenever they heard Luo Ye's name. But in East Blue, where the news was closed, they had never heard of Luo Ye's name. Captain. A warship is chasing after us. In the sea, a medium-sized sailboat is sailing, and a very representative flag is hung on the flagpole. The white skeleton was filled with blood red, and the wind blew whistling. As long as people on the nearby islands see this pirate flag, they will all flee. The bloody hands who had just slaughtered an island were drinking and having fun. As long as this behavior is spread out, it will definitely increase his bounty. At that time, his status in the whole East Blue will be higher. They just didn't expect that there would be Marines with short eyes chasing them. Could it be that these Marines are new? Don't you know that this uncle is a big pirate with a bounty of up to 8 million Baileys? The bloody hand immediately drew out his saber and roared. Advertisement. Little ones, turn the bow and sink the Marine warship. This is much faster than we slaughter civilians and raise the bounty. Oh, yes, Captain. Let these Marines know how powerful our Bloodhand pirates are. Under his instruction, the pirate group turned around and charged towards the warship where Luo Ye was in an instant. Kurtz almost couldn't help laughing at their actions. Not to mention that there is Admiral sitting on the warship. Even if it was them, they were the elite Marines who could stay in the headquarters. As a result, the pirates, whose bounty was only 8 million, still wanted to launch an offensive against this warship. This is not what is courting death, sink them. Yes. The adjutant who was ordered by Luo Ye came to the fort to command. Little pirates like this don't need Admiral to do anything at all. They only need a few shells to knock them down. Boom. 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 How much treasure can pirates who only loot civilians on ordinary islands have? Even the money for a better pirate group is not enough. The ship of the Bloody Hand pirates couldn't stand the weapons that Luo Ye's naval headquarters sailed out of the warship. 3 shells had sunk the opponent's ship. All the pirates of the Bloody Hand pirates fell into the sea and cried. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have thought that they would meet Luo Ye, the new admiral. Otherwise, they would have run away long ago. Luo Ye asked while looking at these pirates struggling in the sea. Who is the captain? Everyone was silent. Although these people didn't know what he asked who the captain was going to do, nothing good would happen. Seeing that they were all silent, Luo Ye didn't care at all. If no one says anything, then kill them all. Kill them all? Hearing these indifferent words, the members of the Bloody Hand pirates panicked. Originally they were still happy. If he was defeated by Marine, he might just be imprisoned. If so, at least he could find a chance to escape in the future. Advertisement as a result, the young man in front of him did not give them this chance at all. In just a moment, someone suddenly pointed at the person beside him and said, I said, he's the captain. That's right, it's him. He forced us to do these things. If we don't do it, he will kill us. Bloody Hands looked stunned. He didn't expect to be betrayed by his own men. And it's everyone's defection. Luo Ye looked at him a few times and shook his head slightly. A mere 8 million Baileys in this East Blue may be regarded as a pirate with a relatively high bounty. Forget it. Talk is better than nothing. With this thought in mind, Luo Ye didn't listen to Bloody's begging for mercy. He directly took the saber of the sea soldier beside him and swung it with a slash. Even the other admiral had to dodge the slash that Luo Ye wielded. Of course, a mere 8 million pirates couldn't resist. The bloody hand didn't even let out a scream, and it split in half. The blood dyed this piece of seawater an extremely coquettish blood red. The other pirates were just about to exclaim, but when they saw Luo Ye's extremely calm eyes, they instantly held back. Fortunately, although the head of the group died, they were still able to survive. The big deal is to find a stronger pirate group to join in later. But to their surprise, the handsome young man waved his hand casually and said, "I'll leave the rest to you." Yes. The sailors on the warship were not surprised by Luo Ye's order. They have long heard of Luo Ye's treatment of pirates, and these guys who slaughtered civilians are really unforgivable. Luo Ye was not interested in this scene, but was looking at what he gained by killing the bloody hand. Call up the body properties panel. As Luo Ye's thought emerged, a scene that no one else could see appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket host. Luo Ye close black lens bracket. Ability acquired. Basic swordsmanship LV18, swordsmanship sword flash LV9, swordsmanship falling snow LV8, taijutsu LV9, conquerors Hakill 5, armament Hakill 7, observation Hakill 6. Special. Fluttering ability. Activatable ability. None. Chapter 4. Nami, please help me. Seeing that his attributes did not increase at all, Luo Ye couldn't help shaking his head. It is unrealistic to expect these East Blue pirates to acquire attributes. Let's settle the East Blue matter as soon as possible, so that we can go to New World to continue hunting powerful pirates. Like many traversers, Luo Ye also activated this system called the strongest hunting, after he came to the world of One Piece. As long as the prey is successfully killed, the ability can be dropped from the prey. The stronger the prey, the stronger the ability Luo Ye acquired. Luo Ye didn't know how many pirates he killed over the years, and he improved his abilities to what he is now. Guys like the Bloody Hand who only slaughtered civilians and offered a bounty of no more than 8 million Baileys had little help for Luo Ye's strength growth. It's better to hunt down guys like Golden Lion Shiki. Luo Ye shook his head and sighed. Golden Lion Shiki is not locked into impel down again after being defeated by Luffy in the original book. Instead, he was directly killed by Luo Ye who found his trace. The ability obtained from Golden Lion made Luo Ye a huge harvest in an instant. Even his only special ability was obtained because of the lion fruit eaten by the Golden Lion. I don't know how many strong people were planted in the hands of Golden Lion because of lion fruit's ability. Luo Ye is very satisfied to be able to obtain such an ability. Not to mention that he just has such an ability, the side effects of devil fruit have no effect on him. Well, it looks like I really have to go to the Resseros when I go back. Thinking of this, Luo Ye couldn't help shaking his head. The Doflamingo guy's luck is bad enough. If the other 3 Admiral were dispatched, at best he would be locked and impelled down. But if Luo Ye makes a move, then he really has no way to survive. At this moment, Luo Ye frowned. Looking at the overturned pirate group, he said, "Come out, don't hide." The sailors on the warship instantly became vigilant when they heard Luo Ye's words. Originally thought that this group of pirates had been obliterated, they were all ready to leave. Listening to what Admiral means, it seems that there are still fish that slip through the net. Damn, for making me humiliated in front of Admiral. Kurz muttered bitterly. Advertisement. Just when he was about to have someone check it out, a blonde-haired girl timidly swam out from the back of the boat. Female. Kurz was even more vigilant when he saw that the slippery fish was a woman. Those women who have the strength to go out to sea as pirates are basically difficult to mess with, and I am afraid this is no exception. Seeing that the sailors on the warship wanted to do something, she quickly explained. "Please wait, I'm not a pirate." Kurtz wasn't going to take her word so easily. "If you are not a pirate, why did you appear on the pirate ship?" I'm going to steal the treasure from their ship." "Okay." Everyone on the warship was a little stunned when they heard the words. To steal the treasure of the pirates, this woman must be a little too bold. "My name is Nami, and my hometown is in Coco West Village. Pirates are the guy the first hate the most. I will never join pirates anyway, please believe me." This man is the navigator on Luffy's ship in the original book, Nami. Nami sneaked into the ship of the Bloody Hand pirates, intending to run away after stealing the treasure. But before she could finish it, the ship was sunk. Luckily it was Marine who sank them, otherwise Nami felt like he would be really bad luck. And these Marines showed no mercy to the pirates just now. Nami felt that if he hadn't explained it quickly, he might even have been killed by them. This Marine is completely different from the damned mouse colonel in his hometown. It seems that there are still good people in Marine. "She's not a pirate, let her go." Luo Ye gave an order to the adjutant casually. Luo Ye didn't expect to meet Nami here, and he was still doing his old job. The adjutant felt anxious when Luo Ye believed the woman's words so easily. "Mr. Admiral, this." "Admiral?" Nami was a little stunned to hear the adjutant's words. Marine's colonel in a branch in East Blue can team up with dragons to drive himself to a dead end. How terrifying should the admiral in front of him be? Moreover, if he is willing to take action, will he be able to rescue Kokoyaksi village? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Nami hurriedly shouted. "Mr. Admiral, I'm really not a pirate, I have a way to prove it. As long as you go to my hometown, you can understand." Coco West Village? Luo Ye was slightly stunned. If nothing else, the current Coco West Village is still under the control of the dragon. Moreover, Colonel Mouse, the branch in charge of that sea area, was also in the same boat with the evil dragon. Nami didn't expect Marine from the branch to rescue Kokoyashi village. In that case, go for a trip. After all, he disrupted Luffy's trajectory, allowing the dragon who should be defeated by Luffy in the future to be free. Moreover, Luo Ye also wanted to rectify the atmosphere of Marine stationed in East Blue. He didn't want that one day in the future, Windmill Town would also fall into this kind of field. What's the meaning? The adjutant frowned deeply. He didn't dare not to listen to Luo Ye's words, but he still doubted Nami's identity in his heart. He didn't believe that someone would desperately steal the treasure of the pirates because of money. Nami looked at Luo Ye with red eyes. My hometown is Coco West Village, which is now occupied by a group of Murloc pirates. I stole the pirates' treasure because their boss, the dragon, told me that if there were 100 million Baileys, I would be able to buy Coco West Village back. Mr. Admiral, can I ask you to help us take the village back? Seeing Luo Ye just staring at him calmly, Nami quickly added. I can give you all the treasures accumulated over the years, I just hope that you can drive out the evil dragons. Luo Ye shook his head slowly. Nami felt even more desperate when he saw his rejection. Wouldn't even Marine Admiral be willing to help his village? Then what else can we do? Do we really want to continue stealing the pirates' treasure, and after collecting 100 million Baileys, will we bet on whether the dragon will count? Just when Nami was disheartened, Luo Ye said, I can go, but you don't need to give me your treasure. Nami, who was sobbing in a low voice, froze for a moment when he heard this. Really? Great. Thank you, Mr. Admiral. Chapter 5, You are too noisy? Lieutenant Colonel Kurtz, what kind of person is Mr. Admiral? Nami secretly looked at Luo Ye with her eyes closed, turned her head and asked softly to the adjutant of the warship. The lieutenant looked proud when he heard Nami's question. He's the youngest admiral Marine has ever had, and he's not inferior to the other 3 admirals. If nothing happens in normal times, apart from being a little more handsome, there is no difference from ordinary people. Is that so? Nami murmured and looked at Luo Ye. It seems to be the case. If you just look at it this way, he doesn't look like a Marine Admiral at all, just a handsome guy next door. In Nami's view, how could the dignified Marine Admiral be so easygoing? Even just because of his own request, he really wanted to help him take back Kokoyashi village. If Luo Ye knew what Nami was thinking, she would only tell her that she really thought too much. Agreeing to go to Kokoyashi village is just to get rid of the scumbag mouse. Coco West village. Because of the arrival of the evil dragon pirates, no one in this village dared to come out and walk around at will. The whole street was empty. This made the arrival of Luo Ye and others seem very abrupt. Where are those pirates? Take me there. Nami asked timidly, are you alone? Luo Ye didn't take Nami's question to heart. If a mere group of pirates who can only live in East Blue still need help from others, Luo Ye is not qualified to be a Marine Admiral. Nami, who didn't get an answer, also knew that he had made a blunder, so he didn't say anything more and led the way quietly. Nami has occasionally heard people talk about Marine 3 Admiral. But the one next to him doesn't fit any of them. But this is the end, and Nami can only choose to believe him. After all, Luo Ye's expression did not change before, and she issued the order to destroy the Bloodhand pirates, but she completely saw it. When he came to the gate of the evil dragon paradise built by the evil dragon, Nami was inevitably a little hesitant. In Nami's eyes, the evil dragon who has oppressed Kokoya West village for so many years is a guy who cannot be defeated. She is still a little nervous. Luo Ye turned his head to look at her and understood her thoughts. Go in, there will be no longer the title of evil dragon pirates. Nami looked at Luo Ye's face without joking at all. He gritted his teeth hard and walked in. The evil dragon and his party, who were laughing happily inside, were stunned when they saw Nami. Then the dragon opened his mouth wide and laughed. Nami, when you come back now, did you have a big gain? Nami felt the presence of Luo Ye behind him and felt a lot more at ease. The panic at the sight of the dragon disappeared instantly. Advertisement, dragon, you damn it guy, give us back Kokoyashi village. Okay. When did Nami get so bold? When I saw them before, they were always submissive, and they didn't even dare to speak loudly. He was hoping to gather 100 million Bailey to buy back Coco West village. But the dragon never intended to return the village to her. Hey, Nami, you damn woman, do you know that if it wasn't for your usefulness, I would have killed you long ago? The leader of the dragon pirates, Kruby, slowly walked up to Nami and threatened. Nami looked at him timidly. Kruby glanced at Luo Ye behind her, and laughed at Nami as if he understood something. What, is this guy the helper you're looking for? Nami, you stupid woman, you don't think you can beat us powerful Murlocs by just finding someone here? Nami immediately panicked when he heard these words. At this moment, Luo Ye, who was behind her, came out. Don't dare to stay in New World, go to East Blue to show off your power, you are really capable. What? Kruby was instantly furious when he heard this. How dare you insult our evil dragon pirates, boy, I will torture you to death. Ah. Luo Ye almost laughed when she heard this. Each of these East Blue pirates is bigger than the other. I don't know who gave them the confidence. As for the evil dragon, he was originally one of the officers of the Murloc pirates. Later, because of the death of the leader of the Murloc pirates, he had a conflict of ideas with Jinbei, who was Shichibukai. He brought people directly to East Blue and wanted to secretly expand his power. In fact, Luo Ye still has a good impression of the head of the Murloc pirates. He formed a pirate group just to keep his race from being oppressed and discriminated against, but as a result, he was plotted against him. As for the dragon, this is a guy who only knows how to hate humans. Over the years at East Blue, I don't know how many evil things have been done. Now let Luo Ye touch them, of course they won't let them go. Kruby was even more annoyed when he saw Luo Ye's expression, and he was about to rush over to attack him. Bang! For such a guy, Luo Ye didn't even have the interest to draw a knife, so he just kicked him. Kruby, who flew upside down, didn't even have room to struggle and instantly lost signs of life. Luo Ye has never been merciful to such a vicious guy. If he can block this kick, then he won't be a bully in East Blue all the time. Crow Obi. Seeing the miserable state of their companions, the other Murlocs exclaimed at the same time. Except for the evil dragon, the fighting power of the other cadres is almost the same. Advertisement Kruby was kicked to death by him, so aren't they all the same? The evil dragon took out his big saw blade and looked at Luo Ye with a ferocious face. You be *****D, how dare you hurt the cadre of my evil dragon pirates? Come on together, kill this guy, pay for Kruby. Hearing the dragon's order, the rest of the Murlocs also took out their weapons. For a character like Luo Ye, they didn't dare to support him at all, so they could only start a siege. However, even if they tried their best, they still didn't threaten Luo Ye in the slightest. You are too noisy. Bang, bang, bang. The Murlocs that rushed over flew out one by one. Except for the dragon with outstanding physical strength, which left a sigh of relief, the rest of the Murlocs lost all signs of life. The dragon who struggled to get up spit out a large mouthful of blood, staring at Luo Ye who was walking slowly and asked. Who the hell are you? Luo Ye raised his foot and placed it on the head of the evil dragon. I am the one who specializes in killing you pirates. Stop. Chapter 6, My Prey, No One Can Escape, Stop. Just when Luo Ye was about to smash the dragon's head with one foot, he suddenly heard such an angry shout. Luo Ye looked back and found that Nami was staring at the person with a pale face. Colonel Mouse, hurry up and catch this guy. The dragon lying on the ground cried out for help. It was Colonel Mouse from Marine Division 16. When the dragon first arrived, Nami had pinned his hopes on him. You can wait until you go to the Marine branch to find him and explain the situation. Only then did Nami realize that this damned mouse colonel already knew what happened in Cocoa West Village. The reason why he didn't care is because he and the dragon had already colluded. All the treasures the dragon gets here will be distributed to him. How could Colonel Mouse, who got the benefit, ignore Nami's accusation? He even helped the dragon to hide what happened here. This has led to the happy dragons who have lived in Kokoyasi village all these years. Who are you? How dare you make trouble in the place I'm responsible for? Don't hurry up and release the dragon. Colonel Mouse roared at Luo Ye with a thief face. Since the dragon came here, he didn't know how many benefits he had reaped. If someone really kills the dragon, who will give him the treasure in the future? Luo Ye frowned slightly at him. You're the head of Marine Division 16, Colonel Mouse? Colonel Mouse looked complacent. Since you know me, why don't you release the dragon soon? Let go. The corners of Luo Ye's mouth twitched slightly, looking at him with interest and asking. Do you know what happened in Kokoyashi village? At this time, Colonel Mouse didn't notice anything wrong at all. No matter what kind of pirate, as long as he doesn't lose his mind, he won't take the initiative to attack Marine. Otherwise, they will only be waiting for the arrival of a more powerful Marine. The dragon is a very vivid example. Of course Colonel Mouse would not be afraid of Luo Ye, a guy he had never seen before. Advertisement, what if you know? Very well, Marine Division 16 is going to have a new head. After saying this, Luo Ye ignored his reaction and kicked him down. The poor dragon, who had fantasized about the arrival of the rescuer just now, did not react at all. Luo Ye crushed his head with one foot. It stands to reason that ordinary people will only feel cruel when they see such a scene, but Nami was very excited and cried with joy. The pirate that had troubled her for many years was finally solved. When Colonel Mouse saw that he dared to ignore his own words, he still killed the dragon. Heart is extremely annoyed. You be *******, D, how dare you kill the dragon, you arrest him for me. The seamen behind Colonel Mouse who had been ordered hesitated for a moment, and finally raised their guns. Luo Ye looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. Although it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders, it is too unfortunate for these people to encounter a high-ranking officer like a mouse. Luo Ye pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth to the sea soldiers. You are optimistic. This group of pirates headed by evil dragons is doing bad things in this area. The main reason is because of the inaction of mice. You are now aiming your guns at me who killed the dragon. Do you already agree with the rat's approach? Hearing this, the Marines hesitated. They also know what the dragon has done in the village of Kokoyasi. There are even proposals to get rid of the dragon pirates. However, all the sailors who made such an opinion were locked up by Colonel Mouse. They could only hold back temporarily. Now that the dragon was finally killed, Colonel Mouse even wanted them to take action on the person who killed the dragon. Such an order makes them really wonder if they should obey or not. In fact, Luo Ye didn't plan to get an answer from them at all. He just wanted to see if any of these people supported the dragon with the mouse. It now seems that Marine Division 16 is only in the stinky state it is now because of the presence of Colonel Mice. In this case, the solution is much simpler. My name is Luo Ye. I'm the new Admiral of Marine. There are warships from the headquarters stationed outside the island. If you don't believe me, you can go and see. I now announce that the head of Marine Division 16, Colonel Mouse, has been sentenced to death because of the protection of pirates, causing countless civilians to die in this area. Advertisement: the new Marine Admiral? All the sailors were shocked. East Blue's news is notoriously closed, and until now they don't even know there's a fourth Admiral. And the new Admiral was still standing in front of them. This is Admiral. It has always been Marine's top combat power. And he made it clear that the warship from the headquarters was outside the island, which made them suspicious. But the party Colonel Mouse is obviously an exception. If Luo Ye is really Admiral, then he is really going to die. Either way, escape before proving his identity. Thinking of this, the mouse turned around and started running. As long as he can leave this island, with the treasures he has obtained over the years, there's no need to worry about no way out. And maybe even more fun than being a Marine. Mr. Admiral, do we need to arrest him? The Marine soldiers of the 16th Division now have no doubts about Luo Ye's identity. Didn't you see that even Colonel Mouse chose to run away because of his guilty conscience? Luo Ye waved his hand to refuse, and took out the saber from his waist. The prey I chose, but no one has ever escaped. As he spoke, he slashed at the mouse with a slash. If the mouse really became the first guy to successfully escape under his hands. I'm afraid not only Luo Ye, but even those pirates who were buried under Luo Ye's sword in the past would feel humiliated. The mouse has no strength at all, even Nami can beat him. What's more, this is the slash swung by Luo Ye. Just like the bloody hand I encountered before, it was directly cut in half by the slash. Nami stared at the scene in front of him for a while. Immediately after reacting, he rushed up to hug Luo Ye and cried bitterly. Woo! Thank you, Mr. Admiral, thank you. The evil dragon pirates, and their accomplice, the mouse, were all killed by this Mr. Admiral today. In the future, she will no longer have to risk her life to steal the treasure of the pirates, and can do what she likes. Chapter 7, Sengoku. I have a bad feeling Luo Ye is not good at comforting women. Seeing Nami crying so sadly, Luo Ye didn't push her away, but let her vent happily. Wait until 2 hours later. Nami followed Luo Ye to the port. The eyes were terribly red and swollen. How many years have passed since the dragon came to Kokoyashi village? He brutally murdered Belmir, who adopted Nami and his sister Nokagao, and forced the villagers to the point where they could only survive carefully. Let Nami be a little girl at the time and start to go out to sea to steal the treasure of the pirates. If you are not careful enough, you will die many times over the years. Now that there are no evil dragons, and even the mouse, Colonel Marine from Damn It, was killed by Luo Ye, Nami can finally work hard for his other dream. Thank you, Mr. Admiral. Nami stood at the port and waved his arms to say goodbye to Luo Ye. Nami felt that Luo Ye was usually like the little brother next door, but when it came time to fight, the tactics were really cruel. But this didn't make her afraid of Luo Ye, instead she felt that he was extremely reliable. After all, Luo Ye is the man who saved her hometown. Luo Ye, who saved Nami's hometown, didn't think so much. Feeling the adjutant's gaze, Luo Ye said lightly, go ahead. I believe that after this sweep of my own, the pirates of East Blue will definitely be able to recover. About East Blue's pirate being the weakest statement in the world, Luo Ye intends to carry it through to the end. Let the whole East Blue fall into peace, and no one dares to disturb the life of the civilians on the island. As for the other 3 sea areas, Luo Ye didn't plan to go there, but it would be no problem to send people there to clean up the pirates. East Blue, Lobetown. Ace's father, the hometown of the original One Piece Roger. Known as the Town of Beginnings and Ends, if you want to enter the Grand Line from East Blue, Lobetown is no way to get around. Because of the special importance of Lobetown, the head of Marine stationed here is Colonel Smoker sent from Naval Headquarters. Also a colonel, he's not like Colonel Mouse of Marine's 16th Division. If it weren't for character, it wouldn't have brought a smoker to East Blue who ate Logia smoke fruit. Advertisement blue blue blue. Blue blue blue. Smoker, who was checking the pirate bounty in the office, was stunned when he heard the voice of the phone bug. He immediately picked up the phone bug and answered it. I'm Colonel Smoker. What's the matter? Colonel Smoker, this is Marine Division 16. Colonel Mouse from Division 16 was killed. What? Smoker stood up instantly when he heard the other party's report. Looking at the horrified expression on the face of the phone bug. It stands to reason that although he is both a colonel, since Smoker is sent by the headquarters, he is fully qualified to supervise the rest of the East Blue branch. Colonel Mouse of Division 16, Smoker had heard of it. Because I heard that the guy has no strength at all, even if he knew that there were pirates nearby, he would not lead the Marines to arrest him. This caused Smoker to keep looking down on this guy, even the idea of making a phone call as usual. Didn't expect this guy to be killed. Who on earth has the guts to provoke Marine in East Blue? Before Smoker could ask, he heard the phone worm speak. Colonel Smoker, the man who killed Colonel Mouse, said he was the new Admiral of Naval Headquarters, and we saw him aboard a warship. The new Admiral? Is it him? Smoker's eyes widened as he stared at the phone bug. In his mind, the appearance of that handsome young man appeared. When Smoker was at Naval Headquarters, he met the young man named Luo Ye. Although he was still young at the time, his strength should not be underestimated. Even Smoker saw Luo Ye compete with his friend Aokiji with his own eyes. Although he was defeated in the end, you must know that Aokiji was already one of Marine's 3 strongest forces at the time. And Smoker heard a while back that Marine had a 4th admiral. If Smoker had to guess, only Luo Ye could meet this condition. But why did he come to East Blue? He also killed a colonel of Marine Division. What is this guy going to do? Colonel Smoker? Colonel Smoker? Advertisement. The call from the 16th Division Marines brought Smoker back to his senses, and he said to the phone bug after thinking for a moment. I see. I will report this matter to Naval Headquarters, and the Headquarters will assign another colonel to the 16th Division. Ah yes, Colonel Smoker. The Marines from Division 16 reported to Smoker, who originally wanted him to report the matter to Headquarters. It's certainly a relief to hear Smoker take this down now. Smoker, who hung up, frowned and tapped the table unconsciously. It stands to reason that even if the colonel of the branch made a mistake, not even Admiral had the right to kill him without permission. But the new Admiral did such an outrageous thing. This made Smoker wonder what his real purpose was. If Smoker's thoughts let Luo Ye know, he would probably have laughed out loud. It was nothing more than killing a branch colonel who was an umbrella for the pirates. If this guy fell into the hands of the more aggressive Akainu, it would be more than just a slash to death. In the end, Smoker took a bite and made a decision. Just pick up the phone and do it. Marshal Sengoku, I'm the Smoker stationed in East Blue Log Town. Sengoku, who was on business in Marineford, suddenly had a bad feeling about the call. Smoker he knew. Sending him to Log Town is just to sharpen him, and he will be transferred back to headquarters in the future. This guy who doesn't call himself easily has something to report now. And now that kid Luo Ye is in East Blue, isn't this kid causing any trouble again? Sengoku took a deep breath. I'm Sengoku, what happened in Log Town? Not Log Town. The Marines from Marine Division 16 told me just now that their Colonel Mouse was killed by the new Admiral. I just wanted to ask if Marshal Sengoku knew about this. Sengoku. Chapter 8, Sengoku. None of the 4 brothers can be worried. Sengoku was a little confused when he heard Smoker's report. Although this kid Luo Ye usually doesn't obey orders, he doesn't leave any pirates alive. But he had never touched Marines people. How did you go to East Blue and kill a colonel in the branch? Marshal Sengoku? Did you know about this before? Sengoku, who was thinking about Luo Ye's behavior, instantly recovered when he heard the shout. A wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If I had known he would do something like this, nothing would have let him go to East Blue. But obviously these words can't be said to Smoker. You don't have to worry about this matter. As for Division 16, I will choose the right person to be in charge. Forehead, Smoker was unusually sensitive to the fact that Marshal Sengoku was unaware of this. That being the case, what right does Luo Ye have to kill a colonel of a branch at will? When he comes to Log Town, be sure to ask questions. Even Admiral can't do such a thing casually. Sengoku ignored Smoker's thoughts and hung up the phone. Crunch. Hearing this voice in the office, Sengoku gritted his teeth fiercely, with blue veins showing on his forehead. Sengoku roared fiercely at Garp next to him. Garp UB*************** D. Do you only know how to eat senbei? UB*********************D's grandson killed a colonel in the branch in East Blue. If Smoker from Log Town hadn't told me about it, wouldn't that kid Luo Ye plan to never tell me about it? Garp, who was eating senbei, was stunned when he heard Sengoku's question. Did such a thing happen? This guy is going too far? Call. Seeing that Garp was also criticizing Luo Ye, Garp couldn't help but sigh in relief. Luo Ye's personality is very similar to Garp's when he was young, and he doesn't take the above orders seriously at all. Some of the pirates who were originally going to be caught and impelled down were killed by Luo Ye. Although there was nothing wrong with execution for the crimes committed by those pirates. But if the Marines are like Luo Ye in the future, then Marines' team will not be easy to lead. Advertisement. But fortunately, with Garp's help, Luo Ye will not go too far in the future. Sengoku was just relieved by Garp's words, but he was instantly furious when he heard his next sentence. Smoker, you're talking too much, it's too much. Sengoku. The person who dared to say that you just said too much was the Smoker who reported it. Sengoku slapped the table in front of him hard, stood up and yelled at Garp. UB**********D. Garp. Do you know what that kid Luo Ye means by doing this? As a result, Sengoku, who had lost his temper, didn't get any response. He saw that Garp was still eating senbei to himself, and he didn't care what he said. Angrily, Sengoku ran up to him, snatched the senbei from Garp's hand, and poured it into his mouth. Sengoku UB*********D. Garp looked at Sengoku's angry face and waved his hand casually. It's been so many years, don't you still know the character of that kid Luo Ye? If that Colonel Mouse hadn't done anything outrageous, how could he have killed him? Sengoku, who received this explanation, was stunned, and the anger on his body gradually dissipated. What Luo Ye did on weekdays was exactly what Garp said. He has no tolerance for those who commit crimes, and as long as he encounters them, he will mercilessly obliterate them. No matter whose order it was, it would have no effect on him in this matter. But for those who did not make mistakes, Luo Ye's attitude was completely different. So Luo Ye had no reason to go back to East Blue at all, and became indiscriminately killing innocent people. Just think about it, if the sea area in charge of that Colonel Mouse was good, how could he possibly do such a thing? Even if you be D said that, the old man still has to ask him personally. After saying that, he ignored Garp and started Luo Ye from his own call. Mosamoxi, Kid Luo Ye, I'm Sengoku, why did you kill the Colonel Mouse from Division 16? If he does something outrageous, you can escort him to the headquarters for trial. Hiss. Luo Ye had a headache when he heard Sengoku nagging in the phone bug. Does it really become like this when you get older? It's terrifying. Advertisement in order not to let Sengoku continue to nagging himself on this matter. Luo Ye quickly told him what the mouse had done, and then hung up the phone before Sengoku could respond. Marineford, Sengoku in the marshal's office stared blankly at the phone bug. Feeling the curious look in Garp's eyes, Sengoku turned around and shouted at him again. Garp, this is the second time this kid Luo Ye has hung up on this old man. When he comes back, you must teach him a good lesson. Garp burst into laughter when he heard his complaint. He must have guessed right, Luo Ye killed him directly because the mouse did something that annoyed him. Otherwise, the old guy Sengoku wouldn't just talk about hanging up his phone like he does now. As for waiting for Luo Ye to come back and teach him a lesson? The old man wouldn't be so stupid, Garp watched Sengoku mutter to himself. This old guy is just afraid that Luo Ye will not give him face, and the current Sengoku is probably no longer Luo Ye's opponent. He pushed this matter on his own head, just for fear of losing face. Sengoku was even more annoyed when he saw Garp's weird eyes. None of your D's 4 grandchildren will have peace of mind. This kid Luo Ye likes to do things from the beginning, even if he has become an admiral now, he doesn't know how to stop. Ace and Sabo, how many colonels in the headquarters are going around the two of them now, just because the two of them always join hands to fight against others, and what are they talking about to learn from each other? Is there such a way to learn from each other? As for the youngest Luffy, his appetite is outrageous, and the food in the training camp is not enough for him to eat alone. Ha 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 ha, Garp laughed while listening to Sengoku's complaints. All of what Sengoku said was good in Garp's view. Luo Ye and the four brothers have become Garp's pride now, and they don't care about the words Sengoku said without any pain. Chapter 9, Boarding the Execution Platform, Report Admiral, the enemy ship has been sunk, and no pirates on board survived. The adjutant walked firmly to Luo Ye and reported loudly. In my heart, I still sighed that it was the most fun to go to sea with this new, Silver Eagle, Admiral. Although these guys are just East Blue's little pirates. But the crimes they committed couldn't even keep up with the vicious guys in the New World. But it is such a pirate group, and it is very likely that they will just be caught and locked up in the hands of others. But the sea soldiers who were under Luo Ye's command didn't leave a single survivor at all. All executed. Luo Ye nodded casually after listening to the adjutant's report. For East Blue, these pirates who only slaughter civilians. Luo Ye lost interest in these guys since he didn't get much experience points since he killed the dragon. Instead of doing things to these pirates, it is better to go to the New World and find a few guys with high bounties. The experience points come quickly. As for these pirates, let the sailors on the warships hone their skills. How far is it from Logue Town now? Luo Ye asked the adjutant who was about to turn around and leave. The adjutant automatically understood Luo Ye's words as how long it would take to reach Marineford. After all, Marshal Sengoku has urged the Silver Eagle Admiral to return as soon as possible these days. Report Admiral, Logue Town is not far ahead, we will be back to Marineford in a short time. Forehead, Luo Ye was a little stunned to hear this, but still nodded to indicate that he could leave. No need to rush back to Marineford. Even if Sengoku wanted to make himself warn Doflamingo, he wasn't in a hurry at all. What Luo Ye needs to do now is to make East Blue completely calm. Let those pirates who haunt East Blue never have the courage to harm the inhabitants of the island in the future. But in order to do this, the smoker stationed in Logue Town cannot be bypassed no matter what. Logue Town, as the hometown of the original One Piece Roger, is also the place where he was executed before his death. Secondly, if you want to enter the Grand Line, Logue Town must also pass through. The combination of these conditions makes it the busiest town in East Blue. Luo Ye didn't go directly to Smoker, advertisement. Instead, he wandered around in this Logue Town first. Luo Ye had heard from Sabo before that when they took a warship to naval headquarters, they stayed here for a while. Ace also went to see Roger's execution stand. It was also at that time that Ace said the sentence, since this chaotic era was started by that person, it will be ended by me. According to Sabo, Ace at the time said this with determination. Sabo had never seen Ace in that state. Luo Ye walked to the central square of Logue Town and slowly walked onto the execution platform. Perhaps Roger had his own reasons when he said the words that started the era of the great pirates. But no matter what, countless civilians have died innocently because of his remarks. And in Luo Ye's heart, Roger has never been a good guy. Luo Ye looked down at the execution platform, where Roger died and muttered. Roger, Ace did not follow your old path, but was determined to arrest all the pirates who went out to sea because of your words. Of course, this time Ace won't be executed in front of the whole world because he has found out that he is your son. As soon as the voice fell, a team of Marines rushed over. The leader shouted at Luo Ye on the execution platform. Listen to the guy above, get down quickly, and dare to run to the execution stand without authorization, do you know what that means? Luo Ye frowned slightly when he heard this, then saw that Colonel Smoker wasn't among them. Where's Smoker? A group of Marines were a little stunned when they heard Luo Ye's imposing words. Originally thought Luo Ye was a pirate who sneaked around on the execution platform. But now it seems that he does not meet this condition. After all, no pirate has ever dared to ask to see Colonel Smoker. Colonel Smoker is on his way, who the hell are you? At this time, Luo Ye's frown that had been locked just now relaxed. If Smoker had fallen enough to care what happened in Logue Town, then Luo Ye has to think carefully about whether he is still suitable to be stationed in Logue Town. Luo Ye didn't respond to the questions from the Navy, but continued to stand on the execution platform waiting for Smoker to arrive. On the other hand, the sailors in Logue Town were also shocked by what Luo Ye said just now. Advertisement don't dare to act rashly at all, but this wait didn't last long and Smoker, who was riding an amphibious three-wheeled motorcycle, arrived here soon. Smoker was furious when he learned that someone had dared to board the execution stand without authorization. I didn't expect that after staying in Logue Town for so long, I couldn't deter the ambitious pirates. Even if they didn't sneak into the Grand Line, they even dared to go to the execution platform in the central square to show off their power. What about people? Where is the guy who boarded the execution platform without authorization? He dares to make trouble in my territory. It seems that I want to kill him personally. The seamen who saw Smoker's arrival were thrilled. In their hearts, as long as Colonel Smoker is dispatched, there is no pirate that cannot be solved. Report Colonel Smoker, that man is still up there. What? Smoker glanced angrily at the man who was speaking. You guys got here so long before me, and you left him on the execution stand. It seems that because those pirates were solved by me, I made them develop a sense of dependence. Smoker looked at the group of Marines and shook his head secretly. Be sure to drill them well in the future and let them know what Marines' responsibilities are. As for now, let's get rid of this guy first. Bang. Luo Ye floated off the execution stand when he saw Smoker coming. Now he was looking at him with interest. Smoker took out his unique weapon, 10 hands, and looked at Luo Ye angrily. You be *****D, you are actually making trouble on my site, let's see how I kill you with my own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker's lower body instantly turned into smoke and charged towards Luo Ye. Colonel Smoker is serious. That guy must be miserable, just happened to meet Colonel Smoker, who has a bad temper recently. They showed no mercy to Luo Ye. Just because of Luo Ye's words, they made them dare not act rashly. Well now, with Colonel Smoker's shot, this guy will definitely pay the price. At this moment, they suddenly saw that Smoker, who was still angry just now, stopped in an instant. Silver Eagle Admiral. Chapter 10, The Farce Should End. Smoker was stunned. He already knew that Luo Ye came to East Blue. He even knew about the killing of Colonel Mouse, the head of Division 16. Smoker has already thought about it, and when he sees the Silver Eagle Admiral Luo Ye, he must question him. After all, even Marshal Marine Sengoku didn't know he had done such a thing. He wanted to see how Luo Ye had the power to execute Colonel Marine at will. But Smoker never imagined that Luo Ye would be the one who boarded Roger's execution without authorization. That is, when I met at Naval Headquarters that year. Otherwise, Smoker would never have imagined that the young man in front of him was the new Marine Admiral. Smoker was a little better, and the group of Marines was even more horrified just now. What did Colonel Smoker just say? Admiral, he's the new Admiral. Liar, how could Admiral be so young? Colonel Smoker said it himself, and we have no reason to believe it. Fortunately, we didn't shoot him just now, otherwise, I'm afraid it will end badly. Smoker ignored his own comments. Instead, he kept staring at Luo Ye. Silver Eagle Admiral, can you please play with me? The seaman behind Smoker stared at him with wide-eyed eyes. I don't understand why the colonel would challenge the new admiral. Could it be that the new admiral is not as strong as they thought? Maybe so, maybe Colonel Smoker could beat him. All the sea soldiers with such thoughts looked at Luo Ye with great anticipation, hoping that he would agree. If Smoker knew what they were thinking, he'd probably break a sweat. Although his strength has grown significantly in the years since he left Naval Headquarters. But Smoker didn't have the idea of being able to defeat Luo Ye. After all, he was able to play with Aokiji years ago. On the other hand, I was completely abused by Aokiji directly. I want to fight Luo Ye this time, it's just to know the gap between him and him more clearly. Luo Ye understood what he was thinking, and looked at Smoker with interest. Okay, I also want to see if your strength has declined over the years. Seeing him agree, Smoker is very excited. East Blue's pirates are notoriously weak. Advertisement Smoker was sent to such a place to be stationed, and he could only catch those very low-strength pirates all day long. This has made Smoker very skeptical about the speed at which his strength is growing. Now that Luo Ye is the new admiral, Smoker certainly doesn't want to miss this opportunity. For someone with strength like Luo Ye, there is no need to test. White fist. Smoker's fist was pushed forward violently by the smoke from his arm, and it was in front of Luo Ye in the blink of an eye. Seeing such a situation, Smoker couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. For the enemy, Logia's moves can be said to be hard to guard against. I don't know how many people have been defeated by his white fist over the years. Although I didn't expect to be able to defeat Luo Ye, it was enough to make him hit. But Smoker didn't expect it. Luo Ye didn't even dodge his fist, and slapped it with a slap. Luo Ye's strongest skill is swordsmanship, but his physical skills are no worse than those who traverse the new world. Even a random slap was not something Smoker's fist could match. Bang! Under the horrified eyes of the seaman, Smoker's fist, slapped by Luo Ye's slap, flew back at a much faster speed than before. If it weren't for Smoker's strong control of his own fruit, I'm afraid this one would have caused him a lot of damage. Luo Ye stared at Smoker and frowned slightly. Smoker, have you been away from naval headquarters for so long? Has your strength not only not improved, but also regressed? Hearing this, Smoker's face filled with bitterness. I couldn't help but slander Luo Ye in my heart. How could it be that my strength has regressed? Obviously you have become too strong now. But Smoker didn't have the guts to say that. Instead, he directly took out the 10 hands, and his lower body turned into smoke like a jet again, pushing him towards Luo Ye. Although he knows that Luo Ye is not a capable person, but a real swordsman. Smoker also had to use the weapon. Luo Ye looked at Smoker, who was rushing over, and sighed slightly. Could it be true that staying in East Blue for too long has made Smoker's strength not advance but retreat? In the future, Ace, Sabo and Luffy must not be allowed to go to the Four Seas, otherwise Ye will be like him. Bang! Luo Ye kicked him upside down and flew out. Smoker, forget it, I have something for you to do. When you finish this thing, I will ask Marshal Sengoku to transfer you back to New World. Continue to stay in East Blue, and you'll be useless. Advertisement. Smoker clutched his chest, feeling the pain coming from there. He knew that what Luo Ye said was not malicious. Only by returning to the New World and constantly fighting those big pirates will his strength grow faster. But, I was also one of the geniuses of the headquarters back then. Physical pain is a small thing. Being defeated by Luo Ye so lightly was something he couldn't accept. Come again. Bang, bang, Luo Ye didn't dissuade him. Luo Ye didn't know how many geniuses, like Smoker, who had a high self-esteem at the beginning. Like this kind of person, if he doesn't feel the gap, he won't work hard at all. Since Smoker has this idea, Luo Ye doesn't mind fulfilling him at all. Colonel Smoker, give up. Yeah, Colonel Smoker, Silver Eagle Admiral certainly won't be as strong as a normal person. You are no match for Silver Eagle Admiral. Smoker ignored the dissuasion. He wiped his face and continued to attack Luo Ye. Just then, another team of sailors rushed to the central square. Seeing Smoker being beaten, he screamed, Colonel Smoker! You damn it pirate, how dare you fight in Logue Town? The woman who spoke took out the saber from her waist and charged straight towards Luo Ye. Luo Ye frowned slightly as he watched their movements. This farce should end. Smoker, I still have things for you to do. His voice just fell. A faint aura, centered on the spot where Luo Ye stood, continued to spread around. Boom. Just for a moment. This momentum instantly became strong, like a transparent circle, enveloping the marine soldiers present at the same time. Just when they were in doubt. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the sailors fell unconscious. Chapter 11, there is a task for you, additional. Luo Ye understands Smoker's challenge, but that doesn't mean Luo Ye will always cooperate with him. For Luo Ye, no one has ever accommodated anyone to this level. What's more, even those sailors who just arrived and didn't know the situation wanted to take action against themselves. Under such circumstances, how could Luo Ye continue to let this farce go on? With Luo Ye's current level 5 conqueror's strength, there are not many people who can compete with him even in the entire pirate world. These sailors on the central square are naturally not included in this list. As these sailors fell unconscious one by one, in front of Luo Ye, there was only Smoker who was struggling to support him. Seeing such a situation, Luo Ye's thoughts moved, and the incomparably powerful conqueror's haki instantly dissipated. Feeling the pressure disappear, Smoker finally sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Sure enough, don't say it's me, even in New World, there are not many people who can be stronger than you. Smoker's mentality has recovered. If we say that he was one of the many geniuses in this department, that Luo Ye can be said to be the most talented guy in the entire marine history. I'm afraid that Aokiji, who was able to defeat Luo Ye at the beginning, can't say that he can defeat him again now. Losing to such a monster is nothing to worry about. Even being able to get Luo Ye to agree to learn from each other, Smoker felt that he should be delighted. Call. Smoker took a deep breath and finally stood up with difficulty. Luo Ye, can you tell me why you killed the head of Marine's 16th Division, Colonel Mouse? Luo Ye was not surprised that Smoker learned about this. After all, the entire East Blue is Smoker's highest official position. The head of the 16th Division is dead, and the Marines there will definitely report to him. Luo Ye nodded and said, that's what I want you to do. Colonel Rad of the 16th Division made a protective umbrella for a group of pirates in the sea area he was in charge of, causing the islanders in that area to suffer unspeakably. It just happened that they were bumped by me. Do you think I would let such a guy go? Smoker was silent. Luo Ye's style has long spread throughout the naval headquarters. Before he came to Logue Town, Luo Ye had already made a name for himself. Since he said so, the mouse must be dead. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Smoker opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't. Luo Ye glanced at him and continued. Smoker, the headquarters asked you to come to Logue Town, not just in charge of this small Logue Town area. This kind of thing happened in Division 16, and you don't know anything about it. What are you doing all day? Do you know how many pirates I met along the way? Hearing Luo Ye talking to him in such a serious tone, Smoker also stood up instantly. If you can get along like friends before, then now it belongs to the relationship between superiors and subordinates. There was no room for Smoker to slack off. He can be arrogant in front of other people in this department. But no one has ever dared to treat Luo Ye like that, because those people will only end badly. Luo Ye looked at him and continued. Smoker, I have a task for you now. Silver Eagle Admiral, please speak. I want you to kill all the evil pirates in the entire East Blue, so as to deter those who want to be full of ambition and want to go to sea, so that the entire East Blue can return to peace. Smoker hesitated for a moment, then responded loudly. Luo Ye finally nodded in satisfaction. If Smoker had forgotten his original intention of joining Marine, Luo Ye wouldn't mind letting him stay in Log Town in the future. But right now, Smoker hasn't fallen. I have solved most of the pirates who did evil on the way, and you need to find the rest by yourself. I don't have much time to stay in East Blue. Hearing this, Smoker's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the guess was correct. Luo Ye is not a person who only knows how to give orders, regardless of whether others can complete them or not. Now that Luo Ye has dealt with most of East Blue's pirates, then his next task is to find those fish that slip through the net. This kind of thing is much simpler to do. As for whether the caught pirates should be directly executed, it is up to Smoker to judge. And, if East Blue's pirates are really taken care of, it made no difference whether he stayed in Log Town or not. Smoker has long wanted to go back to the headquarters and find trouble with those New World pirates. Seeing that the matter had been explained clearly, Luo Ye waved his hands helplessly. Okay, the task has been handed over to you. You can transfer back to the headquarters after you finish. I'll go first. That old man Sengoku has been calling me every day these days. It's not worry-free to ask for leave. An elderly man can't afford to offend him. Advertisement. Hearing this, Smoker pouted to himself. Can't bother. It sounds pretty good, but according to the information he got, Luo Ye seldom obeyed the orders of Marshal Sengoku. Unless it was an order from Marshal Sengoku, it was very consistent with Luo Ye's original plan. Otherwise, disobedience is not a common thing. That's normal, after all, as Garp Vice Admiral was when he was young. Luo Ye probably learned from Garp Vice Admiral. Luo Ye, who didn't know what Smoker was thinking, waved at him casually. Let's go. You don't need to send it. The warship is waiting outside. You just need to be optimistic about your subordinates, and you should exercise more of their strength. Hearing this, Smoker looked at the group of sailors lying on the ground. A bit ashamed for the first time. It seems that he is too kind to these sea soldiers, so that their strength has not been improved enough. It just so happens that this task is the best opportunity, and some pirates will be handed over to them to solve. After Luo Ye left for a while, Tashigi, the strongest among the comatose Marines, finally slowly woke up. She blinked and looked at Colonel Smoker in front of her, then stood up and glanced around with her saber in hand. Smoker said angrily at her performance, "The man is gone, he is not the enemy." Not the enemy? Tashigi looked at him suspiciously. Smoker sighed, looking in the direction Luo Ye left. He is the new admiral of the headquarters, Silver Eagle, Luo Ye. Hearing this, Tashigi covered his mouth and did not exclaim. It turns out that the handsome young man just now was the new admiral? Is it true that Admiral's strength is so terrifying? Smoker laughed a few times when he heard this. I don't know about the others, but Yin Ying Luo Ye's strength must be very terrifying. Do you know why his title is Yin Ying? Tashigi shook his head in confusion. Smoker sighed. That's because as long as it's the prey he locked down, there's no chance of escape. Tashigi followed his eyes to the direction Luo Ye left, opened his mouth and said. Amazing. Chapter 12. Hello, Cobra Boom. 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 Dodge, speed up, and get rid of these Marines. A bearded man wearing a captain's hat was standing at the bow of the ship, roaring furiously. Before, because his subordinates were booing, let him attack the Marine warship. As a result, when he was just approaching the warship, when he was about to start, the other party actually blasted his cannon directly at his own pirate ship. They were just a bunch of ambitious guys who had just entered the Grand Line from West Blue and wanted to make a name for themselves in the New World. I never thought I would meet such a brutal Marine here. You must know that they had never paid attention to Marine at West Blue, and the reality gave them a hard slap. The luck of this group of pirates is really too bad. It's not good to mess with anyone, but he chose the warship where Luo Ye was. Sinking that pirate crew, these bastards, they dared to take action on our Marine, they are really impatient. The adjutant gave orders to the seaman in charge of the battery. In the view of the adjutant, a small role like this not far away is not qualified to let Admiral play. Only a group of sailors on the ship can solve those blind bastards. When this adjutant was in the headquarters before, he even encountered pirates. Also ask the headquarters first to see if the superiors decide to execute them. In the end, I just came to East Blue with Luo Ye, and I can't even stay alive when I meet such a pirate. Perhaps even the lieutenant himself was unaware of his own change at this point. Mr. Admiral, there are not many supplies on board, do you want to find a place to replenish? Fights are fought almost every day these days. As a result, most of the house supplies that were replenished in Log Town a few days ago have been consumed by now. However, there are still gains. Not only is it the treasure that they destroyed the pirate group, but also the combat power raised by the Marines. It made the sailors on the warship excited. Hearing the adjutant's words, Luo Ye couldn't help laughing a little. Luo Ye did not expect that there would be so many pirates in this grand line. However, since the supplies on the ship are insufficient, of course, they cannot hold on. Advertisement, have you already found a good place? Hearing Luo Ye's question, the adjutant laughed twice. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. There's a world government country not far ahead, Alabasta, where we can purchase supplies. Alabasta? Luo Ye was stunned for a while. Do you still have to pass through here? Follow the timeline in the original book. The current Alabasta, I am afraid, is about to be controlled by Crocodile and a group of people disguised as Baroque Studios. Speaking of which, this guy's ambitions are not ordinary. Recruited Nico Robin, known as the Devil's Son, to the Baroque Studio. Crocodile infiltrated Alabasta with a hidden identity in order to build the ideal kingdom in name. The fundamental purpose is to obtain the historical text of Alabasta, so as to obtain the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, and to obtain more powerful power. Especially for the purpose of turning the entire Alabasta into a desert country. Such a thing is not difficult for Crocodile after eating Logia sand fruit. But, since it happened to happen, let's get rid of Crocodile. In the original book, Luffy was able to defeat this guy, purely because of the protagonist's halo and good luck. Crocodile can become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and naturally there is still some strength. This kind of guy can give him a little more experience points than that. As for Marine's rule not to shoot Shichibukai, Luo Ye didn't take it to heart. If you let Sengoku know what Crocodile is going to do, it will only support Luo Ye's actions, not punish. This time Luo Ye did not let the soldiers under his command accompany him. They are good at dealing with ordinary pirates, but if they encounter Shichibukai, just to die. What's more, to deal with a guy like Crocodile, Luo Ye doesn't need anyone's help at all. Alabasta, inside the royal palace. Luo Ye was amazed while looking at the decorations inside. Even now Alabasta has fallen into infighting within the country. Advertisement, but the decoration in this palace has not changed at all, it is still the same luxurious. Sure enough, the king will enjoy it. After walking to a great hall, Luo Ye finally met the current king of Alabasta. Hello, Neferutali Cobra. Seeing the young man who suddenly broke into the hall, Cobra couldn't help being a little horrified. There were obviously a lot of guards outside, but this guy came in swaggeringly. Is it really as I guessed? Does the president of the Baroque Studio have other plans for Alabasta? Who are you? How did you get in? What did you do to the guards outside? Hearing the 3 deadly questions, Luo Ye's mouth twitched slightly. The reason why he bypassed the guards outside was to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. After all, the current Cobra is about to be startled. If there is a little trouble, it is estimated that he will be frightened. Seeing the panic on Cobra's face, Luo Ye directly revealed his identity. I'm Marine's new admiral, Silver Eagle, Luo Ye. The new admiral? Yin Luo Ye? Cobra looked at Luo Ye with doubts in his eyes. Although he knew that naval headquarters had newly appointed admirals some time ago. But in Cobra's heart, he believed that the new admiral must be about the same age as Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru. How could it be the young man in front of him, and the dignified marine admiral, who is not guarding the new world? How could it appear in the first half of the Grand Line? Luo Ye didn't care about his doubts. After all, being an admiral at his current age is indeed a bit bizarre in the eyes of others. I'm admiral, you can prove it yourself. As for the purpose of my visit this time, it is to solve the current chaos in Alabasta. Hearing this, Cobra suddenly stared at Luo Ye with wide eyes. I want to see what he has to say. Luo Ye is not interested in quelling Cobra's appetite. Said calmly. Baroque Studio, whose president is Crocodile, one of the current Shichibukai, Alabasta will have the current drought, and he is the one who did it. Asterisk. Chapter 13, You have too many questions, Crocodile? Cobra got this news from Luo Ye, and instantly looked at him in horror. The name Crocodile, of course, is no stranger to Cobra. His original bounty was as high as 81 million Bailey. However, since being recruited by the world government to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, this number has not increased. Otherwise, with Crocodile's strength, there is absolutely no bounty on offer. Now Cobra has no time to doubt Luo Ye's identity. It was the news that hit him too hard. If Crocodile is really doing the trick, then everything that happened in Alabasta during this time could have a plausible explanation. No wonder the whole country has never rained again, and the whole country has turned into a desert. It turned out to be all because of the crocodile from sand fruit. But Cobra suddenly stopped and looked at Luo Ye. If true, the Baroque Studio was created by Crocodile. So, is this young man really the Marine's new admiral? Cobra looked at Luo Ye and asked tentatively, Are you really the new Silver Eagle admiral? Luo Ye didn't answer this question. Instead, he looked at him calmly. I didn't come to you to get anything from you. I just wanted you to find someone to lead the way, and after Crocodile has been dealt with, I can go back to Marineford. My time is precious and there is no extra effort to waste here. Hearing these words, Cobra instantly no longer doubted Luo Ye's identity. After all, if such a young man becomes Marine's new admiral, it is only natural to have such arrogance. He is just a king, and there is no special place in front of Marine Admiral. Cobra, who wanted to understand this, was a little excited. Please wait a moment, I'll let someone come here. After speaking, he hurried out, leaving Luo Ye alone here. Luo Ye was not surprised by his reaction. After all, Cobra has probably been troubled by Alabasta for too long. Now that I finally see hope, excitement is inevitable. Cobra didn't make Luo Ye wait too long. He is the one who wants to solve this problem as soon as possible. Advertisement, Mr. Admiral, this is my daughter Vivi. Actually, I had doubts about the Baroque studio before, but unfortunately there has been no definite evidence. Vivi concealed his identity and infiltrated the Baroque studio just to collect evidence. You can ask Vivi to take you to a Baroque studio, she knows best. When his father said these words, Vivi kept looking at Luo Ye secretly. She had just learned from her father that the handsome young man in front of her was Marine's new admiral. Vivi was still a little skeptical. How could the dignified Marine admiral appear in Alabasta? And still such a young man. I'm afraid anyone who hears this will not believe it. Luo Ye didn't wait for Cobra to continue nag, but nodded and said directly. Let's go then. Vivi, is it really that sloppy? Vivi glanced at his father and saw that he did not refute Luo Ye. Vivi could only obediently take Luo Ye out of the palace to the location of the Baroque studio. Well, are you really Marine Admiral? Vivi, who was still worried in her heart, finally couldn't help but ask when she was about to reach her destination. There was no reason for her to be careless about this. If it is true as Luo Ye said, the president of the Baroque studio is Crocodile. If Luo Ye was not his opponent, only Alabasta would suffer. If Crocodile could have considered it before because he didn't want to expose himself. When his identity is really revealed, the methods he uses will only be more cruel. Luo Ye glanced at her and responded lightly, okay. Luo Ye's response really made Vivi dumbfounded. Even if he explained a couple of sentences, he was so casual. Then why did you come to Alabasta? I went back to East Blue and happened to pass by. Is East Blue your hometown? Hearing this question, Luo Ye stared at her for a few seconds. Then he said calmly. Advertisement, you have too many questions. I'm here to solve Crocodile, not your question answering machine. Forehead, hearing this, Vivi suddenly felt the coldness from Luo Ye. Only then did she react. If Luo Ye is really Marine Admiral, then his status as a kingdom princess is nothing to him. If Luo Ye knew about Vivi's thoughts, she might even lament that she was enlightened. For Luo Ye, the biggest reason to come to Alabasta is to kill Crocodile. As for who to please, I really think a little too much. Vivi, who finally calmed down, brought Luo Ye to the location of the Baroque studio. Vivi glanced here with some fear, then he turned his head to Luo Ye and said in a low voice. This is their place. According to the current time, most of the cadres of the Baroque studio should be here, including their president, Crocodile. When I saw Luo Ye, I immediately wanted to go in. Vivi gritted his teeth and stopped him. I'll go in with you. For Vivi, whether Luo Ye is the new admiral or not can help Alabasta. She didn't want Luo Ye to die here. If you go in with him by yourself, even if you encounter danger, you can have greater confidence when you want to escape. Luo Ye gave her a slightly surprised look, but he did not refute, but nodded in agreement. Miss Wednesday, why are you here? Just as soon as I stepped in here, someone came out and questioned Vivi. Vivi looked at Mr. One walking out. A trace of fear appeared on his face. Luo Ye had no intention of talking nonsense with them and said directly to the man. Let Crocodile out. Hearing Luo Ye's words, Mr. One's pupils instantly dilated. What Crocodile? Who are you guy? Luo Ye looked at him and shook his head. Why not make things simpler and make it so complicated? Luo Ye pulled out the saber from his waist and slashed towards Mr. One with a slash. Chapter 14. Crocodile kicked as a ball. Mr. One Daz Bonus never expected that this guy brought by Vivi would draw a knife and slash at him without a word. Fortunately, he responded quickly enough. In an instant, he turned his body into a steel-like blade, trying to block Luo Ye's slash. Bonus ate paramecia cut fruit. In his years of experience, he has never encountered an enemy that could harm his body. But how could Luo Ye's slash be something that a mere bonus could resist? Even if he met the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye, Luo Ye would never be inferior to him in swordsmanship. When this slash touched Bonus' body, he had already sensed something was wrong. But it has come to the point where it is inevitable. Just grit your teeth and hold on. Bang! Bonus was smashed out by this slash, and a deep scar appeared on his chest. Vivi behind Luo Ye looked at this scene with his mouth wide open, speechless in shock. In his eyes, the Mr. One. In front of Luo Ye, he couldn't even take a slash. It turns out that this is the strength of Marine Admiral. Because of the world government's plans for Alabasta, Vivi had always had some mistrust in Marine. But now seeing Luo Ye, the new admiral, take a ruthless shot at these guys who are doing bad things in Alabasta, Vivi can't help but be shocked. Bonus struggled to get up, looked at Luo Ye in horror and asked. Who are you and why are you shooting at our Baroque studio? Luo Ye didn't answer his question, but turned his eyes to the other side. Crocodile had already noticed what was happening here when Luo Ye swung that slash. This filled Crocodile with anger. They've gotten Alabasta into endless infighting. Just wait for a while, you can achieve the goal and get the ancient weapon, Pluton. But at this moment, someone dared to approach the members of their Baroque studio. Crocodile couldn't help but be suspicious. Is it true that they do not know their strength because they hide their identities? Advertisement. Even a random person has the courage to find his own trouble. Crocodile with a cigar in his mouth slowly walked out and glared at Luo Ye. Are you impatient? You dare to go to the Baroque studio to make trouble. Still want to keep hiding your identity. Luo Ye's words were a little dumbfounded. Don't pretend to be Crocodile. If you want to get that ancient weapon, you have no chance. What? Hearing Luo Ye's words, everyone present widened their eyes and looked horrified. The people in the Baroque studio obviously did not expect that the young man who came to make trouble knew their true purpose. In contrast, Vivi, she had heard the name ancient weapon from her father's mouth before. But when she continued to ask, no matter how coquettish she was, Cobra didn't explain it to Vivi. Now hearing the ancient weapon again, Vivi was even more horrified. It turns out that this is the real purpose of Crocodile's Baroque studio hidden in Alabasta. Who the hell are you guy? Crocodile raised the golden hook in his right hand and looked at Luo Ye angrily. Very few people know about ancient weapon, even in the Baroque studio. But this guy who came out of nowhere was able to tell his true purpose in one go. Crocodile will use this ancient weapon to return to the new world and defeat Whitebeard to become the new 4 emperors. Could it be that this guy is here to snatch the ancient weapon from him? Thinking of this, Crocodile glanced at Bonus next to him. The wound on his chest is still bleeding continuously. If he is not treated as soon as possible, I am afraid that his life will be lost. Moreover, what caused Bonus to end like this was actually just a slash from Luo Ye. Crocodile was so angry that he bit the cigar in his mouth, looked at Luo Ye and shouted. Boy, I will never give you the ancient weapon. If you want to snatch it, then I will have to drain the water in your body and turn you into a mummified corpse. For a guy like Luo Ye who can't figure out his strength. Crocodile still thinks that fighting can be avoided as much as possible. Otherwise, it is very likely that he will fall into his hands, knowing that there are too many monsters in New World. Advertisement. Maybe this guy got the news about ancient weapon from where he came to snatch it. Luo Ye felt very amused when he heard Crocodile's stern threat. I am not interested in ancient weapon, but I am interested in your life after all. Hearing this, Crocodile's pupils shrank. But since the battle was unavoidable, he would never back down. Thinking of this, Crocodile no longer hesitated. Crocodile raised the golden hook on his arm and stared at Luo Ye. It seems that I have been away from New World for too long, making you guys think that my strength has weakened. If so, let me turn you into a mummified corpse. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, his lower body turned into sand and pushed him to rush towards Luo Ye quickly. Luo Ye shook his head secretly as he watched his offensive. These Logia-capable people are always overconfident. Smoker is like that, and Crocodile is like that. Perhaps in their opinion, Logia is the enemy that cannot attack the body. Don't you know that armed S*X is the best way to deal with guys like you? As this thought rose, Luo Ye's right foot became pitch black. Looking at Crocodile rushing in front of him, Luo Ye instantly raised his right foot and kicked it. Bang! In Crocodile's horrified eyes, his body flew backwards faster than before. And Luo Ye didn't give up the attack. With one kick, he caught up and kicked Crocodile again. Poor Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, turned into a ball in front of Luo Ye and was kicked back and forth. Bang! 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 Finally Crocodile got his chance. Kankan dodged Luo Ye's right foot. Crocodile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Luo Ye in horror. Who the hell are you guys? Why are you coming to Alabasta? Hearing this, Luo Ye's mouth slightly twitched. I came to Alabasta to kill you. Asterisk. Chapter 15. Vivi. We will meet again. You are that Marine's new admiral, Yinying Luo Ye. Hearing Luo Ye's words, Crocodile suddenly widened his eyes and shouted at him. Although he has been in Alabasta in recent years, he is also very aware of the famous powerhouses in New World. A few years ago, a monster-like young man appeared in Marine. That guy never showed any mercy to the pirates who committed the crime. Since he joined Marine, I don't know how many powerful big pirates have been planted in his hands. That's it. It is said that as long as he locks on the prey, there is absolutely no possibility for the target person to escape. Some time ago Crocodile heard that the guy named Luo Ye was officially appointed as the new admiral by Marine. Besides him, who else could defeat him so easily? Luo Ye gave him a surprised look. A grin indicated that his guess was correct. Crocodile's forehead was covered in cold sweat. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally spoke. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government. Marine has no right to do anything against me. Hearing this, Luo Ye's expression was a little weird. Since you know my identity, do you think I will let you go? Crocodile looked at Luo Ye in horror. Yes. As for the pirates who have done evil things and fall into the hands of this guy, he has never been scruples. If you kill me, the world government will never blame you. Crocodile stepped back and tried to use the name of world government to crush Luo Ye. As long as Luo Ye is a little hesitant, Crocodile has the confidence to use his fruit ability to escape. As for Alabasta's ancient weapon, it was nothing compared to his life. Luo Ye looked at his movements, and turned his arm to aim the knife at him. For Luo Ye, as long as the pirates go out to sea with the pirate flag, even if they look at the whole world, there will never be a few good people. All are ambitious. Crocodile, in particular, turned the entire Alabasta into a desert for its own purposes. Putting him in impel down like he did in the original book is too easy. Crocodile became more flustered when he saw Luo Ye's movements. Instantly turned his body into sand and flew out. It's really not a long memory. Luo Ye exerted a little force on his feet, and then chased directly behind him. Advertisement. With a flip of the saber in his hand, it slid across his neck. Crocodile, who was still trying to escape in Ishan, was suddenly on the spot. Under Vivi's horrified gaze, a bright red blood line gradually emerged from the trace left by Luo Ye's saber on his neck. Bang! Crocodile eventually fell to the ground with no signs of life. Congratulations to the host for the successful hunt. Drop reward, whether to pick it up. Pick up. Pick up successfully, whether to activate or not. Activation. Luo Ye closed his eyes and felt the warmth coming from his body. After a while, the warmth slowly disappeared. Open the body properties panel. Open black lens bracket host. Luo Ye close black lens bracket. Acquired abilities. Acquired abilities. Basic Swordsmanship LV18, Swordsmanship Sword Flash LV9, Swordsmanship Snowfall LV8, Teishu LV10 +1, Conquerors Hakil 5, Armament Hakil 7, Observation Hakil 6 +0.3. Special. Fluttering ability. Activatable ability. None. Knew it. Luo Ye looked at his body attribute panel and shook his head secretly. If it was before, killing Crocodile might have enhanced a lot of strength. But now, for Luo Ye, the improvement can be said to be very small. It's still necessary to return to New World as soon as possible and find those more powerful pirates. Luo Ye turned around and walked to Vivi's side and said lightly. Crocodile is dead. As for the infighting in your country, you can solve it yourself. Hear this. Because Vivi, who saw with his own eyes the president of the Baroque studio died under Luo Ye's knife, instantly recovered from the sluggishness just now. Gratefully looked at Luo Ye and said, Thank you, Mr. Admiral, now that Crocodile is dead, Alabasta's infighting will soon be over. Luo Ye nodded noncommittally at this. The main reason for the infighting in Alabasta is the drought. Now that the culprit has been killed, things will naturally be resolved. Vivi saw Luo Ye turned around and was about to leave, so he spoke quickly. Mr. Admiral, won't you stay in Alabasta for a few days? We haven't thanked you enough yet. Listening to her retention, Luo Ye waved at the back without looking back. Advertisement. No, I'm going back to Marineford. Marineford. Vivi looked at Luo Ye's back with blurred eyes and muttered. At this time, Alabasta, which has been turned into a desert kingdom because of the constant drought, suddenly began to rain from the sky. Vivi raised his head and felt the rain that he hadn't seen in a long time. Then he shouted again in the direction Luo Ye left. Mr. Admiral, thank you. We will definitely see you later. ... When Luo Ye returned to the warship, the replenishment of the navy was over. After seeing Mr. Admiral coming back, he went straight to the boat. All were very sensible and did not ask what happened to Alabasta. After all, these are not things that they can care about at this level. Luo Ye, who returned to the cabin, thought for a moment, and finally picked up the phone and called Sengoku. I'm Luo Ye, Marshal Sengoku. Luo Ye, how did you know that you took the initiative to call me this time? Also, how long will it take you to come back? Luo Ye's phone call made Sengoku very confused. He always called Luo Ye, but the other party never called him. What is it today? Could it be, this kid killed another Colonel Marine? Luo Ye smiled silently as he listened to Sengoku's rigid voice. It won't be long before we reach Marineford, and this time I want to tell you that I killed a pirate. It's okay, you can come back as soon as possible. Hearing that he was coming back, Sengoku nodded. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief when he heard later that he didn't kill Colonel Marine. Pirates. Since you dare to hang the pirate flag, you must be ready to die. No big deal. Besides, has Luo Ye killed very few pirates over the years? Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly stopped breathing as if he had thought of something. I only heard Luo Ye's explanation from the phone bug. It's okay, I killed Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. What? Chapter 16, Ace, Sabo promoted to Colonel. Mr. Admiral, have arrived at Marineford. The adjutant stood in front of Luo Ye and looked at Luo Ye excitedly. Although the trip to East Blue this time was not long, the adjutant was now full of admiration for the new admiral. This trip not only learned a lot from Luo Ye, it also made the strength of all the seamen on the warship have improved significantly. In the future, even in the headquarters, I can grow up faster. Luo Ye is well aware of their admiration, but he doesn't care too much. Nodding casually, let them disband on their own. Luo Ye went to Marine Marshal Sengoku's office alone. Isn't it just killing a Shichibukai? Why are you so excited? Luo Ye pouted and complained about Sengoku in his heart. When I told Sengoku the news that day, if it wasn't for Luo Ye's expectations, he would have put the phone bug far away. It is estimated that the ears can't bear the roar of the old man Sengoku. The helpless Luo Ye could only speed up the process and rush to Marineford. Do older people get louder? Sengoku is like that, and so is Mr. Garp. Luo Ye shook his head and stopped thinking about these things, and pushed open the door of the marshal's office. But, to Luo Ye's surprise, Sengoku was snatching the senbei from Garp's hand with an angry face. Marshal Sengoku, if your image is shown to the Marines of the headquarters, will they think you are unreliable as a marshal? Sengoku, who was fighting with Garp, was startled at first when he heard the door open. Then he was relieved when he saw that it was Luo Ye. Exactly as he said, if the Marines of the headquarters really know, Marshal Sengoku, who is usually very strict, will behave like this. That would probably lose a lot of prestige. It's all because of this old Garp. Sengoku glared at him bitterly. Garp, this old guy always likes to eat senbei in front of him, making Sengoku very annoying. And most importantly, no matter what Sengoku said, he never changed. Sengoku turned his head and stared at Luo Ye. You still have the face to say that the old man is unreliable. I'm afraid you are the most unreliable in the entire naval headquarters. It took so many days to go to East Blue on a warship without authorization. Advertisement. It doesn't matter if you executed a colonel who colluded with pirates, and even killed Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government. While listening to Sengoku's complaint, Luo Ye sat down opposite him with a straight face. He looked at Sengoku nonchalantly and said, I asked you for leave when I went to East Blue. Who told you not to approve it, and I already told you about Crocodile. Shouldn't he be executed for his crimes? Hearing Luo Ye's rebuttal, Sengoku's momentum stagnated. According to what he said, Crocodile is indeed not a pity to die. But, Sengoku said to Luo Ye bitterly, why don't you arrest him and put him in impel down? You will embarrass the world government. Luo Ye smiled and shook his head. Marshal Sengoku, you won't know me for the first time, right? When a pirate like him falls into my hands, when has anyone survived? Forehead. Sengoku was speechless when asked by Luo Ye. Luo Ye's usual clothes are not dangerous at all. But when he went out to sea to catch pirates, it would be a nightmare for him to lock down his prey. Sengoku used to have a lot of headaches because of this. I thought he would be a little more restrained when he became an admiral, but he didn't expect it to get worse. You kid. Garp, teach this guy a lesson and teach him what it means to obey orders. Ah, me. Garp pointed to himself in confusion. Seeing Sengoku nodding, Garp laughed twice. Whatever obeys the order, you can listen to what makes sense, and of course there is no need to follow it if it doesn't make sense. Sengoku. Only then did Sengoku finally remember. Garp was the guy who liked to disobey orders the most when he was young. Otherwise he wouldn't have been a vice admiral all his life. Obviously there are countless opportunities to be promoted to admiral, but he always refuses. Sengoku glared at Garp and growled. Garp, Luo Ye must have learned from you. Crunch. Garp didn't respond to Sengoku's anger, and ate the senbei on his own. Advertisement. Just when Sengoku wanted to continue to denounce him, Luo Ye opened his mouth to smooth things out. Marshal Sengoku, you should be glad I killed Crocodile. As for the face of the world government you said. Do you think that if Crocodile's plan is completed and his actions are known to the whole world, does the world government still have such a face? Now Sengoku can't say anything to blame Luo Ye. Exactly as he said. If Crocodile really completes the plan, I am afraid that it is not only the world government that will suffer the damage. They, like Marines, will be distrusted by the people. You kid, you know sophistry. Sengoku complained helplessly and stopped talking about it. This matter is said to be small, but it is not really big. There will always be a solution. Sengoku straightened his face and said with a serious face. Luo Ye, since you've come back, the task of warning Doflamingo is up to you. Hearing this, Luo Ye gave him a strange look and asked softly. Don't you want me to kill him directly? Sengoku clenched his fists instantly when he heard the words, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. His adopted son, Corazon, died at the hands of Doflamingo. Sengoku even wanted to kill him himself if he could. However, for some reason, the 5 elders stopped Sengoku, and he had no choice but to give up the idea. No, you just have to warn him that if he continues like this, the world government will strip him of his Shichibukai title. Hearing Sengoku's refusal, Luo Ye's mouth twitched slightly. However, he did not refute, but nodded in agreement. The person who went to Dressrosa was himself. As for what to do with Doflamingo, Luo Ye naturally already had a plan. Just when Luo Ye turned around and was about to leave, Garp, who was beside him, finally said after seeing their explanation. Ha ha ha, Luo Ye, Ace and Sabo have been promoted to colonels. This time, you can take them with you. Already a colonel, Luo Ye was a little surprised to hear this news. But thinking about it carefully, the 2 of them should indeed be promoted to colonel with their current strength. Even that's not the limit. Luo Ye nodded and said. Okay, I'll go see them first. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Luo Ye smiling and beckoning. I really didn't expect these 2 guys to become Colonel Marine. Luo Ye said with a smile on his face. According to the original trajectory. Ace is now the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. And Sabo also joined the revolutionary army established by Dorag because of amnesia. Even Luffy has gone out to sea to become a pirate. However, the arrival of Luo Ye broke all these. As a result, all 3 guys are now at naval headquarters. Mr. Admiral, Silver Eagle Admiral is back. When these marine elites in the headquarters saw Luo Ye, they all greeted him respectfully. Luo Ye nodded and asked, Ace, where are Sabo and the 2 of them now? Swish. Hearing this question, the faces of these people changed at the same time. Their changes made Luo Ye a little puzzled. What the hell did these 2 guys do? Just mention their names, and others react like this. Under Luo Ye's gaze, someone finally said through gritted teeth. The 2 of them are at the competition stage now. Tournament. Luo Ye's face instantly became very strange. Could these 2 guys be fighting with someone? Luo Ye is of course very clear about the competition stage at naval headquarters. I didn't know how many arrogant idiots were there, and they were all taught by Luo Ye more than once. Could it be that they are following my old path? Thinking of this, Luo Ye took a few glances at the marine elites in front of him. It was found that their faces were indeed red and swollen. No wonder when I asked about these two guys just now, their faces were uglier than the other. Luo Ye coughed dryly. You guys go get busy, I'll go to the martial arts stage to see. Yes, these people were all relieved to hear Luo Ye's words. They really don't want to see Ace and Sabo right now. The shots were more ruthless, causing the redness and swelling on their faces to not subside until now. Advertisement. When Luo Ye came to the contest stage. At a glance, I saw Ace with a flame in his hand, and Sabo with a water pipe, confronting the 5 people around. What left him speechless the most? The Marines watching the battle were cheering their opponents on. One can imagine how unpleasant these two guys are in the headquarters now. Maybe that's why Sengoku has been so mad at Garp lately. Luo Ye, who became an admiral, did not listen to orders. Ace and Sabo, who were promoted to colonel, find others to learn from each other all day long. And Luffy, who was still in the training camp, just wanted to eat all the food stored in the headquarters. Luo Ye shook his head to drive the thought out, and smiled at the fight in the arena. Because Sabo didn't lose his memory because of that fire, I don't know how many times he fought alongside Ace over the years. The tacit understanding between the two is naturally very deep. It was just that their eyes met slightly, and they rushed towards the opponent at the same time. Fire punch. Boom. A fist of flames flew towards one of them instantly. The sailor, who was picked by Ace as his opponent, wasn't too flustered. After all, after these days of fighting, they already knew the ability of Ace's Mara fruit. As long as you dodge the past, you will definitely be able to defeat him. Shave. With this idea in mind, he directly used Marine 6 styles to sideline. But before he was happy, another fire fist rushed directly in front of him. The Navy who couldn't react was instantly shot down to the ground. Not bad, Ace, the ability master of Mara fruit is even better. Luo Ye nodded secretly when he saw this scene. The Mara fruit eaten by Ace was obtained by Luo Ye after killing the previous pirate who ate it. Luo Ye gave the fruit to Ace without any hesitation. After all, devil fruit is tasteless to him, and Luo Ye feels that Ace and Mara fruit are very suitable. Seeing the speed at which his strength is growing now, Luo Ye feels that the decision he made at the beginning was still the right one. But it wasn't just Ace that surprised Luo Ye. Sabo in the field also launched an attack on the opponent. That water pipe was easier in Sabo's hands than most swordsmen's weapons. A single stick can knock an opponent into a coma. Following the movements of the two, the 5 Marines fell to the ground one by one. Ace looked at each other and laughed. Anything else you want to fight with us? Advertisement. Didn't you just say you were going to teach us a lesson, why don't you talk now? Sabo looked at the silent crowd and pouted. Just now, each of these people was louder than the other, but now they are all pretending to be dumb. Just when Sabo wanted to continue provocation and let them come on stage, he suddenly saw Luo Ye sitting not far away. This discovery caused a cold sweat to break out on Sabo's face instantly. Raised his hand and touched Ace, who was also mocking the guys around him. Ace looked at him and asked suspiciously. What's wrong, Sabo? Sabo lowered his head and lowered his voice. Luo Ye is back. What? Ace was suddenly frightened and panicked. Didn't he go to East Blue, how could he come back so soon? The two of Ace looked at Luo Ye who was smiling and beckoning at them, and couldn't help but feel a little weak. They still haven't forgotten how Luo Ye beat them up. Even if the 3 of them shot together, they were suppressed by his understatement. What's more, Luo Ye has become Marine Admiral now, but they have just been promoted to Colonel. The gap with the big brother Luo Ye is not a little bit. What to do, Ace? Shall we run? Ace quickly shook his head. If you run away, the consequences will only get worse. Sabo couldn't help shaking just thinking about the scene of being beaten by Luo Ye again. Let's go, we have to face it no matter what. Luo Ye felt a little amused when he saw the 2 people who were tremblingly walking in front of him. These 2 daring guys also have such a side, thanks to their tireless teaching. You 2 are very good now. I heard that you are now known as the invincible hand of the Colonel. Ace looked at each other and quickly shook their heads. Didn't we learn this from you? We also heard that you were able to play against Admiral when you were still a colonel. Hearing this, Luo Ye couldn't help knocking their heads hard. You still have the face to say that you learned from me. I played against Admiral at the beginning. What about you? You only want to find these colonels to learn from. Since Ace won't die in Summit War, Sabo won't be able to eat Mara fruit either. What kind of fruit do you think is good for him? Still no fruit. You can say your opinion in the comment area, the author will accept it. Chapter 18. Luffy, I'm so weak. Ace and Ace looked at each other when they heard Luo Ye's questioning, and then secretly pouted at the same time. Well said. If the 2 of them really have Luo Ye's monster-like talent, they can also find Admiral to learn from each other. However, with their current strength, there is no problem in defeating the colonel. If you really find a general, you are more likely to lose. But they didn't plan to tell Luo Ye what they said. If it is true, it will never be praised. But there will be a beating. After years of nurturing, they already knew Luo Ye's character. This leading big brother, not everyone can provoke him. Luo Ye looked at them back and forth and said, I think you are full of energy and have no place to vent. I just want to catch a pirate. Do you want to follow me? Of course I'm going. The two agreed without any hesitation. His face was full of excitement. They have been very annoying to stay in the headquarters for a long time, and they have long wanted to go out to find someone to fight. Otherwise, they wouldn't be constantly discussing with the marine colonels in the headquarters. The most important is, they had already heard about Luo Ye, the new admiral's attitude towards pirates. What they say is to catch pirates. In fact, it is not as simple as just catching them and locking them up. If Sengoku knew that Luo Ye had changed his warning to arrest without hesitation, he would not hesitate to stop Luo Ye from setting out. Otherwise the 7 warlords of the sea will become 5. Want to bring Luffy with you? Ace looked at him and asked curiously. Luffy has been complaining a lot these days that he can't go out, and he has been strictly ordered to stay in the headquarters. According to Zephyr, the head of the training camp, it is too risky for these newcomers to go to sea without authorization. Maybe encountering a big pirate in New World can kill the genius in the training camp. Of course, the monster that has become Admiral is different. Luffy's strength is not enough right now. Hey hey. Hearing this, the two just smiled in unison, and did not refute Luo Ye. After all, in their eyes, Luffy is also a drag bottle. Just let him continue to train in the headquarters, and leave it to them about going to New World. Just then, someone suddenly rushed towards them. Advertisement. Luo Ye, you're back. Luo Ye looked at Luffy who was rushing over and turned slightly to the side. Luffy, who was planning to pounce on Luo Ye, directly slammed Ace and Sabo, who were too late to react, to the ground. Luffy, why are you still so reckless? What did you learn in training camp? Luo Ye frowned and asked. The two of Ace were also helpless to Luffy. I don't know how many times this happened. Luffy just didn't know how to change it. For the nerve-wracking Luffy, these accusations are nothing but painless. Luffy looked at Luo Ye complainingly. You don't tell me when you go back to East Blue, training camp is so boring. Even Ace and Sabo said that staying in naval headquarters for a long time is boring. Hearing this, Luo Ye turned his eyes to the two of them. Ace and Sabo had cold sweat on their foreheads and kept waving their hands to stop Luffy from saying these words. But he didn't seem to see it at all, and the more he talked, the more excited he became. Seeing Luo Ye's gaze now, the faces of both of them are wrinkled together. Sabo quickly waved his hands in denial. No, we didn't say anything like that. At this time, Ace suddenly recalled, and also said that Luffy was lying. It's obvious that Luffy doesn't want to stay in the training camp, and he has to get involved with us. Don't be deceived by him. Luffy looked at the two of them in surprise. Obviously I was still complaining about the boringness of naval headquarters yesterday, why did I change my tune now? Luo Ye knew what they were thinking and said directly. Let you be in the training camp so that your strength can improve faster. Fortunately, New World has the strength to protect itself. Now that Ace and Sabo are both colonels, you're just a recruit, why are you in a hurry? Seeing that Luo Ye was not held accountable, Ace and Sabo breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Quickly speak up to persuade Luffy. That's right, Luffy, you should stay in the training camp and improve your strength. There are too many strong people in New World, it's too dangerous for you to go out like this. Yeah, look at me and Sabo, we're going to catch the pirates with Luo Ye soon, isn't it because our strength is strong enough? Luffy opened his mouth wide and looked at them in surprise. Then he said eagerly, let me go too, I'm pretty good now too. Luo Ye glanced at him and looked at the three of them with interest. You're still a long way off. Otherwise, if you can defeat one of them, I'll take you there, and the one you've defeated will stay in the headquarters. Do you think this proposal is good? Ah, advertisement. The three of them were a little stunned when they heard this. What kind of proposal is this? Luffy, shouldn't he agree? Okay, I'm going to beat them both. Luffy looked at the two eagerly and said. The two were stunned when they heard this, and then approached Luffy with their fists clenched. It seems that he has not been taught a lesson for a long time, and he has now forgotten what it is like to be beaten. ... It didn't take long for the battle to end. Ace and Sabo followed Luo Ye in high spirits. After staying at the headquarters for so long, I finally got the chance to go to New World. This time, we must let the pirates of New World know that there is not only a genius in the headquarters, Admiral Luo Ye, the Silver Eagle. Both of them are the same characters. Silver Eagle Admiral, which pirate are we targeting this time? Ace leaned over to Luo Ye's side and asked softly. Since they got on this warship, the two of them unconsciously changed their names to Luo Ye. Although Luo Ye doesn't care about this. But those sailors on the warship who regarded him as their idol would not tolerate the mere two colonels calling him by his first name. Luo Ye glanced at the excited two and said. Doflamingo of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Shichibukai. The two clenched their fists. Use Shichibukai as a stepping stone to fame, no problem at all. The two on this side were in high spirits, but Luffy, who stayed in the headquarters, was different. Luffy, whose face was swollen by his two brothers, sat blankly doubting life. So, am I so weak now? ... Regarding the fruit of Sabo, the boss said, the fruit of Yang Yang. I suddenly have an idea, so that he can complement Ace, can he be stronger when fighting together? And, sand fruit, seems to be good too. As for, dark fruit, its side effects are a bit bad for Sabo. If the big guys have any better opinions, you can say it in the comment area. Chapter 19, Sengoku, Core Zone, I'll avenge you soon. Silver Eagle Admiral, if we really kill Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, won't Marshal Sengoku blame you? Sabo walked back and forth in front of Luo Ye, and finally couldn't help but ask this sentence. Shichibukai are all appointed by the world government. Although Sabo does not have a good impression of world government. But now Marine still has to obey the world government. If Luo Ye really killed Doflamingo, it would be no different than hitting world government in the face. I am afraid that even Marshal Sengoku may not be able to withstand the pressure from the world government. Although Sabo knew that Luo Ye wouldn't care about this, he was still a little worried about him. Ace casually stuffed the fruit into his mouth and said vaguely. No matter how much he is, if I say it, I should arrest all the pirates who do evil things, and see how they can do evil. Bang! Luo Ye knocked hard on Ace's head. This kid is totally unbeatable, a simple-minded guy who only knows how to do it. If you put the three of them in order of IQ. That Sabo was the unquestionable number one, but Ace was barely second. After all, Luffy at the bottom is a guy who really does nothing but brains. Luo Ye looked at the two and said, when the warship arrives in Darazaros, and you see it with your own eyes, you will know whether Doflamingo should have been killed or not. Doflamingo's actions in Dressaros if exposed. Luo Ye believes that the whole world will be shocked. The populace will surely beg Marine to make sure they are imprisoned. Luo Ye feels that the world government is also very clear about some of the things Doflamingo has done. But the reason why he was allowed to continue to misbehave was that Doflamingo Master said something about them, forcing them to indulge Doflamingo. But for Luo Ye, these are not the slightest deterrent. As for the five elders, Luo Ye never intended to obey the orders of those five old guys. Suddenly Luo Ye raised his brows, walked into the cabin alone and called Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, I am Luo Ye. When Sengoku received Luo Ye's call, he instantly felt a headache. Didn't you tell Doflamingo to warn Doflamingo? What the hell are you doing? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Sengoku's breath froze. Suddenly I felt that it was inappropriate to assign Luo Ye to do this. He has said before that the best way to warn the pirates is to kill the pirates directly. No. He's going to kill Doflamingo too. Sengoku hurriedly said urgently. Luo Ye, you can't kill Doflamingo now. Although he is both Shichibukai, he is different from Crocodile. If he is killed, there will be chaos. Luo Ye shrugged noncommittally when she heard these words. If Doflamingo is killed, the four emperors Kaido, his partner, will definitely get in trouble for Marine. And the five elders might also blame Sengoku. After all, they had given Luo Ye some orders before, but Luo Ye never obeyed. If Luo Ye did such a thing, they would have no other way but to trouble Sengoku. However, although Luo Ye is very clear about this, he has no plans to let Doflamingo go. Marshal Sengoku, I want to tell you something, I wonder if you are interested in hearing it. Sengoku was a little dissatisfied that Luo Ye didn't respond directly to his words. But this kid never jokes about this kind of thing. Sengoku said solemnly. You say, Luo Ye said to the phone bug with a calm expression. G5 Base Commander, Vice Admiral Virgo, do you know this person, Marshal Sengoku? Sengoku frowned, not knowing what Luo Ye meant by mentioning Virgo at this time. You know, he's been doing pretty well since he became G5's base chief. What do you say he does? Well done. Luo Ye couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. G5 base chief, Vice Admiral Virgo, is actually the top cadre of Don Quixote Doflamingo. He went undercover with Marine just to cover up some of what Doflamingo did. Marshal Sengoku, when you sent Corazon to the Don Quixote family to be an undercover agent, he found him, causing Corazon to die. You don't think Doflamingo didn't send Marine to go undercover? What? Naval Headquarters. Advertisement. Sengoku in the Marshal's office instantly widened his eyes when he heard this. G5 Base Commander, Vice Admiral Virgo is undercover. Sengoku couldn't accept what Luo Ye said for a while. Obviously, Virgo's reputation in Marine is not bad, and even Sengoku personally praised him. Now suddenly hearing Luo Ye say he was undercover, how could Sengoku not be shocked? Even in Sengoku's mind, the death of his adopted son, Corazon, appeared. If it wasn't for his own orders, how could Corazon have died? Sengoku was now angry with Garp many times because of Luo Ye's four brothers, and a big reason is that he envied Garp as an old guy. Otherwise, if Corazon hadn't died, he would definitely find trouble with Luo Ye to vent his anger. Sengoku took a deep breath and asked, Luo Ye, is what you said true? Marshal Sengoku, I Luo Ye have never joked about this kind of thing. Sengoku in the office sat quietly. I was thinking about Virgo in my heart. I haven't paid attention to it before, but thinking about it now. There seems to be a lot of weirdness in what he does. Bang! Sengoku slapped the table in front of him hard. Damn Doflamingo, sent a cadre undercover into Marine. If Luo Ye didn't know about this and exposed it later, I'm afraid Marine's prestige would have been greatly damaged. Thinking of this, Sengoku took a breath and said firmly to Luo Ye. Doflamingo, you see how to deal with it properly. I will now order people to arrest Virgo. Marine's face must not be damaged because of them, otherwise it will only endanger more people. Luo Ye looked at the phone bug that hung up, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The reason why he wanted to be Admiral. Part of the reason is because the Marshal Sengoku, while stereotypical, is definitely not pedantic. And there is justice in his heart. Virgo has been dealt with, all that's left is Doflamingo. Luo Ye stretched and muttered. On the other side, Sengoku, who ordered to capture Virgo, opened the drawer on the table and took out a photo from it. Core Zone, it was all because of me, but I can avenge you right away. Chapter 20. Arrest, Vice Admiral Virgo. Sengoku had no idea that Doflamingo would dare to put an undercover agent in Marine. What annoyed him the most was that Virgo was able to deceive everyone in the headquarters. He also successfully became Vice Admiral and became the base commander of G5. If something like this gets out, it's not as simple as Marine being embarrassed. It will even cause the public to lose confidence in Marine. The consequences are simply unimaginable. So Sengoku would rather bear the pressure of being blamed by the five elders and agree to Luo Ye's actions against Doflamingo. What's more, Sengoku didn't think that if he let him stop, Luo Ye would come back obediently. Dressrosa. Hey, Virgo, are you saying that the new admiral is coming to Dressrosa? Doflamingo in the palace grinned at the phone bug and asked. A very solemn voice came from the phone bug. Don't underestimate him. Since that guy joined Marine, no one has ever been able to escape the pirates he has chosen. And, although Sengoku just asked him to come to Dressrosa to check the situation and warn you. But that guy is dealing with pirates, but he's never heard from Sengoku. That guy's admiral title is Silver Eagle. After locking the prey, he won't give the prey a chance to escape. Virgo serves as the G5's base chief. He is no stranger to Luo Ye's name. In the past, it was just like watching a good show, watching him deal with those pirates. But when the boss of the Don Quixote family became Luo Ye's target, Virgo was very worried. Hey, don't worry about Virgo, even if he doesn't obey Sengoku's orders, he can't just ignore the words of the old five elders. Doflamingo really didn't take the upcoming Silver Eagle Admiral Luo Ye seriously. Not to mention the identity of the Shichibukai on his body. Just having the handles of the old guys from the five elders in Master's hand was enough for them to forbid Luo Ye from attacking him. Not even Akainu's three fellows who had been admiral for many years dared to go against the words of the five elders. What's more, Luo Ye is such a young boy. Virgo was even more anxious when he saw that he didn't take Luo Ye to heart. Dover, Luo Ye is different from other Marines. You can't look at him the way you look at other people. New World does not know how many big pirates have developed a habit. As long as he heard Luo Ye's move, no matter whether his target was him or not, he would evade him unconsciously. For fear that one would accidentally be seen by him and dealt with as an accomplice. Advertisement. Luo Ye has proven through battles over the years that he is worthy of such treatment. If Doflamingo doesn't want to take a good countermeasure, he might also fall into Luo Ye's hands. Don't worry, Virgo, just a new admiral, how strong can he be? Besides, don't forget that Dressrosa has so many civilians. If he wants to do something to me, I don't mind putting him on the charge of killing these civilians. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone bug. He really didn't want to hear Virgo brag about how strong Luo Ye was. Akainu and the three of them have been admiral for many years, and they have suppressed countless pirates before they have the status they are now. On the other hand, Luo Ye is not far behind. Doflamingo doesn't think he has the strength of the other three admirals. If he really wants to move himself, it's not just the five elders that will be under pressure. His partner, Kaido, one of the four emperors, would never let him do anything wrong. Fu, Silver Eagle Admiral Luo Ye, let me see what kind of guy you are. G5 branch. Base Chief Vice Admiral Virgo sighed as he looked at the hung-up phone bug. Since the Don Quixote family has grown in power, Doflamingo has grown a little bit inflated. Become a complete ambition. Now even Marine Admiral doesn't care. If Luo Ye doesn't have enough strength, even those Marines in the headquarters will not agree to let him be the new admiral. I just hope that Luo Ye doesn't plan to attack Doflamingo this time. Virgo silently shook his head and thought to himself. Just then, the door of his office was violently slammed open. This shocked Virgo. No one in the entire G5 branch has ever dared to do this in front of them. What happened? Virgo, I came to arrest you on the orders of Marshal Sengoku. You must know why. Virgo looked at the Vice Admiral mole in front of him and was even more shocked. Marshal Sengoku will never order a Vice Admiral to be arrested for no reason. Could it be that he already knew that I was the cadre of the Don Quixote family? Vice Admiral Mole, can you tell me what happened? As Virgo asked, he gradually approached the window sill. Whether he will be arrested or not is not a big deal. Anyway, when he chose to be an undercover agent, he was already prepared. Advertisement. But since this was an order from Sengoku, it meant that he must have done something to Doflamingo. Silver Eagle Admiral Luo Ye's trip to Dressrosa is definitely not just for warning. If this news is not told Doflamingo, I am afraid there will be very serious consequences. Mole Vice Admiral looked at Virgo in silence. He hadn't heard from Marshal Sengoku why he wanted to capture Virgo. But Marshal Sengoku said he could not escape no matter what. This made Mole a little embarrassed. After all, he was still with Virgo's colleagues. Virgo, if you are innocent, go to confront me in front of Marshal Sengoku. I believe that as long as you make things clear, Marshal Sengoku will never wrong you. Virgo pouted secretly when he heard this. What else is there to contend with? He didn't know how much he had helped Doflamingo cover up over the years. If it really falls into the hands of Sengoku, it will definitely not end well. Thinking of this, Virgo stepped forward and wanted to jump out from the windowsill. But it was immediately noticed by the mole who had been watching his movements. Although he didn't know why Marshal Sengoku gave this order, he definitely wouldn't go against his will. After a while, the panting mole in the office looked at Virgo on the ground and called for Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, I have subdued Virgo. Okay, bring him to the headquarters, I have something to ask him. Yes. After hanging up, Sengoku looked out the window and muttered. Virgo has been arrested, it's up to you, Luo Ye. ... I have read everyone's comments. Sand fruit, and fung fruit, seem to be particularly suitable for Ace and Sabo. The author does not know which one is better to choose, so the big guys can talk about the benefits of these fruits. The author compares which is more suitable. 2 more beeps. As we all know, this book is a large chapter of more than 2,000 words, and every day has 6 chapters. The exposure rate is a bit low. Can you ask the big guys to vote for the flowers in their hands, evaluation votes, monthly passes, etc. In this way, the author is also more motivated to code words. Thanks. Chapter 21, Confluence, Momoshiki Vice Admiral. Naval Headquarters. Office of the Marshal. Sengoku held all the evidence about Doflamingo sent to him by Luo Ye. Sengoku's arms trembled as he watched Doflamingo's shocking crimes. In fact, Dressrosa has been in the kingdom controlled by the Don Quixote family for hundreds of years. However, when the world government was first established, the generation of Don Quixote family controllers voluntarily gave it up. Ran to the world government and became one of the many celestial dragons families. From then on, the Liku family took advantage of this opportunity to take control of Dressrosa. Compared to the time when the Don Quixote family ruled Dressrosa, the panic of the whole country, and the brutality of the superiors. Obviously, Dressrosa in the Liku family period is better. But Dressrosa has changed since the arrival of Doflamingo. Although the Liku family has developed to a good level after hundreds of years, they have no chance of winning against the Don Quixote family led by Doflamingo. Dressrosa once again taken by Doflamingo. On the surface, it looks beautiful and peaceful, but in fact, I don't know how much darkness is hidden behind the scenes. And the reason why the place looks beautiful now is only because of the cadre in the Don Quixote family named Shatang. With her childlike fruit, more than half of the commoners were turned into toys. Let everyone else slowly forget the existence of these people. What annoys Sengoku the most is, he actually built a factory there to produce the artificial animal devil fruit. And Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, is Doflamingo's partner. The rest of the human trafficking stuff, Doflamingo doesn't know how many of them he's made. The reason why it has not been exposed is because Virgo is helping him hide it. Bang! Sengoku patted the table in front of him fiercely and called Luo Ye. Luo Ye, are those information true? Luo Ye looked at the phone bug and said calmly. Of course it's true. Sengoku gritted his teeth with some resentment. Such a vicious pirate, the world government even made him one of the 7 warlords of the sea. How stupid. Advertisement. Sengoku took 2 heavy breaths and said in a deep voice. Luo Ye, solve the Dressrosa incident. As for Doflamingo, it doesn't matter if you live or die. Hearing this, Luo Ye couldn't help raising his eyebrows. To make the stereotypical Sengoku speak life and death, it is conceivable how much he resents what Doflamingo has done. Just when Luo Ye nodded and agreed to hang up, Sengoku suddenly spoke again. I have sent people to support you. In order to avoid chaos in Dressrosa, you will enter Dressrosa after you meet them. Hearing this, Luo Ye couldn't help frowning. But in the end he agreed. Sengoku had always thought he was just warning Doflamingo this time. So only such a warship was dispatched, and naturally there would not be many sailors. But now that Sengoku has made up his mind to clean up a vicious pirate like Doflamingo, it's natural to prevent Dressrosa from causing chaos. For Luo Ye, he had to kill Doflamingo himself. Of course, the task of being responsible for the civilians of Dressrosa is still left to the sailors. ... Because of Sengoku's words, Luo Ye slowed down the speed of the warship. This made the sailors on the warship very puzzled. But none of them dared to ask Silver Eagle Admiral. Although he usually looks very easygoing, some of the sea soldiers have seen Luo Ye's battle scene. Ace and Sabo quietly followed Luo Ye. But this quietness is entirely an illusion. The desire to fight against the pirates in the eyes of the 2 almost burst out. But they haven't forgotten who they are now. If Luo Ye didn't take the initiative to reveal it, they, as colonels, were not qualified to ask him to give an answer. However, this time did not last long, and soon someone saw a warship behind them galloping towards them. This discovery confuses the sailors on the warship even more. Silver Eagle Admiral never needed so many sailors to follow before, why did so many people come this time? Luo Ye didn't have time to explain to them. After waiting for so long, he was already a little impatient. Silver Eagle Admiral. Advertisement. The woman in the Vice Admiral uniform on the chasing warship greeted Luo Ye loudly. Is it Momoshiki? Luo Ye raised his eyebrows and looked at her. I didn't expect that the person Sengoku sent this time would be Momoshiki, who was Vice Admiral. But Luo Ye doesn't care because she's a woman. Why did it take so long to catch up? Momoshiki was a little stunned when she heard Luo Ye's questioning. They had known each other a long time ago, and they could be called friends. Why does he use such a tone? Seeing that there was no joke in his eyes, Momoshiki quickly explained it out loud. Report to Silver Eagle Admiral, this time Marshal Sengoku's order came too suddenly. The G3 branch I led is catching pirates in New World. After receiving the order, I came quickly, and the road was not delayed because of other things. Hearing this explanation, Luo Ye nodded and didn't pursue any further. Momoshiki was obviously relieved to see him no longer questioning. This guy Luo Ye has always been like this. When he is about to fight, he seems to be a different person. Momoshiki, who came to this warship, looked at Luo Ye curiously and asked. Silver Eagle Admiral, is this time to capture Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea? Marshal Sengoku didn't tell you? Momoshiki shook his head. No, Marshal Sengoku only told me to come over to meet you quickly, nothing else was revealed. Knew it. The reason Sengoku did this was to make Luo Ye kill Doflamingo before everyone could react. Even if the 5 elders knew about it, they could only recognize it by pinching their noses. Seeing Luo Ye nodding, Momoshiki asked again. Since this is the case, why not let the people from the G5 branch come over, aren't they closer to here? Luo Ye glanced at her and said lightly. Virgo is a member of the Don Quixote family and has now been arrested. What? Momoshiki opened her mouth wide in shock at this, and looked at Luo Ye in disbelief. Asterisk. Chapter 22, The Two Brothers Who Were Underestimated. Momoshiki couldn't accept Luo Ye's words for a while. Momoshiki has long heard of Virgo's name. After all, the Marines of the G5 branch are arguably the most famous Marines in the New World. Of course, this is not a good name. Those G5 sailors can be said to be veterans, and their behavior is simply not like a qualified army. However, those seamen are still able to deal with pirates. Otherwise, Virgo would not have been praised by Marshal Sengoku at the headquarters. But as such a person, the undercover agent who infiltrated Marine from the Don Quixote family. Isn't this a little too outrageous? Momoshiki looked at Luo Ye in front of him, but in the end he didn't ask the question. Since it was an order from Marshal Sengoku himself, there must be no mistake. Since Luo Ye reunited with the warships of the G7 branch led by Momoshiki, they began to speed up their advance. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Dressrosa, known as the Land of Love, Passion and Toys. A total of 16 warships surrounded the entire island according to Luo Ye's orders. Silver Eagle Admiral, do you want me to come in with you? Momoshiki looked at Luo Ye and pleaded. No, you stay here to be in charge of the mobilization of the sea soldiers on the warship. I'm going to arrest Doflamingo now. If there is any disturbance on the island, you can let them land. Luo Ye rejected her proposal without any hesitation. There are so many sailors outside the island, and it is absolutely impossible not to let people guard here. To kill Doflamingo, of course, Luo Ye must come personally. As for the task of staying behind, of course, it can only be left to Momoshiki. Momoshiki was a little discouraged to hear his refusal. This guy is simply a fighting maniac. Every time I encounter a powerful big pirate, I will personally take action without exception. As for what Luo Ye said about arresting Doflamingo, Momoshiki would not believe it. If Luo Ye is really this kind of character, then his admiral title will not be Silver Eagle. However, not only does Derizaros have Doflamingo as a strong guy, but many of the officials of the Don Quixote family are very strong. Can you handle it by yourself? Luo Ye's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Advertisement. Pointing to Ace standing behind him, the Sabo brothers said. It's not me, but these 2 boys. Them. Momoshiki looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. How could 2 sailors in colonel uniforms have the strength to deal with the cadres of the Don Quixote family? The 2 of Ace felt a little resentful in Momoshiki's questioning eyes. He was about to speak, but was forced back by Luo Ye's eyes. Luo Ye didn't have any idea of explaining to Momoshiki, and said directly. You only need to be in charge of the sailors on the warship, and the Don Quixote family will naturally have me to deal with. Momoshiki can only helplessly nodded and agreed. After landing in Dressrosa, Ace said a little unwillingly. She just suspected the strength of me and Sabo, let alone the cadres of the Don Quixote family, even Doflamingo is not necessarily my opponent. Sabo nodded in agreement when he heard this. Even the other 3 admirals at naval headquarters did not think they were strong either. The fight will only be temporary, and sooner or later, they will be able to surpass them. Until now, Luo Ye was the only one who could convince them. There are too many people questioning your strength, and this kind of thing is not easy to solve. Raise your strength first, and then find a guy who is strong enough in other people's hearts to defeat it. The 2 felt that Luo Ye's words were very reasonable. Ace thought about it and said, in the future, I'm going to challenge Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, to see if he has this strength. Not to be outdone, Sabo took over. Then leave Bigmom to me. Luo Ye was a little surprised when he heard the words of the 2. Especially the kid Ace. Unexpectedly, he is already Marine, and he still thinks about defeating Whitebeard. At this moment, Ace, who was walking on the street, suddenly asked. Luo Ye, how come Derizaros has so many toys, what the hell is going on? Advertisement. Luo Ye turned around to look at the curious two people, and said lightly. They're not toys, but they're toys now, but it's all because of the fruit power of sugar, the cadre of the Don Quixote family. No. Not a toy. Ace and Sabo looked at each other, both of them were a little surprised. According to Luo Ye's words, the Don Quixote family is turning the majority of the people of Dressaro into toys. Why would they do that? Luo Ye looked at them and understood their doubts. Most of these were turned into toys for not following Doflamingo's words. And once it is turned into a toy, others will gradually forget his existence, and it will be as if the person never existed in their memory. As for the reason for this, it's just to make it easier to control the country and let them stop making trouble. Speaking of which, Doflamingo is definitely a qualified pirate, kidnapping creatures of various races and selling them to celestial dragons and nobles as slaves. He can do all kinds of things with ease. Is it just because of this? As Luo Ye described various crimes committed by Doflamingo, the faces of the two became more and more ugly. These people of the Don Quixote family, for this reason, turned most of the people of the whole country into toys. It turned out that this is the real pirate No wonder Luo Ye said before that there might not even be a good guy out of 100 pirates. They also didn't trust such claims before. I even thought that pirates were very free. But now seeing such a scene, they finally woke up. The freedom of the strong should not bring pain to the weak. If so, there is no right to call it freedom at all. The two looked at each other and made up their minds. We must kill all those who built their freedom on the pain of the weak. Luo Ye looked at the two of them and couldn't help but feel relieved. Finally, they didn't bring them this trip in vain, and finally understood some truths. Luo Ye grinned and said, "Come on, let the three of us kill their Don Quixote." Asterisk. Chapter 23, Sengoku angrily denounces the five elders. The Royal Palace of Dressrosa. Young Master, there are 16 Marines warships surrounding us outside. Toripal, one of the top officials of the Don Quixote family, hurried to Doflamingo and told him about the situation reported by his subordinates. Doflamingo, the young master of the Don Quixote family. It has long been appointed by the world government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even when they captured Dressrosa, Marine did not send ships to surround them. What kind of madness is this today? 16 warships came all at once. Doflamingo was a little shocked to hear his report. Virgo had told him before that the new Marine Admiral was coming here. But Doflamingo didn't take him to heart. Doflamingo, who holds the secret of the 5 elders in his hands, never thought Marine would take a shot at him. Otherwise, based on what he has done over the years, I am afraid that it should have been cleaned up long ago. But the current situation made Doflamingo a little panicked. Didn't you say that only Luo Ye came here on a warship? Why are there 16 warships surrounding Dressrosa? Doflamingo no longer hesitated, when even called Virgo. But no matter how he called, the phone bug never got through. Bang. Annoyed, Doflamingo slammed the phone bug to the ground, gasping for breath. At this time, he cut off contact with Virgo. Is there any other explanation other than Marine really dying to do it himself? Yong 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 yong. Doflamingo glared ahead with a sullen face. A mere Marine Admiral would never have the guts. Without Sengoku's order, he wouldn't bring someone to Dressrosa after killing Vigor quietly. Moreover, since it is an order from Sengoku, how could the 5 elders not know? Are these 5 old people trying to force me to tell their secrets? Advertisement. Toripal, go get that phone bug in my house, and I'm going to ask the 5 old guys if they're not afraid of me telling the story. Toripal, who looked sloppy, laughed when he heard this. The status of their young master, the former celestial dragons, is good. Even the 5 elders, who control the world government, had to bow to him at some point. Presumably this time will be no exception. As long as there is an order from the 5 elders, no matter how many warships they have outside, shouldn't they just retreat? When he brought the phone bug over, Doflamingo immediately called the other party. Foo, do you want to send someone to kill me, so that no one will blackmail you with that secret? I have to say that you are too naive. Now let the Marine off the island retreat immediately, or I guarantee that the whole world will know your secret. The 5 elders were a little confused when they heard Doflamingo's words. At first, I thought that there would be absolutely nothing good for him to call. But what is this guy talking about? What made him kill him, Marine off the island? The 5 elders glanced at each other, all dazed. Doflamingo, what are you talking about? Where's the Marine? How did we not know we sent someone to kill you? Now it's not just the 5 elders, but Doflamingo as well. Without the orders of the 5 elders, how could Sengoku have people capture Vigor, and how could there be 16 naval headquarters warships surrounding the island? Thinking of this, Doflamingo taunted them. Hey, 16 warships of naval headquarters are surrounding Dressrosa, don't you old guys know about it? What? As soon as he finished speaking, Doflamingo suddenly heard a few exclamations from the phone bug. When the 5 elders heard Doflamingo's words, one couldn't help but shout. No wonder this guy suddenly called them and said something about the warship off the island. It turned out that the 16 warships of naval headquarters surrounded Dressrosa. But as the controllers of the world government, they have never issued such an order. What the hell is that guy doing at Sengoku? Ignoring the reaction of the 5 elders, Doflamingo threatened them again. Let me warn you first, if Marine is really going to attack Dressrosa, then I'll tell the world what happened to you. Advertisement. Do you think you will still be able to control the world government by then? After Doflamingo finished speaking, he hung up the phone. With what he knew about those 5 old guys, having said so themselves, they would never let Marine attack Dressrosa. As for that Marine Admiral, not to obediently retreat. As expected by Doflamingo, the 5 elders are now in a state of rage. The 7 warlords of the sea were founded by them, and their members were chosen by them. The new Admiral Luo Ye the other day killed Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now he has to do something with Doflamingo. Isn't this hitting them in the face? Shouldn't have agreed to let him be Marine's 4th Admiral. It's not that the old guy from Garp has been here all the time, otherwise there's no way he could have made that young kid an admiral. How long has he been an admiral, yet he wants to kill the 2nd Shichibukai? Without Sengoku's permission, there would never have been 16 warships surrounding Dressrosa. Call Sengoku now and ask him clearly why he wants Luo Ye to attack Doflamingo. The 5 elders who made the decision called Sengoku on the spot. Sengoku, who was handling official business in the marshal's office, felt a headache when he saw the call from the 5 elders. Although they were already prepared that they would stop it. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. I guess that guy Doflamingo just noticed something wrong and told the 5 elders. Sengoku shook his head and sighed and picked up the phone bug. Sengoku, why are there warships in Dressrosa? Do you Marines want to kill all Shichibukai? Now let Luo Ye go back to the headquarters and forbid him to shoot at Shichibukai again. Sengoku hummed to himself. Doflamingo put undercover agents in Marine to cover up his crimes over the years. Now that the old man finds out, of course he has to shoot at him. What, is this approach wrong? Chapter 24. Never before, never will be. The 5 elders were a little stunned to hear Sengoku's words. The previous Sengoku never did not listen to them like this. What's going on now? Several of them have already spoken to Luo Ye to return to the headquarters. But Sengoku actually refused. Isn't this what Garp has always been able to do, and why is Sengoku like this too? I have to say, Sengoku felt a lot of pain after saying that. He now finally understands the reason why Luo Ye didn't obey the orders all these years and killed the evil pirates. It was such a feeling. Being an admiral and being a marshal all these years is really tiring. Still more comfortable like that old guy from Garp. Thinking of this, Sengoku said directly to the phone bug. I can't contact Luo Ye now, why don't you just call him and let him return to Marineford? Now the 5 elders can be sure that Sengoku's style has changed. To be able to say such words from his mouth was absolutely impossible before. The 5 elders glanced at each other and didn't continue wasting time with Sengoku. Since he has already said so, no matter what they say, Sengoku will not let Luo Ye return. It seems that this kind of thing still depends on them 5 elders themselves. If Sengoku knew what they were thinking, he probably couldn't help laughing out loud. Sengoku had taken the pressure from the 5 elders for the most part, making them think it was their order. In this way, no matter what Luo Ye did in Dressrosa, the 5 elders would not choose to deal with Luo Ye because of it. As for Sengoku himself, he's been Marshal Marine for so many years, and the 5 elders won't touch him easily. After finally waiting for an opportunity to avenge his adopted son Corazon, how could Sengoku easily let it go? Advertisement. And, it's strange that Luo Ye would take the orders of the 5 elders seriously. On the other side, the 5 elders who were hung up by Sengoku did not hesitate to call the warship he was on. After the connection was made, the 5 elders spoke directly. Luo Ye, I'm the 5 elders, no matter what order Sengoku gave you, you should return to Marineford immediately and don't do anything to Dressrosa. Momosuke on the warship was a little confused with the phone bug. After thinking about it, he still spoke. Silver Eagle Admiral is not on the warship and has entered Dressrosa. Snapped. Momosuke looked at the hanging up bug and shook his head. Sengoku, he did such a thing without authorization. Although Luo Ye is young, his strength is definitely not weak. Doflamingo is definitely not his opponent. I just hope Luo Ye can stop him from saying that, otherwise. At this time, Luo Ye had already led Ace and Sabo to Dressrosa's palace. Luo Ye's master's sense of sight has already noticed the aura inside. It seems that this guy Doflamingo is really confident enough, and he doesn't even have the idea of running. Luo Ye smiled and shook his head. I have to say that Doflamingo fits all the attributes of celestial dragons perfectly. Aggressive, arrogant, Doflamingo must have gotten the news of the arrival of the 16 warships outside the island. But he was still indifferent, and Luo Ye couldn't figure out where his confidence came from. Silver Eagle Admiral, Luo Ye. Doflamingo looked at Luo Ye, who was gradually approaching him, his pupils shrank unconsciously. Advertisement. In any case, since Naval Headquarters appointed him as Admiral, it means that he has enough strength. Although Doflamingo has always been arrogant, he couldn't help but be vigilant when facing Luo Ye. Luo Ye looked at Doflamingo wearing sunglasses and smiled. No me, Doflamingo, I'm actually curious about where your confidence comes from. Knowing that I came here, you didn't choose to run away. Yong. Doflamingo laughed weirdly when he heard this. But when he saw that Luo Ye didn't cooperate with his actions at all, he stared at him and said. Didn't the old 5 elders give you orders to return to Marineford? Hearing this, Luo Ye shook his head slightly. Does your confidence come from the 5 elders? Not to mention not receiving orders from the five elders. Even if they really asked them to go back, Luo Ye would never take it to heart. Doflamingo, isn't it too naive? Doflamingo's pupils contracted slightly. More resentment towards the five elders in my heart. These old people dare to ignore their own threats. He watched Luo Ye bring someone to attack Dressrosa. But the most important thing at the moment is not to settle accounts with them, but how not to be defeated by this new admiral. Doflamingo raised an arm and looked at Luo Ye with a strange smile. Hey, Silver Eagle Admiral, I heard that the prey you chose has never been able to escape. I wonder if this is true. Not before, and never will be. Luo Ye looked at Doflamingo with a grim expression, and slowly pulled out the saber from his waist. Chapter 25, Doflamingo's Broken Arm. Hey, you're really confident, Silver Eagle Admiral. Doflamingo licked his lips and looked at Luo Ye with a weird smile. Over the years, I have killed a lot of confident guys, Silver Eagle Admiral, will you be the next person to die under my hands? When he said this, Doflamingo had a tyrannical look in his eyes. Luo Ye dared to break into the palace with only two young boys. Doflamingo didn't know whether to say he was confident or arrogant. Hey, I'll hold this Silver Eagle Admiral first, and you guys can get rid of those two guys as soon as possible, and then kill the new Marine Admiral together. Since even the old guys from the five elders couldn't make Luo Ye return to Marineford. Doflamingo can only let it go. You must know that the Don Quixote family is not only a strong man. The cadres among them, even in the New World, can make a lot of fame. As long as the two boys who came with Luo Ye could be killed as soon as possible, if they besieged Luo Ye, they might be able to defeat him. By then, he, Doflamingo, will be the first pirate ever to kill Marine Admiral. Even just thinking about such a name made Doflamingo tremble with excitement. Luo Ye turned around and looked at the stunned ace and said with a smile to Sabo. You two have been underestimated again. This time is your best chance to prove your strength. Do it yourself. Humph. The two snorted at the same time, looking at Doflamingo angrily. If Luo Ye didn't say that he would deal with him personally, I'm afraid the two of them would have dealt with him when Doflamingo said those words. It's okay to be underestimated by a woman who was Vice Admiral just now. Now a mere Shichibukai, dare not take them seriously. This is simply an insult. Their goal is to kill the four emperors in the future, how could they be defeated by Shichibukai's cadres? Luo Ye is right, if you want to prove yourself, you can only defeat all your opponents. The two looked at each other and could see the fighting intent in each other's eyes. The two of Ace and the cadres of the Don Quixote family were very sensible and stayed away from the battlefield here. Advertisement. No matter how confident they are in their own strength, the power of Admiral's battle is still unbearable. Doflamingo said with a grim face. Hey, Silver Eagle Admiral, let me see if you have the strength of Admiral. Luo Ye never likes to talk nonsense with his opponents. Especially the guy who was doomed to die at his hands. He clenched his saber and stomped, and charged directly towards Doflamingo. Bang. Although he said disdain, Doflamingo didn't dare to underestimate Luo Ye at all. Directly used the fruit ability to resist Luo Ye's saber. The collision of the two erupted with a very strong airflow. Ace felt the aftermath from Luo Ye's battlefield, and his face was full of excitement. Sabo, we must be as strong as Luo Ye in the future. Sabo nodded firmly. Of course, but our road to fame in the New World starts with these guys. After speaking, the two of them looked at the Don Quixote family cadres with strange body proportions at the same time. Bang. For Luo Ye, who has been through many battles over the years, it was easy to catch the flaws in Doflamingo. A sharp knife slashed towards him. Even Doflamingo was quick to use armament hockey. He was still left with a scar by Luo Ye's knife. Wiping a handful of blood from the wound, Doflamingo's face became even crazier. Although he was already prepared for not being Luo Ye's opponent. But being hurt so easily by him, how could the arrogant Doflamingo endure it? The last one who could make him feel the threat of death was the four emperors Kaido. How can this guy who has just become admiral be compared to Kaido, who has long been famous? 5 color strings. Doflamingo grimaced, and a rootless, almost transparent line instantly appeared from his fingers. Advertisement. He was very confident in his move. As long as Luo Ye was hit, he would definitely be able to double his injuries back to him. But for Luo Ye, who has LV6 observation hockey, how could he be easily injured by Doflamingo? Luo Ye flipped his arm, and the saber in his hand instantly turned black because of armament hockey. He slashed fiercely at the thin line flying towards him. I saw that Doflamingo's 5 color strings, which had no advantage in any direction, were directly cut off when they touched Luo Ye's knife. Doflamingo looked at Luo Ye in horror. How come? How can you guy have such a strong swordsmanship? Luo Ye narrowed his eyes and stared at him without answering. When it comes to swordsmanship, Luo Ye will definitely not be at a disadvantage even if compared to Hawkeye, who is known as the strongest swordsman in the world. Is such a little thing surprising? Sword flash. Luo Ye swung his saber horizontally, and his figure disappeared instantly. Doflamingo was a little panicked when he saw this situation, he couldn't capture Luo Ye's position at all now. Just when he wanted to step back, Luo Ye suddenly appeared in front of him. The knife was pointed at his neck. Panicked, Doflamingo quickly used his ability to block dodge. The next moment, Luo Ye appeared behind him again. Looking at the arm that fell to the ground, Luo Ye shook his head slightly. Although both are Shichibukai, Crocodile is too far behind Doflamingo. If it was Crocodile just now, he must have been buried under his own knife. Unexpectedly, this guy just broke an arm. ... Regarding the Admiral cape, Chapter 1 says that the protagonist is wearing civilian clothes. Because it was a leave of absence, just like Aokiji, he never wore a cape. Then back at Marineford there was nothing to mention, but Doflamingo recognized it and wore it of course. Explain here. Chapter 26, I never accept threats. Doflamingo clutched the shoulder of the severed arm. The complexion became extremely ferocious because of this. He never imagined that this new Marine Admiral would be so strong. He didn't believe it when Virgo said it before. Only when he really becomes Luo Ye's chosen prey can Doflamingo truly understand his horror. This kind of dying feeling, he had only felt it on that partner, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. As this guy's strength comparable to that monster Kaido. Doflamingo panicked. It was not this guy's opponent just now, not to mention that he has cut off an arm now. Blame the damned 5 elders for letting him attack him. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and raised his only remaining hand again. Bullet string. I saw a few thin lines instantly appeared from Doflamingo's hand, and shot towards Luo Ye like a cannonball. This level of attack is nothing to Luo Ye. He raised his saber and cut off all the thin lines that came over. Just then, Doflamingo suddenly rose into the air. Sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, he looked at Luo Ye with a strange smile. Silver Eagle Admiral, I admit that I am not your opponent. But if you don't leave Dressrosa now, I'll have all the civilians on the island buried with me. Hey, I wonder if you, Admiral, would like to watch innocent civilians die on the island. Birdcage. The voice just fell. Suddenly, countless parasite strings appeared from Doflamingo's body, surrounding most of Dressrosa. And the birdcage he casts is slowly shrinking. With the sharpness of the parasite string, it cut through all the buildings that were in the way. Residents of Dressrosa were horrified to see this scene. Advertisement. Before they could figure out what was going on. Suddenly someone picked up a weapon and slashed at the person beside him. What are you doing? The man who slashed his companion was about to cry. I can't control my body, you all leave, don't stay by my side. What about Silver Eagle Admiral, is this scene good? Doflamingo looked at the islanders he was manipulating like puppets, and felt even more proud. He was just betting that Luo Ye would let him go because of these commoners. As long as this crisis can be avoided, Doflamingo must be able to coerce the 5 elders so that Marine can't take any more shots at him in the future. Moreover, his partner will definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Luo Ye used the fluttering ability to lift off slowly. Look at those civilians in Dressrosa. Not only them, but even those who were turned into toys attacked those around them. The whole Dressrosa was looking good just now. Now, because of Doflamingo's actions, it's instantly chaotic. Doflamingo, do you know what's the best way to deal with a threat? Doflamingo, who was manipulating the islanders to kill each other, was taken aback for a moment. Then he grinned and looked at Luo Ye, wanting to see what he would say. Luo Ye raised the saber in his hand and said with a cold face. The best way is to kill the guy who threatened me. After speaking, he dodged and rushed towards Doflamingo. For a guy like Doflamingo, if Luo Ye was really threatened by the residents of Dressrosa and managed to escape, it would not be restrained in the future. Instead, it will do so even more aggressively. And, why did he do it? Not because of the experience gained from threatening the 5 elders. Advertisement. Thought Luo Ye would also give up killing him because of his threats. But how could Luo Ye let him get his wish? What's more, Luo Ye didn't feel that he couldn't kill Dressrosa before he let the residents of Dressrosa die. Doflamingo was obviously flustered when he saw Luo Ye rushing towards him. He never thought that Luo Ye would shoot himself under such circumstances. Luo Ye has no desire to talk to him anymore. In an instant, he came to him and swung the knife down fiercely. The thin threads that Doflamingo used were quickly cut off one by one under Luo Ye's knife. He couldn't resist the attack from Luo Ye at all. Even trying to delay Luo Ye's movements can be said to be wishful thinking. Bang! Luo Ye's saber finally slashed at Doflamingo's chest. Even though he had used armament hockey, Luo Ye was still able to break the defense. The coquettish blood began to spurt out of his chest in an instant. Doflamingo was directly slashed by his knife and fell to the ground instantly. Feeling the pain from his chest and broken arm, his face wrinkled in pain. Luo Ye came to him and said slowly, "What I hate the most is when someone blackmails me about something. Doflamingo, you offended this." As he spoke, he raised his saber and swung it at his neck. Doflamingo now knew that he couldn't resist, so he gave up resisting. Watching Luo Ye's knife gradually swing towards him, Doflamingo seemed to see his brother Corazon who was killed by himself. Bang! Doflamingo, who can be called a real pirate, died under Luo Ye's knife. Luo Ye looked at the relieved expression on Doflamingo's face and slowly shook his head. Congratulations to the host for the successful hunt. Drop reward, whether to pick it up. Chapter 27, The Road to Fame of the Two Brothers. Congratulations to the host for the successful hunt. Drop reward, whether to pick it up. Pick up. Pick up successfully, whether to activate or not. Activation. The warm current in his body made Luo Ye close his eyes. It's been a while since I've hunted a guy like that. Luo Ye felt the increase in his strength, and couldn't help but feel a little overjoyed. Although the bounty for this guy Doflamingo is only 340 million Bailey. But that number hasn't grown since he became Shichibukai. Such a guy, of course, cannot be judged by bounties. Open the body properties panel. Open black lens bracket host. Luo Ye close black lens bracket. Acquired ability. Acquired ability. Acquired ability. Basic swordsmanship LV19, +1, swordsmanship sword flash LV9, swordsmanship falling snow LV8, body technique LV12, +2, conquerors Hakil 5 +0.6, armament Hakil 8, +1.2, observation Hakil 7 +0.8. Special. Fluttering ability. Inactive ability. None. After looking at his own attribute panel, Luo Ye only felt dull for a while. Although Doflamingo's strength in Shichibukai is top-notch, he still thinks it's too far behind the four emperors. Even after the hunt was successful, it did not allow him to increase his strength too much. It seems that if you want to improve faster, you still have to find the four emperors. Luo Ye shook his head slightly and sighed. Doflamingo, the initiator, died. The birdcage that surrounded most of Dressrosa also disappeared instantly. The people who were manipulated like marionettes just now also recovered. Because Luo Ye killed Doflamingo fast enough, Dressrosa didn't cause much damage. A generation of careerist Doflamingo came to an end. But the Don Quixote family is not completely destroyed. Now that the battle here is over, Luo Ye went directly to check the battle between Ace and Sabo. When Luo Ye just arrived, the faces of the people who were fighting changed at the same time. Advertisement. Ace and Sabo were as expected. With Luo Ye's strength, isn't it easy to solve a mediocre Shichibukai? But those cadres of the Don Quixote family were different. Now they saw Luo Ye appearing in front of them unscathed, but their young master had no trace at all. You can imagine what happened here. Damn, it's Marine. Where is our young master? What the hell did you do to our young master? Listening to the shouts of these guys, Luo Ye's expression didn't change. Instead, he looked at the two boys, Ace and Sabo. The two understood what he meant, looked at each other and nodded. Luo Ye has already killed the strongest Doflamingo. How could they be blocked in front of these guys? In an instant, Ace's body was covered with flames. And Sabo also carried the water pipe behind his back, and the palm of his right hand became jet black because of the armed color. Since Doflamingo is your young master, you should follow him now. Fire punch. Dragon claw fist. Bang. 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 Luo Ye watched their battle with great interest and had no intention of intervening. These cadres of the Don Quixote family would not be the opponents of the two of them at all. After holding back in naval headquarters for so long, let's leave these small roles to the two of them. At this moment, Momosuke suddenly ran over in a hurry. Silver Eagle Admiral, what about Doflamingo? Luo Ye said without looking back. It's done. Already. Done. Momosuke's face was a little weird. When she was on the warship just now, she suddenly saw something like a birdcage appearing above Dressrosa. And it's still shrinking. Advertisement. Momosuke, who discovered this situation, hurriedly ordered the Marines to land to save people. And when she saw the sound of battle coming from here, she quickly ran over. In the end, Luo Ye told her that he had killed Doflamingo. Then they are. Momosuke turned to look at the battle ahead and said. Luo Ye waved at him. These cadres of the Don Quixote family are not the opponents of the two of them, just watch it here. What is this called? Momosuke was a little helpless to Luo Ye. But since he has already said so, Momosuke naturally can't refute anything. Suddenly Momosuke seemed to remember something and said to Luo Ye. Silver Eagle Admiral, the 5 elders called you just now and told you to lead the warship back to Marineford. Oh, Luo Ye raised his eyebrows and looked at her. No wonder that guy from Doflamingo just now said that the 5 elders didn't call him. It turned out that he had already told the 5 old guys about it. Luo Ye waved his hand and asked, where's Marshal Sengoku? Momosuke's face was full of confusion. What happened to Marshal Sengoku? Nothing. Luo Ye shook his head and didn't answer. Since the 5 elders were calling themselves, it meant that they didn't get the answer they wanted from Sengoku. Thinking of this, Luo Ye's mouth couldn't help but slightly twitch. Sengoku, the old man, is finally not as old-fashioned as before. Luo Ye beckoned Momosuke to take out the phone bug and called Sengoku directly. After connecting, Luo Ye spoke to the silent phone bug. Marshal Sengoku, I have already avenged you. Chapter 28, Sengoku thank you. Since the 5 elders called the phone bug and asked Sengoku to order Luo Ye back to Marineford. He has been in the marshal's office. The reason is to wait for Luo Ye's words. When Corazon went undercover in Dressrosa, he personally arranged it. But Sengoku nearly collapsed when he saw Corazon's body with his own eyes. If Doflamingo is not one of the 7 warlords of the sea designated by the world government. Even if he were the 4 emperors, Sengoku would definitely fight to avenge Corazon. But just because of the face of the world government, Sengoku could only give up this idea very painfully. After waiting for so many years, Luo Ye finally helped to complete this matter. Sengoku took a deep breath and said solemnly, Luo Ye, thank you. Luo Ye was a little surprised to hear this. Still, he smiled and said. Marshal Sengoku, as Marine Admiral, I should kill such vicious pirates.
Why do you thank me? UB asterisk 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 D. Sengoku, who was still moved, immediately scolded and hung up the phone bug. Luo Ye didn't care either, but turned his attention to the two brothers who were fighting. For the three brothers Ace, Sabo and Luffy, Luo Ye has always been their goal. Now Luo Ye used a very fast speed to kill Doflamingo, the strongest of the Don Quixote family. And they have not yet defeated their respective enemies. This made both Ace and Sabo a little embarrassed. Especially Luo Ye and the woman who underestimated them were watching their fight. The two of them wanted to do their best to end the battle as soon as possible. The two brothers looked at each other and nodded. Firefly Fire Dharma. Countless fireflies suddenly appeared on Ace's hands, and under his control, they flew towards the cadres of the Don Quixote family at a fast speed. In the end, it gathered on the bodies of the two cadres, and a scorching flame suddenly burned out. In a very miserable cry, the two cadres were burned to the point of loss of life. Advertisement. Ace has taken out his opponent, and Sabo certainly won't show weakness. Dragon's Claw. Sabo without Devil Fruit ability certainly can't attack from a distance like Ace. Instead, he slammed into the enemy with a kick of his foot. The cadre of the Don Quixote family swung his weapon at Sabo and slashed. Bang! The moment the two collided, his weapon shattered directly in Sabo's hand. Sabo didn't give up such a good opportunity, and moved his palm up, directly grabbing his neck. With a slight force on his hand, the guy crooked his neck and lost his breath. Momosuke looked at the scene of the two fighting in surprise and asked Luo Ye. Silver Eagle Admiral, aren't the two of them just colonels? This is obviously not something a colonel can possess. Hearing this, Luo Ye couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the best way to break other people's prejudice is to defeat a powerful enemy in front of her. And Ace and Sabo have obviously done it. Luo Ye glanced at Momosuke and said with a smile. Just because they're colonels, I'm taking them out this time. What does it mean? Momosuke has some doubts in his heart. However, Momosuke suddenly woke up when he saw that the two colonels were still fighting the enemy. I can't see it, Silver Eagle Admiral, you are still so kind to others. Yes, Momosuke already understood what Luo Ye meant. Although the strength of the two of them is not limited to the colonel. But wanting to become a general does not only depend on strength. Without sufficient merit, even if they were promoted to generals, others would not be able to convince them. Luo Ye even thought about these things for them. It really surprised Momosuke. Luo Ye waved his hand indifferently and said with a smile. Advertisement. Since I made them join Marine, of course I'll be responsible for them, but if they don't have the strength, then whatever I do is useless. Momosuke nodded in agreement. In New World, it is not just a background that can gain respect from others. Just like Luo Ye, being able to become an admiral, there is no Marine soldier in the headquarters who disagrees. Momosuke stared at Luo Ye with burning eyes and thought in his heart. Luo Ye looked at the battle here and the dust had settled, then turned his head and said to her. Come on, let the inhabitants of Dressrosa recover from their toy state. Hearing this, Momosuke came back to his senses and followed Luo Ye quietly. Luo Ye has noticed the sugar hidden in the palace. Just kill her or frighten her unconscious, and the inhabitants of Dressrosa will naturally recover. Sugar, who was hiding in the palace, looked at the two who suddenly walked in a panic. Asked a little scared, You, young master. Luo Ye took out the saber from his waist and walked towards the Sugar with a calm expression. Died. Hearing this, Sugar was even more panicked. Especially this guy in admiral uniform and cape in front of him was walking towards him with a saber in his hand. You, what are you going to do? Luo Ye said calmly. To kill you, of course, to restore Dressrosa. What? Sha Tang looked at the coldness in Luo Ye's eyes and shouted, and fell into a coma. Luo Ye frowned as he looked at the fallen Sugar. Are you so timid? At this moment, Momosuke suddenly walked up and persuaded. Silver Eagle Admiral, don't kill this girl. Since she's in a coma, Dressrosa should have recovered. Why don't I take her to the G3 branch and be held there? Chapter 29, Momosuke, Luo Ye is too bad. Ace and Sabo quickly killed their opponents, the cadres of the Don Quixote family, with all their strength. But when the two of them turned their heads in high spirits to show off to Luo Ye. Suddenly I found that Luo Ye had already left with that woman. This made both of them feel a little discouraged. Ace asked Sabo with a tangled face. Sabo, is the strength gap between the two of us and Luo Ye getting bigger and bigger? Sabo nodded in agreement when he heard this. I also feel the same way, but now it seems that I still have to fight more pirates, and the speed of strength growth will be faster. The voice just fell. The two couldn't help but glance at each other. Immediately speaking in unison, I will always follow Luo Ye in the future. The two of them now finally know what to do next. If you want to increase your strength faster, you can only keep fighting with pirates. And if you want to achieve such a goal, I am afraid you can only follow Luo Ye's side. This time, even Marshal Marine Sengoku was persuaded by him to ignore the orders of the five elders and attack Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai. With such an admiral by his side, Hicho would have no chance to fight in the future. Moreover, they are very aware of Luo Ye's character. The elder brother has never been able to stand his temper. I don't think it will take long, I can follow him out to encircle and suppress the pirates. The cadre of the Don Quixote family, the moment when Sugar fell into a coma. The residents of the island who had been turned into toys by her also recovered at the same time. Those who had disappeared from memory also instantly appeared in the minds of those residents. Advertisement. Suddenly, the entire Dressrosa began to cry with joy. Doflamingo, that violent coon. It's him who makes us kill each other all day long. Woo, he turned my dad into a toy, and if Marine hadn't beat him, I wouldn't be able to see my dad right now. Yeah, it was Marine who saved us. There are more than ordinary citizens in Dressrosa. There are also many pirates who were defeated by Doflamingo, and he did not directly kill the enemy at that time. Instead, turn those enemies into toys and keep them in Dressrosa forever. Now because of the ineffectiveness of the fruit of childhood interest, these pirates have also recovered. There are even a lot of guys with ambitions in their eyes. I want to take this opportunity to loot Dressrosa. Doflamingo, the greedy guy who has been king for so long, must have collected countless treasures. And those sailors who landed with Momoshiki just now are naturally busy catching these ambitious pirates. Dressrosa, the nationals who were hugging their families and crying, saw this. They also spontaneously stepped forward to help Marine catch those who wanted to make trouble. Luo Ye has no interest in these very poor pirates. Instead, he entrusted this task to the Marines of Momoshiki's G3 branch, and he took his men on the return journey. This damn it guy is always like this, and he doesn't know how to change his temper for so many years. Momoshiki gritted his teeth while looking at the direction Luo Ye left. But since Luo Ye chose to leave, she could only stay to help Dressrosa end the chaos as soon as possible. You wait for me. On the ship returning to Marineford. The eyes of the seamen looking at Ace and Sabo have undergone earth-shaking changes. Advertisement. I had always thought they were just two colonels. But I just found out today. If they have enough merit, even being promoted to general officer is more than enough. It is extremely normal in the whole pirate world to give enough respect to the strong. Silver Eagle Admiral, let the two of us follow you from now on. Sabo looked at Luo Ye and said directly. Ace nodded quickly in agreement. In front of Luo Ye, they basically didn't show any politeness. They have been brothers for more than 10 years, so there is no need to engage in those things. Hearing this, Luo Ye looked at them in surprise. Why, didn't you say you wanted to catch the big pirates by yourself? Why are you following me now? Hey. Both of them laughed embarrassedly. Before they released the words, they had to find the famous New World pirates alone to arrest them. But I finally knew when I saw Luo Ye's fight today. With the current strength of the two of them, there is still a long way to go from the real powerhouses. If you think about it this way, it's better to follow Luo Ye. Anyway, Luo Ye has never lost his battles. His Silver Eagle title is not just the prestige accumulated from battles. Okay, I promise you, I will take you with me when I go out to sea to catch pirates in the future. And, presumably there will be the next battle soon. At that time, let these two boys follow over to have a look. After all, it's not just the 5 elders who get angry after Doflamingo. Asterisk. Chapter 30. Do you want to kill him? Marineford. Office of the Marshal. Ha. Sengoku, you are really good. You let that kid Luo Ye kill Doflamingo unknowingly. Garp laughed out loud as he sat in the Marshal's office. He also just learned the news. Originally thought Sengoku would lose his temper because Luo Ye killed Doflamingo. Even Garp had already figured out how to persuade him. I didn't expect this time to be the order given by this guy himself. This really surprised Garp. Sengoku, didn't the 5 elders give you orders to spare Doflamingo? Garp looked at Sengoku suspiciously and asked. You must know when Luo Ye killed Crocodile before. The 5 elders called Sengoku and blamed him for it. What happened this time? It was so quiet. Garp knew that the Doflamingo guy and the 5 elders seemed to have some sort of secret. It stands to reason that they would never let Luo Ye kill Doflamingo. Sengoku smiled when he heard Garp's question. Of course I did, but I didn't listen to them. Garp, now I finally understand why you old guy always doesn't obey orders, that's how it feels. The old man has decided. Even if it is the old guys from the 5 elders, if their orders are unreasonable, I will not obey them. Hearing this, Garp's senbei that was going to be in his mouth fell directly to the ground. He has fought side by side with Sengoku for decades and knows his temper well. Advertisement. From the very beginning, Sengoku was very obedient to the orders of his superiors and never disobeyed. As a result, such a guy was able to say such words today. This made Garp suddenly suspicious. Are you Sengoku? Bang. Hearing his questioning, Sengoku slapped the table hard. Garp, you guy, who do you think the old man is like this because of? In the past, you always disobeyed orders, but now Luo Ye never takes orders seriously. If it wasn't for the two of you, how could this old man become like this? Ha. Garp was instantly relieved to hear his complaint. This was the Sengoku he was familiar with. As for the change he said, it was all because of him and Luo Ye. Garp wouldn't take it to heart. Sengoku felt relieved after scolding Garp for a while. But in the next moment, he couldn't help but feel gloomy, and said with worry on his face. Garp, according to the information given by Luo Ye, Doflamingo has a cooperative relationship with Kaido. This time Luo Ye killed Doflamingo and even went to Punk Hazard to destroy the man-made Devil Fruit Factory. That guy Kaido won't give up. Although the act of killing Doflamingo made Sengoku very happy. But he also had to worry about the future. After all, Kaido, that B****************, never cared about anything else. When he learns of Doflamingo's death, something unexpected is bound to happen. Advertisement. Unlike Sengoku, Garp wasn't worried about it at all. He waved his hand and said to him carelessly, "Don't worry, if that guy Kaido wants to shoot Marine, let Kid Luo Ye go." Hearing this, Sengoku gave this guy a disdainful look. If it was the former Garp, after learning about such a thing, it would definitely scramble to solve it. But since Luo Ye joined Marine, he has become more and more lazy. Whenever there is any task that requires him to dispatch, Garp will push it to Luo Ye. Also said that when you are old you need to rest. Why didn't I see you say something like this when you arrested Roger before? Domain of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. This guy who is called the strongest creature in the world, after listening to the report from the phone bug, violently smashed the phone bug to the ground. He gasped and yelled, "Marine! These damn Marines killed that clown guy." The artificial zone devil fruit obtained from Doflamingo allows Kaido to add an unknown number of powerful men. In the end, without his knowledge, Marine killed Doflamingo. Even going to Punk Hazard to destroy the artificial devil fruit factory. This makes Kaido not angry. If he does, it will be extremely difficult for the Beast's pirates to expand their power in the future. Luo Ye, a new Marine Admiral, dare to attack my partner, does this guy want to die? Kaido gasped and growled, "Boss Kaido, why don't we just kill that guy?" Chapter 31, that guy is a monster. The Beast's pirates can become one of the most powerful forces in the New World. Of course, it's not just by virtue of Governor Kaido's strength. Unlike other pirates, Kaido is not called the captain, but the governor. The organizational structure of Beast's pirates is that the governor, big sign, pillar, giver, pleasure, standby. And the guy who suggested to kill Luo Ye directly was Jack the Dro, one of the 3 major brands. Seeing that everyone else's eyes were turned to him, Jack the Dro continued to speak in a loud voice. Since that Silver Eagle Admiral has killed the clown, the man-made devil fruit factory on Punk Hazard Island is now uncontrolled. Just after we kill that guy, we can not only control the factory, but also let the whole new world know that we Beast's pirates are not to be messed with. Even Marine Admiral, who messes with us Beast's pirates, will also be killed. Jack the Drill gets more excited the more he talks. There was bloodthirsty light in his eyes. For this guy, he never knew what bowing was. You must know that in the original book, even if you knew that on the ship that escorted Doflamingo, there were Sengoku, Fujitora and Crane. He would also go up to fight them. What's more, this time it's a new Marine Admiral like Luo Ye. Okay. Kaido fell silent after hearing what Jack said. There is no denying that what he said was indeed fascinating. Kaido used to condescend to trade with Doflamingo Master because he owned the artificial devil fruit factory. Now that Doflamingo is dead, why not take the opportunity to get the factory? At this moment, Yan Zonjing next to him said, "Advertisement. I think Jack's words do have some truth. It would be best if we kill that Silver Eagle Admiral. It's going to blow Marine's morale and let the whole new world know the price to pay for moving our Beast's pirates sanctuary. Even if you can't kill him, you can tie the guy named Guy from the Don Quixote family and let him directly produce artificial devil fruit for us." Kaido's eyes lit up when he heard Jin's words. Jack's brain is simple, and it's not easy to say those words. But according to Jin's analysis, no matter whether they can kill that Silver Eagle Admiral or not, they can completely tie Guy to him. This also saves a lot of trouble. There will also be a big increase in the speed of expanding the Beast's pirates' power. Thinking of this, Kaido nodded and said, "Okay, if you can't get rid of that kid Luo Ye, then you must tie Guy over here. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this." After he finished speaking, he turned his attention to the flames. This matter is left to him, so that Kaido can rest assured. Just when Jin nodded to agree, Jack the Dro suddenly shouted, "Boss Kaido, leave this to me, I promise to tie Guy up." Kaido frowned. Jack the Drill has always been notoriously reckless. However, Kaido thought about it again, the most important goal this time is just that guy. So Kaido stared at Jack and said, "Okay, that Silver Eagle Admiral can leave it alone for the time being, he must tie Guy up first." Jack the Drill nodded in agreement. Red Hair Pirates. Advertisement. When the red-haired Shanks heard that Luo Ye had killed Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai, there was obvious confusion on his face. Is that guy going to start purging the forces of New World? Ben Beckman, the co-captain next to Shanks, was a little puzzled by this. "Who are you talking about?" Shanks turned his head to look at him and said, "The Marine Rear Admiral Luo Ye who visited us a few years ago is the brother of Luffy's guy. I didn't expect that a few years later, this guy has become an admiral." As Shanks finished speaking, a scene suddenly appeared in Beckman's mind. When they were resting on an island that year, a Marine Rear Admiral suddenly visited. Originally thought he wanted to fight them, but after talking to them, he learned that he was Luffy's brother. Found them just to thank Shanks for saving Luffy's life at East Blue. I really didn't expect to grow into Marine Admiral so quickly. Just then, Beckman suddenly turned his head to look at Shanks and said with a smile, "I remember, he fought with you before he left, right?" Speaking of this, Shank's face can't help but be a little solemn. When he fought against Luo Ye back then, although he was defeated. But Luo Ye can be said to be the most talented guy he has seen over the years. At that time Shanks felt that his strength should not only be Rear Admiral, but also Vice Admiral. I don't know what kind of guy he has grown into in the past few years. Shanks shook his head and stopped worrying about this. Instead, he looked into the distance and muttered. At this time, that kid Luffy should have gone to sea, why have I never heard of him? Chapter 32, Landing in Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard was originally an island belonging to the world government. However, due to an extremely serious research accident that year, a large amount of corrosive substances were released from the island, causing the island to become an uninhabited island. The marine branch that was originally stationed here was also evacuated. That's why Geisa hides here for research. Let this island, I don't know how many innocent lives are buried. And Luo Ye came this time to kill Guy. There are only two paths for a capable careerist like this, either to be arrested and imprisoned, or to be killed outright. In short, he must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, the new world will only become more chaotic than it is now. Ace and Sabo took the initiative to capture Guy's mission. Luo Ye doesn't have any opinion either, a guy like him is not qualified to let him do it. However, according to Luo Ye, if Guy Satan is willing to resist, the two of them can directly kill him. As for what Marshal Sengoku said about throwing Guy alive, it was just an optional order. Brothers Ace and Sabo were followed by a lot of sailors. After a fight in Dressrosa, they were convinced. Now it is also a pleasure to follow the two to perform tasks together. Sabo, the crimes committed by these guys are so damn it, they dare to do that kind of evil research here. Since boarding Punk Hazard, Ace's face has been very ugly. I haven't felt anything before. But now Ace believes from the bottom of his heart that pirates do not represent freedom at all.
On the contrary, pirates can do all evil things because of their freedom. No one cares how many innocent people die because of this. Just like his father, the original One Piece Roger. The words just before the execution were the main culprit that led to the current era of great pirates. Now Ace finally understands the good intentions of Garp and Luo Ye. If Ace had still chosen to be a pirate, he didn't know what the old man Garp would do, but Luo Ye would never be soft on him. Advertisement Sabo looked at Ace and roughly guessed what he was thinking. Sabo patted his shoulder and said, since there are such evil pirates, we Marines are going to capture them all. Let this era of great pirates, which has lasted for decades, end in the hands of our brothers. After listening to Sabo's words, Ace's face became much better. That's right, it's been decided before. Since the era of the great pirate started because of his father, it would naturally end in his hands. But, Ace said with a bitter face, our current strength is still not enough in front of the real powerhouse. Sabo didn't feel discouraged when he heard this, instead, he said enthusiastically. When we said we wanted to be pirates before, we targeted the Pirate King. Now that we have joined Marine, the position of Marine Admiral must also be ours. After speaking, the two looked at each other. You can see the flame burning in each other's eyes. They never think that their future strength will be inferior to anyone else. Of course, Luo Ye has to be excluded. The two did not stop, but continued to move forward according to Luo Ye's instructions. Their goal this time is to capture that guy named Geisa. However, both of them believe that it was the most worry-free to kill a dangerous guy like Guy. Later, if he has any resistance, the two of them don't mind killing him at all. The only research institute in Punk Hazard that has not been destroyed is now Geisa's research base. The two walked all the way with their Marines, and they were a little shocking to see the environment on the road. Although he was already mentally prepared for the experiment this guy did. But when I actually saw it, I couldn't accept it. Advertisement it also made them more determined to deal with the pirates. Guy in the research institute opened his mouth wide and looked in shock at the sailors who silently entered. Geisa, who is sheltered by the Don Quixote family, has never seen anyone land in Punk Hazard since he came here to experiment. As a result, there are so many sailors appearing now. Who are you? What about Virgo? Why did he allow you to land in Punk Hazard? Ace and Sabo looked at him and said, we're here to arrest you, you damn fellow, how dare you do such an evil experiment here? Guy saw his expression changed greatly when he heard this. Even when they heard Virgo's name, their expressions didn't change. Presumably something must have happened to that guy. Guy looked at them tentatively and asked, what about Doflamingo? Ace frowned and said, are you going to resist our arrest? Did the clown guy have an accident too? Guy saw was even more shocked by their response. And looking at their posture, if they do anything, they will definitely kill themselves without hesitation. Damn, have those guards been silently killed by them?
Thinking of this, Guy quickly shook his head and begged for mercy. No, I'll go with you. The two brothers were even more angry. This guy is so interesting, they can only give up the idea of killing this guy now. When Guy was escorted by a group of Marines and walked out, he saw that all the guards in the institute had been killed. What the hell is going on with the clown guy? Isn't Punk Hazard absolutely safe? Guy looked at the seamen who were staring at him, and gave up the idea of running away. Just when he was disheartened and prepared to follow these sailors back to the warship off the island, a roar suddenly came from his ears. G Marines, Guy is back to us. Chapter 33, The Clamoring Jack the Drill. One of the 3 plagues of the beast's pirates, Jack the Drow, finally got to Punk Hazard before they took Guy away. Because Jack wanted to get there as soon as possible, and even sent a message to the navigator on the ship. If Marine had taken Guy before they got to Punk Hazard,
then he would trample to death all the navigators on the ship. In order to survive, these people also used all their abilities. When first saw Marine on the island, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Jack was different. He looked at the Marines who escorted Guy, with bloodlust in his eyes. These Marines have come to Punk Hazard to arrest Guy. That means they already knew about Doflamingo's relationship with the beast's pirates.
But under such circumstances, they dared to kill Doflamingo and came here. If he didn't come fast enough, I'm afraid Guy would be captured and locked up by them soon. How to quickly expand the strength of beast's pirates at that time. To know that their goal is to dominate the entire new world. Even the rest of the Whitebeards, the red-haired ones, as long as they dared to block, Jack would dare to shoot at them without hesitation. Not to mention these mere Marines. Jack the Drow glared at the 2 Ace at the front and roared. Where's that bloody Silver Eagle Admiral? Get him out, I'll let him know what's wrong with our beast's pirates. Beast's pirates. Ace and Sabo looked at each other. Although they rarely go out from Marineford, the distribution of forces in the New World is still very clear. The beast's pirates were created by Kaido, who held the position of one of the 4 emperors. But even so, this guy dared to say that Luo Ye in front of them. How can the 2 endure? Colonel, this guy is Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues of the beast's pirates. The bounty is as high as 1 billion, and he is the confidant of the 4 emperors Kaido.
Advertisement is there a $1 billion bounty? When the 2 heard the report of the Navy behind them, their expressions became very solemn at the same time. Although they are very confident in their own strength, this is the first time they have seen a guy with a bounty of 1 billion Bailey. Lo, sea soldiers, you are in big trouble. Guy, who is trapped in Seastone's special handcuffs, is schadenfreude.
He knew very well how powerful Jack was, and even the clown would never dare to provoke him in front of him. The only way Jack could come to Punk Hazard this time was to save himself. Although I don't want to be controlled by the lunatics of the beast's pirates. But if it is compared with being captured by pirates and imprisoned, Guy would rather choose to be rescued by Jack. And, now that Marine chose to capture him, that means that the Doflamingo guy has had an accident and can no longer protect him. With that in mind, Beast's Pirates is also a good choice. Seeing the dignified faces of Ace, Guy continued to sneer. Boo, Marine, get these damn handcuffs off and hand me over to Jack the Drow, maybe he'll let you guys go back alive. Otherwise, just you guys, do you think you'll be the opponent of the Beast's Pirates? Whoa. Even the opposite Jack the Drill was shouting.
Jack stayed by Kaido's side all this time and had no chance of fighting at all. For Jack, this was almost a problem. Now that I finally met a Marine Admiral, how could I let this opportunity go in vain? Where's your Silver Eagle Admiral? Why don't you get him out of here? Hearing Jack's insult to Luo Ye again, the faces of the 2 brothers couldn't help but show a ferocious look. Although they were often beaten by Luo Ye, but I have never complained. At most, I want to improve my strength as soon as possible, and I can fight back when I find an opportunity. Advertisement. As a result, this guy humiliated Luo Ye in front of them several times. It's just one of the big signs in a 4 Emperors regiment. What qualifications do you have to clamor like this? Also, since Guy wants to kill this guy, let him satisfy him first. The tacit understanding between the 2 brothers does not need to be said at all, and they understand each other's thoughts just by meeting their eyes. Sabo ignored Jack the Drow who was still clamoring, and gradually approached Guy who was surrounded by Marines. Guy looked at Sabo's actions and thought he was really going to let him go. I can't help but feel more satisfied with joining Beast's Pirates. Unexpectedly, even Marine would bow his head in front of the 4 Emperors' pirates. It's so much better than under Doflamingo. Hey, that's right, after you let me go, maybe I can still beg you and let Jack let you go. Having said that, Guy's eyes have become extremely sinister. As long as the Seastone handcuffs on his hands are removed, then Jack must kill all these sailors. How dare you go to Punk Hazard to arrest yourself? Anyway, since he was about to become Kaido's subordinate, what would he be afraid of Marine? Sabo walked towards Guy with a very calm expression. But the drooping right arm has been slowly wrapped in the armed color, turning black. Guy's eyes widened suddenly when he saw this. What are you doing? Bang. Of course I want to kill you first. Sabo's right arm pierced Guy's body instantly. Sabo doesn't have the slightest psychological burden to kill such a guy who has done countless evil experiments. Jack the Drill growled when he saw this. Marine, you bloody bastards, how dare you kill Guy? Chapter 34, The Real Ace Sabo. Jack felt like he was going crazy. It was clear that they managed to drive over before Marine took Guy away. Just came across these Marines who escorted Guy. Even Jack had already reported his name. The results of it, that Marine boy dared to punch Geisa through his body. Where on earth did this guy have the guts to do this? Guy saw Mingming has been pierced through his body, but he has not completely lost signs of life. Although he knew that being captured by Marine would not end well. But Geisa never thought that this guy would kill himself so simply. You must know that he is someone who believes that he has never been worse than that genius scientist Vegapunk. How can he just die like this? But unfortunately,
No matter how much he is unwilling, there is still no way to continue to live. Swish. Sabo withdrew his arms expressionlessly. Don't even look at the evil scientist guy who was killed by his own punch.
Luo Ye had already said it before landing. As long as guys has the slightest idea of resistance, they can ignore Marshal Sengoku's orders and kill this guy directly. Now that the big brother in the lead has already released his words, then they naturally have nothing to hesitate. Although Gaisa didn't resist, his words were full of intentions to go with Jack the Drow. In order not to let things go wrong, Sabo doesn't mind giving him a ride. Jack the Drow laughed angrily. Kaido had already told him when he came.
Even if you can't kill that Silver Eagle Admiral, you must tie Guy back. And now even throwing Guy back would have no effect.
In that case, let these Marines all die here. Kill all these Marines. Let the Marines feel the wrath of our beasts pirates. Jack looked at Ace and roared. Advertisement. He immediately rushed towards them. The members of the beasts pirates who had followed him to Punk Hazard behind him rushed after him shouting. Following Jack the Drow, the stuffy pirate who only knows how to be reckless is of course similar to him. And in their minds, the beasts pirates are stronger than Marine. Since Marine dared to provoke them, Marine must pay a heavy price. Ace glanced at Sabo and attacked Jack the Drow at the same time. Since Luo Ye is not here now, they have to take responsibility for dealing with the enemy's strongest guy. After all, the Marines behind them are now nominally led by them. Fire Punch. Dragon's Claw. The two brothers did not panic even against Jack the Drow, who offered a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. The only thing in the world that can make them afraid is the fists of Garp and Luo Ye. After all, that is something that has grown from childhood to adulthood. Jack watched the two of them attack with disdain on his face. Just 2 Marine colonels. He didn't know how many such guys he had killed. Such an attack would not hurt him at all. Bang. Jack's fist collided fiercely with the two of them. The airflow caused by it caused the surrounding Marines and pirates to avoid them one after another. In such a level of battle, they simply cannot participate in it. It's really beyond my expectations. You 2 colonels Marine, you can still have such strength. Jack looked at the two of them in surprise. If it was an ordinary Colonel Marine, he would definitely not be able to resist his own fist. I didn't expect these 2 guys to have such strength. That's really going to be a lot of fun. Since Gaisa has been killed and tied back, it's better to play with these 2 Marine boys. Anyway, with his defense, he wouldn't be hurt by them at all. Ace and Sabo clenched their teeth as they felt the power from Jack's fist. Advertisement. Although he had already anticipated that he might not be his opponent, he did not expect this guy to be so powerful. They had just said in front of Luo Ye that they would kill the 4 emperors with their own hands in the future. Then how can they be defeated by a mere big sign of the 4 emperors pirates?
Bang. The 2 brothers stepped back a distance at the same time. Panting and looking at Jack the Drow. A few mocking expressions appeared on Jack's face. I've changed my mind now. I won't kill you guys directly, but I'm going to play with you. Just to let you guys know that in the new world, beasts pirates are absolutely not to be provoked. Damn it. The 2 brothers gritted their teeth and looked at the damned guy. They had never hated their weakness so much. The sailors who followed them to Punk Hazard are now losing ground under the attack of the pirates. And they are also the guy who can't help it. Those sailors followed us to the island. How could we let them die at the hands of the pirates? Boom. Ace was covered in flames for a moment. He had never been in such an angry situation before, and it made him realize all his potential. Even if you risk your life, you will definitely kill this guy. At the same time, Sabo's arms also turned jet black. Sabo has no fruit, so he learned the use of armed color from Luo Ye early on. Now, in order to deal with Jack, use your true strength.
Okay. Jack the Drow was stunned when he felt the breath coming from the two of them. It was obvious that he was still very weak just now. Why has it suddenly become so much stronger now? However, do you think you can defeat me like this? Chapter 35, Ace Sabo Crisis. Ha ha ha, it's really funny. Jack the Drow couldn't help laughing happily as he felt the increasing momentum in the two of them. Originally, I just wanted to kill Marine Admiral and tie Guy back to make devil fruit. In the end, not only did he not see the Silver Eagle Admiral, but even Guy was killed by these 2 colonel boys. Moreover, these 2 boys have such strength, which is something Jack did not expect. Jack's favorite, though, it is to kill this kind of genius boy with strong talent. Since you want to court death, let me kill you. Ace and Sabo looked at each other. At the same time, he greeted the rushing Jack. They knew very well that only the 2 of them could compete with Jack now. Otherwise, if you give up fighting him, Jack, the damned guy, will definitely find those Marines. Knowing that those Marines are having a hard time fending off members of the Beast's pirates now. If you let this guy go up again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kill this guy first, and then deal with those pirates. The behavior of the 2 fully implements this idea. Firefly Fire Dharma. The flames from Ace's body gradually converged on Jack's body. Boom. When the flames on Jack the Drow were enough, it started to burst into flames. Ace couldn't help feeling a little excited watching this scene. As long as the enemy hits his move, he will be severely injured if he is not killed. Ace is confident that even if the opponent is the big sign of the 4 Emperors group, it cannot be avoided. But unfortunately, Jack felt the flames on his body, and there was no pain in his expression. Bang. For the big sign of the four Emperor's pirates, the various Hokis are naturally grandmasters. The Logia-capable users do not know how many they have defeated. A flame like Ace would not pose too much threat to him at all. It seems that you are only capable of this. If so, then die for me. Advertisement Jack, who sent the flames flying from his body, suddenly charged towards the two of them. The right arm also turned black because of armament hockey. Wanting to rush to Ace's side and pierce his body like Sabo killed Guy just now. Just to let these Marines know what's going to get them off the Beast's pirates. However, his actions did not escape the observation of Sabo, who had been watching him. Sabo directly blocked Jack's path when he saw his movement. It collided violently with his fist. Bang! Sabo frowned and looked at Jack with a grim expression. Ace is my brother, I won't allow anyone to hurt him. Ha ha ha, you are really brothers. If that's the case, then I will kill you first with great mercy. Jack's other arm was also armed. Again, he aimed at Sabo's head and hammered it hard. However, he had already tasted this fighting method countless times on Luo Ye's body. How could it fall down again on a mediocre drought? Dragon Claw Fist. The collision between the two escalated again.
Let other sailors and pirates who are fighting feel the strong airflow. In my heart, I admire the strength of these two colonels. Unexpectedly, even the big signboard of Beast's pirates has the power to fight. This can't help but remind some sailors of the original Silver Eagle Admiral. The same is to only find the strongest guy, as expected of a brother. Jack the Dro's face became very gloomy. He didn't expect these two colonel boys to be able to block him. But if Jack can't even beat them, what's the point of being one of the three plagues of the Beast's pirates? Annoyed, Jack withdrew his right arm and punched Sabo again. Although Sabo's reaction was fast enough, he didn't let him hit his head. But he was still knocked out by the punch, and fell heavily to the ground. Sabo. Ace was very anxious to see what happened to Sabo.
Advertisement. Then he turned his head and glared at Jack the Drow. Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan. A huge great fireball appeared in Ace's hand. He has been accumulating strength since just now, in order to use this move to try to kill Jack. Now that Sabo was knocked out, Ace naturally couldn't wait any longer. Boom. Jack looked at the fireball that flew towards him quickly, and his face couldn't help but be a little dignified. He didn't want to suffer a big loss on the mere two Marine colonels. Jack the Dro's jet black arms aimed at the fireball and slammed it hard. If Ace can finally complete the charge, it may be able to hit Jack. But the Great Flame Ring, Yan Di, which he used in a hurry, was finally blasted away by Jack's fist. Jack ignored Ace, and instead walked slowly towards Sabo. Since their brotherhood is so good, let's kill this guy who used his armament to confront him in order to save the kid who was playing with fire. Ace was even more anxious to see this situation. He sprinted straight towards Jack. But he didn't care at all, and just wanted to blow Sabo's head on the ground. Sabo. Boom. A very strong airflow suddenly appeared on Ace's body. The battlefield here is all wrapped up. I saw that the sailors and pirates who were still fighting just now fell unconscious one by one. Jack also turned his head to look at Ace in horror. Conqueror's Hockey. Anyone who can use Conquerors has the qualifications of a king. If that's the case, then you'll die for me. Jack grimaced and slammed his fist towards Ace. At this moment, a saber suddenly blocked his fist. Jack only heard a voice in his ear. Jack the Drow, Beast's pirates won't be called a drought anymore? Asterisk. Chapter 36, Jack, what are you? Jack stared at the ranting guy for a while. The saber in this guy's hand has turned into a black sword because of his arm color, and he is also wearing a cloak of justice unique to Admiral. What he really is simply ready to say. Jack looked at Luo Ye mockingly and said. It looks like you're that Silver Eagle Admiral. Why, if you run out now, aren't you afraid of being killed by me? Luo Ye ignored the drought, one of the three disasters. Instead, he looked at the Ace and Sabo brothers beside him. Feeling his gaze, both of their faces flushed slightly. In the end, Ace spoke up. We're too weak to beat this damn it guy. Luo Ye glanced at him and said lightly. Since you know that the enemy is from the Beast's pirates, why didn't you notify me in advance? Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help feeling even more ashamed. Originally thought to be one of the big signs of Beast's pirates, Luo Ye didn't need to do it himself. The big deal is that the two of them go together, just kill him. Who would have thought that this guy's strength was so terrifying? If Luo Ye hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid they would have died here. Luo Ye didn't plan to just let them go. Instead, he pointed to another battlefield because of Ace's Conqueror's Hockey, the sailors who had fallen into a coma. If it's just the two of you, maybe I can praise you a few things. But what about the Marines? If you died at the hands of this guy, do you think these guys would be able to get back to Marineford alive? Both Ace and Sabo remained silent. What Luo Ye said is very reasonable. Even the two of them together are no match for Jack the Dro. If they died in Jack's hands, these sailors would only have one way to die. And the culprit behind it all. Advertisement. It was because of the two of them who thought they could beat Jack. Just when they thought of admitting their mistake, Jack the Dro said with a sullen expression on his face. Hey, you damn B*********************** D, do you think I don't exist anymore? Jack never expected that Luo Ye didn't directly attack him after he came here. Instead, the two Marines were taught a lesson there. Is this taking my dignified drought as what? Hearing what he said,
Luo Ye turned to look at him and said calmly. If you want to die, don't worry about it at this moment. After I've taught them both, I'll send you on your way. Jack the Drow was really angry this time. Even when he heard that Luo Ye killed Doflamingo before, he was more of a mentality to come out and have some fun.
But it's this guy, he's the one who killed the Joker. He also looked like he didn't take himself seriously. He is one of the 3 plagues of the Beast's pirates, but he has never been so insulted. Since he has to wait, give him a period of time, and then torture him properly, and then kill him. Luo Ye ignored Jack's psychology and turned to look at the 2 brothers. Both of them looked very weird. I didn't expect Luo Ye to have such a side.
But no one dared to ridicule him now, if he was still smiling at this time. The consequences will only get worse. I'm on the warship off the island, but none of you said to notify me. Why, after killing a few officials of the Don Quixote family, do you really think that you have no opponents in New World? The 2 quickly shook their heads when they heard Luo Ye's stern tone. They didn't dare to be put on this hat, otherwise they would be beaten by Luo Ye himself. That is really not something that ordinary people can bear. Luo Ye didn't care about their actions, but glanced at the 2 of them and said casually. Advertisement. In the future, I will teach you 2 personally, and if something like this happens again, you will know the consequences. The 2 of them became bitter at the same time when they heard this. I used to be lucky to be able to escape Luo Ye's clutches. Unexpectedly, Kabuto turned around, but still could not escape this fate. The days to come will only be more difficult. The 2 looked at each other, took a deep breath, and said to Luo Ye with extremely firm faces.
Luo Ye, we will never lose to anyone in the future, not even the 4 emperors. Hearing this, Luo Ye's face finally softened a little. Finally, there is no waste of words. Confidence is a good thing, but not having enough confidence is stupid. It's still a long time, let's teach it slowly in the future. Luo Ye turned his head and looked at Jack the Drow calmly. Jack grinned and looked at Luo Ye. In his opinion, Luo Ye's words just now were explaining the future.
But what's the use of talking so much? He had no intention of letting the 2 Marines go. Since you have such a good relationship, let's send you on the road together. Jack looked at Luo Ye with a grim face and said coldly. Marine Admiral, are you ready to die in my hands? Luo Ye nodded and looked at Jack with a grim expression. If it wasn't for his own experience, he sensed the battle here. Even if it were a little later, Ace and Sabo would probably die at the hands of this guy. After so many years of hard teaching, how could he be killed by this damn pirate? My 2 stupid brothers, I can teach you a lesson. You, what are you? Chapter 37, Jack the Drow was beaten. Damn Marine. Hearing Luo Ye's words, Jack roared at him. He had already given him the opportunity to leave a last word.
Unexpectedly, just after he finished explaining his last words, he said such words to himself. How could Jack the Drow, one of the 3 dignified disasters, endure such an insult? Court death. Jack stepped on his feet, and the ground cracked instantly. And his whole body also slammed into Luo Ye. The jet black fist was aimed at Luo Ye's head, trying to blast the Marine Admiral's head with one punch.
Luo Ye didn't pull out his saber directly, but collided with him fiercely with his weaponry. Bang! The airflow that erupted from the battle between the 2 was far greater than the intensity of the collision between Sabo and him just now. Both Ace and Sabo stared at Luo Ye with wide eyes. Is Luo Ye's strength so strong? Although they knew that Luo Ye's strength was not comparable to that in the entire New World. But that was all based on Luo Ye's powerful swordsmanship. I didn't expect to be able to display such a powerful power just by relying on physical skills. This made the 2 of them feel very worried about falling into his hands again in the future. As for the Beast's pirates guy, the 2 have no worries. Under the gazes of the 2, the collision between Luo Ye and Jack escalated again. Jack was very surprised by Luo Ye's strength. He hasn't fought against such a powerful opponent for some time. The 2 former Marines were not even worse than him. As expected of Marine Admiral, I am amazed. Jack grinned and said to Luo Ye.
Luo Ye never said too much nonsense to the enemy. Especially this guy who is doomed to die at his own hands. The reason why the battle was not resolved quickly. Advertisement. I just wanted to let the 2 boys Ace and Sabo see what the real fight was like. As for Jack, Luo Ye hasn't put him in his eyes yet. Jack the Drill also felt Luo Ye's contempt, and was even more annoyed in his heart.
Just stopped by those 2 Colonel Marines boys for a while. This guy, who he was ready to kill for a long time, dared to ignore himself like this. Jack's other hand also turned black and smashed at Luo Ye's head. The move that made Sabo fly out just now was full of flaws in Luo Ye's eyes. Even Luo Ye didn't throw a punch to resist, just tilted his head slightly and ducked directly. In Jack's horrified eyes, Luo Ye's fist fell on his chest. Bang! Although Luo Ye's physical skills are not top-notch, if they are placed on others, they are enough to traverse the New World. Such a punch is certainly not something Sabo can match. Just hit Jack so far. Jack, who rolled around a few times on the ground, was full of anger. This time, although Kaido's boss's order is to throw Guy back. But in Jack's view, he wanted to kill Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral. As a result, when fighting with him, he fell directly into the disadvantage.
How could the arrogant Jack endure this? Since he wanted to fight melee'ly, Jack certainly wouldn't take the initiative to admit it. With a firm footing, he flew towards Luo Ye again. This time Luo Ye didn't collide with him directly. Instead, his figure flashed and appeared directly beside Jack. A hard punch aimed at Jack and hammered it. Luo Ye has some experience in dealing with this kind of guy with developed limbs and simple mind.
Jack couldn't catch Luo Ye's actions at all, and was knocked to the ground again. Luo Ye didn't miss this opportunity and beat him fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Advertisement. The two brothers watching the battle looked at this situation and couldn't help but cast pity on Jack, who was being beaten. They were also aware of Luo Ye's intentions, so they concentrated on watching the battle. Moreover, they also knew that Luo Ye could end the battle quickly, so why did they beat him first? If Luo Ye hadn't noticed it fast enough just now, it is estimated that both of them would be dead by now. The reason why Luo Ye is doing this now is to let them know the consequences of doing it again next time. The two brothers looked at each other, and both saw the fear in the other's eyes. Jack on the ground finally found an opportunity and successfully escaped Luo Ye's clutches. She stepped aside and took a deep breath, looking at Luo Ye's eyes filled with resentment. Although these beatings did not do much damage to his body, but the blow to Jack's heart was still huge. I had never paid attention to this new Marine Admiral before, but I didn't expect that he would deal with him severely.
Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Roar. With the appearance of this roar, Jack's body gradually changed. In the shocked eyes of the two brothers, they finally turned into a huge mammoth. A large part of the reason why Jack was able to become one of the three major disasters, the drought, was because of the zone, ancient species, and mammoth fruit he ate. Jack, who turned into a mammoth, stared at Luo Ye and roared. You goddamn Marine, I'm going to trample you to death. Jack's defense as a mammoth will only get stronger. It is precisely because of this that he can be invincible in the new world. In Jack's eyes, Luo Ye's fist is very hard, but it's still a long way to break his defense. Luo Ye looked at the huge mammoth in front of him without any surprise in his eyes. In that case, let's end this boring battle and send you on the road as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, Jack slowly drew out the saber from his waist with disdain in his eyes. Chapter 38, There will be no drought in the future. For Luo Ye, just beat Jack with just fists. It was just for the sake of exhaling. If you want to really kill this rough-skinned guy, you still have to use the swordsmanship that you are best at. Since he recklessly used his fruit ability to become a mammoth. Let's end this boring battle as soon as possible. Jack could feel the change in Luo Ye's momentum when he pulled out the knife. But he didn't care at all in his heart. As one of the three plagues of the beast's pirates, his status is only under Kaido. Jack the Drill does not know how many powerful swordsmen he has seen. But those who can really break his defense will basically find Kaido as an opponent. Redhead, for example, and Whitebeard. Jack didn't think the new admiral in front of him had that kind of power. Especially since he has already used his fruit ability, how could he care about this little swordsman? D Marine, die. The mammoth that Jack turned into ran towards Luo Ye fiercely. Judging from that posture, he was about to trample Luo Ye to death. After all, the scene when Luo Ye beat Jack violently left a deep shadow in his heart. Only by stepping on the new admiral in front of him can Jack relieve the hatred in his heart. To Jack's surprise, Luo Ye didn't dodge like he thought. Instead, he brought his saber and greeted him. This made Jack feel very relieved. Originally, if Luo Ye relied on speed to dodge, it might give him a headache for a while. But he was stupid enough to give up his advantage. What are you waiting for? Bang! The saber in Luo Ye's hand collided fiercely with the mammoth. The airflow it erupted was several times stronger than before. Even some people who just passed out because of the conquerors used by Ace. As soon as he woke up, he was hit by this airflow and fell into a coma again. Even brothers Ace and Sabo were a little shocked. They have been chasing Luo Ye as their goal all these years. Unexpectedly, after so many years, not only did he fail to narrow the distance with him, but the gap in strength seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. It seems that I really have to accept his daily beatings in the future. Advertisement. Then he shook his head to suppress the thought. Seriously, watch the battle between the two. They don't want to miss this kind of battle scene that can absorb experience. Okay. Jack felt a little surprised at the huge force coming from his feet. He didn't expect that the new Marine Admiral would really be able to resist his stampede. However, do you think this is the end? Jack let out a breath from his nostrils and instantly increased the strength under his feet, wanting to smash Luo Ye directly. Obviously feeling the increase in Jack's power, Luo Ye sighed slightly. He just wanted to see how his strength compared to this Jack who had eaten the ancient zone. As a result, his strength is not inferior to Jack at all, even a little stronger. Swordsmen are stronger than your ancient zone, so what's the point of continuing? Luo Ye's eyes narrowed, and the strength in his hands increased. Even Jack, who was stepping on it hard, had his foot gradually raised. Bang! Finally, in Jack's shocked eyes, Luo Ye directly overturned him to the ground. How is it possible? You guy, how can? As I said, the beast's pirates will no longer have the title of drought. Luo Ye, holding a saber, said lightly to Jack. Jack was shocked and angry when he heard this. He never imagined that he would turn into a mammoth even if he used his fruit ability. Even his proudest strength can't compare to this guy. How can that be? Lousy is Jack the Drow, the big sign of beasts pirates, with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. How could he be defeated by you?
Jack roared and rolled over. He slammed into Luo Ye again. But this time Luo Ye didn't collide with him again. Since the strength has already been divided, there is no need for that. Luo Ye's speed was originally much faster than his, not to mention Jack the Drow has now transformed into a mammoth. Even more cumbersome. When Jack didn't react at all, Luo Ye appeared above his head. The saber in his hand had already turned black because of the LV8 weapon color. By the time Jack reacted, it was too late. Luo Ye aimed at his head and chopped it down. Although shocked by Luo Ye's speed, Jack was not too worried. Advertisement. After all, in comparison, his defense is even stronger than his strength. He didn't believe that this guy could break his defense. Sure enough, Luo Ye's saber was instantly blocked when it slashed Jack's body. Jack laughed sarcastically when he saw this. Marine, I admit that your strength is really good, but even in the entire new world, few people can hurt me.
As for you, there is no such strength at all. Luo Ye, who was standing on the mammoth, became even more grim when he heard this. Yes. Luo Ye retracted the saber into the scabbard, but did not let go of the hilt with his right hand. Using the fluttering ability acquired when he killed the golden lion at that time, he floated in the air. Jack raised his head and looked at Luo Ye disdainfully. Why, is it amazing to be able to fly? You can't hurt me, and I can't kill you either. However, I can kill all these marines under your command.
Speaking of which, the mammoth Jack turned into side. Ace and Sabo turned their eyes to the side. Jack has encountered such opponents many times. Although his defense is extremely powerful, there is still a big gap in destructive power. So more often, you still consume the opponent, and then look for opportunities to kill the enemy. It seems that this is the only way to deal with Luo Ye now. Luo Ye, who was floating in the air, saw that he was staring at Ace and Sabo, and the coldness in his eyes deepened. Luo Ye clenched the handle of the knife with his right hand, slowly tilted it down, and said in a cold tone. It's unfortunate to tell you that in this world, among the people who can kill you, there is me. ... The big guy in the comment area said the shock of the last chapter. I actually wrote that on purpose. Because the data is still the same every day, I have some doubts about whether there is still anyone watching. However, when I saw the comment, I felt a little bad, so I changed it again. This book is almost on the shelves, but the author wants to see if he can make a new strong recommendation.
So now data is important. If there are still people reading books, please give away the flowers, evaluation tickets and monthly tickets in your hand. Let Xiaopuji know that there are still people reading this book. Chapter 39, Jack the Drow dies. I have to say that the defense of the zone ancient species is indeed amazing enough. Especially mammoths like Jack the Drill. Even in the entire New World, there are absolutely not many people who can break through the defense and hurt him.
However, Luo Ye will of course be among these people. The saber in Luo Ye's hand has long been blackened by armament hockey. But when he truly exerted his full strength, the color of the saber was upgraded again. Looking at this situation, Jack panicked for no reason. But when he thought of his top defense, he breathed a sigh of relief. The mammoth that Jack had incarnated into let out a long breath from his nose. You bloody B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* none of your subordinates want to leave the island alive. Saying this, he ignored Luo Ye in the air, turned his head and rushed towards Ace and Sabo. Now Jack already knows the strength of Luo Ye, the new Marine Admiral. Also gave up the original idea of killing him. But even though Luo Ye couldn't be killed, the rest of the sea soldiers couldn't resist his stampede at all. Something was beyond Jack's expectations. Obviously the two of them have already seen his actions, but they don't seem to have any intention of avoiding it at all. Instead, he looked at himself mockingly. The eyes of Ace and Sabo irritated Jack even more.
The mammoth roared and slammed into the two of them fiercely. But at this moment, Jack suddenly felt a touch of coolness on his back. It seemed that something was still flowing out of his body. The horrified Jack slowed down and turned around to check. He was horrified to see that there was an extra wound on his heavy back, and Luo Ye, the initiator, looked at himself calmly.
How is it possible? What did you do? Jack is really panicking now. The power is inferior to Luo Ye, that is, there is no way to kill him. Advertisement. But if even his own defenses could be broken by him, wouldn't it be really dangerous? Luo Ye didn't answer his question. Although the defensive power of the mammoth incarnated by Jack the Drow is indeed amazing enough. But if Luo Ye couldn't even break the defense, what qualifications would he have as Marine Admiral? Jack, who didn't get a response, was surprisingly angry. Although he didn't know how Luo Ye did it, he didn't want to believe that Luo Ye could hurt him with his strength. This guy must have used something special. Jack roared and charged towards the two Marine colonels again. Just get rid of his minions first. Whether it is to continue fighting him, or leave here. At least Jack has a lot of options, and he must not sit still. Luo Ye didn't know whether to live or die. Fei not only didn't want to escape, but continued to look for the dead Jack.
I can't help but sigh that this guy is really mindless. Still stop playing, kill you as soon as possible. Luo Ye clenched the handle of the knife with his right hand, and the scabbard slowly slanted downward, and the aura on his body suddenly magnified several times. He stared at Jack with cold eyes. The pattern of New World has been fixed for so long, and the 4 Emperor's pirates have been at ease for so many years. From now on, let's change the pattern of New World.
Well, start with this Jack the Drill from Beast's Pirates. Sword art, sword flash. Swordsmanship sword flash. It can be called Luo Ye's most powerful move right now. Combines all power and speed in one. The enemy couldn't even notice where Luo Ye's attack was. Luo Ye is confident enough that even if Jack the Drow has the defensive power of an ancient mammoth, he will never be able to stop this move. I saw Luo Ye's figure instantly disappear in place. Jack didn't want any accident to happen, so he used his strongest speed. I want to trample the rest of the sailors to death as soon as possible. Advertisement. Especially the guy who mastered Conqueror's Hockey, if he doesn't get rid of it, he will definitely be a big threat in the future. But at this moment, Jack suddenly felt another coolness on his back again. This magnified the panic in Jack's heart several times.
It must be the guy, the Marine Admiral who killed him. In the future, I must kill you with my own hands. Jack the Drill did not dare to stop, but continued to charge. Looking at the 2 Marines who were getting closer and closer, the 2 guys seemed to be frightened and didn't even run away. If that's the case, then die for me. Jack aimed at the 2 and stepped down hard. At this moment, Jack, who had transformed into a mammoth, suddenly felt the coolness extending to his neck.
Just like before, there was still something warm flowing out from there. How come? How can this guy hurt me? Impossible. Jack can see the blood is dripping continuously, and even the power in his body is constantly losing. How on earth did this damn Marine Admiral do it? How could he break my defenses? Luo Ye didn't know Jack's current mental activity, and even if he did, he would definitely not care. Luo Ye's eyes became colder and colder, holding a saber. Since there has been a wound on this guy's neck, a flaw. Then don't delay any longer and get rid of the drought in Beast's Pirates. Sword art, sword flash. Luo Ye's figure instantly appeared on the other side of Jack. The mammoth's big eyes were full of horror. He didn't understand why a seemingly simple task would lead to the death of a big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. However, Luo Ye was not interested in explaining his confusion, and just watched his head separate from his body. Luo Ye stabbed with all his strength. Even Jack, who had transformed into a mammoth, couldn't resist.
Bang! Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues of the Beast's Pirates, was killed by the Silver Eagle Admiral Luo Ye today in Punk Hazard. Congratulations to the host for the successful hunt. Drop reward, whether to pick it up. Chapter 40, Marshal Sengoku will understand. Congratulations to the host for the successful hunt. Drop reward, whether to pick it up. Pick up successfully, whether to activate or not. Activation. It has to be said that although Jack is only the most outstanding in defense,
but other aspects are not too different. There are naturally many experiences that can be provided to Luo Ye. Open the body properties panel. Open black lens bracket host. Luo Ye close black lens bracket. Acquired ability. Acquired ability. Acquired ability. Basic Swordsmanship LV19, plus 0.2, Swordsmanship Sword Flash LV9, plus 0.3, Swordsmanship Snowfall LV8, Body Technique LV13, plus 1.1, Conqueror's Hakil 5, Armament Hakil 9, plus 1.3, Observation Hakil 8, plus 0.4. Special ability. Fluttering ability. Inactive ability. None. Luo Ye looked at his body attribute panel and couldn't help but slightly hook the corner of his mouth. You must know that with his current attribute level, it is not very difficult to continue to improve. I just didn't expect it, it was just to kill Doflamingo. As a result, on the island of Punk Hazard, I encountered Jack the Drow in Beast's Pirates. This was a complete surprise. Also, Jack the Drill is not the same as Doflamingo. Killing Doflamingo will only make Kaido angry for a while, but Jack died at Luo Ye's hands. As the governor, Kaido will never let it go. That's when it's really a bumper harvest.
Luo Ye retracted the attribute panel and turned his attention to Ace and Sabo on the ground. The 2 felt the look in his eyes and quickly showed a pleasing smile. For fear that Luo Ye would not be able to help but teach them a profound lesson now. But to their surprise, Luo Ye just looked at them calmly and said, "Now know what your strength is like." The 2 looked at each other and nodded without any hesitation. The Jack the Drow, who almost killed the 2 of them just now, had no power to fight back in front of Luo Ye.
Advertisement. And if it wasn't for Luo Ye's timely arrival, they would have become 2 corpses now. It will also kill the Marines who landed with them on Punk Hazard. We will never lose if we meet someone of this strength in the future. The 2 brothers said to Luo Ye very firmly. This time the lesson is deep enough that they will never forget the experience when they failed to beat a guy on Jack's level. Hearing the words of the 2, Luo Ye smiled indifferently. That's not bad. Although they failed to beat Jack the Drill, at least their confidence was not destroyed. And the talents of these 2 guys will shock all the pirates in the New World sooner or later. Clean up these Beast's Pirates guys on the island and go back to Marineford. After Luo Ye finished speaking, he turned to go back to the warship. These pirates on the island, except for Jack the Drow, who has been killed by him. The rest of the guys, Luo Ye, didn't have any interest in shooting. The 2 brothers looked at each other when they saw Luo Ye's movements, and Sabo couldn't help but said.
Luo Ye, the scientist guy who conducted the evil experiment, has been killed by me. Luo Ye turned his head to take a look. He was still wondering where Gaisa was getting, but he didn't expect that he had already been killed. Luo Ye nodded casually. Kill it if you kill it. Didn't I say before that if he wants to resist, he can kill him directly? Sabo asked in confusion. But didn't Marshal Sengoku say that he should be captured and brought back? Now that Guy is dead, will Marshal Sengoku punish you?
Before, because he was worried that Guy would be kidnapped by Jack, Sabo would punch him through his body. Now even Jack was killed by Luo Ye. Naturally, this fear will not materialize. Then I'm afraid Marshal Sengoku should nag Luo Ye again. Luo Ye noticed his worry and waved his hand indifferently. Marshal Sengoku will understand. You guys are cleaning the battlefield. Since they have taken action against Marine, there is no need to stay. After speaking, he ignored the reaction of the two and walked straight towards the warship outside the island. Advertisement. The two brothers who were standing in the same place looked at each other, and Ace spoke first. Sabo, we are still too weak. Sabo nodded in agreement and sighed. Yeah, but sooner or later, we will be the ones who defeat the four emperors. After the ambition was finished, of course, he still had to clean the battlefield according to Luo Ye's instructions. The leader of these people, Jack the Drill, has been killed, and the rest of them will naturally not be their opponents.
Luo Ye had just returned to the warship when he found that the phone bug was ringing non-stop. Picking up the phone, Worm casually said, I'm Luo Ye, what's the matter? Sengoku hurriedly asked when he heard Luo Ye's reply. Has the evil scientist on Punk Hazard been captured? Caught, but already dead. Sengoku, those research experiments that Guy threw away didn't do Marine any favors. Sengoku is just worried that Gaisa will be rescued by other forces.
Although the original thing wanted to throw Guy and capture it back. But since he chose to let Luo Ye take action, Sengoku was basically ready for this. As long as he doesn't fall into someone else's hands, since Gaisa is dead, you can bring someone back to Marineford first. Just when Sengoku finished speaking and wanted to hang up, suddenly he spoke to Luo Ye again. The old man got the news. Beast's Pirates seems to know that you have killed Doflamingo and sent Jack the Dro to go to Punk Hazard to kidnap Guy. Now that Doflamingo and Guy Sadu are dead in your hands, that guy should find you. Be careful when you come back, don't get attacked. Luo Ye was stunned when she heard this. Then he said to the phone bug. Jack the Drill is dead. The opposite Sengoku, who originally wanted to urge Luo Ye to come back as soon as possible, was instantly quiet when he heard this. Chapter 41, It's better to kill him. Even the Don Quixote family, Sengoku, would have placed undercover agents. Not to mention the Beast's Pirates, one of the four emperors. As soon as he got this news, Sengoku hurriedly called Luo Ye to inform him. Although I know that if Luo Ye encounters Jack the Drill, it will definitely be the other side who will be killed.
But Sengoku still didn't want him to be attacked, causing the death of the sailors on the warship. In the end, he just contacted Luo Ye, and he said he had already killed Jack the Drill. This directly caused Sengoku to hold back all the words he wanted to exhort. Sengoku took a few breaths and asked the phone bug's tentative opening. Did you kill Jack the Drill, or did you arrest him? Hearing this, Luo Ye was a little surprised. It's not the first day we met.
Does this problem need to be confirmed again? Of course I killed it. After so many years, no pirate can escape from me, right? Forehead. Indeed, it's true that Luo Ye likes to disobey orders. But he took action and did not leave the pirates alive, which is also true. However, after killing Kaido's confidant, Kaido's B*********** D will not give up. Luo Ye, you bring someone back to Marineford first. Kaido will be mad when he hears this news. We need to have a good countermeasure. Luo Ye's mouth twitched when she heard this. What other countermeasures are needed for this? Since he will go crazy, why not just kill him? How can it be so simple? Sengoku didn't pay much attention to Luo Ye's words. Marine has no idea how many times he has successfully captured Kaido, but he still lives in Wano Kuni unscathed. It's not just because that D's healing ability is too strong. Otherwise, the four emperors of the New World should have been replaced long ago. Also, this time it wasn't just about Kaido. Luo Ye, have you forgotten what you did?
Advertisement. Sengoku in the marshal's office rolled his eyes and said angrily. Kill Crocodile in Alabasta. And now Doflamingo has just been wiped from the world. Although these two things are really pleasing to do. But it's not just the world government that is dissatisfied with Luo Ye, the rest of the Shichibukai are also a little worried about their situation. I want to ask the world government for an explanation. The five elders certainly didn't want to argue with Shichibukai over this sort of thing.
As a result, Kabuto turned the blame on Sengoku again. Just came across Luo Ye killing Beast's Pirates Jack the Dro. Sengoku thought about it and planned to pull Shichibukai together to deal with the Beast's Pirates. If they refused, Sengoku wouldn't mind letting Luo Ye go. Anyway, it would have been unpleasant to see these guys doing things in the name of Shichibukai. Luo Ye felt a little helpless after listening to Sengoku's explanation. This Shichibukai meeting has nothing to do with him. Besides, if there are other pirates in the future, join the Shichibukai that the world government insists on abolishing. Luo Ye felt that he still couldn't help but shoot. And Kaido is not Whitebeard, so is it necessary to engage in such a big battle? Anyway, take your warship back to Marineford as soon as possible, and take this opportunity to see if you can try to get Beast's Pirates out of the New World. Luo Ye pouted and agreed. Sengoku hung up the phone and looked at Garp in front of him with a solemn expression.
Garp, the new world is about to shake a lot now. Garp didn't feel nervous at all after hearing this, and continued to eat the senbei in his hand. When I felt that Sengoku's eyes were getting more and more dangerous, Garp finally put down the senbei in his hand and said with a laugh. Isn't it a beast's pirates, since they want to take a shot at Marine, why not kill him? Garp can be described as a spring breeze now, very relaxed.
Luo Ye didn't just help him get the 3 boys who wanted to be pirates back on the right track. And the 4 of them are now more capable than each other in Marine. Luo Ye has become an admiral, planning to attack Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Advertisement. Ace and Sabo can now follow him and fight against the pirates of the New World. Even his grandson, Luffy, is feeling the same excitement right now. In the training camp, they practiced and fought desperately, just to increase their strength. With so many juniors, Garp certainly feels very relaxed all day. On the other hand, Sengoku was different. He looked at Garp who was laughing and got angry. That kid Luo Ye became what he is now because he has been with this guy for too long. How could it be as easy as they thought to kill a new world's 4 emperors? You know, the beast's pirates aren't just a strong guy from Kaido. Other members are also not easy to solve. Fortunately, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru have completed their respective tasks and are currently on their way back to Marineford.
Now that it's decided to take a shot at beast's pirates, it's imperative that the threat is completely addressed. As for the B***** D Kaido, even if there is no way to kill him directly, he must be imprisoned again. The future new world will undergo earth-shaking changes. Sengoku looked out the window and thought silently. On the other side, Punk Hazard. The sailors who had taken out the beast's pirates on the island also returned to the warship. They are all looking at Luo Ye, waiting for his next order. Jack the Drow is dead, the next target should be the other 2 disasters of the beast's pirates. The sailors looked at Luo Ye with excitement. However, although Luo Ye said the next goal, no one thought of it. Back to Marineford. Marineford. The sailors on the warship all looked at each other, some of them didn't understand Silver Eagle Admiral's order. But since Admiral had spoken, no one dared not listen. Wano-kuni, Kaido. Luo Ye murmured a few words, lowered his head and looked at the saber on his waist. Asterisk. Chapter 42, Kizaru, you broke the vacation plan. Marineford. Luo Ye, who had just returned, was blocked by a wretched guy. Oh yeah, Luo Ye, his strength is getting more and more amazing now. Pelusalino, the mission is finally completed. That's right, the wretched uncle in front of Luo Ye is Marine Admiral, Kizaru Pelusalino. At this time, Kizaru, who was blocking Luo Ye's way, had no intention of avoiding it. Instead, he looked at Luo Ye and said with a complaining look. It's all your fault, you finally finished the task, you can come back to rest, but I heard that you killed Jack the Drill of Beast's pirates as soon as I came back. I originally planned to ask Marshal Sengoku to apply for a vacation, but now it's fine. Even if he doesn't take the initiative to find Kaido, he probably has to bring someone to find Marine's trouble. Disappointment was written all over Kizaru's face. What a great idea to start with. After being busy for so long, taking a vacation can go around to relax. As a result, just after returning to Marineford, Marshal Sengoku told Kizaru that Luo Ye had killed Jack the Drow. Kizaru, who heard the news, was immediately confused. I knew that Luo Ye was restless, but I never thought he would kill Jack the Drill of Beast's pirates. He did it, and it was odd that Kaido didn't go crazy. It seems that the vacation plan has been ruined again. Kizaru shook his head, his tone full of helplessness. Luo Ye glanced at him and said casually, how on earth did Marshal Sengoku put up with you with this attitude all day long? Hearing his words, Kizaru stared at Luo Ye with wide eyes. You guy can actually say something like that. Kizaru is a bit of salted fish at most, but what about Luo Ye? Over the years, I don't know how many times I have made troubles and disobeyed how many orders. That's why he was so embarrassed to talk about himself. Kizaru has heard that Crocodile and Doflamingo have all died under Luo Ye's sword. Advertisement: the world government has been having trouble with Marshal Sengoku recently because of this. If it wasn't for Marshal Sengoku in front of you, how could you be as relaxed as you are now? Thinking of this, Kizaru glanced at him. I don't understand how he moved Marshal Sengoku to do it on the Doflamingo guy. Without the cooperation of Marshal Sengoku, even if he has a good relationship with Momosagi, it is definitely not that easy to mobilize the Marines of the G3 branch. What about Sakazuki and Kuzan? Luo Ye looked at him and asked curiously. Hearing Luo Ye's question, Kizaru showed a wretched smile on his face. The two of them are in the office of Marshal Sengoku. They have a disagreement about Shichibukai and are arguing. Luo Ye and Kizaru looked at each other, and both of them couldn't help laughing. Akainu and Aokiji are always prone to quarrels over their treatment of pirates. In Akainu Sakazuki's view, as long as it is a pirate, no one is righteous. They should all be wiped out. For Aokiji, as long as they don't do evil, even if they choose to become pirates, there is no need to kill them all. On this point of view, the two have never been able to convince anyone. But relatively speaking, Luo Ye's point of view is basically a fusion of the two. Because in the world of One Piece, there is basically no guy who really hangs the pirate flag and goes to sea without killing innocent people. And Luo Ye never showed mercy when he met such a guy. From Akainu and Aokiji's point of view, Luo Ye fits in with their respective ideas, and they both want to pull Luo Ye into their own camp. However, Luo Ye never interfered in the quarrel between the two of them and just watched it as a good show. Luo Ye turned to look at Ace behind him and said to Sabo, "Don't give up training these days. When I go to Wano Kuni, if I don't see obvious improvement in both of you, you should be very aware of the consequences." The two brothers who were threatened suddenly nodded with bitter faces.
Luo Ye has always been like this. He only told them the requirements and never cared about the process.
Advertisement, because if the result fails to satisfy him, no matter what their reasons are, they will inevitably be beaten. Kizaru was a little surprised to hear this, and laughed. These two are also the grandsons of Mr. Garp. I have long heard that the two of them were constantly challenging school officials of the same level some time ago. Although I have always heard that there are two more talented boys in the headquarters. But Kizaru has never been able to see it, and I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence today. Luo Ye suddenly seemed to remember something, looked at Kizaru with interest and said, "Paluzalino, how about you teach them both yourself?" Hearing this, Ace and Sabo also stopped, looking at Kizaru excitedly. Also as Admiral, the most fundamental reason why they dare not provoke Luo Ye. It is because they have been abused so many times over the years that they have left a psychological shadow. But if the opponent is Kizaru, the two will not have the slightest resignation. Even if it had just been defeated by Jack the Drow. You must know that Luo Ye became famous in the headquarters because of the battle with Admiral Aokiji. If there is a chance, the two brothers are of course willing to give it a try. But looking at the smile on Luo Ye's face, Kizaru instinctively felt that something was wrong. See the excited look of their two boys again. Kizaru waved his hand with a wretched smile and said, "Oh yeah, change someone, I don't want to be like Kuzan back then." Cut. Hearing his refusal, Ace and Sabo left here with little interest. Luo Ye didn't care either, it was just a sudden thought. Let's go and see if Sakazuki and Kuzan are still arguing. Luo Ye and Kizaru looked at each other with a smile on their faces at the same time. Chapter 43, Akainu Aokiji, Battle of Ideas Office of the Marshal. Sengoku had a headache looking at the two guys who were arguing. Luo Ye killed two of Shichibukai's characters, which made the old guys of the five elders very angry. But all the responsibility was taken by Sengoku to himself. Otherwise, if those old guys really wanted to punish Luo Ye, that kid might not be able to do anything. After all, that son of Garp, Dorag. At the beginning, he was also a genius in marine, and it wasn't because of those disgusting things that he started a revolutionary army. He didn't want Luo Ye to follow in Drago's footsteps. You must know that in Sengoku's heart, Luo Ye's talent is much stronger than Drago's. As for Sakazuki and Kuzan in front of them, the dispute happened because of Shichibukai. One thinks that an organization like Shichibukai should not exist at all. The other felt that Shichibukai would be of great help to Marine in governing New World, and now is not the time to destroy Shichibukai. Of course, the black sheep in it should still be eliminated. Kuzan, Shichibukai shouldn't exist from the beginning. Luo Ye's actions are right, they should have been killed long ago. Sakazuki glared at Kuzan and shouted. Sakazuki felt very happy when he heard that Luo Ye killed Crocodile and Doflamingo. Sakazuki is a very principled soldier, never disobey the commander's orders. Although it was always annoying to see those guys, Sakazuki could only endure because he had never been ordered to destroy Shichibukai. Sakazuki felt that Luo Ye could do such a thing. Whether it was him, Aokiji or Kizaru, he couldn't help but obey the commander's orders. On the other hand, Luo Ye, as long as it is the pirate he wants to solve, no matter who asks for mercy, it will have no effect. Just like this time, Luo Ye didn't even pay attention to the words of the five elders. But what he didn't expect was that Luo Ye finally reduced two Shichibukai members. The old guys from the five elders even planned to find two people in New World to supplement them. Advertisement. How can Sakazuki accept it? On the other hand, look at Aokiji Kuzan. He also thinks Luo Ye's actions are right. Crocodile hides in Alabasta trying to capture the ancient weapon. Doflamingo not only cooperated with Kaido and performed evil experiments, but even installed an undercover agent of the Don Quixote family in Marine. Even made it to the Marine Vice Admiral position. These two guys are completely self-inflicted, but there is no need to kill the other people in Shichibukai. And there is the position of Shichibukai, which can make some pirates obedient. In some matters, Marine also occasionally uses Shichibukai's help. There is absolutely no need for such an organization to kill them all. The conflict of ideas makes the two of them unable to convince the other at all. With the argument, anger gradually appeared in the hearts of both of them. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. The culprit of this incident, Luo Ye, walked in with Kizaru. Sakazuki's eyes lit up and spoke to Luo Ye. Luo Ye, you came just in time to tell your defeated general that an organization like Shichibukai has no value at all. Hearing his words, Kuzan's face darkened instantly. At the beginning, it was just a discussion with Luo Ye, but failed to defeat him. In the end, when it came to other people's mouths, he became Luo Ye's defeat. How long has it been since then? This guy even mentioned it. Kizaru, who had just sat down, couldn't help laughing in his heart when he heard this. The reason why the two Sabo brothers refused to talk to Ace just now was because of this. If you really agree, even if it takes a little longer to solve the battle, it may change the taste when it is passed on to others. Although I don't think they are really like the monster Luo Ye, it's always right to be careful. Advertisement, Luo Ye, the Shichibukai meeting will be held soon, do you have any ideas? In the end Sengoku shook his head and asked him, even if Sakazuki and Kuzan continue to argue, nothing will come of it. Or ask Luo Ye, the kid who killed 2 Shichibukai, what to say. After returning to Marineford, Luo Ye changed his previous state in New World. Sitting in a chair lazily, he said casually, what can I say? Everyone present except Kizaru frowned upon hearing this. I never expected Luo Ye to give such an answer, but before they could ask any questions, Luo Ye continued. With or without Shichibukai, it doesn't make any difference to me. But as long as a pirate is doing evil in New World and is encountered by me, I will never let it go, no matter what kind of identity he has. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. After all, this is in line with Luo Ye's usual way of doing things. As for the identity of the opponent, it really doesn't make any difference to Luo Ye. Even Sengoku was suspicious that if Celestial Dragons got Luo Ye, he would probably kill Celestial Dragons without hesitation. Of course, Luo Ye hadn't done anything that caused him such a headache. Sengoku turned his head and said to Akainu, Sakazuki, Shichibukai is an organization formulated by the world government. Without an order from the world government, Marine has no way to eliminate them all. But just like what Luo Ye said, if there are evil people in Shichibukai in the future, they can be directly obliterated without worrying about the world government. Hear such words coming out of Sengoku's mouth. Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru all looked at him in surprise. I don't understand why Marshal Sengoku, who has always been stereotyped, has such a big change in his philosophy. And Luo Ye, the initiator of all these changes, was still sitting in front of them with a lazy look. Chapter 44, to the point. The rest of the Shichibukai guys are coming to Marineford. Wait until this meeting is over and they will assist Marine when they go to Wano-kuni to attack the Beast's pirates. Fight for the removal of Beast's pirates from New World this time. Sengoku is reluctant to dwell on Shichibukai, just settled this matter. However, when everyone in the office heard his words, they had different reactions. Luo Ye, who already knew Sengoku's plans, was not surprised. Just sat there lazily. Kizaru next to him looked at his performance, and although he was a little surprised, he still didn't show it. Like Luo Ye, sitting there lazily without making a sound. Instead, the other two Admiral, Sakazuki and Kuzan, had a big opinion on the decision. Kuzan believes that the reason Shichibukai needs to continue to exist is for them to help Marine at times like this. So that more pirates know that it is good to be attached to Marine, and that fighting against Marine will not end well. But Sakazuki doesn't think so. The dignified Marine attacked the pirates, but still needed the help of the pirates. What a joke. Marshal Sengoku, I disagree with this decision. When did Marine need the help of pirates to fight? The people in the world will only make fun of us Marine. Sakazuki's face was full of anger, and he firmly refused Sengoku's decision. Sengoku couldn't help but feel a headache listening to his words. Although it has long been known that Sakazuki would have such a reaction. But when it comes to the real face, I still find it difficult. At this moment, Luo Ye, who was sitting lazily on the chair opposite, suddenly spoke. Sakazuki, I think it's a good idea, okay? Sakazuki couldn't help but stagnate when he heard this. Luo Ye's idea of killing decisively is very much to his taste. Sakazuki had always felt that Luo Ye was the same person as him, except for his laziness when not performing tasks, which made him a little uncomfortable. The rest made Sakazuki feel right. Advertisement, how could such a person speak good things for the pirates now? Sakazuki frowned and looked at Luo Ye, wanting to know what he was going to say. Seeing these Marines, all the big men turned their attention to themselves. Luo Ye didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but was more relaxed than before. Luo Ye looked around and said lightly, since the world government created Shichibukai to make the order of the new world better. Then we Marines have the right to ask them to help us fight. If these people have any other opinions, what is the need for such an organization to exist? Hearing this, everyone in the office fell silent. Luo Ye's reasoning is very simple and easy to understand, but they have been stubbornly sticking to their ideas just now. Didn't think of that at all. As Luo Ye said, if Shichibukai refused their request, then of course they have the right to deprive Shichibukai of his name. In this case, even the world government has absolutely no way to blame them. And Luo Ye said that, of course, because the old guys and 5 elders were not happy. A few old guys have to get involved in everything. It was just killing 2 pirates who were full of ambition and wanted to point fingers at him. Luo Ye has no plans to get used to those old guys. Sengoku was keenly aware of Luo Ye's thoughts. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, the pressure from the 5 elders was taken over by him. If you put it on Luo Ye, a boy without taboos, then there will really be a big mess. Sengoku knocked on the table and said, okay, let's decide this matter first, and wait until the end of the meeting to decide who to attack the Beast's pirates. Hearing this, Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru were all stunned. Kizaru just wanted to stay in the headquarters to rest, and he wouldn't go out unless he could. The remaining 2 had already substituted themselves into this mission, but depending on what Marshal Sengoku meant, could they be allowed to stay in the headquarters? Luo Ye didn't bother about this. When he heard Sengoku finish, he got up and left. According to Luo Ye's guess, this time, if there is no accident, 2 admirals should be dispatched. Of course, there must be Luo Ye in it. After all, Sengoku knew very well that Luo Ye would never miss such a fight anyway. Advertisement as for who the other one is, it has nothing to do with Luo Ye. Silver Eagle Admiral, how about Punk Hazard Island? Luo Ye just walked out of the marshal's office not long ago. Momosagi, who returned to the headquarters, saw him and ran over quickly. After Luo Ye got rid of all the cadres of the Don Quixote family, he went directly to Punk Hazard on the warship. Leave all the mess of Dressrosa to Momosagi to fix. If King Riku was not alive, Momosagi might not be able to return by now. Luo Ye, the admiral, left, and she was the only marine vice admiral left in the entire fleet. Of course Momosagi couldn't get away and could only stay there to deal with things. She complained a lot about Luo Ye because of this. Luo Ye looked her up and down and said with a smile. It seems that the Dressrosa matter has been resolved. I really didn't see you wrong. Hearing this, Momosagi instantly suppressed the anger in his stomach. Momosagi gave Luo Ye an angry look. This guy is just that, very serious when he goes out on a mission. As soon as I got back to the headquarters, I started to salt the fish. I don't even know what he was thinking. I heard there's going to be a war with the Beast's pirates soon. Momosagi asked curiously next to Luo Ye. Momosagi, who was supposed to return to the G3 branch, returned to Marineford because of orders from Sengoku. After contacting Luo Ye and killing Jack the Drow, he must have an all-out war with the Beast's pirates soon. Luo Ye nodded casually and said, "Come on, it will probably start when the Shichibukai meeting is over. I don't know why an organization like Shichibukai has to exist. It's obviously a pirate, and it's still in this form." Luo Ye looked at Momosagi who was complaining and laughed. "You are planning to become a violent woman completely." Momosagi was a little surprised to hear that. Looking at his expression, Momosagi's face couldn't help but appear a hint of ready. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. How dare you say that other people are violent, Crocodile, Doflamingo, and how did Jack the Drow die? Chapter 45, Brothers are used to pit. The situation is different, and of course the nature will not be the same. Luo Ye looked at Momosagi and smiled indifferently. There have long been rumors that Luo Ye is extremely violent in this department, and Luo Ye doesn't care about it at all. Although sometimes I don't agree with Sakazuki's point of view, Luo Ye will not have any soft-hearted in dealing with those pirates who do evil. Besides, there is no need to explain this to anyone at all. Luo Ye, who was going to find Ace and Sabo, couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw Momosagi still following her. "You don't do your own thing, what do you do with me?" Momosagi was stunned when she heard Luo Ye's words. "What the hell is your disgusting look? I don't have a place to go in the headquarters, what's wrong with you, you're not welcome." Wen Yan Luo Ye gave her a strange look. The Crane Vice Admiral, who is like a sister to her, is not absent from the headquarters, and she will not have nowhere to go anyway. But since the words have been said, Luo Ye will naturally not refute her again. Had to walk quietly ahead, but Momosagi seems to be deliberately preventing Luo Ye from enjoying a rare time. Stepping up to stand beside Luo Ye, he asked, "Luo Ye, Kaido has been arrested so many times, but failed to execute him. Do you think you can really kill him this time?" Luo Ye glanced at her and said lightly, "Okay." Momosagi was a little stunned. She said that just to find a topic to communicate with Luo Ye. Otherwise, although this guy looks easygoing, he can go all the way without speaking. However, where did you get the confidence to say that Kaido will really die this time? Kaido's healing ability is so strong, it shouldn't be so easy to kill, right? Momosagi glanced at Luo Ye secretly and said tentatively. Although Kaido is one of the 4 emperors, he actually lost several times, was arrested more than a dozen times, and was even sentenced to death more than 40 times. But even if he is hanged, the chain will be torn off. If he is guillotined, he will be able to smash the guillotine, and if he is stabbed by a long spear, it will also end in the rupture of the long spear. He has sunk as many as 9 huge prison ships, and no one has ever been able to kill him, not even himself. Kaido has 2 hobbies, drinking and suicide. Advertisement. I have attempted suicide countless times without success. Such a world's strongest creature, when it came to Luo Ye's mouth, would actually die this time. This made Momosagi doubt the veracity of Luo Ye's words. After all, he didn't go out on a mission right now. Luo Ye noticed her doubts, but didn't care. He just looked at her calmly and said with a smile. "Because this time I'm going to Wano Kuni too, so Kaido is going to die." Momosagi, who was walking side by side with Luo Ye, was stunned when she heard this. Luo Ye didn't shout these words hoarsely, but said them in a very flat tone. But the more he did, the more Momosagi could feel the confidence in his words. Such a feeling made Momosagi want to indulge in it. However, Momosagi did not agree, but calmed down and chased after her and said with deep meaning. "Then I'll wait and see." Anyway, seeing what Marshal Sengoku meant, he planned to let her go to Wano Kuni with him. If Luo Ye is really going to try to kill Kaido, Momosagi doesn't mind going all out to help him accomplish such a feat. Luo Ye didn't know Momosagi had such a plan, but even if you know, you probably won't care too much. It is true that Kaido is called the strongest creature in the world, but Luo Ye doesn't think he can't kill him either. Momosagi followed Luo Ye, and when he saw him come to the competition stage, he couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. "What are you going to do? You're not going to fight Aokiji Admiral, are you?" When Luo Ye fought against Aokiji, Momosagi was also watching. At that time, no one could have imagined that Luo Ye could fight back and forth with Aokiji, who was already Admiral. Just because it exceeded everyone's expectations. This matter will slowly evolve into Luo Ye being able to defeat Aokiji as early as a few years ago. Luo Ye understood what she meant, smiled and shook his head. A few idiot brothers don't let me worry. As soon as the words fell, Ace and Sabo, who saw Luo Ye's arrival, hurried over. They didn't want to feel Luo Ye's fist because of a trivial matter. Luo Ye nodded with satisfaction seeing them. Not bad, at least not slack. Advertisement not being strong enough is one thing, but if you are not strong enough, if you don't work hard, you should be beaten. Luo Ye glanced at them and said, with your current strength, training doesn't really have much effect. The two who heard this couldn't help looking at each other. It was Luo Ye who let them train, and now it is Luo Ye who said this. What the hell is going on here? Before they could ask, Luo Ye continued. The best way to grow strength is to keep fighting. You should know that you are going to attack the beast's pirates soon, and then you will also go with them. Ace and Sabo clenched their fists excitedly. When they saw Luo Ye kill Jack the Drill, they knew something like this would happen. Of course, the two did not want to miss the battle with the four Emperor's pirates. Before the two were excited, Luo Ye said with great interest. Before this, if you want to increase your strength, you also inevitably need to fight. Now give you two choices, either you two fight with me, or you two are your opponents. Hearing this, the faces of the two who were still very excited just now collapsed instantly. Although they understand this truth, but if they want to challenge Luo Ye, they can't help but feel terrified even just thinking about it. The two looked at each other and said bitterly, let's be our own opponents. Luo Ye was not surprised to hear this, but said with a smile. No problem, but who is weaker before departure, I will teach it myself. Ace. Sabo. After a long time, you still can't escape your clutches? So what's the point of the two options you just gave? Momosagi on the side looked at the two with pale faces and couldn't help teasing. Luo Ye, I didn't expect you to have such a side. Luo Ye stretched and said indifferently, brother, it was originally used for pits. Chapter 46, Luo Ye. Lord Luo Ye. He. I didn't expect that there would be another day to come to this naval headquarters. Outside Marineford, a bark was heading in. Looking at the surrounding warships, Gecko Moria, who was standing on the bow, laughed heartily. Moria-sama, could this be a trap set by Marine? Absalom, who was standing beside him, watched the surrounding warships vigilantly, for fear that if they were not careful, they would fire at the ship where they were. Moria is even more proud to hear the words of Absalom, one of the three monsters under her command. He waved his hand and smiled. Impossible, I am one of the Shichibukai personally appointed by the world government, how could Marine possibly do anything to us? Although it was rejected, Absalom did not let his guard down. Instead, he said with a bitter face. Moria-sama, but Crocodile and Doflamingo are also Shichibukai appointed by the world government. That new Marine Admiral didn't kill them all the same. Moria's smile faded after hearing this. Looking at the warships driving around, he couldn't help but start to worry. Probably not. Marine didn't say that they were killed because they made unforgivable mistakes. Otherwise, how could Marine disobey the orders of the world government and take action against them? It's a pity that I wasn't there when the two of them died, otherwise their strength would definitely increase greatly. Moria's face was full of regret. Moria, who eats the shadow fruit, likes the battlefield the most. The shadow harvested there is enough to greatly increase his strength, and maybe he can take this opportunity to challenge Kaido again. Unfortunately, Moria got the news after both Crocodile and Doflamingo died. Otherwise, you will not miss such a great opportunity. Moria-sama, what is Marine trying to do with Shichibukai this time? Absalom's face was full of doubt. Originally staying well in the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line, Marine suddenly asked Shichibukai to come to Marineford. Also say something important to announce. What is it that they need to face with the pirates and Marine? Moria doesn't have an answer for that either. However, it is conceivable that this incident must have something to do with the deaths of Crocodile and Doflamingo. Otherwise, if Marine is free to take action on 7 warlords of the sea. Advertisement, then there is no need for the Shichibukai organization to exist. At this moment, the two people standing on the deck suddenly heard a squeak. Stupid man who dares to block the truth of his concubine, so hurry up and get out. Hearing this, Moria and Absalom turned their heads at the same time. It turns out that the person who came was Boa Hancock, one of the Shichibukai. Hancock was pointing proudly at Moria's group standing in front of him. He, Boa Hancock, are you trying to fight us? Moria also had no intention of evading, and instead asked with a sly smile. Moria's reaction took Hancock by surprise. It made her angry even more. Having been threatened by Marine that she would strip her of her Shichibukai title if she didn't come to Marineford was enough to make Hancock angry. In order to protect Nine Snake Island, Hancock had no choice but to come here. Moreover, if you come to Marineford, you will definitely meet Luo Ye, who has become an admiral. This also made Hancock feel a lot better. After all, she hadn't seen Luo Ye for a long time, and she really missed it. As a result, I just came to Marineford, and I met another guy who didn't have long eyes. Hancock said to Moria proudly. Even if the concubine destroys your ship, it will definitely be forgiven, because the concubine is so beautiful. After saying this, the arrogance on Hancock's face disappeared instantly. Instead, it was cold, and he instructed the men on the boat. Blast this ugly man into the sea. As soon as the words fell, the people on both sides of the boat were waiting in an instant. Seeing that the war was about to break out, suddenly a playful voice came. Oh yeah, it's really two pirates who like to play tricks, and they even want to start a fight in Marineford. Hancock, who was about to start, turned his head and found that the person was Kizaru, one of the admirals. Hancock asked with a cold face, Kizaru, what do you Marine want me to do in Marineford? Hancock's words also asked Moria's doubts. He also turned his gaze to Kizaru, who was smiling wryly, for an explanation. Advertisement, but Kizaru is not interested in answering their questions. Instead, he said with a wretched smile, oh yeah, it's none of my business, you should ask Marshal Sengoku. Humph. Hancock snorted when he heard this. He also gave up the idea of sinking Moria's ship. What he said did make sense. If he doesn't care about the fight at Marineford, Marine will definitely take a shot at him. Hancock questioned Kizaru with a cold face. Kizaru, no matter what you Marine want us to do, I only care about one thing right now, is Lord Luo Ye in Marineford. Luo Ye? Lord Luo Ye? Kizaru looked at Hancock with a weird look on his face. He had never heard someone call Luo Ye like that. Moreover, this person is also Boa Hancock, one of the Shichibukai. But seeing the dangerous look on Hancock's face, Kizaru finally gave up the idea of asking. If you really want to know, you should ask that kid Luo Ye. Kizaru said with a dry cough. Luo Ye, as Marine Admiral, is of course in Marineford now. Hearing this, the coldness on Hancock's face disappeared instantly and turned into a deep tenderness. Since Lord Luo Ye is here, the concubine is naturally willing to come to Marineford. The weirdness on Kizaru's face deepened. At the same time, he became even more curious about what happened between the two. You must know that all the pirates will never end well in Luo Ye's hands. How could he be so obsessed with this famous empress? Hancock saw the expression on Kizaru's face, and the original gentleness disappeared in an instant. Frost came up again, said to Kizaru with a cold face. Since Lord Luo Ye is here, don't take me to see him soon, I have no interest in your Marine's plans. I came to Marineford just to meet Lord Luo Ye, Chapter 47, Tit for Tat. Fire Punch. Bang, Ace, I know your moves better than anyone else. Fire Fist can't attack me at all. Sabo on the competition stage dodged Ace's move and turned his head to face him. Hearing this, Ace could only reluctantly give up the long-range attack, and directly approached Sabo and collided with him. However, the two seem to be fighting, but in fact they have been secretly communicating. Sabo, how about you deliberately lose to me later? Ace secretly glanced at Luo Ye, who was watching the battle, and said softly to Sabo in front of him. Sabo also took a chance to glance at Luo Ye. It was found that he was talking to the female vice admiral beside him, not paying attention. That's how he responded with confidence. No, why did you deliberately lose to me? I don't want to face that monster Luo Ye. Speaking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel a little timid. They managed to escape Luo Ye's clutches, but they really didn't want to face Luo Ye's tyranny anymore. Being rejected by Sabo made Ace anxious. Sabo, if we tie, we're both going to be beaten, so you might as well lose to me on purpose. Luo Ye had already told them before. In the battle between the two of them, whoever loses will fight against Luo Ye. If the tie is tied, both of them will have to face Luo Ye's brutal beating. Luo Ye wouldn't find it difficult just because they were two people, but because of their tie, he would hit them harder. However, Sabo would rather face the two of them together than deliberately lose to Ace. After all, having a pat on the back can make the mood a lot better. Sabo smiled twice and said to Ace, either you lose to me on purpose, or we both get beaten together. Ace's heart was full of helplessness. Why can't I talk to this guy? Ace took a deep breath and stared at Sabo. Sabo, since that's the case, let me see your full power. As soon as the voice fell, the two took a few steps back at the same time. Ace's body burned with flames, and Sabo's hands became jet black because of the color of his weapons. Exactly what I want. Advertisement, bang. Momoshage off the field watched the battle between the two and said to Luo Ye. The strength of these two boys is very strong. If nothing else, they should be promoted to Rear Admiral soon. Hearing her compliment, Luo Ye couldn't help but smile. The talent of these two boys is truly amazing, as long as they cannot be lazy and insist on strengthening their strength. Sooner or later, the entire new world will be shaken by it, and at least it will not be a big problem to grow to the Admiral level. And Luo Ye was obviously the one who urged them not to be lazy. The strength is enough, but the record is not enough. Luo Ye looked at the two fighting and said softly. That's why Luo Ye brought them with him when he was going to attack the beast's pirates. If you want to improve your strength faster, how can you do without enough combat experience? It's a pity that Luffy's current strength is too poor, otherwise Luffy would not be able to escape this time. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed towards Luo Ye. Luo Ye was keenly aware that the opponent's target was him, and instantly turned to the side. Let Hancock pounce on Momoshage Vice Admiral next to him. Hancock realized that he was not hugging the long-awaited Lord Luo Ye, and instantly pushed Momoshage aside. Said with disgust. Who are you? How dare you stop your concubine's path? Momoshage looked at Hancock in front of him in confusion. Don't understand what this woman in Shichibukai is smoking. However, Hancock did not explain her confusion, but turned his head to look at Luo Ye. After changing the coldness on his face just now, he said softly. Lord Luo Ye, you are really here. Luo Ye looked at Hancock a little embarrassedly. Hancock, why are you here so soon? Hancock said with a shy face. My concubine just heard that you were in Marineford, and she came without a break. I finally saw you again. I see. Luo Ye was a little uncomfortable with Hancock's enthusiasm. Before becoming a Marine, Luo Ye encountered 2 celestial dragons while traveling to Sabo archipelago. Those 2 idiots even planned to make Luo Ye their slave, but Luo Ye killed them directly. Advertisement and Rayleigh, who was hiding in the Sabo archipelago, happened to meet him. When he saw that Luo Ye also shot celestial dragons without hesitation, Rayleigh directly helped Luo Ye to take this matter down. Luo Ye didn't expect that old guy from Rayleigh would tell Hancock about this. As a result, she looked like this every time she saw herself, which made Luo Ye really feel a bit of a headache. Luo Ye, do you know this Shichibukai pirate? Momosagi on the side saw Hancock's performance and asked curiously. She looked at Hancock's state completely, and Momosagi wouldn't believe it if the two were in no situation. Hey, is my relationship with Lord Luo Ye something you can care about? To others, Hancock doesn't have the same attitude towards Luo Ye. Especially this marine woman was still beside Luo Ye just now. This makes how Hancock looks good on her. But Momosagi, who can become Vice Admiral, certainly won't show weakness to Hancock. A mere pirate dared to be so rampant in Marineford, what are you going to do? The two looked at each other and could see the anger in each other's eyes. Woman Marine, are you provoking your concubine? Hancock's face was full of anger. This woman dared to stay beside Luo Ye while she was not by his side, talking and laughing. Now that I have encountered it, of course I have to teach her a lesson. Hancock, dazed by rage, didn't care if she was Marine, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. And Momosagi's thoughts are similar to hers. Momosagi knows very well how Luo Ye treats pirates. Luo Ye, who has never been soft on pirates, actually knew this woman for a long time. If it wasn't for her using some shady means, how could Luo Ye do this? Seeing such a scene, Luo Ye couldn't help scolding Rayleigh in his heart. If it wasn't for the old guy's nosy, tell Hancock about him killing 2 celestial dragons. How could she be in this state? Oh yeah, such a scene is really rare. Chapter 48, Kizaru. I can't be envious with a wretched smile on his face. Kizaru slowly walked towards them. Kizaru is now very convinced that Boa Hancock has something to do with Luo Ye. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked herself whether Luo Ye was here as soon as she came to Marineford. Moreover, just after telling her that Luo Ye was at the competition stage, Boa Hancock couldn't wait to run over first. Kizaru has heard of Hancock's name. It is rumored that she is honest with all men. She didn't expect her to have such an attitude towards Luo Ye. And Luo Ye, the guy who never let go of pirates, doesn't seem to have any intention of hitting Hancock. This really surprised Kizaru. But what surprised him most was that Momosagi Vice Admiral was also here. This is good, Vice Admiral. The female Vice Admiral who has the best relationship with Luo Ye, meets this female pirate who is also unknown to Luo Ye. What kind of sparks the two of them will collide, it is really exciting to think about it. Luo Ye looked at Kizaru who was watching a good show, and gave him an angry look. If nothing else, this guy told Hancock that he was in the martial arts stage. I am really afraid that the world will not be in chaos. The two parties who were ridiculed looked at Kizaru with a look of murder. Kizaru felt the gazes of the two, and quickly raised his hand and took 2 steps back, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. Women who are in this state are really hard to mess with. Kizaru shook his head and looked at Luo Ye. Want to know how he plans to handle this? What are you guys going to do? Want to make a big fuss at Naval Headquarters? Do you want me to cheer you on? Luo Ye frowned and yelled at the 2 tit-for-tat opponents. One by one, what is going on here? Luo Ye didn't plan to get used to the 2 of them. Hearing Luo Ye's reprimand, the momentum of the 2 stagnated. Momosagi then realized that there was no need to argue with this female pirate. Just in the identity of Luo Ye Marine, it is already doomed that they are not the same. If so, why bother with her? Looking at Hancock, she doesn't think so. What Luo Ye said just now, she only felt that she heard cheers. And it also automatically filters Momosagi. Advertisement. I thought to myself that Lord Luo Ye still hasn't changed, if I want to fight this damn woman. Lord Luo Ye will definitely help him. Since he said so, Hancock felt that he should not cause trouble to Lord Luo Ye. Oh, it seems that Luo Ye is not only strong in strength. Kizaru couldn't help sighing in his heart when he saw that just one sentence could dispel the tit-for-tat situation just now. Strong in strength, handsome in appearance, and at a critical age that is much younger than himself. Ah, I'm really envious. Luo Ye felt that Kizaru's eyes were a little weird, but he ignored it. He, you are the new Silver Eagle Admiral Luo Ye. Moria, who was behind Kizaru, stood up and looked at Luo Ye and asked. Luo Ye glanced at him lightly without answering. His attitude made Moria a little uncomfortable. Obviously, this time to come to Marineford, it was an order from Marine. As a result, he used such an attitude, but Moria also knew that she was no match for Marine Admiral at all. Even if he's just a new one, to know that they are also Shichibukai, Moria is not necessarily Doflamingo's opponent. But that kind of guy died in Luo Ye's hands, not to mention Moria. After thinking for a moment, Moria asked, Silver Eagle Admiral, I heard you killed Crocodile and Doflamingo. Does this mean Marine is going to attack our Shichibukai? When she said this, Moria looked at Luo Ye with heavy eyes. If you get the exact answer from his mouth, even if he is not their opponent, he will have a big fight in Marineford. He didn't want to sit still like that. To his surprise, Luo Ye just glanced at him calmly. If I want to kill you, do I need so much trouble? Wherever you are, can you be my opponent? Although this was an insult to herself, Moria couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The name of Shichibukai is still very useful for the current Moria. If it is not a last resort, he is not willing to give up this name. Advertisement. As for Luo Ye's words, Moria didn't care too much. If a Marine Admiral wants to solve himself, there is really no need to make such trouble. Luo Ye didn't continue to pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Ace and Sabo, who were still fighting on the stage. The strength of the two of them is very close, and they are very clear about each other's moves. In fact, Luo Ye didn't think they would win or lose from the beginning. The reason for saying that is to prevent them from slack when fighting. In order not to be beaten by Luo Ye, the two could only do their best to shoot at each other. Anyway, the other party will not be hurt by himself, so there is no need to worry about anything. Musket. Ace's hands kept firing flames towards Sabo. But Sabo, who had already learned from Luo Ye, certainly wouldn't be hit. Instead, he kicked his feet and rushed towards Ace. Sabo is very clear about his advantages. As long as he can get close to Ace, he still has a chance to win. Bang. The two slammed into each other with armament hockey's fists at the same time. The airflow that erupted shocked Moria outside the field. Naval headquarters is indeed one of the strongest forces in the New World, and the two Marine colonels in the Mir too have such strength. Moria felt that she would not necessarily be their opponent. Even Kizaru, who was on the side, saw the collision between the two and walked up to Luo Ye and said, "Fortunately, I rejected your proposal before, otherwise I'm afraid I would really fall into the hands of your two younger brothers like Aokiji." Luo Ye smiled and shook his head when he heard this, but didn't care too much. The two of them still need some distance to challenge Admiral. Kizaru's words were just an acknowledgement of their talent. Lord Luo Ye, are these two your younger brothers? Chapter 49. Even if it is a tie, Lord Luo Ye, are these two your younger brothers? Although the words are talking about Ace and Sabo on the competition stage. But Hancock's eyes never diverted from Luo Ye. After seeing Luo Ye nodding, Hancock said with a look of admiration. As expected of Lord Luo Ye, even your two younger brothers can teach to such an extent. Forehead. Luo Ye held his forehead helplessly. Hancock's performance really made Luo Ye a little uncomfortable. Just as he was about to persuade, a cold humming voice appeared beside him. The smile on Hancock's face disappeared instantly, and he looked at Momosagi coldly and said, "Woman Marine, are you provoking your concubine again?" Momosagi also looked at the past without showing weakness. Although she also thinks that Ace and Sabo can have their current strengths, it is inseparable from Luo Ye's teaching. But I really can't stand Hancock's straightforward words. Momosagi and Luo Ye have known each other for so long and have never done this before, so how could they be used to Hancock? Oh yeah, it started again. This kind of drama is really rare. Kizaru watched the situation from behind and couldn't help but gloated. Although Luo Ye's appearance makes him envious, but he didn't want to be treated like Luo Ye. Luo Ye frowned and ignored the two. Instead, he continued to watch Ace and Sabo who were fighting on the stage. The battle between the two has entered a white-hot stage. Although they are brothers with unparalleled feelings, no one is willing to back down when it comes to being beaten up by Luo Ye. Sabo, you have to be careful, don't get hurt by my trick. Ace grinned and said. Sabo didn't pay too much attention to this. Their strength is so close, if you want to defeat each other, it is inevitable to get injured. If you want to increase your strength, the battle is incomplete without being injured. Come on Ace. Sabo's arms turned black, and he looked at Ace opposite with a solemn expression. I saw Ace holding up a giant great fireball in his hand. Since fighting Jack the Drow at Punk Hazard, Ace has become more and more proficient at this trick. Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan, Advertisement, Dragon Claw Fist. Just when the attack methods of the two were about to collide, Luo Ye, who was standing lazily off the field, disappeared instantly and appeared on the competition stage in the next instant. One hand resisted Sabo's fist, and the other hand drew out his saber, directly dissipating Ace's Yandy slash. Oh yeah, Luo Ye's strength is getting more and more amazing. Kizaru looked at Luo Ye on the field in surprise. If the previous rumors about Luo Ye defeating Aokiji are rumors, now it seems that Luo Ye may really have such strength. Such a terrifying growth rate really deserves to be the guy who got the monster name back then. On the other side, Luo Ye, who resolved the offensive between the two, said angrily. You two boys, are you planning to destroy this martial arts stage? If Luo Ye didn't stop it, I am afraid that only Ace's Yan Emperor could make this competition stage disappear. If that's the case, I'm afraid old man Sengoku should be babbling endlessly again. Hearing Luo Ye's reprimand, both of them felt a little embarrassed. But what they care most about is who wins. Luo Ye noticed their eyes and said with great interest. This time the two of you are tied and then fight with me together. Ace. Sabo. Are you sure this wasn't intentional? After struggling for so long, it was time to decide the winner. As a result, Luo Ye said a tie in a lighthearted manner. Then why did they work so hard just now? At this time, both of them also noticed Luo Ye's thoughts. He looked at him with some resentment. They have been pitted by Luo Ye so many times, yet they still haven't grown up. And Luo Ye didn't feel embarrassed at all. Glancing at the two of them, they walked off the stage. Hancock rushed to Luo Ye's side and said admiringly, "Lord Luo Ye, you were so handsome just now." Ace and Sabo looked at this strange woman with some doubts. I don't know what kind of relationship she has with Luo Ye. But Luo Ye didn't mean to explain to them either. Advertisement instead, he turned his head and asked, "Is Shichibukai only you and Moria arriving at Marineford now? My concubine wouldn't care about those disgusting men. After all, Lord Luo Ye is the only one." Hancock never had a good face with other men. Even Rayleigh, who had saved her life. But Luo Ye is completely different. The time spent as a slave by the Celestial Dragons was Hancock's eternal nightmare. But because the consequences of provoking the Celestial Dragons were too serious, even if Hancock had escaped, he did not dare to take revenge on them. But that's how Hancock got a shocking news from Rayleigh's mouth. Luo Ye dared to kill Celestial Dragons. This made Hancock have a great affection for Luo Ye. As a result, when she sees Luo Ye now, she will only have this attitude towards Luo Ye. Hearing this, Luo Ye glanced at her helplessly. I don't even know what to say. Crocodile and Doflamingo and 7 warlords of the sea have been killed by themselves. Only Dracul Mahawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbei, and Hancock and Moria had arrived. Bartholomew Kuma has now signed a secret agreement with the world government to use his body to develop pacifists. Of course he wouldn't ignore Marine's orders, and the other two can't say for sure. Now that Marshal Sengoku intends to have the remaining Shichibukai team up with Marine to attack the Beast's pirates. Luo Ye would also have no opinion. However, if it's just because of this that delays time and causes Kaido to do something, it's not worth the loss. Thinking of this, Luo Ye turned his eyes to Kizaru who was on the side. Kizaru knew what he wanted to know, and he spread his hands helplessly. He brought only Hancock and Moria, and the other 3 guys, Kizaru didn't see either. At this moment, everyone present looked at not far away at the same time. There were 3 people walking towards them. 2 terabytes chapter 50, Shichibukai arrives. These 3 are the other Shichibukai. Dracul Mahawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbei. After getting orders from Marine, they waited and finally decided to come here. It's finally here. Luo Ye frowned at the 3 of them and said. He didn't want to miss out on taking out Kaido because Shichibukai arrived too slowly. Eagle-eyed Mahawk walked slowly in front of Luo Ye, stared at him for a while and said. You are the monster boy in the red-haired mouth. Hawkeye Mahawk and red-haired Shanks have tried countless times, but the relationship between the two is really good. Shanks told Hawkeye that he met a monster boy in Marine. Although he was very young, his talent in swordsmanship was amazing, and Luo Ye was already qualified to fight Shanks at that time. Even if they were defeated in the end, no one dared to underestimate Luo Ye. Hawkeye had long wanted to meet this red-haired monster boy, and now he finally did. The reason why Hawkeye has always wanted to learn from the red hair is to make his strength grow rapidly. After all, it is really not easy for him to find a sparring partner at the same level. If there is a chance, it might be good to have a fight with Luo Ye. It's a pity that the East Blue kid who made the redhead bet an arm has never been seen by Hawkeye. Just when Hawkeye looked at Luo Ye, his eyes were gradually filled with fighting intent, when suddenly someone kicked him. Hawkeye dodged the kick, frowning at Hancock who wanted to kick him. Damn its evil eyes, how dare you talk to Lord Luo Ye like that? Lord Luo Ye. Hawkeye looked at Hancock suspiciously, wondering why she called Luo Ye that way. Although some can't bear Hancock's enthusiasm, being able to be maintained by her like this still warms Luo Ye's heart. Boy, do you want to fight with me? Hawkeye put his hand behind his back, and held the Supreme Swordsman, one of the 12 workers, and looked at Luo Ye with war intent in his eyes. For Hawkeye, enhancing his strength is the most important thing. As for whether this is Naval Headquarters Marineford, it makes no difference to the Eagle Eye. Luo Ye didn't have any psychological burden because of the world's #1 swordsman's active invitation to fight. Advertisement. Luo Ye looked at him calmly and said. There will be opportunities in the future, but now I have no interest in fighting with you. The rejected Hawkeye frowned, but he was able to understand Luo Ye's meaning. Marine called them Shichibukai must have something important to say when he came. Luo Ye certainly wouldn't agree if there was a delay due to the fight with him. Hawkeye, if you want to fight, let your concubine teach you lesson. Hancock was very angry at this ignorant guy, and yelled at Hawkeye with a flushed face. Okay, Hancock. Luo Ye stopped her. Although Hancock's strength is also very good, he should still lose against Hawkeye. And Luo Ye didn't want to watch their Shichibukai fight before attacking Kaido. Since Lord Luo Ye has spoken, the concubine will naturally obey. Hancock changed his coldness when facing Hawkeye, and said to Luo Ye shyly. The change in her attitude caused everyone present to be a little stunned. At this moment, Jinbei, the seaman who was also Shichibukai, looked at Luo Ye and asked. Silver Eagle Admiral, first wonder if Marine is planning to attack Shichibukai? Jinbei already knew that the Silver Eagle Admiral had just killed Crocodile and Doflamingo, who were also Shichibukai. If Marine really intends to destroy Shichibukai, Jinbei wasn't so worried about his life. Instead, they are worried about the islanders of the Fishman Island. Because of his Shichibukai name, many guys with strange hearts retreated. If the name of Shichibukai is taken away by Marine, I am afraid that the future of the Fishmen Island will not be peaceful again. Luo Ye couldn't help frowning when he heard this. If Shichibukai are keeping their own way and do not do evil. Of course Luo Ye was willing to salt the fish and not shoot at them. But based on what Crocodile and Doflamingo did, Luo Ye felt that killing them directly was a bit too cheap for them. If I want to take action against you Shichibukai, why'd I have to be so troublesome? Advertisement. Luo Ye had to repeat what he just said to Moria. Same idea as Moria. Although Luo Ye's words indicated that he thought he was not his opponent, Jinbei could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to cause the islanders of the Fishmen Island to suffer again because of himself. At least it would be nice to maintain the status quo. Marine's sudden call made them very puzzled, especially when Luo Ye killed Crocodile and Doflamingo not long ago. It made them feel a little worried. Even Hancock is the same, if it is not for the citizens of Nine Snake Island, and when you come to Marineford, you can meet Luo Ye. That Hancock would never listen to Marine's call. At this moment, Marine Marshal Sengoku, General Staff Officer Crane, and Vice Admiral Garp approached. The trio were known as the Marine Iron Triangle decades ago. Now they have achieved their own success, and this Shichibukai meeting is clearly their responsibility. Let's go, everyone, this meeting is about the existence of Shichibukai in the future, you should all go to participate. Sengoku looked around the crowd and said. His words made Hancock and the others frown. How does it feel that Shichibukai's status will not be the same as before? He, Marshal Sengoku, I don't know how your Marines are going to treat Shichibukai. Moria asked with a gloomy smile. If Shichibukai is safe and doesn't hurt civilians, of course Marine won't do anything to you. But if you want to be like those two ambitious guys like Crocodile and Doflamingo, I think Silver Eagle Admiral will take the initiative. Luo Ye saw that everyone's eyes turned to him, but his expression did not change. Indeed, as Sengoku said, if they committed crimes, Luo Ye would naturally not sit idly by. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction when he saw that everyone was silent. It seems that Luo Ye's name is really easy to use. With such a kid ignoring the orders of the five elders, Marine's climate will only change even more. Since you are all here, let's discuss what Shichibukai needs to do in the future. And, to attack the Beast's pirates. Chapter 51, The Eagle Eye Full of War. Attack the Beast's pirates? Everyone in Shichibukai looked at Sengoku in surprise. They originally thought that Marine's call was just to tell them how Shichibukai should get along with Marine in the future. No one thought that Sengoku would give such an exciting news as soon as he came. The New World situation was fixed many years ago. The position of the four emperors has never been shaken. Even if there are pirates who have challenged them one after another, the final outcome is only to be defeated, or more simply to die directly. Like Moria in Shichibukai now, he fought against Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors. However, being defeated by Kaido, Moria now has the title of Shichibukai, but she can only nest in the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line. In order to be able to try to fight Kaido again one day in the future. Of course, there will be a day when even Moria has no confidence in herself. In fact, the defeat at the hands of Kaido was too tragic, and even destroyed Moria's confidence. Moreover, Kaido that monster is simply unkillable. No matter how many times Marine has managed to capture him over the years, he's still doing well in Wano-kuni. Moria felt Marine's decision was a total failure. If you do take a shot at the Beast's pirates, you can't kill Kaido yet. That monster will definitely take revenge on those involved in this operation. In this way, it seems as if Marine's operation can't participate at all. Thinking of this, Moria looked around at the four people who belonged to Shichibukai. It was found that although they were a little surprised by this matter, it seemed that no one wanted to raise objections. What are they going to do? Go crazy with Marine? Moria thought about it carefully, and decided to see the situation before deciding whether to participate or not. Sengoku looked at the Shichibukai people with different reactions, and he could totally guess what these guys were thinking. It wasn't that Sengoku got carried away about the attack on the Beast's pirates either. It was the result of careful discussions with Garp and Suru. This time, two admirals were dispatched, even if Kaido couldn't be killed directly. Also sure to take out the rest of the Beast's pirates. Moreover, even if Kaido escaped, it would definitely not cause much disturbance. Advertisement because there are monsters like Luo Ye in Marine. The speed of Luo Ye's strength growth is really the only one they have seen in these years. Even if he can't kill Kaido directly this time, there will definitely be such a chance in the future. As for this action, let him try it in advance. It's best to be able to kill Kaido, but even if you can't kill it, it will still hurt the Beast's pirates. Moria looked at Sengoku and asked, there are so many strong men in Marine, do we need Shichibukai's help to attack the Beast's pirates? Hearing this, I didn't wait for Sengoku to answer. Luo Ye glanced at him and said in a flat tone, if you don't want to participate, Marine certainly won't force it, but Gecko Moria will be removed from Shichibukai in the future. Moria's face changed when she heard the words. He didn't expect the old guy Sengoku to say such a thing. You must know that they, Shichibukai, were all personally selected by the world government. But Marine not only killed Crocodile and Doflamingo among them, but now forces them to work together to attack the Beast's pirates. Although the previous Marines were not used to their Shichibukai, they never did. What happened to make such a big change in Marine's attitude? And Luo Ye, the initiator of all this transformation, is watching Moria calmly. Luo Ye's eyes made Moria feel a little guilty, and she said with a forced smile. If that's the case, then of course I won't refuse, and with your Marine's help, I can finally get revenge on Kaido. The fruit ability possessed by Moria makes him very eager for a powerful battlefield. It doesn't matter if Marine wins this battle with the Beast's pirates, or if Kaido survives. As long as someone dies, Moria can greatly increase her strength. As for helping Marine fight, if given the chance, Moria certainly wouldn't mind giving mortal enemy Kaido a double shot. But if Marine is at a disadvantage, he must be faster than anyone else. As for Marine's life or death, it's none of his business as a pirate. He. Lord Luo Ye, will you also participate in the battle with Kaido this time? Hancock didn't care if he wanted to go to war with the four emperors. Advertisement. She also understood that Marine had Shichibukai in this time just to show the rest of the pirates a role model. Even Hancock didn't care. If Luo Ye joins the war, Hancock is of course willing to join in. But on the contrary, if Luo Ye was not in this operation, Hancock would not have gone to Wano Kuni, even if he had to be stripped of the title of Shichibukai. Luo Ye nodded and said with a smile, of course, I killed Jack the Drill. If Kaido didn't see me, he wouldn't be satisfied. Jack the Drill? After hearing this, Shichibukai was stunned. This time they confirmed that Marine is going to take on the Beast's pirates. Even if they don't attack the Beast's pirates now, Kaido will definitely be in trouble for Marine because of Jack the Drow's death. Moria was a little annoyed by this. Crocodile, Doflamingo's death he did not catch. Even Jack the Drow died at Luo Ye's hands. It seems that this action will really increase his strength. It would be best if Marine could take out Kaido, and the power drawn from the battlefield would allow Moria to replace Kaido as the new four emperors. He. Just thinking about that scene made Moria tremble with excitement. Wow, as expected of Lord Luo Ye, you even lost Jack the Drill to you. Hancock looked at Luo Ye beside him with admiration. She felt that she was more and more infatuated with Luo Ye now. It's a pity Lord Luo Ye is Marine Admiral. It would be great if he didn't do this Admiral. Wouldn't it be a better choice to live happily with her back to Nine Snake Island? Just when everyone from Shichibukai followed Sengoku to the meeting, Hawkeye Mihawk suddenly came to Luo Ye's side. I always heard Red Hair mention you before, saying that your kendo talent is very strong. In fact, I have no interest in attacking Beast's pirates. It's you who I really want to fight. Luo Ye glanced at Mihawk, who was full of fighting spirit, and said, there will be chances in the future. Chapter 52, who do you think you are? This kind of Shichibukai meeting has little to do with Luo Ye, and he didn't want to join in the fun. Might as well go to training camp to see how Luffy is doing now. Ace and Sabo hurriedly followed Luo Ye's plan after hearing Luo Ye's plan. Although he could not escape Luo Ye's clutches in the end, he can still show off in front of Luffy now. You must know that Luffy is still only able to practice and control his strength in training camp. And the two of them can already follow Luo Ye's side to catch the pirates. When the strength is stronger, there is no need to always follow Luo Ye, the leading big brother. They can lead the navy alone to capture the pirates. It's hard to say whether Luffy will be able to leave training camp even at that time. Just as they were about to arrive at training camp, suddenly, a marine hurriedly came to Luo Ye and said, Silver Eagle Admiral, there was trouble in the training camp. Someone's making trouble at training camp. Luo Ye was stunned when she heard this. You must know that the training camp of the headquarters is still in charge of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Although it was dubbed, Do Not Kill Admiral, by others. But Zephyr's strength is actually very strong. Under such circumstances, would anyone still choose to make trouble in the training camp? It is estimated that the troublemaker will be ruthlessly suppressed soon. And many more. Luo Ye suddenly thought of a possibility and asked with a strange expression. What's the name of that troublemaker? Monkey D. Luffy, seems to be the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. Knew it. Luo Ye glanced at the two brothers behind him. There was no surprise in the eyes of the other party. Apparently they were already used to Luffy's nonsense, but they didn't expect him to be in the naval headquarters training camp now, and it didn't stop. Of course, if Luffy doesn't mess around one day, Luo Ye will wonder if he is being stimulated. What happened? Why did he make trouble at training camp? Advertisement. The sailor had a strange look on his face when he heard this. He said that his strength is already very strong. He insisted on arguing to leave the headquarters and go to New World to catch pirates. He also said that Colonel Ace and Colonel Sabo can go out. Why can't he? This sailor obviously also knew the two brothers who were very popular in the headquarters some time ago. Ace and Sabo were not angry when they heard that they were mentioned. On the contrary, they couldn't help but chuckle. The two of them were later in the morning than when Luffy came to the headquarters, and they had now become colonels of the headquarters. Follow Luo Ye to New World to catch pirates, no one will have any opinion. But Luffy was different. Shortly after arriving at the training camp, he was clamoring to leave the headquarters. When Zephyr encountered a thorn like Luffy, it would be strange if he didn't give him a lesson. When the two of them were in training camp, Zephyr's fist was not less than that. Luo Ye looked at Ace and Sabo strangely after listening to the explanation from the sailor. If nothing else, Luffy did it because he was stimulated by the two of them. I want to leave the training camp as soon as possible, leave the headquarters and go to New World to catch pirates. However, Zephyr is notoriously strict, how could he let Luffy go? Come on, let's see how Luffy is doing. Luo Ye shook his head helplessly and said. The two brothers behind him laughed happily and quickly followed. They didn't want to miss Luffy's beating. Luo Ye's group had just stepped into the training camp when Luffy's loud voice came from their ears. Get out of the way, you old man, I said I'm strong enough to leave Marineford, why do you keep stopping me? Luffy is very angry right now, he clearly felt he was strong enough to leave Marineford. But the old man Zephyr wanted to stop him, doesn't he know that Ace and Sabo have followed Luo Ye to kill several pirates? How could Luffy, who got the news, be willing to be trapped here all the time? But Zephyr didn't care what his reasons were. In Zephyr's view, insufficient strength is insufficient strength, and no excuse can make up for it. Zephyr wouldn't be able to forgive himself if he let him leave Marineford, which in turn caused him to fall into the hands of the pirates. Zephyr sneered deliberately. Advertisement, even so weak, how can you say that you can leave Marineford with your own strength? Who do you think you are? Are you the monster kid Luo Ye? Zephyr used to think that Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Pulsalino were already top talent. Until he met the monster boy Luo Ye a few years ago. Only then did Zephyr know that Sakazuki and the three of them were far from Luo Ye. And Luo Ye was the only one who took the initiative to leave the training camp, but he didn't stop him. Really, Zephyr didn't know what to teach Luo Ye. Instead of letting him continue to waste time in the training camp, it is better to let him fight the pirates directly. Anyway, that kid will never have any accident. Luo Ye's face didn't change when he heard that he was mentioned by Zephyr, obviously he was used to this kind of thing. Instead, it was Ace and Sabo behind him. When they were in training camp, Zephyr always liked to mention Luo Ye to attack those guys who had high self-esteem. Some people even heard that Luo Ye dared to fight Admiral Aokiji in the first place, and wanted to try it. Moreover, the opponent they picked turned out to be Luo Ye, whom Zephyr had been talking about. At that time, the two brothers felt pity for those who had such thoughts. They have been beaten countless times, and they can't hide from Luo Ye. There are still people who want to rush up and be beaten. Those guys really don't know, some people can't be surpassed at all. Sabo, how far do you think Luffy will be beaten by Zephyr? Ace secretly glanced at Luo Ye in front of him, and then asked Sabo's ear. Anyway, Zephyr is not malicious, and they are also willing to see Luffy beaten. Sabo glanced at the angry Luffy and said, Mr. Zephyr has always taught the Marines in training camp a bad lesson, and I don't think Luffy can escape such a fate. As soon as the words fell, the two brothers looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Hearing their whispers, Luo Ye couldn't help shaking his head. These two guys always like to tease Luffy. At this moment, Zephyr in the field said with a grin. Since you want to leave Marineford, I'll give you a chance, as long as you can beat me, I'll promise you. Asterisk. Chapter 53, Luffy, Old Zephyr of Damn It Seriously Speaking. Now Luffy's strength is among the top recruits in this batch of training camps. But in Zephyr's view he was too far behind. After all, Zephyr has seen so many marine geniuses over the years. The earliest ones were Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Pulsalino. The second is Luo Ye, the most terrifying talent he has ever seen. Even the Ace and Sabo brothers who just walked out of training camp not long ago. If you really want to compare, Luffy's current strength is still too far behind. Zephyr knew all too well that Luffy was the grandson of that old guy from Garp. With his current age and strength, it may be okay to put it on others, but how could Garp's grandson have such a little strength? Zephyr had made a decision long ago. If Luffy's strength doesn't satisfy him, he's not going to get out of training camp. As for now, as long as he can beat himself, he is allowed to go out. If Luffy can do it, there's no need for him to waste time in training camp. But Luffy doesn't think so. Since Zephyr has given the conditions, it's good to defeat him. Old man, damn it, watch how I beat you. Luffy looked at Zephyr angrily. Luo Ye's strength Luffy felt that he couldn't catch up. But Ace and Sabo were able to follow him to catch pirates. Obviously, the gap between their strengths was not so big before, just because he came to Marineford a little late. Now how could Luffy be willing to be thrown farther and farther by them? Even Luo Ye said that only constant fighting can make the strength grow faster. Luffy doesn't want to waste time in this training camp. Since that's the case, whoever wants to block my way, then I'll beat them all away. Rubber pistol. Luffy's arm stretched countless times in an instant, and slammed it directly at Zephyr's head. Since old Zephyr said that he can leave after defeating him, let's see what else he has to say after defeating him. Luffy's confident blow just reached Zephyr's face when he was lightly blocked by him. Zephyr already knew that Luffy was eating paramecia rubber fruit. Although it has been many years, Zephyr is still very dissatisfied with the power of Luffy's master. Advertisement. Zephyr felt the power coming from his fist and taunted Luffy. Do you want to leave Marineford to fight the vicious pirates with just such a little ability? If you have to do this, I suggest you never call yourself Marine, or you will lose Marine's face. Luffy, who didn't get a shot at first, wasn't too surprised. Old Zephyr can be the instructor of the training camp for so many years. The strength is definitely strong, but he actually said the insulting words, which made Luffy instantly angry. You damn it old man, I must beat you up, rubber machine gun. Bang bang bang. Luffy's fist slammed into Zephyr like a hail of bullets. The rubber pistol and the rubber machine gun are the two most skilled moves that Luffy currently uses. When I fought with other recruits in the training camp before, I often caught them off guard. This is the root cause of Luffy's rush to leave Marineford. Among the recruits who belong to the training camp with him, no one is his opponent. Right now, Luffy just wants to go to the New World to challenge stronger guys. Especially Shanks. Luffy has long wanted to see Shanks again. Only the capture of these New World 4 Emperors would excite Luffy. The rest of the guys, he hasn't paid attention to it yet. That is, Zephyr didn't know what Luffy was thinking, otherwise he would have to mock Luffy with this matter. Let his potential be stimulated faster. Zephyr's ability to become Admiral back then should not be underestimated. Not to mention that he can easily resist Luffy's attack, even standing still and letting him fight, it may not be able to hurt Zephyr. Zephyr blocked Luffy's rubber machine gun with ease, grinning. Hey, boy, are you really Garp's grandson, Luo Ye's younger brother? Why are they all so strong, but when they came to you, they became so weak? Zephyr is now disregarding it, just trying to find out how much power this kid has. As for whether he will be hit by his own words, with a grandpa like Garp, Zephyr didn't think Luffy would lose his confidence because of this. Sure enough, Luffy wasn't too annoyed to hear that. After all, in his heart, whether it is his grandfather Garp or his elder brother Luo Ye, they are much stronger than himself. But Luffy always took Luo Ye as his goal, advertisement. Although I know that I can't surpass it, at least I will be more motivated to catch up. Old Zephyr, damn it, watch how I beat you. Luffy gave up the long-range attack, but kicked and charged directly towards Zephyr. Luffy always has only one idea for his opponent. No matter whether you can defeat the opponent or not, you have to go up and talk about it first. As for the old man Zephyr, no matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than Luo Ye. Zephyr laughed happily as Luffy rushed over. That's right, that's what Garp was like back then. As for the fist fight, even Garp, Zephyr wouldn't admit that his fists weren't as strong as his, let alone Luffy. Bang! As soon as their fists touched, Luffy was knocked to the ground in an instant. This old man has been a Marine for so many years. If you are defeated by this kid, what face does this old man have to continue to be the instructor of this training camp? Luffy, who was knocked over by him, was not discouraged in the slightest. He was already used to this kind of situation. The earliest time was grandfather Garp's iron fist, and later it was Luo Ye's violent beating. After so many years of thumping, Zephyr's punch couldn't destroy his confidence. Bang! Luffy punched the ground and stood up instantly. He looked at Zephyr across from him and said, "Old Zephyr, I said I was going to beat you and leave Marineford, so I must do it." "Oh haha, okay, then let the old man see if you have this strength." Zephyr didn't pay much attention to Luffy's words. He didn't know how many arrogant guys he had seen before, but this kid Luffy was already a good one. At this time, Ace from the outside of the field said, "You say, can Luffy get out of Marineford without a hitch? Do you think he can beat Mr. Zephyr?" "I didn't say that." Luo Ye looked at Luffy in the field and hooked the corners of his mouth. Although he had taught Luffy how to fight, with his current strength, it was a bit too far-fetched to defeat Zephyr. Chapter 54, Second Gear. Luo Ye could clearly see that the aura of Luffy who stood up from the ground changed instantly. If the fight just now seemed like a joke in his eyes. So now Luffy is clearly taking Zephyr's words seriously. Well said, four brothers. How could Luffy be willing to be thrown that far by the three of them? Ace and Sabo have followed Luo Ye to kill a Shichibukai, and Luffy is still stuck in this training camp. Luffy didn't want to go on like this. Second gear. I saw that Luffy's body in the field instantly turned red, and steam kept coming out of him. At this moment, Luffy's aura became much stronger. Luo Ye looked at Luffy like this and nodded with satisfaction. Because of his arrival, the fates of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy were changed. This may result in moves that they could comprehend can no longer be performed. Of course Luo Ye didn't want to see such a situation. So they explained and taught their respective moves in the original work. Just like Sabo's armament color and Dragon Claw Fist, although he did not join the Revolutionary Army, it was because of Luo Ye's teaching that Sabo was able to understand how to perform such moves. And Luffy's second gear is obviously also the one taught by Luo Ye. Because of the particularity of rubber fruit, allows Luffy to use his feet as a pump to increase blood flow and strengthen his body. After the blessing of the second gear, all his moves can be made several times stronger. But more, they need to fight constantly by themselves, so as to comprehend the moves that fit each other. Seeing Luffy like this, Zephyr's original playfulness disappeared. Although I still don't think this kid can beat himself, if Zephyr is really hurt by him in front of all the recruits in training camp. How can it maintain its current majesty after that? Since you don't give up, this old man will show you the real difference in strength. Zephyr decided to teach the kid a hard lesson. Otherwise, since this kid is so similar to Garp's character, even if he really leaves Marineford in the future, it is estimated that he will directly find the most famous pirates in the New World. Zephyr didn't want to see such a good marine seed destroyed in the hands of damn its pirates. Rubber jet pistol. Advertisement. Luffy's arm hit Zephyr at a speed several times faster than before. Although in Luffy's opinion, after using the second gear, his strength will be much stronger. It's perfectly okay to beat someone who was previously unbeatable. But his current speed, in the eyes of Zephyr, the Marine's former admiral, is slow. Bang! Zephyr's fist collided with Luffy's. This time, it didn't knock Luffy directly like just now, but the two sides fought for a few seconds, and finally Luffy's rubber jet pistol fell into the disadvantage. Zephyr couldn't help but smile as he felt the power from Luffy's fist. That's right, that's what qualifies as the grandson of that old Garp guy. However, if it's just like this, your kid is still too far behind. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Zephyr increased the strength of his fist. Instantly punched Luffy's fist back, as expected of a Marine Admiral from the same era as Grandpa. Luffy took a few breaths and watched Zephyr silently. Although he can use the second gear now, his own strength is still too weak. It is impossible to lift the weight lightly, as Luo Ye said, so that the second gear has no harm to the body. The current Luffy is still a bit reluctant to use second gear. It won't last long at all, and when it's over, it will only make your body fall into a weak state. So, if you want to defeat old Zephyr, you can only speed up. Rubber jet machine gun. Luffy's arms, which were constantly emitting steam, slammed into Zephyr's body like a hail of bullets. I'm leaving training camp, I'm leaving Marineford, I'm going to New World to catch those pirates. With this thought in mind, Luffy gritted his teeth and kept attacking Zephyr. Zephyr resisted Luffy's fist, his face moved. Based on Zephyr's experience, of course, it can be seen that Luffy's second gear will be harmful to the body. But that's it, he didn't give up and wanted to try to beat himself. There are such boys in the younger generation of Marine, and the chaos of New World will not be resolved in the future. Especially with monsters like Luo Ye leading them. Advertisement, but you can't leave Marineford just yet. Bang! Zephyr hit Luffy's fist hard. With his strength, as long as he is serious, the current Luffy can't resist at all. Luffy found that these two tricks of his own did not seem to have much effect on the old man Zephyr. He gritted his teeth and still didn't intend to give up. Rubber jet whip. Rubber jet bazooka. Rubber jet stamp. Bang. 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 These moves were all blocked by Zephyr without exception. The more Luffy did, the more Zephyr was determined to keep him in training camp. This time, though, Zephyr intends to teach him himself. Or, to fight Luffy every day from now on. Still using the reason why you can leave Marineford by beating him, which will also give Luffy a little more motivation. Ah! Luffy watched as Zephyr, who was unharmed, nearly collapsed. The old man didn't know what was going on, trying to stop himself from leaving Marineford. Before Ace and Sabo were able to leave well, why did it become so difficult to get to him? Old Zephyr, why do you have to stop me? Zephyr heard this and laughed twice. The old man has already said that as long as you can defeat me, I will let you go, and don't even think about leaving Marineford until you defeat me. Luffy gritted his teeth and rushed towards Zephyr again helplessly. Ace and Sabo outside the court couldn't help laughing happily after hearing Zephyr's words. Zephyr didn't stop them like that when they left training camp. Of course, this is also because of their sufficient strength. Luo Ye already knew Zephyr's idea, just to help Luffy improve his strength faster. Luo Ye has no opinion on this, but the only bad thing is that this kid Luffy is targeted by Zephyr, and the future will be even more difficult. Chapter 55, Luffy doubts life again. Bang, bang, bang. Luffy kept getting knocked over by Zephyr's fists, and kept getting up and challenging him again. His strong willpower made all the Marines who were watching couldn't help but be moved. But in the eyes of Luo Ye and the others, this kid Luffy was just trying to get out of Marineford. As for what happened after that, Luffy's IQ didn't think so much. Zephyr couldn't help but comfort him. Why are you in such a hurry to leave Marineford? With your current strength, you can't fight back against those really powerful pirates. No, I don't want to stay in training camp forever. Zephyr's remarks are not in vain. He's not using much of his strength against Luffy right now. But that's it, Luffy is no match for himself, if he was to leave Marineford and go to the New World to catch pirates. With this kid's personality so similar to Garp, it is estimated that he will directly find the most famous 4 emperors. That kind of pirate, how could he keep his hands like himself? In order not to let that tragedy happen, Zephyr would rather be the bad guy standing in his way. Since you have to be stubborn, let the old man wake you up. As soon as the words fell, Zephyr's fist instantly turned black. Aiming at the ground, Luffy is about to blast him. At this moment, Luo Ye outside the field shook his head helplessly. He appeared on the field in a flash, blocking Zephyr's fist. The airflow from the collision between the two made Luffy on the ground fly backwards. The second gear finally couldn't hold it anymore, and the weak Luffy began to gasp for breath. Luo Ye looked at Zephyr helplessly and said, "Mr. Zephyr, you don't have to." Zephyr glanced at Luffy and saw that he wasn't hurt. He turned his head to Luo Ye and said with a smile, "If you weren't here, of course the old man wouldn't do it. With your cooperation, let's see what else that kid has to say." Luo Ye could only helplessly shrug when she heard this. Just before his fist was about to hit Luffy, Zephyr smiled and glanced at Luo Ye outside the court. Luo Ye immediately understood what he meant, and looking at his posture, if he didn't cooperate with him to play the scene well, he wouldn't ignore Luffy lightly. Advertisement: the helpless Luo Ye could only stand on stage to block his punch, so that Luffy could be more aware of his weakness. Now that he has his own help, if he wants to leave Marineford to catch pirates in the future, he is the only one who protects his Marines, but no one will help him bear the pressure. And this is also the fundamental reason why Luo Ye asked Zephyr that after he blocked Zephyr's fist. "Oh, Silver Eagle Admiral, Silver Eagle Admiral." The recruits who were watching the training camp couldn't help but worry about Luffy when they saw Zephyr's last punch. Now, seeing the appearance of Silver Eagle Admiral, directly blocking Zephyr's instructor's attack, he immediately began to cheer for him. Zephyr listened to the cheers of the sailors and joked to Luo Ye. Look at how good the old man is to you. I'm willing to be the villain myself, but also make you a hero. Yes, in the eyes of these sailors, Zephyr is now a complete villain. And Luo Ye, who suddenly appeared, is obviously the hero who opposes him. Luo Ye pouted when he heard Zephyr's words. I don't want to be a hero. There are too many constraints on heroes, and I'm not interested. Zephyr didn't refute this. Instead, he walked up to Luffy and said in a deep voice. Boy, you are defeated. If you want to leave Marineford in the future, you can defeat me. Luffy, panting, didn't answer, just stared at Zephyr angrily. Zephyr didn't get a response and wasn't angry at all, but nodded to Luo Ye and left. And those onlookers were also reprimanded by Zephyr and continued to train. Luffy looked at Luo Ye in front of him, his face full of unwillingness. Luo Ye, I'm so weak now. To Luffy's surprise, Luo Ye didn't comfort him. Instead, he nodded in agreement. You are indeed weak now, or you have always been weak. Hearing this, Luffy was stunned. He said those words just to want Luo Ye to encourage him. The result was this response. This made Luffy's heart even more painful. Luo Ye didn't care about his reaction, but continued to speak. I won't say it anymore. The gap between you and Ace and Sabo is getting bigger and bigger. Also, Zephyr has already told you the conditions for agreeing to your departure from Marineford. You didn't do it yourself. Could it be that you plan to blame others? Just because Zephyr is blocking your way, you think he's very damn it, so why don't you beat him and let him let you go? Advertisement. Hearing this, Luffy fell silent. Luo Ye never comforted them because of their defeat, never ever. Even if they lost to others, go to Luo Ye for help. Luo Ye would also beat them up. Of course, the three of them understood Luo Ye's reasoning, and they wouldn't blame Luo Ye at all. On the contrary, he will hate his own strength as too weak. Having not been reprimanded by Luo Ye for so long, Luffy has gradually forgotten this truth. Suddenly mentioning it now, Luffy woke up suddenly. Luffy clenched his fist and said to Luo Ye, I will definitely defeat old Zephyr and ask him to let me go willingly. Hearing what he said, Luo Ye's mouth curved up slightly and finally nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Ace and Sabo also came over. They also understand the reason why Zephyr is doing this, and of course they will not have any bad views on Zephyr because of this. The two looked at Luffy with playful smiles on their faces. Oops, Luffy, we all saw the way you were beaten just now. Luffy fell to the ground in pain. When Luo Ye saw his embarrassed appearance, Luo Ye wouldn't have the slightest heartbeat at all. But Ace and Sabo like to bully him since childhood. Now he is even making fun of him about it. The two looked at Luffy's reaction, looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Luffy, haven't you recovered yet? Why are you still lying on the ground? Luffy decided that no matter what the two guys said, he just pretended he didn't hear it. And at this moment, Luo Ye said to the two of them. Okay, let's leave, let Luffy continue to be beaten in training camp until he can beat Zephyr one day and then leave. The two had to give up and continue to tease Luffy. But before leaving, Ace turned to look at Luffy and said. Luffy, we're going to follow Luo Ye to kill Kaido. It's a pity, you can't leave Marineford now, you're going to miss this battle. After speaking, without waiting for Luffy to respond, he left the training camp directly behind Luo Ye. Luffy's painful life of doubt is left alone. They're now going to take down Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. If you can't leave as soon as possible, I'm afraid it won't be long before the pirates of New World will be cleaned up by them. Until then, what's the point of leaving Marineford? Chapter 56, Hancock. Concubine will definitely help you. Ace, you are such a bad guy. Sabo glanced back at Luffy who was still lying on the ground, and then complained to Ace. Ace seems to be very proud of what he does. Complaining about Sabo is completely unheard. Sabo, I'm here to stimulate Luffy so that he can improve his strength as soon as possible and leave Marineford. Otherwise, after we kill all the pirates in New World, Luffy will go crazy. Sabo curled his lips when he heard this, but did not respond. This kid Luffy was originally clamoring to be One Piece. Later, because of Luo Ye's teaching, he successfully gave up this idea. After joining Marine, he promised to capture all the 4 emperors of the New World with his own hands. If all the 4 emperors were killed after he went out, Luffy would really collapse. Luo Ye in front heard their words and shook his head with a smile. Zephyr said just now that Luffy won't leave training camp until he beats him. But he wasn't going to keep Luffy trapped here forever. After all, Zephyr is also very clear that only constant battles can make the strength grow faster. Zephyr has been a training camp instructor for so many years, and certainly wouldn't make this mistake. Luo Ye, that guy from Kaido, is it really hard to kill? Ace and Sabo looked at each other, and finally couldn't help but ask their doubts. They had heard of Kaido's title of, the strongest creature in the world. He was arrested many times by Marine and executed many times, but no matter what he did, he failed to kill Kaido. This has also led to Kaido becoming more and more rampant now. Although they were very confident in Luo Ye's strength, they still doubted whether they could kill him against such a guy. Luo Ye turned to look at them. Unexpectedly, even these 2 boys have no confidence in this matter, so I am afraid that the rest of the people will not believe that Kaido will die this time. If so, let the whole world see it. Advertisement even if it's a guy like Kaido, Luo Ye, can kill him. Lord Luo Ye. Hancock, who was looking around just now, rushed over when he saw Luo Ye. Is the Shichibukai meeting over so soon? Luo Ye looked at her curiously and asked. It stands to reason that Shichibukai shouldn't discuss various things with Sengoku at the meeting, how could it end so quickly? Hancock's eyes never shifted from Luo Ye. Even when he heard this, he just pouted and said. Being with those stinky men made my concubine very uncomfortable. I didn't pay attention to what they said about my concubine. My concubine just wanted to come out and see Lord Luo Ye as soon as possible. Well, Hancock's character still hasn't changed. Lord Luo Ye, your concubine will definitely help you kill Kaido. Hancock looked at Luo Ye and said with a very firm tone. Since Lord Luo Ye wants to attack the Beast's pirates, Hancock will of course give his full support. Even if he had to pay for it, Hancock would never care. As for Kaido's title of the strongest creature in the world, it can't deter Hancock, who is dazzled by love. Luo Ye looked at Hancock in surprise. Unexpectedly, the first person who believed that she was really going to kill Kaido turned out to be her. Luo Ye looked at her and said with a smile. Thank you Hancock, but killing Kaido shouldn't be as difficult as you think. Hancock automatically filtered out the half-sentence after Luo Ye. Only the words, thank you Hancock, kept echoing in her mind. As a result, Hancock's face gradually turned red. Luo Ye couldn't help but cry when he saw Hancock like this. At this moment, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane also walked towards Luo Ye. Advertisement, Luo Ye, whether or not this operation will hurt the Beast's pirates, you must try your best to ensure the safety of the sailors who go to Wano Kuni with you, and don't let them make unnecessary sacrifices. In Sengoku's view, with Luo Ye's current strength, even if he can't beat Kaido, at least he won't be seriously injured by Kaido or lose his life directly. But the sailors involved in this operation were different. These marines are an indispensable force to maintain the order of the New World in the future. Sengoku does not want to lose most of them, or even sacrifice them all, because of this action. Sengoku's voice just fell. Before Luo Ye could reply, Garp who was beside him laughed and said loudly. Ha ha ha, Luo Ye boy, don't listen to this guy Sengoku, since you've decided to attack Beast's pirates. Just kill that guy Kaido and let other pirates know that times have changed. Sengoku couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard this. The old guy Garp always had a kind of self-confidence in Luo Ye. He thought that as long as Luo Ye made his move, nothing would stun him. Although Sengoku usually thinks so, but this time the opponent is Kaido who has killed so many times without success. This makes Sengoku still a little skeptical about its success. If it doesn't work, this time it will be taken as a warning to the New World pirates. So that those pirates who damn it will never dare to act so arrogantly in the future. Seeing that Sengoku and Garp were arguing again, Vice Admiral, who was standing beside him, also stood up. Okay you two, what's there to quarrel with? Since this matter has been handed over to Luo Ye, no matter how far he can accomplish it, there is nothing to say. Luo Ye, the warships have been assembled at Marineford Port, and Shichibukai has agreed to assist in this operation. If you don't have anything important, take someone out now, otherwise Kaido doesn't have to do anything when he goes crazy. With the words of Crane Vice Admiral, Sengoku and Garp also gave up their plans to quarrel, and turned to Luo Ye at the same time. In any case, this time Marine was going to take action against the four emperors, so he was unavoidable. Luo Ye nodded to them and said, Then I'll go, you wait for the good news that Kaido is killed. Asterisk. Chapter 57, You Can't Envy. Hey, Luo Ye, what do you think Marshal Sengoku thinks? Evidently Sakazuki and Kuzan are scrambling to join this operation, but he just let me, someone who just wants to rest, go to Wano Kuni with you. On the warship, Kizaru Pulsalino complained to Luo Ye with a helpless face. If Luo Ye wants to participate in the attack on the Beast's pirates, no one will have an opinion. After all, Jack the Drill is what he did. However, it was agreed that 2 admirals would be dispatched, and Kizaru never expected to land on his head. It was clear that Sakazuki and Kuzan had another quarrel over this matter, and they wanted to participate in this action. I don't know what Marshal Sengoku thought. Rejected both of them and insisted that Kizaru go to Wano Kuni with Luo Ye. Luo Ye glanced at the lazy Kizaru. Although Luo Ye's mission is over, after returning to Marineford, he will become a very salty fish. But every time you come out to perform tasks, there will be no extra emotions. But Kizaru is different. Whether he wants to perform a task or not, he is very lazy. Sengoku and Sakazuki are not used to Kizaru because of this. But he doesn't still go his own way. Maybe it's because you don't want to come, that's why Marshal Sengoku insisted you come. Kizaru was a little stunned when he heard this, but then he thought about it carefully as if that was the case. But if he really wanted him to be like Sakazuki and Luo Ye, then Kizaru couldn't do it. Still, such a salted fish lives comfortably. Kizaru wouldn't be willing to leave Marineford if he hadn't really been able to shirk it. Luo Ye gave Kizaru a disdainful look. This guy has always been like this, it's not Sengoku's order, he probably doesn't know where to go now. At this moment, the two suddenly heard a quarrel. Stop, you Shichibukai, why did you run up to the warship? Advertisement Momosagi looked dangerously at Hancock in front of him. But just after leaving Marineford, this woman actually wanted to run to Luo Ye's side again. Momosagi felt compelled to warn her, And how could Hancock be frightened by her warning? Hancock dared to fight her when she was in Marineford, not to mention she has left Marineford now. Miss Marine, you dare to provoke your concubine again, do you think that concubine dare not attack you? Hancock raised his chin and looked at Momoshagi proudly. Momoshagi grabbed the saber at his waist upon hearing this. A mere pirate from Shichibukai, even made provocative words one after another. Momoshagi doesn't mind fighting beasts pirates before fighting her. Kizaru on the other side heard the quarrel between the two and looked at Luo Ye with a strange expression. You brat is such a wonderful woman, but if you let them fight here, wouldn't the impact be a little bad? Luo Ye glared at him angrily. This guy just doesn't want to miss out on this good show. But aren't you two being a little too rambunctious? Luo Ye walked in front of the two with a cold face and said. What are you two going to do? Is it fun? The two people who were arguing with each other couldn't help but bow their heads at the same time when they heard this. The surrounding marines and pirates also secretly looked at the scene here. They have already understood that these two women did this because of Luo Ye. Is this the advantage of being strong and handsome? Since the two of you want to fight, why don't you wait until Wano Kuni and fight in front of Kaido? Hancock and Momoshagi couldn't help but feel ashamed when they heard this. Obviously they were going to follow Luo Ye to attack the beast's pirates, but they almost fought first. Advertisement. Luo Ye glanced at the two of them and turned to leave. It's enough to say this once, Luo Ye doesn't think his words will be useless. Seeing that both of them had quieted down, Kizaru said softly to Luo Ye. Is that okay? Originally, Kizaru was thinking about how Luo Ye would stop the two of them, but he didn't expect to solve the situation with such a lighthearted sentence. Luo Ye looked at Kizaru's wretched face and said. You can't envy something like this. New World, on an unnamed island. A newspaper has been stationed on this island for a long time. Marine is going to attack the beast's pirates and we're only getting the news now. The albatross in the newspaper office was spitting out words and muttering to the phone bug. This albatross is naturally Morgan's in the form of an albatross who ate the bird fruit. Morgan's is one of the leaders of the Dark World, and his newspaper is the best-selling and most well-informed. Morgan's took out a picture from the drawer that only saw the back. After so many years, there have been many news about this new admiral, but there is only such a back photo in the photo. This guy is a bit too mysterious. He has already become a marine admiral. Why don't you know how to cooperate with me? Woolen cloth. But now it's all right. This time Marine attacked the beast's pirates, and he took someone with him. Let's see if you can avoid it. Morgan's, president of the World News Economic Agency, one of the things that annoys him the most is that he has never had a photo of Luo Ye's face. This time since he led the Navy to attack the beast's pirates. Morgan's couldn't believe he could fight and stop taking pictures at the same time. As long as the first photo of Luo Ye's face can be taken, the newspaper will definitely be robbed. Thinking of such a situation, Morgan's couldn't help laughing happily. Hey. Chapter 58, The Reaction of the Parties. New World. Red Force. The red-haired Shanks stared at the sea for a long time without saying a word. That's when Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of Red Hair Pirates, noticed something strange about him. Beckman came up to Shanks and asked, What's the matter? I haven't seen you like this for a long time. Shanks came back to his senses when he heard the voice, looked at the sea and let out a sigh of relief. Marine is going to attack the beast's pirates. Marine attacking the beast's pirates. Kaido that be **********. Beckman was stunned when he heard this, then he said with a smile indifferently. How many times has that be ******** Kaido been caught by Marine, and he's not quite as alive now. Besides, shouldn't we be happy that Marine went to attack that be ******* Kaido? Beckman looked at Shanks and shook his head. I don't know why he is so worried about this. Whichever of the two wins has nothing to do with their red hair pirates. Even Beckman would be happy to see such a situation. Shanks said with a sigh. The person leading Marine this time is Luo Ye, the new Marine Admiral. Luo Ye? Beckman frowned at Shanks' words, then he looked at him in surprise. Is that Luo Ye who came to visit our red hair pirates because of Luffy? Shanks nodded slowly. Beckman's face became a little dignified because of his words. At the beginning, Luo Ye said that he specially thanked Shanks for saving Luffy, but before he left, he had a game with Shanks. Although Luo Ye still lost in the end, everyone in their red hair pirates could see Luo Ye's terrifying talent. At that time, Shanks said that if such a monster joins Marine, I am afraid that the future pirates will end badly. As predicted, that kid Luo Ye has been attacking pirates a lot over the years. And his approach is not like other Marines. After successfully catching pirates, they are imprisoned. Instead, it directly kills the locked prey. In the past few years, Luo Ye has become a Marine Admiral, and he doesn't know how far his strength has grown. Since he's going to take a shot at Kaido, we'll just have to wait and see. No matter who wins, it won't have any impact on us at Red Hair Pirates. The four Emperor's pirates never had a deep friendship with each other. What's more, Shanks and Kaido never deal with each other. Now that Marine is going to attack them, they naturally want to wait and see a good show. Shanks nodded slowly at Beckman's words. Advertisement. What he was worried about wasn't something unexpected about Kaido. But Luo Ye is now able to take action against Kaido, one of the four emperors. In a few days, I am afraid that the whole sea pattern will undergo earth-shaking changes. In the future, Pirates want to do whatever they want in New World. I am afraid there is no possibility of that. I don't know where that kid Luffy is now. It's been so long, Shanks hasn't been able to get the news of Luffy going to sea. This made him a little worried about Luffy. Moby DK. Dad, there's big news. Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates with a pineapple head, walked in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard, who was drinking happily, put down his wine bowl when he heard this. Marco, what happened? Dad, don't drink so much alcohol in your body now. Marco grumbled a few words when he saw his movement. Even though his body was already injured so much, he still had to drink so much alcohol every day. And no matter who persuaded him, he couldn't stop him at all. Whitebeard laughed twice at Marco's concern. If he didn't drink just because he was worried about his body, then he wouldn't be Whitebeard, known as the strongest man in the world. Marco shook his head helplessly. Marine is about to attack the Beast's pirates. 2 admirals are said to have been dispatched. Okay. Whitebeard stopped his movements when he heard this. The 2 admirals could be a disaster for other pirates. But not for that B********* D Kaido. Even if Marine can kill the rest of the Beast's pirates, Kaido will still be alive and well. By doing so, Marine only angered Kaido and made him do something dizzying. How could that guy Sengoku do such a thing? Whitebeard shook his head and stopped thinking about it. It had nothing to do with him. For the current Whitebeard, his sons are the most important. Seeing that he was about to pick up the wine bowl to drink again, Marco spoke again. Dad, the 2 admirals sent by Marine this time are Kizaru and the new Silver Eagle, Admiral Luo Ye. Hearing this, the wine bowl that was brought to his mouth paused again. Whitebeard asked with a frown. Luo Ye, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Dad, when the red hair came to visit you, he mentioned this person, and the red hair evaluated him as a monster like a boy. Well, after Marco's reminder, Whitebeard finally remembered where he heard Luo Ye's name. At the beginning, the redhead said that if that kid joins Marine, the whole new world will change drastically soon. So he has now become an admiral. Advertisement, but just like that, I still can't kill that B******* D Kaido. Wano Kuni at this time. B****** D Marine. Lousy said why there is no news about that guy Jack. It turned out to be dead at Marine's hands. Now they still want to come to Wano Kuni. Are these Marines going to come to die? Kaido growled angrily. Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues, was sent by him to tie the scientist guy back. As a result, several days have passed, and Kaido has not heard from him. I thought that Jack, that B****** D, did something in the middle. Unexpectedly, he had already died in Marine's hands. How dare these damn Marines take a shot at his minions and say they're going to attack the Beast's pirates? It seems that Lousy hasn't made a big noise in New World for so long. Has that guy Sengoku forgot about my destructive power? Fire Calamity. Jin walked over to Kaido and said. Boss Kaido, since Marine wants to take a shot at our Beast's pirates, let's kill all these guys who come to Wano Kuni. Although Jack died at the hands of Marine, as long as we can kill the 2 Marine admirals, we will surely make all the forces in the New World fear Beast's pirates again. Kaido had a fierce look on his face when he heard this. Okay, since the admiral who killed Jack dares to come, then Lousy will kill him with his own hands. A few things first. Regarding other people not knowing the protagonist, as I said earlier, the protagonist has never been photographed, so this is not difficult to understand. There is also the title of Admiral of the protagonist. In fact, Silver Eagle is also what the reader said. If you have a better title, you can say it in the comment area, and then I will contact the editor to see if I can modify it. The fruit of Sabo, this has not been discussed. Wind fruit, sand fruit, and Momo fruit. These 3 can be said to be the most talked about. The big guys think which one is better, you can say it, and the author will adopt it. At last, after 10 days, this book will be on the shelves at 12 o'clock tonight. In fact, Ben Xiaopuji has been very uneasy these days. I don't know if anyone likes this theme. But in the end I decided to give it a try. In addition to the V collection, the other data of this book can be said to be very poor. Flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, rewards, these are very few. Finally, ask for another wave. I hope the big guys can give it away. I don't know how many people will subscribe, but Xiaopuji can guarantee that as long as I have enough to eat, I will keep writing. Of course, it would be even better if I could buy a package of spicy sticks when I was eating the steamed buns. So please also like this book and give a first order, thank you. Chapter 59th, Arrival, the Island of Ghosts. News of the Marines sending 2 Admiral, 20 warships, to Wano Kuni to attack the Beast's pirates has spread throughout the New World. It shook the whole New World, but there is also some doubt that Marine can beat the Beast's pirates. You must know that it is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. And Kaido is notoriously undead monster. I am afraid that even if 2 Admiral are dispatched, Kaido may not be able to kill. It can be said that everyone is not optimistic about Marine's action. Not even the top Marines had any intention of destroying the Beast's pirates in a single battle. More still, I want Kaido to restrain himself and prevent him from making waves in New World. Luo Ye, what did Marshal Sengoku tell you before we came? Can we leave after killing some of the Beast's pirates? Kizaru stretched out on the deck, turned his head and asked Luo Ye. Luo Ye nodded slowly. Although Sengoku did not say it at the time, the meaning of his words was already very obvious. Since you can't completely destroy the beast's pirates, kill a few important people and give Kaido a warning. Seeing Luo Ye nodding, Kizaru said with a wretched smile. If that's the case, why don't we two go to the Island of Ghosts, fight with Kaido, and see if we can get rid of the fire disaster and the epidemic disaster. Even if it doesn't work, it's very easy for the two of us to evacuate. Hearing this, Luo Ye glanced at Kizaru and said calmly. Paluzolino, do you know why Marshal Sengoku and Sakazuki have always disliked your style? Kizaru shrugged and didn't answer. Of course he knew why. But in Kizaru's view, what he did was no big deal at all. And even Marshal Sengoku said such a thing, so why would they sacrifice the lives of their marines? It's not that Kizaru hasn't fought Kaido before, but that monster's healing ability is so strong that it can't be killed at all. Otherwise, based on what Kaido has done, I don't know how many times he has died. Suddenly Kizaru looked at Luo Ye in surprise as if he had thought of something. Luo Ye looked at the sea and said with a smile, although Marshal Sengoku said so, how many times have I followed his orders? Kizaru frowned upon hearing this. He had heard Marshal Sengoku's complaints a lot, saying that Luo Ye didn't obey his orders. It can be said that Luo Ye's approach is famous, but this time it was different. There were so many sailors who followed them. Advertisement, could it be that Luo Ye planned to let these sailors sacrifice in vain? Or, is he really going to take this opportunity to kill Kaido? Thinking of this, Kizaru looked at Luo Ye in shock. Do you really want to kill Kaido? Hearing this, Luo Ye looked back at him strangely. The prey I've locked on has never been able to escape. Is it just because the other party is Kaido that this habit I keep will be broken? Kizaru nodded unconsciously. Luo Ye's style of dealing with pirates can be said to be as famous as his disobedience to Marshal Sengoku's orders. As long as Luo Ye chose to shoot, no pirate has ever been able to escape from him so far. However, this time the target is the strongest creature in the world, Kaido of the Beasts. After successfully arresting Kaido so many times but failing to kill him, why is Luo Ye so confident? Luo Ye, don't you know that Kaido's healing ability can be called pervert? This guy can't be killed so easily. Kizaru felt that it was necessary for him to try to persuade Luo Ye. If it is really because of this action, those sailors will all die on the Island of Ghosts. Then Marine was really badly damaged. Luo Ye waved his hand to stop him from continuing to persuade. Paluzolino, I said I was confident I could kill Kaido, do you believe it? Kizaru was stunned when he heard this, because he didn't see the slightest joke on Luo Ye's face. Kizaru remembered Luo Ye's habit again. When in Marineford, Luo Ye could be very lazy and joke around with others. But as long as he leaves Marineford to catch pirates, Luo Ye will never say anything without basis. Does his current state mean that Luo Ye is confident enough to kill Kaido? Kizaru hesitated for a moment and finally said through gritted teeth. Okay, since you said that, then I'll try with you to see if I can get rid of this B********* D Kaido, 55. Luo Ye nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Whether in Marineford or out on a mission, this guy Kizaru is always a salted fish. Luo Ye knows very well that as long as this guy is serious, his strength is not inferior to Sakazuki and Kuzan. Only in this state will Kizaru use his true level. Luo Ye smiled at Kizaru and said, don't worry, Pulsolino, Kaido isn't as tough as you think. Advertisement, it's better this way. Kizaru shook his head with a wry smile. If Marshal Sengoku knew what Luo Ye was thinking, he would probably regret letting Luo Ye come to Wano Kuni. Otherwise, whether they can kill Kaido or not, it will definitely cause great turmoil in the New World. At this moment, a famous sailor suddenly ran over. Silver Eagle Admiral, Kizaru Admiral, in front is the Island of Ghosts, where Kaido lives, please give instructions from Admiral, 99. The two looked at each other. Luo Ye said, approach the Island of Ghosts and surround it. If there are pirates who want to escape, kill them on the spot, 55. Yes. Watching the sailor leave, Kizaru said with a wry smile. I really don't know if it is correct to promise to accompany you crazy. Luo Ye's face, who had entered the state, was full of grimness. He turned his head and said to Kizaru, now that a decision has been made, don't worry too much. Vice Admiral Mole stayed on the warship in charge of commanding the navy, Momosagi Vice Admiral, Ace, Sabo, and we landed on the Island of Ghosts and destroyed the beast's pirates. Luo Ye gave an order with a cold face. Since he was in charge of this operation, Luo Ye naturally wouldn't be polite to them. The Vice Admiral Mole's face instantly turned bitter when he heard that he was left on the warship. But he didn't dare to argue with Luo Ye in this state, so he could only agree reluctantly. Moreover, so many warships outside the Island of Ghosts are indeed inseparable from the command, otherwise it will only cause turmoil. Zhao Wanghao. Ace and Sabo got excited at the same time when they heard that they had been named. They are not willing to miss this battle with the four Emperor's pirates. On the other hand, everyone in Shichibukai was a little shocked when they saw the dispersal of the warships. I originally thought that this time I came to Onishima, just to frighten Kaido, but now, looking at this posture, it seems that the beast's pirates are really going to be destroyed. Hawkeye looked at Luo Ye who was mobilizing the warship, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. If the timing wasn't right, he really wanted to fight Luo Ye in this state for a change. It's a pity, but there will be opportunities in the future. Hancock stared at Luo Ye fascinated. She never doubted Luo Ye's strength from the beginning. If Luo Ye really intends to destroy the beast's pirates, Hancock will definitely try his best to help Luo Ye. At this moment, Moria laughed sinisterly. He, let's fight, it's best to kill some more people, so that I can replace Kaido and become the new 4 emperors. Chapter 60, Kaido will come over. A group of people with their own concerns finally set foot on this ghost island. Wano Kuni now belongs to Kaido's territory, but he doesn't seem to plan to live there. Instead, Wano Kuni was handed over to Kurozumi Orochi. But everyone knows very well that Kurozumi will ultimately obey Kaido's orders. Otherwise, what awaits him is death. There are hundreds of beasts pirates stationed on the island of Oni, and most of these people are Zone. Originally, there were more than 500 people with such abilities. But it was because Jack the Drow led dozens of members of the beasts pirates when he went to Punk Hazard. Caused them to lose a considerable part of their strength. But for Kaido, as long as he can kill the 2 marine admirals who came to attack them this time, it's not a big problem. If the ability is gone, you can find it again. The chance to kill Admiral is not so easy to meet. And their group was soon discovered by members of the beasts pirates on the island of ghosts. The pirates saw Luo Ye and Kizaru who were walking at the front at a glance. It was their unique admiral cloak that was too conspicuous. The pirates instantly remembered what Kaido boss said. Some marine even wanted to lead someone to attack their station without opening his eyes. And there are only 2 admirals, the rest are some of the so-called elites of the marines. How could these pirates who were used to being domineering under Kaido 757 be frightened by such a battle? Instead, they were all eager to see if they could kill a marine admiral with their own hands. If it is successful, the position of the drought is just vacant, and those who can do this will definitely be promoted by the boss of Kaido. Kill these damn marines. Oh. The members of the beasts pirates immediately surrounded Luo Ye and his party. Kizaru said helplessly as he looked at these little rascals. Luo Ye, it seems that we are underestimated by these pirates? Hearing this, everyone in Shichibukai also wanted to see how Luo Ye planned to deal with this matter. After all, he was in charge of the operation. Luo Ye's stern expression did not change. If a pirate like this level also needs him to take action, then his admiral status is too cheap. Advertisement ace behind Luo Ye met with Sabo. They knew very well what the purpose of following Luo Ye in this operation was. With their current strength, it is not worth mentioning against Kaido at all. But these pirates can be regarded as the best way to increase their strength. Inflammation. A large flame instantly appeared from above Ace's hands, wrapping all the pirates who had just surrounded them. The 2 brothers glanced at each other and instantly rushed towards the members of the beasts pirates. These guys who stay at the outermost part of the island of ghosts, where there are a few very strong ones. What's more, if Ace and Sabo have enough achievements, it is not a big deal to be promoted to Rear Admiral. For these pirates, it will not be difficult to solve them. Fire punch. Ace pinpointed the target, and instantly a fire fist slammed into it. Flames rose from the pirates who couldn't escape. Ace, who was burning with flames, nodded with satisfaction at the scene. Sabo is also not to be outdone when he sees Ace's victory. Of course, Sabo, who didn't eat devil fruit, couldn't act like Ace. Sabo kicked, and a crack appeared in the place he stepped on, and Sabo's whole body rushed out. Those pirates who were going to attack Sabo were even more delighted when they saw him take the initiative. They have displayed their own artificial zone devil fruit ability. And Sabo saw such a scene without the slightest panic. He already knew the nature of the members of the beasts pirates, just a bunch of guys who ate the flawed artificial devil fruit. To deal with such a guy, how can Luo Ye take action? These trash fish, it is enough for him and Ace to take action. Dragon Claw Fist. Because he wanted to solve the battle as soon as possible, Sabo didn't hesitate at all and used armament hockey directly. CEFH. When he was close to the enemy, he punched the wolf-headed guy's head and slammed it hard. The wolf-headed pirate had no resistance at all, and fell directly to the ground. And Sabo didn't stop because of this, and thumped the next pirate next to him again. Advertisement Moria, who hid her body behind the crowd, smiled grimly at this scene. He stayed in the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line for so long, and he was definitely stronger than participating in this battle. And the Kaido who beat him so hard, Moria vowed to get his power. Oh yeah, Luo Ye, your 2 brothers' fighting talents are really strong enough. However, where are you going to find Kaido? Luo Ye's expression did not change at all when he heard Kizaru's question. Don't bother, Kaido will definitely come here on his own initiative. Well, yes, I just don't know if I can kill that monster Kaido this time. If Kaido found out that Luo Ye who killed Jack the Drow came to the Island of Ghosts, he would definitely come over and kill Luo Ye himself. However, Luo Ye's heart was even bigger, and he really planned to kill Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. This is something that has been tried countless times without success. Boom. With both Ace and Sabo taking out their opponents at the same time. The 2 looked at each other, and Ace spoke first. Sabo, you are still not as strong as me, I killed 10 pirates. Ace's face was full of pride. Although the previous battle with Sabo failed to defeat him, at least he killed 2 more pirates than him this time. In this comparison, Ace felt that he was stronger. Sabo pouted when he heard this. You are just because of the ability of Mara fruit, Ace. You can't rely too much on the ability of fruit, as Mr. Zephyr already said in the training camp. Ace didn't care about Sabo's words. Now that you have the ability, why not play it to ultimate? Moreover, Ace didn't feel that his physical skills were much worse than Sabo's. Kizaru saw that the two of them had ended their fight, and they quarreled like no one else. Can't help but feel that the two of them have big hearts. Just when Kizaru was about to ask Luo Ye if he would move on, a chirping suddenly came from the sky. Damn Marine, how dare you step into the territory of our beast's pirates? It seems that we really don't need to take the initiative to find it. Kizaru said while looking at Firebane, who had transformed into a toothless pterosaur in the air. Chapter 61, Miscellaneous Fish Fire Disaster. Jin has since learned that Marine is sending 2 admirals to attack their beast's pirates. Been waiting for their arrival. That guy Jack got killed because his brain was so stupid. But Jack only has a good defense, and his attack is far worse than Jin. So even though he knew that Admiral was Marine's top combat power, Jin didn't have any worries. Even if he is not Admiral's opponent, this Ghost Island is the territory of their beast's pirates. Jin, who transformed into a toothless pterosaur, saw Luo Ye standing at the front at a glance in the sky. Kizaru, Paluzolino, Jin knew it. That other guy in the Admiral cape must be the new Admiral who killed that idiot Jack. Silver Eagle Admiral, let me kill you. The toothless pterosaur flapped its wings twice and swooped towards Luo Ye on the ground at a very fast speed. A mere Marine Admiral, the one who dared to kill our beast's pirates, is still trying to attack Wano Kuni with his Marines, 95. The toothless pterosaur's face was full of hostility, and it aimed at Luo Ye's head and wanted to kick it out. To his surprise, Luo Ye just stared at him with a cold expression, without any thoughts of resisting or evading. Both Hancock and Momosagi behind Luo Ye moved. If Luo Ye really didn't plan to resist, then they must help Luo Ye block this guy's attack. Boom. Just when the toothless pterodactyl approached Luo Ye, they thought of making a move. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of the toothless pterosaur, blocking his path. Just like you are not qualified to let our eldest brother take action. It was Ace and Sabo who suddenly appeared. They followed Luo Ye to the Island of Ghosts, and Kaido didn't even show his face. In the eyes of Ace and Sabo, only Kaido, one of the 4 emperors on this island, is worthy of Luo Ye's shot. As for the rest of the guys, it's enough for the 2 of them to deal with it. Fire Punch. Ace didn't intend to talk too much nonsense with this guy, and directly aimed a fire fist at the toothless pterosaur and cast it in the past. Jin was a little annoyed that he was blocked by 2 nameless boys. One of the 3 plagues of the dignified beast's pirates, isn't it worth his shot in Luo Ye's eyes? Jin turned his body to the side, dodging this fire fist from Ace. Since that guy doesn't want to shoot himself now, let's kill these 2 boys first. Jin flapped his wings twice and rose high, then swooped towards Ace again. The right foot has become jet black due to the color of the armament. Jin can be said to be very experienced in dealing with such Logia abilities. Advertisement, but at this moment, another kid actually blocked his way. Dragon Claw Fist. Sabo's fist collided fiercely with the right foot of the toothless pterosaur, and a powerful airflow erupted. After fighting side by side with Ace for so many years, how could Sabo sit back and watch this guy attack Ace? Sabo always thought that since his physical skills were stronger than Ace's, he was very obliged to help him block such an attack. Bang! 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 Sabo, who mastered Marine 6 styles, and Jin, who transformed into a toothless pterosaur, battled in the air constantly. This situation made Jin's anger even stronger. The opponent he chose was the new Marine Admiral, but he was stalked by these 2 unknown boys. Jin roared like a madman, and the aura on his body also became stronger. Ace and Sabo seemed to have a little difficulty coping with such a Jin. Luo Ye, do you need me to help them both? Kizaru looked at Luo Ye next to him and asked tentatively. Need not. Kizaru, who was rejected, was not surprised. Luo Ye raised his head and looked at Ace and Sabo, who were fighting fiercely with the toothless pterodactyl. If they are really in danger, Luo Ye can guarantee that he can save them. Moreover, if I shoot now, I am afraid that the 2 boys Ace and Sabo will be the most uncomfortable. Now, they no longer need to protect themselves everywhere. In the air at this moment, Jin looked at the 2 who fell downwind with disdain in their eyes. That guy Luo Ye doesn't even need to do it himself, he even ran away with these 2 boys to die. Since it is sent to death, then I will fulfill you. The toothless pterosaur swooped down towards Sabo again with a ferocious face. He couldn't believe that this kid could still block him now. But to his surprise, Sabo suddenly had a mocking expression on his face, and then disappeared. And what greeted the toothless pterosaur was a huge fireball. Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan, 99. With Ace and Sabo's current tacit understanding, they can read each other's meaning just by meeting their eyes. And the reason why Sabo blocked the toothless pterosaur just now was to buy enough time for Ace. Now, it's time to give this guy a taste of Ace's most powerful move. Toothless pterodactyl looked at the giant great fireball that was flying towards him, and couldn't help but show a trace of horror in his eyes. At his current speed, it was impossible to avoid the fireball that was already very close. Asterisk. The toothless pterosaur gritted his teeth and could only slam into it. Advertisement. Boom. Ace looked at the toothless pterosaur whose figure had been wrapped in the Emperor Yan. Although he was breathing heavily, he couldn't help laughing happily. Ace felt very happy to be able to defeat such a guy. However, before he could be happy for too long, a figure slowly emerged from the gradually dissipating Yan Emperor. It was the toothless pterosaur that Jin had transformed into. Jin's eyes were full of anger. If it weren't for his special physique, if he suffered such a blow, even if he died, he would definitely be hit hard. Moreover, it was the unknown boy in marine who made such an attack, which made Jin not angry. You, give me death. Jin's speed was a few points faster than before, and after using Yandi's ace just now, he found that he couldn't escape. At this moment, a long leg suddenly collided with Jin's right leg. Zero Hancock said to Jin with a proud look on his face. Since Ace is Lord Luo Ye's younger brother, how could the concubine just watch you hurt him? Ace behind Hancock heard this, and the expression on his face couldn't help but feel a little weird. Luo Ye didn't help herself. Did the female pirate who admires Luo Ye actually do so? Ace, this guy will be handed over to the concubine. Hearing that, Ace took a peek at Luo Ye and found that there was no unexpected expression on his face. Just nodded in agreement. However, the expressions on his and Sabo's faces became extremely strange. Hancock looked at Jin proudly and said, Lord Luo Ye wants to kill Kaido, then help him to clean up your trash fish. Trash fish? But no one has ever dared to call me that? Jin finally pulled out the saber from his waist, and he wanted to cut off the head of the woman in front of him with his own hands. After so many years in New World, this is the first time Jin has received such an evaluation. Especially if it came out of a woman's mouth, which made Jin feel insulted. Hancock watched his movements. His face did not change in the slightest. What Hancock said just now was what she thought, and she must help Lord Luo Ye to complete his mission. A woman who is carried away by love has no reason at all. Great perfume femur. Just as the two of them were fighting back and forth, Luo Ye and his party on the ground suddenly felt that the ground seemed to vibrate. Luo Ye turned his head and looked over, and found that it was Kaido who was leading his artificial devil fruit core rushing over. Kaido, are you finally here? Lose. Chapter 62, Kaido, you still want to kill me? Damn Marines, since you've come to the Island of Ghosts, you should all stay here forever. The pattern of New World has long been fixed. The four emperors and Marine basically abide by the law of not provoking each other. But Marine dared to kill his Kaido's partner Doflamingo first, then Beast's pirates Jack the Drow, and now has sent 2 Marine admirals to Oni Island. Kaido thinks that he hasn't made a big noise in New World for too long, and Marine, led by Sengoku, has forgotten his destructive power. If that's the case, then kill the Marines who came to Oni Island. For everyone in the New World to see, Kaido is still one of the 4 emperors. Kaido turned his gaze to the guy who was standing at the front of Marine's camp. Since he is wearing the Admiral cape, it must be the new Admiral who killed Jack. It's you kid who killed Jack, right? The anger in Kaido's 340 eyes almost burst out. This war was started by this guy. Others may be able to escape, but Kaido will never allow Luo Ye to continue to live. The wretched smile on Kizaru's face had disappeared, and he looked a little dignified when he looked at the members of the Beast's pirates who were still coming. Kizaru asked Luo Ye softly, well, do you really have the confidence to kill this B********* Kaido? Luo Ye held the saber at his waist. Kaido, you must die today. 35. Hearing this, Kizaru raised his eyebrows. Looking at the expression on Luo Ye's face, Kizaru realized that he actually believed this. Kizaru relaxed a little and said with a smile, in this case, then leave the rest of the Beast's pirates to me, and no one can disturb your battle. Since Luo Ye is so confident, Kizaru will naturally not hold back. Luo Ye is responsible for killing Kaido, so he will stop those guys who want to help Kaido. After all, he was in charge of the operation, and it was normal to meet Kaido. Luo Ye didn't feel the slightest surprise when he heard Kizaru's words. Staring at Kaido of the Beasts not far away, Luo Ye slowly drew out the saber from his waist. The moment Luo Ye drew out his saber, his aura suddenly changed. The figure also disappeared in an instant, leaving only a shallow pit full of cracks where he stood. The next moment, Luo Ye suddenly appeared in front of Kaido. Advertisement Kaido had already taken precautions against him. Although he said it with disdain, Kaido also knew very well that Admiral was Marine's top fighting force. Even if he always thought they couldn't kill him, Kaido didn't want to fall into Luo Ye's hands. Kaido picked up his mace and smashed it at Luo Ye, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! Marine Admiral and Pirate 4 Emperors can already be said to be the most powerful representatives of New World. Not many of the Beast's pirates behind Kaido could resist the turbulence of the air they fought. In an instant, countless Beast's pirates members flew out backwards. Kaido felt the power coming from the mace in his hand and grinned at Luo Ye. No wonder that idiot Jack died in your hands. It seems that your new Marine Admiral still has some strength. Think about it too, if the kid in front of him doesn't have enough strength. With the old-fashioned Sengoku guy, how could it possibly make him the new Marine Admiral? However, if that's the case, it would be a bit too naive to dare to bring people to the Island of Ghosts. Kaido raised his mace high and smashed it down heavily at Luo Ye again. Luo Ye flipped his arm, raised his saber and collided with his mace. I couldn't help sighing in my heart. Kaido is indeed one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Because his healing ability is too pervert, the vast majority of people in New World only remember this and forget that the reason why Kaido can become the 4 emperors of New World is still inseparable from his strength. Most of the pirates who tried to challenge Kaido and replace him as the new 4 emperors would only be abused by him. However, that's all. Luo Ye looked at Kaido in front of him and said in a cold tone. Not only did Jack the Drill die by my hand, but you will die by my knife as well. Are you going to kill me? Kaido looked at the guy who made a big statement with some astonishment as if he heard a big joke. Kaido committed suicide countless times, was captured countless times by Marine, and ultimately failed to die. As a result, such a kid dared to say that he would kill him in front of Kaido, which really made Kaido angry and funny. The brazen brat. I don't know how many stupid guys have said such things, but their final outcome is to be buried in the sea. Boom. Kaido was really p***d off by Luo Ye's words. Although the strength of this kid is really good, it is really whimsical to want to kill himself. Advertisement. Kaido didn't mind trying to kill the kid at all. Thunder 8 trigrams. In an instant, lightning wrapped around Kaido's mace. Since Luo Ye insisted on seeking death, Kaido felt that he should satisfy his idea. Even if he knew that this was Kaido's killer move, the coldness on Luo Ye's face did not change in the slightest. Luo Ye flipped his arms and placed his saber horizontally, aiming at Kaido who was rushing towards him. Sword flash. Luo Ye's speed has been greatly enhanced, and the figure that disappeared in place instantly appeared beside Kaido. The saber in his hand was aimed at Kaido and slashed. As long as it can hit, even Kaido, who has a strong healing ability, will definitely not feel good. It's a bit difficult to hurt Kaido so easily though. Kaido can become the 4 emperors of the New World, naturally he has experienced countless battles. The moment Luo Ye disappeared just now, Kaido's vigilance was greatly raised in his heart. As expected, Luo Ye appeared to his left the next moment. Kaido, who had countless combat experience, abruptly diverted the direction of Thunder 8 Trigram's attack and collided with Luo Ye's sword flash again. Oh yeah, Luo Ye's strength is really incredible, he really deserves to be called a monster by everyone in this department. 35. Kizaru looked at Luo Ye who kept colliding and separated and couldn't help sighing. Before 2.6, I knew Luo Ye's talent was terrifying, but I really didn't expect him to be in such a situation with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, so quickly. If Luo Ye can maintain this speed of progress, it won't be long before the 4 emperors will not be his opponents. Thinking of this possibility, Kizaru couldn't help shaking his head slightly. At this moment, a figure suddenly approached Luo Ye quickly. Kizaru fixed his eyes and found that it was the other one of the 3 plagues of the beast's pirates, the Plague Quinn. Really, not following the rules. Obviously it was the 2 of them fighting alone, but this guy just wanted to get involved. In that case, Kizaru's body gradually turned into a light spot and disappeared. And the next moment, just appeared in front of Quinn who was rushing forward. Kizaru looked at him playfully and said, "Have you ever been kicked by the light?" Chapter 63, Hancock. The concubine who helped his lord Luo Ye. Although Kizaru is used to being lazy on weekdays, he has no formality. But the current situation simply does not allow him to continue like this. What's more, Kizaru has already said that he won't let others disturb Luo Ye's fight with Kaido. How could Pandemic Quinn be allowed to intervene in the battle between the 2 now? Have you ever been kicked by the light? Quinn was startled when he saw Kizaru who suddenly appeared in front of him, and then continued to rush past without any loss of speed. Kizaru watched his movements with a wretched smile on his face. Oh yeah, I've been underestimated again. Kizaru's right leg turned into a light, and he aimed at Quinn's head and kicked it hard. Although Zephyr has always said that Kizaru only knows the ability to rely on fruit, and does not pay attention to the cultivation of physical skills. But it depends on who he is compared to. If it is Luo Ye, Kizaru's physical skills will naturally be inferior. But it's just a plague of beasts pirates, and if Kizaru can't beat him, there's no need for him to continue as Marine's Admiral. Boom. After living with the epidemic for so many years, I finally felt the taste of being kicked by the light for the first time. That is, before being kicked in the head by Kizaru, his arms quickly resisted, otherwise Quinn would be seriously injured by just this kick. Kizaru said while looking at Quinn who was rolling on the ground. As expected, the ancient zone species have stronger defenses. 24 But Kizaru didn't plan to take a kick this time and continue paddling. Luo Ye, a guy who is so much younger than him, has already found Kaido in a death fight. He was dealing with a Kaido subordinate's epidemic, and if he continued to be lazy, it would be a bit unreasonable. 8-foot Changgu Jade. The whole body of Kizaru in the air suddenly turned into a cross-light source, and light bullets continuously emerged from him, shooting towards the place where Quinn was at an extremely fast speed. Such a large-scale attack was not something Quinn could avoid. Seeing this, Quinn instantly used his fruit ability and transformed into a Brachiosaurus form. Quinn, who turned into a Brachiosaurus, has not only improved his defense by 1 level, although he is still no match for Jack, who died under Luo Ye's knife, but looking at the entire New World, it can be called powerful. Although Kizaru's 8-foot Changguyu kept hitting Quinn's body, it did not leave him with an indelible scar. Seeing this, Kizaru in the air once again sighed at the strength of the zone ancient species. With a swipe of both hands, a sword of light appeared in his hand in an instant. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Although swordsmanship can't be compared to that monster Luo Ye, it's still enough to deal with a guy like you. 35. Advertisement. After saying that, Kizaru swooped down at Quinn on the ground with the Skycong Cloud Sword. Quinn, who had just experienced a wave of 8-footed Changgu Jade baptism, had no choice but to use his armed colors to resist. However, he kept falling behind under Kizaru's fierce attack. You must know that Kizaru, who is serious, is no worse than Sakazuki and Kuzan. Before, he just never met an opponent who made him do his best, and Kizaru has been deliberately paddling. Now if you are serious, it is not a big problem to kill a mere epidemic. On the other hand, although Hancock was able to suppress the flames at the beginning, he gradually fell into a disadvantage under the uninterrupted high-intensity battle. Jinyan watched Quinn get a wound on his chest with Kizaru's sword, and he couldn't help feeling anxious. Although he scolded Quinn in his heart for being a waste, he had to find a way to rescue him. Otherwise, even if Kaido Boss can defeat Luo Ye's new admiral, there is still a Kizaru here who can take action against others. Moreover, what surprised Jin the most was that only Luo Ye, an admiral, was able to have a relationship with the boss of Kaido. Could it be that Marine Admiral is so powerful now? Bang! Jin knocked back Hancock in front of him with a sword, and then ignored Hancock and attacked directly behind Kizaru. Hancock was a little embarrassed. My concubine said that I want to help Lord Luo Ye destroy the beast's pirates, so I must do it. Hancock chased after Jin. Jin found that Kizaru didn't seem to be aware of his attack, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Swinging the katana in his hand, he aimed at Kizaru's waist and slashed. Jin, who rushed to Quinn's side, turned his head to look, and found that Kizaru's waist that was cut by him had turned into yellow photons, which were constantly filling Kizaru's body. The smile on Kizaru's face was no longer wretched but icy cold. Sneak attack is really not a good habit. As he spoke, Kizaru pointed his finger at the fire embers that attacked him just now. In the next instant, a laser shot fiercely at Jin. Jin swung the samurai sword in front of him, directly blocking the laser. Kizaru looked at Hancock, who suddenly appeared beside him, and said, "Hancock, I really didn't expect you to actually shoot." Originally, Kizaru just thought that Shichibukai was here to have a cutscene, or that all of them were here for a cutscene. But because of Luo Ye's words, Kizaru also had the idea to try it. I just didn't expect that the first person to help Luo Ye was the pirate queen, Boa Hancock. Hancock doesn't have a good face for all men except Luo Ye. She looked at Kizaru proudly and said, "Advertisement. Stupid marine man, my concubine is helping Lord Luo Ye, and has nothing to do with your marine." Kizaru spread his hands helplessly when he heard this. Luo Ye's charm is great, and he can't compare to a guy who can call himself an old man. In this case, Quinn will leave it to you to solve it, and let the old man deal with the fire disaster. 99. After saying that, Kizaru lifted the Tiankong cloud sword in his hand and was about to charge towards the fire disaster. At this moment, Kizaru suddenly heard a word, "Inflammation, let me fight." Kizaru turned around and was surprised to find that it was Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai, who said this. This guy is the real thorn in Shichibukai and never listens to Marine. Even if he could agree to come to this ghost island, Kizaru was very surprised. I didn't expect that. Now he even thought of taking action? Oh yeah, this is really surprising. Kizaru looked at Mihawk with a smile on his face. The expression on Mihawk's face didn't change because of his words, he just said it calmly. I just hope that after this battle is over, I can play against Silver Eagle Admiral. Kizaru was instantly helpless. The Shichibukai who dared to help Marine were all because of that kid Luo Ye. Kizaru saw Mihawk pull out the black knife from behind Ye, and now he was finally convinced that he was going to shoot. Kizaru was also happy not to intervene. With Kizaru's ability, he still displayed a wide-range attack like Bachi Chongu, which made it even more enjoyable to deal with the members of the Beast's pirates. In this case, the two fellows, the Flame Disaster and the Epidemic Disaster, will be handed over to you. Kizaru was not surprised that he didn't get a response from the two of them. Instead, it turned into photons and let the body dissipate to deal with the members of the Beast's pirates. Ace and Sabo, who had recovered some, did not hesitate to start fighting with them again. At this time, Vice Admiral Momoshige said to the other three Shichibukai members behind him, "Marshal Sengoku's orders for you to assist the Marines in their attack on the Beast's pirates, if you stay idly by." Momoshige did not continue talking, but pulled out the famous sword Kimpira and rushed towards the position of the Beast's pirates member. Jinbei looked at Bartholomew Kuma next to him and told Moria, "The Fishmen Island still needs the name of Shichibukai. As for you, it is up to you to decide." Bartholomew Kuma did not hesitate to join Jinbei to find members of the Beast's pirates as his opponent. There was only one Moria standing there, with a smug look on her face. Fight, the more people die, the better. Chapter 64, Kaido, output is not by shouting. Moria has been secretly acquiring the shadows of Ace and Sabo since the first time they killed more than a dozen Beast's pirates members. This battlefield can be said to be Moria's favorite place. Originally in the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line, he may not have been in this battle for a few years to enhance his strength. Especially Luo Ye and Pulsalino, the two Marine Admiral, unexpectedly shot with all their strength, as if they were really going to destroy the Beast's pirates. This made Moria burst into laughter. Moria still remembers the despair she experienced when she challenged Kaido before. I didn't expect that such a powerful Beast's pirates would encounter such an experience. Of course, Moria will not let go of the chance to stab the enemy to death. Moria laughed strangely, and rushed into the crowd of Beast's pirates. Kizaru couldn't help feeling a little emotional when he saw that Shichibukai had all taken action against the Beast's pirates. It was Luo Ye's method that worked, killing the two most ambitious guys in Shichibukai first, so that the others would no longer take chances and could only help Marine. Even if Kaido can't be killed this time, at least the power of the Beast's pirates will be lost. Kizaru looked at Luo Ye who was fighting Kaido and said, Kaido, the strongest fighting force of Beast's pirates, has been dragged by Luo Ye. The Plague Quinn, as well as the Flames, were also stopped by Hancock and Mihawk. As for the remaining members, there's Marine Admiral himself, Momoshiki Vice Admiral, and even 3 other Shichibukai joined the fight. How could these people be opponents? And this, Kaido, who was fighting Luo Ye, also saw it. If those guys are allowed to kill, then the Zone Abilities Legion that took so many years to form will be completely destroyed. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido roared angrily and smashed the mace in his hand at Luo Ye with all his strength. And Luo Ye didn't care about his move, and directly used his armament haki to dye the entire saber black, and greeted the mace. Although Luo Ye's strongest is swordsmanship, if he doesn't have strong enough physical skills, no matter how strong he is, it will be of no use. And Luo Ye's physical skills are not the most powerful group, but even if they look at the whole new world, they can be called the top. Therefore, Luo Ye is definitely not false even if he is going head to head with Kaido. Bang, 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 Kaido is now full of impatience and anger. His own men are being slaughtered by that B********** D Kizaru, and several Shichibukai bastards. Advertisement as the governor, Kaido was blocked by the boy in front of him. D is really damn it. Annoyed, Kaido couldn't care about anything else, he picked up the mace and waved it at Luo Ye messily. Although Kaido in this state has become more difficult to mess with, there are definitely more than one flaws exposed. And Luo Ye, obviously would not let such a good opportunity go in vain. Sword flash. Luo Ye's body disappeared in place in an instant, and when it reappeared in the next instant, it was already behind Kaido. Kaido felt Luo Ye suddenly appearing behind him, which made him a little surprised. Immediately, he felt that there were warm currents flowing from his waist. Kaido looked down and found that Luo Ye had cut a wound on his waist. At this time, blood is constantly flowing out from there. Ah! You damn Marine B*********. D. 95 Kaido suddenly turned around and picked up the mace and smashed it at Luo Ye again. As for his subordinates, now is not the time to rescue them. Kaido hasn't been hurt for a long time. The 2 scars on his waist made Kaido fill his heart with anger every time he thought about it, and Kazuki Oden, who caused the scars, was executed by Kaido himself. Unexpectedly, the new Marine's new admiral added a wound today. Lousy must make you die more painful than that B********* D Kazuki Oden. Listening to Kaido's threat, the coldness on Luo Ye's face did not change. If the output really depends on roaring, then that kid Luffy is already invincible. As for the more painful death than Kazuki Oden, Luo Ye never thought that he would die at the hands of Kaido. Thunder 8 trigrams. This time Kaido learned his lesson. Instead of attacking Luo Ye like crazy, he wanted to find an opportunity to kill this damn boy with one blow. But how could Luo Ye give Kaido such a chance? In Luo Ye's opinion, although he can indeed find an opportunity to kill Kaido, there is no need to be so impatient. After all, there are already Kizaru and others who are taking out the members of the Beast's pirates. Otherwise, if you were like Kaido just now, and give him a chance, you will definitely not feel good. Kaido was very annoyed by Luo Ye's behavior, but he couldn't solve the battle as soon as possible. Advertisement: this kid's swordsmanship is definitely not inferior to the original Kazuki Oden. Maybe even stronger. Kaido didn't want him to inflict more wounds on himself. What annoys Kaido the most is that this guy's swordsmanship doesn't know what's going on. Even though his healing ability is so powerful, the wound is still bleeding. Bachi Changu Yu, 35. As the light bullets released by Kizaru touched the bodies of the members of the Beast's pirates, the guys in front of him died instantly. And Kizaru, who had done all this, turned his head to see the battle between Luo Ye and the 2 of them. Surprised to find that Luo Ye has left a knife edge on Kaido's monster. And there is blood that keeps coming out. Oh yeah, it seems that Luo Ye didn't lie to me. It seems that he really has a chance to kill the monster Kaido. If it is really done, then the pattern of New World will be completely turbulent. Kizaru shook his head and sighed. The Pirate 4 Emperors have been in the New World for a long time, and all Marine can do is to contain them. It is really too expensive to completely eliminate a 4 Emperors, and Marine's top combat power is even in danger of being sacrificed. If Marine really did this, the New World would not return to peace because of the fall of the 4 Emperors, it would only be more chaotic than it is now. But now Luo Ye has shown him a different way. Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world, can really be hurt by Luo Ye. In this case, killing Kaido is really not a joke. It wasn't just Kizaru who was shocked. Everyone in Shichibukai was also shocked by Kaido's injury. Especially Moria, who challenged Kaido at the beginning. If Kaido can really die in this battle, Moria thinks that his gain is really the most. Even replacing Kaido as the new 4 Emperors is not impossible. However, Hancock, who is fighting the epidemic Quinn, is not surprised by this. When she heard from Luo Ye that Kaido was going to be killed, she completely believed it. In Hancock's eyes, there is nothing that Luo Ye cannot do. At this moment, everyone on the Island of Ghosts heard a roar full of anger. They looked up and were horrified to find Kaido disappeared in place. And in the sky, a giant dragon appeared. Chapter 65, who said that a broken sword can't kill people. All his subordinates are zone-capable people, so how could Kaido, the governor, be an exception? As New World 4 Emperors, he was attacked by 2 Marine Admiral and several Shichibukai. Even Kaido let Luo Ye cut a wound, which Kaido couldn't bear. Kaido, who turned into a giant dragon, roared at Luo Ye. Damn Marine, damn Shichibukai, Lousy wants you all to die on Onishima. Moria, who had just killed a Beast's Pirates member with pride, heard Kaido's roar, and the tragic situation of being defeated by him instantly appeared in his mind. This made Moria's body tremble a little. He didn't want to experience that kind of scene again anyway. If the Marine Admiral named Luo Ye had the slightest sign of defeat, Moria would definitely be the first to escape from the Ghost Island. Kizaru looked at the giant dragon in the sky, and his expression became solemn. It seems that these people continue to kill members of the Beast's Pirates, stimulating the Kaido monster. I'm afraid Luo Ye's situation will be even more difficult. In that case, get rid of these guys as soon as possible and help Luo Ye kill Kaido. 8-foot Changgu Jade. Kizaru once again casts this move with a huge kill range. Let those pirates who raised their heads and looked only at their Kaido boss were instantly drowned in countless light bullets. Momoshiki and Shichibukai also reacted, and now is not the time to be shocked by Kaido's strength. What they have to do now is to kill all the enemies in front of them as soon as possible, and then help Luo Ye defeat Kaido. Complete this quest that will shock the world. Hancock, who had just kicked Quinn aside, saw Luo Ye's worries in his beautiful eyes. Although she is very confident in Luo Ye's strength, she still doesn't want Luo Ye to be injured in this battle. Damn it, stinky man, dare to disturb the concubine to help Luo Ye, go to hell. Hancock kicked the opposite plague Quinn again with a big perfume femur. Although these people are worried about whether Luo Ye will lose in front of Kaido, Luo Ye himself does not have that kind of thinking. Luo Ye knew Kaido's ability for a long time, and now he will naturally not be surprised to see him transform into a giant dragon. Moreover, who said that Luo Ye would definitely lose in the face of Kaido, who turned into a giant dragon. Sword flash. Luo Ye's figure disappeared again. Advertisement, however, Kaido in the form of a giant dragon, whether CECG, his power or speed, has been greatly improved. Of course, he won't be fooled by Luo Ye's move. Kaido's paw clapped in an empty space, and Luo Ye blocked it before it could fall. Luo Ye felt the power from Kaido's claws, and his originally stern face finally changed. Luo Ye hooked the corner of his mouth and said, "That's right, as the 4 emperors of the New World, if their strength is only as strong as just now, it would be too disappointing for me." Who? You be ****** Marine. How dare you say that, Lousy must kill you. It has been so many years since Kaido became the 4 emperors of the New World, and this is the first time he has received such an evaluation. Especially from the mouth of a young boy Luo Ye, which made Kaido not angry. Even that B******* D from Whitebeard, Lousy dares to shoot. A B****** D like you. Lousy has no idea how much he has killed. Luo Ye did not respond to Kaido's words. His goal is to kill Kaido, there is no need to talk nonsense with him at all. However, because of Kaido's transformation into a dragon, Luo Ye couldn't find any flaws in him in a short time. Can only keep defending against attacks from Kaido. The fluttering ability obtained by killing Golden Lion allows Luo Ye to float in the air without using the shaved in Marine 6 styles. This also eased Luo Ye's response to Kaido's offensive. When Kaido saw Luo Ye like this, his heart was even more cheerful. Now that this kid has fallen behind, let's solve this damn war as soon as possible. Dragon Breath. Kaido seized a chance that Luo Ye didn't stand firm. He opened his mouth and spit out an extremely hot airflow from it. Luo Ye realized that it was too late to avoid this attack, so he could only pick up the saber in his hand to meet him. Kaido in dragon form, the attack power has been greatly improved. Moreover, the saber used by Luo Ye was only a mediocre and fast sword. Even if Luo Ye's powerful armament haki was blessed, it still failed to resist Kaido's full blow in dragon form. Boom! Luo Ye's saber shattered. Countless pieces were scattered in the air. Kizaru, who was slaughtering members of the Beast's Pirates, was horrified to see this. Advertisement. Luo Ye's saber is very common, he knows. It is said that this is the first saber used by Luo Ye, and it has never been changed after so many years. Since Luo Ye joined Marine, he has killed many swordsmen and pirates, and he has also obtained several stronger swords, but he has never used them. Even Marineford is not without a more powerful saber. When Marshal Sengoku wanted to give it to him, Luo Ye refused. At that time Luo Ye said that he was used to the knife and didn't want to change his weapon, so Marshal Sengoku could only reluctantly agree. But with Luo Ye's current fighting strength, that good and fast knife was not enough for Luo Ye to continue using it. Even Kizaru secretly guessed when Luo Ye would change his saber. Unexpectedly, in such a crucial battle, his good knife was shattered by Kaido. For a swordsman known for his swordsmanship, breaking his sword is a very deadly thing, especially when the enemy is Kaido of the Beasts, one of the New World 4 emperors. Kizaru looked at the surrounding Beasts Pirates members, originally wanted to get rid of these guys first, but it seemed that he had to help Luo Ye first. It wasn't just Kizaru who had been watching their battle, Hancock, Momoshiki and others were even more anxious. Even if he had a choice, Momoshiki would rather have his saber Kimpira shattered. Although they wanted to help Luo Ye, the members of the Beast's Pirates saw that Kaido had such a big advantage, how could they let the Marines help that guy? Even Hawkeye Mihawk couldn't help but feel a little regretful when he saw such a situation. A powerful swordsman did not have a famous sword worthy of his strength. This is definitely a very regrettable thing. Otherwise, how could Luo Ye, who lost his saber, resist Kaido's attack? People on Marine's side were anxious to see such a scene, so Kaido was very surprised. This kid Luo Ye has been pestering him for so long, and finally found a chance to kill him. Boy, you've even broken your knife, hit me with whatever you want, and kill me. Kaido once again sprayed a hot breath towards Luo Ye from his mouth. However, how could Luo Ye, who had already taken precautions, be hit by him again? Luo Ye, who avoided his hot breath, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said to Kaido, "Who told you that a broken sword can't kill people?" Luo Ye's smile was full of weirdness in Kaido's eyes. If this guy didn't have a problem with his brain, then he must have other means. Kaido couldn't help but raise his vigilance greatly. Luo Ye's eyes narrowed, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Sword art, falling snow. As Luo Ye's voice just fell, the fragments of the good and quick swords that were floating in the air seemed to be stagnant in the air. In the next instant, all the fragments collided with Kaido, who was transformed into a dragon. Chapter 66, Kaido of the Beasts, Death. Swordsmanship Snowfall. This move can be said to be Luo Ye's strongest swordsmanship. But he has never used it, and naturally no one has ever seen this move. Only the saber shattered into countless fragments, and the fragments floated in the air like snowflakes in the sky. Luo Ye was able to control these fragments to cause countless damages to the enemy. It's a pity that such a killer move has never been used. You must know that as long as the snow is used, each piece of the saber will have a power that is a bit stronger than the sword flash. Jian Shan was Luo Ye's strongest move in the eyes of others. Even Kaido was cut with a wound by him. How could such a move be weak? If it wasn't for Luo Ye's intentional actions, even if the opponent was Kaido, it would not be so easy to destroy the saber that he blessed armament hockey with. I saw the fragments of the good and fast knife that were still unable to float in the air just now. Following Luo Ye's control, they all slammed towards Kaido at a very fast speed. When Luo Ye showed a mysterious smile just now, Kaido already felt a trace of something was wrong. Seeing the debris now flying towards him, Kaido found himself unable to dodge. Thinking of the scar Luo Ye left on his body just now, Kaido's heart suddenly had a few dark thoughts. This boy who just became Marine Admiral, how could his strength be so terrifying? What kind of opponent has Kaido never met when he was on the rocks before? Even his former captain, Rocks, Kaido can guarantee that when he is Luo Ye's age, he will definitely not be able to match Luo Ye's strength. But, lousy as the four emperors of the New World, how could he possibly die in the hands of you brat? Kaido in dragon form roared. Looking at the constantly approaching saber shards, not only did they not retreat, but they went straight forward to meet them. As long as he can block Luo Ye's move, Kaido is confident enough to kill this guy who lost his weapon. Luo Ye's expression didn't change when he looked at the mad Kaido, and his body didn't even take a step back. Just like Kaido had enough confidence to kill Luo Ye whose saber was broken, Luo Ye never thought that Kaido could stop this move. Even if he is known as the strongest creature in the world. Kaido sensed danger as soon as he touched the first shard. Advertisement: the power of this fragment is not weaker than the knife Luo Ye slashed him just now, and it is even slightly stronger. At this time, Kaido finally felt panic in his heart for the first time. Because, this is not just an attack, there are countless fragments flying towards him. Kaido realized that something was wrong, and it was too late to try to avoid him, so he could only watch the debris slashed across his body. As those fragments passed by, Kaido looked at Luo Ye with unwillingness and anger in his eyes. Wait until all the fragments hit the target and finally fall to the ground. Countless small scars appeared on Kaido's body in dragon form. Although the scars may not be big in the eyes of others, only Luo Ye and Kaido know that the depth of these scars is completely incredible. The next moment, blood began to spew from these scars, and in just an instant, Kaido in dragon form was covered in blood. Everyone who was fighting at the other place stopped because of this situation. The strongest creature in the world, Kaido of the Beasts, was injured to such an extent by the new Admiral Luo Ye. There were a few inexplicable looks in Kizaru's eyes. Originally, he was still worried about whether Luo Ye would be damaged by Kaido because the saber was destroyed, and even Kizaru had already made preparations to support Luo Ye. But what he didn't expect was that before he could actually make a move, Luo Ye had injured Kaido to such an extent with such an incredible move. Kizaru feels that Kaido is definitely the weakest state now. As long as he went to help Luo Ye, the four emperors of the New World would definitely be reduced by one. With this thought in mind, Kizaru's body began to become elemental. But before he could finish, in Kizaru's horrified eyes, Kaido actually recovered from his dragon form, and even fell heavily from the air. What exactly happened? Kizaru's eyes widened as Kaido fell to the ground, and his heart was full of horror. Kaido's performance is definitely not just a serious injury. After all, with the character of Kaido's guy, if it's just an injury, it will only make him more furious. So what is he like now? Kizaru thought of a possibility, and his eyes instantly turned to Luo Ye. I saw Luo Ye slowly falling from the sky. Aware of Kizaru's eyes, Luo Ye nodded at him. Advertisement: in an instant, the expression on Kizaru's face became extremely strange. For flowers. This action really took Kizaru by surprise. Obviously, the idea of Marshal Sengoku is to come to the island of Oni and kill several members of the Beast's pirates, warn Kaido, and let him not be so rampant in New World in the future. But Luo Ye told Kizaru that he did not intend to obey the orders of Marshal Sengoku, but really wanted to kill Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors. When Kizaru first heard these words, he even doubted whether Luo Ye knew about Kaido's true strength. But when he saw that Luo Ye didn't mean to joke at all, Kizaru could only half believe and agreed to accompany him to see if he could kill Kaido. Unexpectedly, this kid Luo Ye actually did this crazy thing. And most importantly, the crowd of Kizaru, Momoshiki, and Shichibukai, all they do is drag the rest of the Beast's pirates. It didn't help Luo Ye to deal with Kaido at all. But that's it, Luo Ye was able to kill the four emperors Kaido of the New World by himself. What kind of monster is this kid Luo Ye? Kizaru wasn't alone in discovering Kaido's death. Most people can sense something is wrong with Kaido, especially the members of the Beast's pirates. They are the people who know Kaido's character the most. If Kaido's boss is okay, how could he have let go of Marine Admiral who hurt him so badly? The members of the Beast's pirates who believed that Kaido had been killed by Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, started to flee in unison. Even the powerful four emperors, the governor of their Beast's pirates, died in Luo Ye's hands. What's more, these guys, and even if Luo Ye no longer has the ability to continue fighting, there is another Marine Admiral present here. Fire Calamity and Plague Calamity were full of anger when they saw those fleeing fellows. But no matter how they shouted, they couldn't stop the pirates from Ishin's escape. Jin and Quinn can't believe that Kaido died in Luo Ye's hands. They want to kill the guy who hurt Kaido's boss. The two of them looked at each other, and at the same time threw their opponents away, and charged towards Luo Ye. Luo Ye stood in front of Kaido's body and looked at the two of them calmly. The number of Beast's pirates members fleeing in the distance kept increasing. And this scene that can stir up the whole new world, all fell into the eyes of the albatross in the sky. Chapter 67. Successful hunting, rewarding a great harvest. The situation of New World has long been fixed. Among the pirates are the four emperors of the New World and the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government. But few of the rest of the pirates are Shichibukai, who all aim to become the 4 emperors. Whitebeard, Redhead, Big Mom, and Kaido of the Beasts have beaten so many so-called challengers over the years. Some pirates joined in after being defeated, while the rest fell into the sea to feed the Sea Kings. Even though the vast majority of pirates in the New World aim to become the new 4 emperors, not many have the courage to challenge them. It is because of the existence of these 4 monsters that the strength is too powerful. But today, Kaido of the Beasts, known as the most powerful creature in the world, was killed by Luo Ye, the new Marine Admiral. Moreover, this is the first time that Luo Ye has been successfully photographed with a face of 550. With the blessing of this photo, the newspaper will definitely be robbed. But the members of the Beast's pirates don't have the leisure to think about these things. Most of the members of the Beast's pirates present were trying to escape from this ghost island. After all, even their governor Kaido, the boss, died at the hands of Luo Ye. What's more, these guys whose strength is not worth mentioning at all. The 2 remaining plagues of the Beast's pirates, Fire Blight and Plague Quinn, did not escape. They knew that Marine would not give them a chance to escape. Rather than being chased and killed, it would be better to try to kill Luo Ye. After all, Luo Ye didn't lose much physical strength after killing Kaido, right? Both of them thought that at least they could kill Luo Ye. Luo Ye looked at the 2 people who were approaching, but his expression didn't change. Sure enough, when the 2 of them were about to reach him, Kizaru, who was wearing an admiral cloak, stopped them directly. Oh yeah, Luo Ye has already killed Kaido, so let me send you guys on the road with Kaido. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Kizaru wiped his hands, and the Sword of Light reappeared in Kizaru's hands, directly facing the 2 of them. Although Kizaru didn't know how much stamina it took to kill Kaido's Luo Ye. But he wouldn't sit back and watch these 2 guys attack Luo Ye anyway. Luo Ye was not surprised to see Kizaru appear in front of him. Instead, he closed his eyes very simply. Advertisement. After all, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, as his successful prey, Luo Ye's reward can be said to be the richest in history. Congratulations to the host for the successful hunt. Drop reward, whether to pick it up or not. Pick up. Open black lens bracket. Lose success, whether to absorb. Close black lens bracket, absorb. In fact, Quinn and Jin's guesses were not wrong. Although Luo Ye successfully killed Kaido, his consumption was also very serious. Opponents that could be easily killed in the past may now only be evaded. However, Kaido, who died, has become a good person for Luo Ye, not only enhancing his strength, but also restoring most of Luo Ye's physical strength. Luo Ye clenched his fist and felt the strength of his body, and couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. Sure enough, this kind of prey can enhance the strength more, but unfortunately, like this, there are only 3 remaining in the entire New World. Aware of his greed, Luo Ye couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Open the body properties panel. Open black lens bracket. Host. Luo Ye. Close black lens bracket. Acquired abilities. Basic Swordsmanship LV23, plus 3.8, Swordsmanship Sword Flash IV13, plus 4.1, Swordsmanship Snowfall LV10, plus 2.1, Taijutsu LV17, plus 4.3, Conqueror's Hockey IV7, plus 2.3, Armament Hikilv 11, plus 2.6, Observation Hikilv 10, plus 1.8. Special ability. Fluttering ability. Activatable ability, none. Seeing such an attribute, Luo Ye nodded with satisfaction. With his current attribute value, it can be said that it is very difficult to continue to improve. But that's it, after successfully hunting Kaido, he has gotten so much improvement, he really deserves to be the 4 emperors of the New World. The only pity is that the good and fast knife that had been used for more than 10 years was destroyed in this battle. However, if the good and quick knife hadn't shattered, Luo Ye's attempt to kill Kaido unexpectedly was not so easy. But if he were to fight Kaido with his current strength, the situation would definitely not be so difficult. If this is the case, then the war is actually over. Momoshage Vice Admiral, borrow your saber Kimpira. Momoshage, who was fighting with the Beast's Pirates members, was stunned when he heard this, and immediately threw Kimpira to Luo Ye without hesitation. Advertisement: Momoshage is also a powerful swordsman. Of course, knowing whether there are good weapons has a great influence on the strength of a swordsman. Luo Ye took Jinpira and nodded to Momoshage. Immediately, he turned his attention to Quinn and Jin, who were struggling to be supported by Kizaru. No matter what this guy Kizaru did before, he always looked lazy and didn't wake up, and he never did anything when he could paddle. But this time Kizaru has no plans to do so. Luo Ye had already killed Kaido, who he thought he couldn't kill by himself, but all Kizaru killed were nobody, from the Beast's pirates. Although he didn't care about these things, Luo Ye was considered Kizaru's junior anyway. For a junior to pull the record to such a bizarre disparity, Kizaru couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Oh yeah, Luo Ye, what are you planning to do? Don't rest for a while. Even if it was 1 to 2, Kizaru was able to do it with ease, and even opened his mouth to ask Luo Ye. Luo Ye glanced at him and said, "Leave these 2 guys to me. It's more efficient to deal with a large number of pirates, or your sparkling fruit." Kizaru was a little suspicious when he heard this. Although what Luo Ye said was true, he still felt that something was wrong. Luo Ye felt his hesitation and did not explain. "I can't tell Kizaru that I have a hunting system. If I kill these 2 powerful guys, I will get more rewards." Kizaru saw that Luo Ye had no intention of joking and could only helplessly nodded. "Then these 2.6 families will be handed over to you. It's really weird to carry out the task with you. When you wanted to be lazy before, you didn't let it go, but now you have to contribute, and as a result, you sent me away again. You are really..." Luo Ye ignored Kizaru's words before the figure dissipated. Instead, he turned his attention to the 2 people in front of the epidemic disaster and the flame disaster. The other members of the Beast's pirates, let Kizaru and the others deal with it, and it is enough to be responsible for these guys who can get more rewards. The 2 looked at Luo Ye with shock and anger, so shocked that even the boss of Kaido died in the hands of this kid. Angered, neither of them believed that Luo Ye, who had just done everything he could to kill Kaido's boss, still has the strength to kill them now. "If you 2 dare to be so careless, let's try to kill this Marine Admiral." Chapter 68, Impel Down? You have no chance, Sword Flash? Luo Ye looked at the 2 people rushing towards him and disappeared again. Just before killing Kaido, with Luo Ye's strength, it is enough to fight against them 1 to 2, not to mention now that he has successfully hunted Kaido, his strength has been greatly improved. Although the Jinpira in his hand is Momosagi's saber, it is far from the original good and quick sword. But at least it's completely easy to solve the battle against these 2 people. When they saw Luo Ye disappear, Quinn and Jin raised their vigilance greatly. They saw it very clearly just now. Luo Ye used this trick at first to leave a deep scar on Kaido's waist. But this guy has been fighting with Kaido boss for so long, even if he can continue to fight, how can he still have the physical strength to use such a trick? What terrified them the most was that they couldn't catch Luo Ye's trace at all based on what their respective masters had seen and heard. Could it be that the boss of Kaido was injured by him just now? The 2 of them were waiting so hard that they didn't dare to relax at all. In the next moment, Luo Ye suddenly appeared behind them. The 2 who finally noticed it hurriedly turned around to resist. Jin's katana collided with the Jinpira in Luo Ye's hand. And Quinn beside him seized the opportunity and wanted to inflict heavy damage on Luo Ye. Quinn 24's current Brachiosaurus form has not been lifted. He thinks that Luo Ye is now a guy who wants to scare them off. No matter how Ren Kuan thought, he could never imagine that Luo Ye would improve his strength and restore most of his physical strength after killing Kaido. Luo Ye has never been famous for his physical skills, fighting with enemies. This also created an illusion in the enemy's mind, thinking that as long as Luo Ye couldn't use swordsmanship, he was not afraid at all. However, Kaido's physical skills are so powerful. After the successful hunt, Luo Ye's physical skills have also been greatly increased. This method of plague Quinn is not enough to see. Luo Ye's right hand Jinpira was entangled with Jin's samurai sword, while the other hand, which turned black because of the color of the weapon, slammed the plague Quinn who was attacking him fiercely. Before contacting Luo Ye, Quinn noticed the power on Luo Ye's fist, which made Quinn's complexion change greatly. But he had already arrived in front of Luo Ye. At this time, he realized that he couldn't help but want to avoid it, and it was too late. Quinn could only grit her teeth and greet Luo Ye. At least until now, Quinn has been extremely proud of having access to the powers of the zone's ancient species. But Quinn didn't know until he really touched Luo Ye's fist that there are always some monsters in this world, even if they don't have devil fruit ability, they can still be several times stronger than him. Advertisement, especially when such a situation happened, Luo Ye deliberately guided it. He did not use swordsmanship to fight the enemy as the 2 thought, but deliberately allowed Jin to block the Jinpira in his hand. Quinn thought he had seized the opportunity to kill Luo Ye, but he didn't know that he was Luo Ye's real target. Boom! With Luo Ye's full-strength punch, Quinn fell directly from mid-air, smashing a huge pit on the ground. And at this time, it is to let Yan Jin know what is the real swordsmanship. Luo Ye flipped his right arm over, and Jin Pilao made a horizontal movement on his hand, aiming at the flame disaster in front of him and picking it up. When Quinn was knocked over by Luo Ye's fist, Jin had already sensed Luo Ye's thoughts, but he had no way to leave. Just at the speed with which Luo Ye used that sword move just now, if Jin wanted to escape, that would be the real courting death. He had no choice but to hold his samurai sword to resist Luo Ye's attack. But as Luo Ye continued to use his knife quickly, it became more and more difficult for Jin to resist. Finally, after Luo Ye provoked Jin's samurai sword with a knife, he seized the opportunity and rushed to Jin's side in an instant. Sword flash. Defense and strength have always been a big advantage of the ancient zone species, but even though Jin is now in the form of a toothless pterosaur, it has not slowed down the speed of Jinpira entering his waist at all. In just an instant, Jinpira pierced the body of the toothless pterosaur. On the other hand, Jin stared at Luo Ye in a stunned manner. He didn't understand why he fought with Kaido boss for so long, but now there is no sign of physical exhaustion. Luo Ye had no intention of explaining it to him. Seeing that he succeeded, he pulled out Jin Pilao and slashed Jin's neck with a knife. An extremely fine red line appeared on Jin's neck, and Jin fell to the ground with a confused face. It was at this time that the red line began to spew out blood, a few points faster than when Kaido was injured before. Now that the fire calamity has been killed, the real top of the beast's pirates remains the plague calamity Quinn, who was knocked to the ground just now. Luo Ye's figure floated above Quinn. Quinn, who was still howling in pain in the deep pit, instantly enlarged several times after seeing Luo Ye. He was not like Jin, who resisted Luo Ye's attack before dying. But when he stepped on his feet, his body instantly rushed out, completely in the opposite direction of Luo Ye. As long as he can escape from the Ghost Island, Laozi swears that when he hears Luo Ye's name in the future, Laozi will hide away. 55. Advertisement. With the full fear of Luo Ye in his heart, Quinn's speed even quickened a bit. However, Luo Ye had no plans to let him escape just like that. Governor Kaido, and the other two major disasters were all killed by me. How can I let you leave alone? Since it is a pirate group, of course it must be neat and tidy. 9. Luo Ye's master's fluttering ability is fully exerted, of course, much faster than Quinn's speed. Before he could escape far, Luo Ye had already chased after him. Quinn noticed Luo Ye's arrival and shouted directly. I surrendered, arrest me, put me in the great underwater prison impelled down. I promise there will never be any more thoughts of escape. 35. Quinn's mentality collapsed. This guy is completely a monster, and he can't resist at all. Rather than being killed by him, it is better to be locked and impelled down and find an opportunity to escape in the future. Luo Ye couldn't help but be a little surprised to hear such words. The Plague Quinn, the dignified beast's pirates' three major disasters, had the idea of surrendering in this state. Detained and impelled down, Luo Ye's figure gradually approached Quinn. Sorry, my chosen prey never survived. 35. Quinn stared at Luo Ye with wide eyes upon hearing this, not understanding why this marine had to do this. Luo Ye walked over and slashed Quinn's neck with a knife. Seeing Quinn's eyes full of confusion, he couldn't help shaking his head. After the pirates were successfully captured, they were detained and impelled down, perhaps because they were afraid that after the execution, the pirate group where these people belonged would have an accident. But how could Luo Ye care about this? Even before, if Luo Ye encountered Quinn, Luo Ye would not have any mercy. What's more, now that the beast's pirates are gone. Luo Ye raised his head and saw that Kizaru and his party were chasing the members of the beast's pirates who wanted to escape from the Ghost Island. Maybe someone can successfully escape from them. However, Luo Ye had been around the Ghost Island long ago, and let Vice Admiral Mole lead the Marines to guard these people. Chapter 69, Sengoku. The big things in life are too exciting. Oh yeah, Luo Ye, the monster's strength is really getting more and more outrageous. After Kizaru killed the beast's pirates members who were fleeing not far away, he shook his head and sighed. He was defeated by Aokiji a few years ago, and now he has killed Kaido of the Beasts, one of the New World 4 emperors. Even after killing Kaido and not exhausted, also killed the other two disasters of Beast's pirates. Kizaru doesn't doubt at all now that if Kuzan plays Luo Ye now, the winner will be the monster Luo Ye. Such a terrifying speed of strength improvement is really something that has only been seen in his life. 8-foot Changgu Jade. Kizaru didn't want to think about these things anymore, and the more he thought about them, the more shame he felt. Another big move to kill the pirates in the distance. The Beast's pirates that have been in the New World for many years are finally going to be destroyed today. Momosagi Vice Admiral, your Kimpira. 35. Luo Ye came to Momosagi and returned the knife in his hand to her. But Momosagi didn't take it directly, instead he looked at Luo Ye and asked. Your saber has been destroyed, what are you going to do? Hearing this, Luo Ye shook his head indifferently. There is a better knife in the headquarters, and Marshal Sengoku always wanted to give me one, and now his purpose has finally been achieved. Hearing Luo Ye say this, Momosagi couldn't help but laugh. It is estimated that Luo Ye alone can get along with Marshal Sengoku like this in the entire headquarters. If anyone else did this, Marshal Sengoku would have been angry long ago, and it was Luo Ye, and Marshal Sengoku would forcefully suppress his anger every time. It is estimated that Marshal Sengoku will be even more surprised when he hears the news this time. 99. Momoshage looked at Luo Ye and said softly. In fact, they could have guessed at first that Marshal Sengoku just wanted them to come and warn Kaido. There is no real plan to destroy the Beast's pirates at all, because in the view of Marshal Sengoku, the price to be paid to do so is simply too great for the current naval headquarters to afford. But beyond everyone's expectations, Luo Ye was able to kill the 4 emperors who had been in the New World for many years by himself. If such news is passed back, I don't know how Marshal Sengoku will look. However, after Momoshage's reminder, Luo Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like it would be a good idea to talk to Marshal Sengoku about the situation here. And, didn't he always complain about not getting the news to him in time before? Now this war has come to an end, and the remaining pirates are only. Momoshage, lend me the phone bug. Advertisement. Momoshage glanced at Luo Ye with a strange expression. Unexpectedly, his words made Luo Ye want to make fun of Marshal Sengoku. But Momoshage didn't have any doubts because Luo Ye asked him for a phone bug. After all, this guy never had the habit of bringing phone bugs to him. Only when Marshal Sengoku called him every time would he talk about how the mission was carried out. Luo Ye was also famous in the headquarters for this. Luo Ye ignored Momoshage's strange eyes and took the phone bug and called Sengoku directly. Sengoku is handling official business in the marshal's office at the headquarters. But no matter what he did, he couldn't calm his heart down. That kid Luo Ye doesn't have to give him any news. After all, Sengoku has long been accustomed to his actions. But until now, even Kizaru, Momoshage, Mole, these 3 people have not heard any news. Under such circumstances, Sengoku really had no way to handle official business with peace of mind. At this moment, the phone bug on the table suddenly rang. Sengoku instantly put down what was in his hand and picked up the phone bug. How are you, Momoshage? Have you started to return to Marineford? 39. Marshal Sengoku, I am Luo Ye. Sengoku was stunned to hear the voice coming from the phone bug. Isn't it Momoshage? What's wrong with this kid Luo Ye? Why did he suddenly remember to call the old man? Could it be that the sailors really suffered great damage on the island of ghosts? Thinking of this possibility, Sengoku suddenly felt a pain in his chest. If such a situation really happened, those New World pirates would never miss this good opportunity, and it would not be so easy for Marine to suppress them. Sengoku took 2 deep breaths and asked the phone bug. Luo Ye, did something happen to the war with the Beast's pirates? Roughly the same. Sure enough, I knew it. Sengoku felt that the pain in his heart couldn't get any better. Most of the people who followed Luo Ye to Ghost Island this time were the elites of the headquarters. As a result, it was broken there in vain, which is how Sengoku can accept it. What are Luo Ye and Pulsalino doing to make such a thing happen? You immediately return to Marineford with the rest of the sailors, and the old man will issue a draft order now. Sengoku's voice was full of frustration and anger. Advertisement. Although I don't know how many sailors were lost this time, Sengoku made this decision just to be on the safe side. After all, that B***** D Kaido will never give up. Now, hearing this, Sengoku couldn't hold back his anger any longer and roared at the phone bug. When can it be now? Could it be that you plan to bury all the sailors on the island of ghosts? 35. After shouting, Sengoku stared at the phone bug, gasping for breath. If Luo Ye says anything outrageous again, then Sengoku will definitely teach him a lesson. At this moment, the phone bug suddenly rang Luo Ye's voice. Of course not, but they should be busy rounding up the Beast's pirates who are trying to escape. Marshal Sengoku, are you sure you want to let these guys go? 5. Rounding up Beast's pirates members? What does it mean? Sengoku was stunned. For a while, he didn't even understand what Luo Ye's words meant. Just when he was about to ask, Luo Ye didn't plan to cover up. This kind of thing can happen occasionally, but you still have to be careful. After all, the old man Sengoku is already so old. If he really gets angry with him, Luo Ye doesn't want to take this charge. Marshal Sengoku, Governor Kaido of the Beast's pirates is dead, Quinn the Plague, and the Fire Cinder are all killed. This war has come to an end. Only the members of the Beast's pirates are thinking about escaping, and the Marines are also surrounding the Ghost Island, Wang Liao Jiao, and are killing those pirates who want to escape. So, this time the result is not what you think. 99. When Sengoku heard this, the phone in his hand fell heavily to the ground. Luo Ye on the other side called out twice and got no response, and hung up the phone. Sengoku was left alone in the marshal's office, staring at the phone bug on the ground. What did Luo Ye say just now? Kaido that B***** D got killed. This kid Luo Ye actually did such a thing? At the beginning, Luo Ye and the others had to go through the motions and warn Kaido, but this guy actually destroyed the Beast's pirates. What kind of thing is this? Sengoku really doubted his life, but he thought it was because the sailors had lost too much, so Luo Ye had to report it himself. As a result, he actually gave himself such a big surprise, which is really exciting. A long time. Sengoku, who had recovered his senses, laughed heartily in the marshal's office. Chapter 70, Luffy. I will never be so weak again. Marshal Sengoku, what happened? You asked us all to come here. Akainu Sakazuki came here immediately after hearing the news from Sengoku. As a result, as soon as he entered the marshal's office, he found that Garp Vice Admiral, Crane Vice Admiral, and Kuzan were all here. This filled Sakazuki's heart with doubts. It is impossible for Marshal Sengoku to pull off such a big lineup without something big to announce. Everyone present turned their attention to Sengoku, who was sitting at the table. I don't know what happened, I need him to call everyone over in such a hurry. Sengoku looked around and said in a deep voice, something big happened. Hearing this, everyone in the office couldn't help but become serious. Even Garp stopped putting senbei in his mouth. Then I heard Sengoku speak. It's about Luo Ye and Pulsalino leading the Marines to attack the Beast's pirates. Although Sengoku was really angry when he first learned that he was being teased by Luo Ye. But after thinking about it, it seems to be really interesting to do so. So Sengoku planned to follow Luo Ye's practice in front of Garp and others to see how they all reacted. As soon as Sengoku's voice fell, Sakazuki, the most grumpy, stood up abruptly. What happened to them? With the strengths of Luo Ye 627 and Pulsalino, even if Kaido can't be killed, at least they can get out with the Marines. Although Sakazuki didn't like Pulsalino at all, he had to admit the opponent's strength. As long as the guy is serious, even himself may not be able to defeat him. Not to mention the guy Luo Ye. For Sakazuki, neither Kuzan nor Pulsalino are on the same page. Only Luo Ye's style is more in line with his appetite, not to mention that Sakazuki has no idea of Luo Ye's real strength now, knowing that he could have had a relationship with Kuzan a few years ago. With that guy's talent as a monster, he doesn't know how far he has grown. With these two people around, even if there is no way to kill the B***** D Kaido, at least there is no problem in retreating. It wasn't just Sakazuki who had this thought, everyone else in the office looked at Sengoku suspiciously. Want to hear a definite message from his mouth? Advertisement. Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little stunned when he saw everyone's reaction. In the end, he was the only one who worried about the lives of those seamen. How could they feel that they trusted Luo Ye so much? It's really boring, Sengoku muttered silently in his heart. Then he looked at everyone and said solemnly. Kaido has been killed by Luo Ye, Plague Quinn, and Fire Calamity have all died in his hands, and now he is leading the Marines to surround and suppress the remaining Beast's Pirates members. Sakazuki and Kuzan looked at each other, their pupils instantly dilated several times when they heard the news. Regarding the matter of Marshal Sengoku sending Luo Ye and Pulsalino to the Island of Ghosts, they also knew the real purpose of Marshal Sengoku. After all, it is too difficult to destroy a four emperors pirate group, and basically few people believe that they can do it. Now suddenly hearing the news that Luo Ye really killed Kaido, how could they not be shocked? Of course, there are exceptions. After Garp heard Sengoku's words, he directly poured the senbei into his mouth, chewed it twice, and said vaguely. Ha ha ha, this old man knows that Luo Ye has such strength. Garp's words were not refuted. If this is Luo Ye's real power now, it would be too amazing. Among them, Kuzan's feeling is the most intuitive. At the beginning of his battle with Luo Ye, he failed to defeat Luo Ye directly, so for a long time, people in the headquarters took this incident as a joke. Although Kuzan was helpless, there was no way to stop it. After all, it was indeed what he did, and others did not deliberately discredit him. In the end, how long has passed, Luo Ye has grown to this point. You must know that even Kuzan, there is absolutely no way to kill that B***** D Kaido alone. But Luo Ye did just that. If Luo Ye wanted to fight him again, Kuzan felt that he would refuse immediately. He didn't want to really bear the name of being defeated. Sengoku looked at everyone's reaction and said in a deep voice. The death of Kaido will definitely lead to great turmoil in the New World, and during this time, we Marines must suppress those ambitious guys who come out. 39. We must not ruin such a good situation again, yes. Sakazuki and Kuzan looked at each other, their hearts filled with fighting intent. Luo Ye, who is obviously a junior, has already made the feat of killing the four emperors. Advertisement, and they have been doing Admiral for so many years, but they don't have any record that can be compared with him. It would be too embarrassing to say such a thing. In order not to be thrown away by Luo Ye, they will have to do more things in the future. As they were about to leave, Sengoku spoke again. I will publicize this matter all over the world to let the whole world know that the four emperors are not invincible, and we Marines are the ones who will end their evil. Sengoku wanted to do this when Luo Ye first became an admiral. However, Luo Ye was very reluctant, and even after his persuasion, he agreed, but he still did not let Sengoku take his photo to promote it. As a result, others only know that Marine has a new admiral, but it can be said that they know nothing about the appearance of this admiral. But this time is different. This time Luo Ye accomplished the thing of killing the four emperors, and Sengoku would never agree with Luo Ye's idea again. Whether he agrees or not, the new Marine admiral must be known to the whole world. The fact that Luo Ye successfully killed Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors, has spread throughout the naval headquarters at an extremely fast speed. Let all the Marines in the headquarters be excited about it. The four emperors who had been arrogant for so long were finally killed by that Silver Eagle admiral. It's best to let Silver Eagle admiral kill the other three as well. In this case, New World will definitely not be as chaotic as it is now. Such remarks are very popular in the headquarters. It can be said that Luo Ye has become the object of respect and worship of all the Marines in the headquarters. Training camp. Boom. Zephyr thumped Luffy, who challenged him again, to the ground. He grinned at him and said, Didn't you say that you will arrest the 4 emperors in the future? Why don't you even have the strength to get out of the training camp now? Your brother Luo Ye has already killed Kaido. By the way, even Ace and Sabo participated in this operation. I heard that the 2 of them deserved a lot of credit. 99. If you look at it this way, your 4 brothers are only a weak guy like you. If I were you, I would never have the face to say that I am their younger brother. Luffy, who was gasping for breath on the ground, raised his head sharply when he heard these words. There was anger in Zephyr's eyes, said to him word by word. I will never be so weak again. Should the title of the protagonist be changed to Black Eagle or White Eagle? Chapter 71, Eagle Eyes feeling aggrieved Ghost Island.
Momoshiki took the phone bug in Luo Ye's hand and looked at him strangely. Marshal Sengoku didn't know what he had done, and he met Luo Ye. I forgot to ask Marshal Sengoku to prepare me a good sword. Luo Ye shook his head with regret. In order to complete his mission, the good knife that had been used for more than 10 years was destroyed in this war. If Sengoku couldn't give him a knife that satisfied him, Luo Ye didn't plan to let it go. Lord Luo Ye. When Hancock ended the battle, seeing Momoshiki standing in front of Luo Ye, he couldn't help but feel angry. This marine woman is really too damn it. She was not beside Lord Luo Ye for a while. This woman even ran to talk to Lord Luo Ye again. Of course Hancock would not tolerate such a thing happening. Lord Luo Ye, there is a good knife on 9 Snake Island. You and your concubine go to 9 Snake Island to get it together. 9 Snake Island has existed for so long, and there is still a good knife that is famous in New World. She can't use it herself anyway. Since Lord Luo Ye needs a saber now, Hancock certainly won't have any hesitation.
Luo Ye smiled at her when she heard Hancock's words. Thank you, Hancock, but Naval Headquarters also has good knives. Since Marshal Sengoku's task has been exceeded this time, how can he not give me a knife that satisfies me? 35. Although rejected, Hancock was not the slightest dissatisfied. Even because of Luo Ye's character, she became more and more infatuated with Luo Ye. Luo Ye was a little helpless to Hancock's performance. A woman like Hancock, once she identifies someone, no matter what the other person does, she will be beautified hundreds of times in her eyes, and now Luo Ye finally has a taste of this.
At this time, several other Shichibukai also came to Luo Ye. The high ranks of the Beast's pirates have been killed. Now only the weaker Beast's pirates are being besieged by the Marines. There is no need for them to deal with these people at all. Rather than staying here, it is better to leave first. The fact that Kaido was killed by Luo Ye was too exciting for them. I am afraid that it will not be long before the entire new world will be shaken by the destruction of the Beast's pirates. Those guys who are full of ambition and want to launch an offensive against the position of the 4 emperors will definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Advertisement. It's better for them to go back early to prepare, so as not to be affected by this incident. Silver Eagle Admiral, now that the war here is over, I will take my leave. Haixia Jinbei looked at Luo Ye with a strange expression. The dignified 4 emperors were actually killed by him alone. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jinbei would not have believed it anyway.
Those ambitious pirates will surely pass through the Fishman Island. In order to prevent the Fishman Island from falling into war, Jinbei felt that it would be better for him to stay in the Fishman Island during this time. Now that the war is over, Luo Ye certainly won't insist that they stay here. Seeing Luo Ye nodding in agreement, Jinbei and Bartholomew Kuma didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. Fail. Connect to the server however, the fighting intent in Mihawk's eyes did not diminish, but the thought of Luo Ye's saber being destroyed in this war made him frown. Silver Eagle Admiral, although I really want to fight with you, but you don't even have a weapon now, I hope that when we meet you next time, you will have a famous sword worthy of your strength.
Luo Ye was able to kill Kaido, who was famous all over the New World with only swordsmanship. Hawkeye felt that he was probably not his opponent. But even so, how could Hawkeye let go of someone with such a strong swordsmanship that he finally encountered? It's just that Luo Ye has now lost his weapon, so he has to endure such thoughts. The red-haired Shanks used to fight every time Hawkeye saw him, but since Shanks broke an arm, Hawkeye never fought with him again. After waiting for so long, he finally had another opponent worthy of his best efforts. Luo Ye was also noncommittal when he heard Hawkeye's words. For a swordsman, the difference between having a famous sword or not is too significant. And if it's just a discussion, Luo Ye has no interest in fighting Hawkeye, but this guy kills all pirates, and Luo Ye doesn't think of him as his prey. Otherwise, with Hawkeye's swordsmanship strength, he can definitely improve himself. The fighting spirit in Mihawk's eyes continued, and he felt more and more pity for Luo Ye's loss of his saber. He may even hope that Luo Ye can have a good knife than Luo Ye himself. In this case, he can also see who is stronger in swordsmanship between the two.
The more he thought about it, the more pity Mihawk felt that he couldn't stay here, otherwise he would only suffer even more. Farewell. I hope that the next time I see you, you will have a famous knife in your hand. After speaking, without waiting for Luo Ye to respond, Mihawk turned and left firmly. Ask for flowers. The pursuit of Kendo is pure, Mihawk. Luo Ye looked at his bag and shook his head slightly. Advertisement. It suddenly reminded him of Zoro, the bounty hunter from East Blue, who let Luffy join Marine, and his fate changed accordingly.
I don't know if Zoro is still buying alcohol by killing pirates all day. You must know that because of Luo Ye's order, the current smoker has been catching those pirates in East Blue all day long. It must be more and more difficult for Zoro to make a living in this way. Lord Luo Ye, Hawkeye, this damn it guy, even wants to challenge you, so I will kill this guy now. Hancock's face was full of murderous intent. Hawkeye actually said in front of her that he would challenge Lord Luo Ye in the future, which made Hancock tolerate it. Point 0. Before Luo Ye could answer, Momoshiki on the side gave her a sideways glance and said, "Just you." Hancock, who was still angry at Hawkeye's words just now, turned his head and glared at Momoshiki. This marine woman provoked her over and over again, and the arrogant Hancock certainly couldn't bear it. Seeing that the two were about to move their hands, Luo Ye frowned slightly. Hancock and Momoshiki have similar personalities. They are both extremely hot and can burn at one point. It is normal for such two women to meet together. But Luo Ye didn't want to see the two of them fighting.
Enough. What's the matter with the two of you? You haven't had enough fights with the Beast's pirates. Do you need me to play a game with you two? The two of them stopped their movements when they heard Luo Ye's scolding, looked at each other and turned their heads with a cold snort. This woman is so damn it. 99 such a voice rose in their hearts at the same time. Kizaru also came over at this time with a wretched smile. Although most of the missions this time were completed by Luo Ye, he did his part anyway, so Marshal Sengoku would have no reason to let him continue the mission after returning.
Oh yeah, the matter here is over, can we go back Luo Ye? Hearing Kizaru's question, Luo Ye's face turned cold again, and he shook his head slightly. It's not over yet. It was at this time that Kizaru and the others suddenly heard a voice. He, from today onwards, I am the new world 4 emperors. Loss. Chapter 72, Kizaru, am I being underestimated again? Moria had never felt so right to follow Marine's orders. Originally, Sengoku threatened them that if he did not participate in the war, his Shichibukai name would be removed. Although Moria felt very aggrieved and angry at the time, but no one else said anything, he naturally did not dare to refuse Sengoku's words alone. Otherwise, at the naval headquarters, any admiral could kill himself. Although Moria was afraid of the Kaido of the Beasts, who had caused his pirates to suffer heavy losses, she agreed to his request under the threat of Sengoku. At first Moria thought Marine's move was to warn Kaido.
In the end, when he really arrived at the Island of Ghosts, the guy actually shot Kaido, and even successfully killed Kaido in the end. This made Moria really surprised and delighted. Luo Ye has such strength, it is really simple to want 633 to kill himself. But he killed Kaido first, and then the other two plagues. Moria couldn't believe that Luo Ye in this state still had enough strength to defeat Kaido again. Marine, I don't want to fight you now, as long as you leave this ghost island, I will definitely not shoot at you. 35.
After thinking about it again and again, Moria decided to say this. Even though Luo Ye used up a lot of physical strength, Kizaru was not easy to mess with. Moria believes that there is no need to conflict with them now, as long as he occupies the Island of Ghosts and replaces Kaido as the new 4 emperors of the New World. That will definitely be able to recruit more powerful men. As long as he doesn't conflict with Luo Ye, the monster-like Marine Admiral, he will definitely be able to make the whole New World resound with Gecko Moria's reputation. And, if Moria gave up on the idea, Kaido and his men might have the corpses taken by Marine. That way, Moria would have nowhere else to find such a good zombie carrier. Kizaru looked strangely at Moria not far away. Originally, he planned to let everyone on the island leave this ghost island. Jinbei, Bartholomew Kuma and Mihawk all did it consciously. As for Hancock, Kizaru can also understand why she didn't leave directly. But he really didn't expect that this guy Moria would be able to say such a thing.
Advertisement replacing Kaido as the new 4 emperors. After finally killing the B***** D Kaido, if Moria becomes the 4 emperors again, Kizaru thinks that Marshal Sengoku will definitely growl after returning. What's more, where did this guy's self-confidence come from? Is it because you think that Luo Ye's physical strength is exhausted, and no one can subdue him? Thinking of this possibility, Kizaru's expression turned even more strange. I'm this, and I've been underestimated again? After working as Marine Admiral for so many years, I didn't expect that in the end, I would be looked down upon by a guy from Shichibukai.
This made Kizaru feel for the first time that there was something wrong with his way of salting fish. It seems that in the future, he will learn from Luo Ye, and if he returns to Marineford, he must not do this when he performs the mission. Thinking of this, Kizaru looked at Moria coldly and said, Moria, what did you just say? Are you planning to die on this ghost island like Kaido? Hearing Kizaru's threat, Moria's expression changed. Then calm down. Luo Ye was the only one who killed Kaido just now, and that guy Kizaru didn't do anything at all. If nothing else, Kizaru would not be Kaido's opponent at all, otherwise Marine would have sent Kizaru over to kill Kaido. Kizaru Admiral, as I said, as long as you leave this ghost island now, I will never take action against you Marine, otherwise. Moria looked at Kizaru with a smirk. The rest of the words need not be said at all, everyone present understands. Moria's words made Kizaru furious, and when Shichibukai was mediocre, he could look down on his Marine Admiral's strength. Kizaru raised his right foot to aim at Moria not far away, and a dazzling light gradually appeared on the top of his foot.
Moria's face changed again when she saw such a scene. But in the next instant, a laser shot towards where Moria was standing. Only then did Moria know that although Kizaru couldn't kill Kaido, it was still easy to kill a Shichibukai like him. However, those words have already been said, and even if he gives up now, Marine will definitely not let go of himself, this guy who has ambitions to become the new 4 emperors. Advertisement. Moria gritted her teeth and finally didn't make a sound to beg for mercy.
Instead, he turned his attention to the bodies of plagued Quinn and Yanjin. Seeing that Kizaru was about to fire a laser at herself, Moria hurried there. After being dodged by him twice in a row, Kizaru couldn't help but feel anger in his heart. It seems that he really wants to learn from Luo Ye and kill a Shichibukai. Kizaru's figure gradually became elemental, and the next moment appeared on top of Moria's head. Just as he was about to cast an 8-foot Chongo Jade on him, he saw a strange smile on Moria's face. Just when Kizaru was puzzled, he saw Plague Quinn, who had just been killed by Luo Ye, and Fire Calamity, and the two guys actually stood up again. At this time, Kizaru suddenly remembered Moria's fruit ability. I am afraid that this guy had this idea when he first set foot on the Island of Ghosts, otherwise he would not have made a decision so easily. Would you like to take a bet that Marine will give up on arresting you? Kizaru looked at Moria on the ground and shook his head. Destroying the beast's pirates may well be an opportunity to create a new order, and Marine will never let it pass.
An ambitious guy like Moria must be eliminated no matter what. 8-foot Chongu Jade. Kizaru in the air turned into a cross light source, and countless photons flowed out of him. In the end, as Kizaru's thoughts turned into light bullets, they aimed at the place where Moria was and shot them fiercely. Moria was not surprised when she saw 2.6 Kizaru take a shot at herself. These were things he had already thought about. As long as he can block Kizaru's offensive and let Marine leave this ghost island, then his chance has been successful, and Gecko Moria will no longer be the 7 warlords of the sea, but one of the new 4 emperors.
Moria took out her big scissors and tried her best to resist Kizaru's 8-foot Chongoyu. However, Quinn and Jin, who had just been awakened by him, couldn't do this. Although Moria's fruit ability allows him to create zombie warriors with the help of shadows, since this is just awakening, Quinn and Jin's bodies are still stiff, and there is no way to avoid the attack from Kizaru. But Moria looked at the 2 zombies that were constantly being attacked by light bullets, and she didn't have much worry in her heart. The so-called zombies are not so simple to solve. Chapter 73, Deadly Fruit Restraint. He, Kizaru Admiral, I'm going to become the new 4 emperors, this kind of means can't deal with me. Moria sneered at Kizaru twice. As long as Kizaru can give up the idea of capturing him, then Moria will be able to become the new 4 emperors with the corpse on the Island of Ghosts. He has great confidence in this, should he take this risk? The words have already been said, how can you know without trying? Kizaru was a little surprised when he looked at the plagues and flames of the zombies who were constantly being attacked by Chonguyu. It seems that such a scene is really the best place for Moria.
If he is really allowed to stay on the Island of Ghosts, this guy really has the possibility of becoming the new 4 emperors. That being the case, Moria couldn't be left alive. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Kizaru wiped his hands, the sword of light appeared in his hands again, bowed his head and swooped towards Moria. Kizaru knew very well that as long as Moria was killed, the zombies he awakened would be no threat. If that's the case, don't waste your time on zombies, kill Moria.
Moria saw Kizaru rushing towards her, and panic flashed on her face. After all, 24 Marines Admiral title is a bit too loud, especially if it looks like Kizaru is going to be serious. Just when Kizaru was about to come to Moria, the plague of zombies and the plague of fire broke out. With a dodge, he came to Moria and blocked Kayabu's attack. Moria was even more proud to see such a situation. You must know better than me the strength of the 2 of them. This is the first time I have mastered zombies with such strength. I really want to thank you too, Marine Admiral, otherwise I don't know how long it will take to replace Kaido. This time, I came to Onishima with Marine, not only to let Moria see the mortal enemy killed, but also to control the B*********** D Kaido. The harvest of this action is a bit too big. Although the strength of the plague and the fire disaster is good, even if the 2 of them join forces, they will definitely not be able to defeat Kizaru. But Kizaru, who tried his best, kept leaving scars on the 2 of them, but the 2 of them didn't seem to feel it, and kept attacking Kizaru. This made Kizaru a little annoyed. Luo Ye was able to kill the 2 of them, but when he got to him, he couldn't kill them who turned into zombies. Moria laughed heartily at this situation. One advantage of becoming a zombie is that you can't feel the injury on your body at all, and even if you are seriously injured, you can still attack the enemy.
Advertisement. Even if the opponent is Kizaru, it will still be a headache because of this. At this moment, Luo Ye, who had been observing their battle, frowned. He turned his head and said to Ace beside him, Ace, you go and kill those 2 guys, 99. Ace opened his mouth and pointed at himself when he heard this. Even Admiral Kizaru can't solve them quickly, can't he do it himself? Although Ace was very confident in his own strength, he was still a little hesitant after listening to Luo Ye's words.
Your Mara fruit is a natural enemy to these zombies, what are you waiting for if you don't go? Can it still be like this? Ace's heart instantly cheered up. If he can really kill these 2 guys that Admiral Kizaru can't solve quickly, it will be really majestic. Ace's figure flashed, and he rushed towards Kizaru who was fighting the zombies. Kizaru looked at Ace who came to his side and looked at him with some doubts. Ace said excitedly. Luo Ye said that my Mara fruit restrains these zombies very much, let me help you kill them. Hearing this, Kizaru's expression became even more strange. Not only is his strength no better than that monster Luo Ye, is even his younger brother stronger than him now. Kizaru fell into a state of doubting his life. However, he would not have any opinion on Ace because of this, after all, fruit restraint is a common thing in the sea. Seeing Kizaru pushed aside, Ace grinned at the two zombies that were rushing towards him. Especially the guy in the fire disaster, if Hancock didn't help, he and Sabo would have been injured by him. Now that you have such a good opportunity, let's see if you can resist my fire fist in this state.
Fire punch. A fist composed of flames instantly slammed into the flame disaster. And Yanzai continued to charge Ace regardless. With a bang, Fire Fist finally hit Yanzai's body. In just an instant, his body was covered with burning flames, and the flames of the zombie state suddenly let out a painful howl. Advertisement, so effective. Kizaru listened to the wailing of the fire disaster, and gave up the idea of continuing to attack them.
Since this kid Ace's attack did so much damage to them, let him show off the limelight. Lord Luo Ye, I didn't expect you to know this. 35. Hancock looked at Luo Ye next to him with admiration. The zombies under Kizaru who could continue to fight against him were hit so hard because of Luo Ye's words. Lord Luo Ye is really amazing. Luo Ye didn't have any surprises. If the guy who shot Sakazuki would only punch a zombie like this, there is absolutely no reason for such fruit restraint. And Sabo on the side, looking at Ace who was out of the limelight, couldn't help but feel a little envious. How is it possible? How could you, this fellow, hurt them? Moria nearly popped her eyes out. The zombie that 633 had so relied on came into the hands of this colonel, and was hit hard so quickly. This makes Moria acceptable. Ace didn't answer his question. He finally encountered such an easy battle. Of course, he should cherish it. However, Kizaru is different. Since the zombies have Ace to solve, then he will directly kill the B********* D Moria. How dare you underestimate him just now, I really don't know what to do.
8-foot Changgu Jade. Without zombies haunting him, Kizaru would not hesitate to launch an offensive against Moria. Moria could only pick up the giant scissors again to fend off his attack. Moria turned her gaze to Kaido's body. The reason why Kaido wasn't awakened directly was because the current Moria couldn't control his power. The original plan was to wait for Marine to leave, and then find a chance to slowly control Kaido. But if you don't do it now, I'm afraid you will really die at the hands of Marine. Moria gritted her teeth, trying to resist Kizaru's light bullet, and charged towards Kaido's corpse.
Kizaru couldn't help but froze when he saw his action, and then he knew what Moria was thinking. You finally killed that B******* D Kaido, how can you allow you to wake him up again? With that thought in mind, Kizaru raised his right foot to aim at Moria who was running, and a large light appeared on his feet. Chapter 74, Shichibukai is no longer qualified to be a prey. Boom. The laser pierced through the body of Moria, who was running, and finally exploded violently on the ground. But Moria didn't stop because of the injury. He knew very well in his heart that as long as he failed to wake Kaido up, all that awaited him was death. On the other hand, if Kaido is awakened, although he can't control him now, at least there should be no problem in expelling these Marines. After all, in his opinion, Luo Ye's physical strength has been exhausted, and he can't do anything to kill Kaido again. Luo Ye looked at Moria who was running towards Kaido's body and shook his head. Although there is no need to use Luo Shui to kill Kaido with his current strength, Kaido in the zombie state can no longer improve his strength. Otherwise, he really wouldn't mind having Moria wake Kaido. But for now, don't waste that energy. It happens that Momosagi's Kimpira has not been returned to her, so let's kill Moria too.
Sword flash. Luo Ye took out the Jinpira, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared in front of Moria, and Moria's waist, there's also a subtle red line. Moria looked at Luo Ye who suddenly appeared in horror. You, how could you still have physical strength? Luo Ye glanced at him lightly and didn't answer. If Moria hadn't courted death, Luo Ye wouldn't have directly shot at Moria who participated in this war. Now his death is considered self-inflicted. Moria helplessly tried to cover the wound on his waist, but he was horrified to find that blood was constantly pouring out. In the end, Moria also gave up this move, and looked at Luo Ye with deep fear in her eyes. In his mind, as long as he can awaken Kaido, with Kaido's power and the physique of a zombie, he will definitely be able to make himself a new 4 emperors. But that's all based on the fact that Luo Ye, Admiral, has no physical strength. If Moria knew that Luo Ye could continue to shoot, how could he say those words as if he was courting death? How could this guy care about his identity knowing that he has already killed 2 Shichibukai members? Moria stared at Luo Ye's back unwillingly, and finally fell to the ground and lost her life. Congratulations to the host for the successful hunt. Drop reward, whether to pick it up or not. Pick up. Advertisement. Successful pickup, whether to absorb. Absorb. Moria's power is the weakest even among Shichibukai. Naturally, there are not many strengths that can enhance Luo Ye. Feeling the slightly increased power in his body, Luo Ye shook his head slightly. Open the body properties panel. Open black lens bracket host. Luo Ye close black lens bracket. Acquired abilities. Basic swordsmanship IV 24. Plus 0.3, Swordsmanship Sword Flash LV13. Plus 0.1, Swordsmanship Snowfall LV10. Plus 0.2, Body Technique LV18. Plus 0.2, Conqueror's Hockey IV7. Armament Hakil 12. Plus 0.1, Observation Hakil 10. Plus 0.3, Close Black Lens Bracket. Special Ability. Fluttering Ability. Activatable Ability, none.
Knew it. Killing a Moria is far less powerful than the power that Quinn and Jin provided Luo Ye. But it is better than nothing. Kizaru appeared beside Luo Ye and looked at him strangely. This time with Luo Ye, Kizaru was completely reduced to a foil, and even Moria was able to blatantly ignore him. He originally thought of killing Moria himself, but he ended up dying under Luo Ye's sword. It seems that in the future, you can't perform tasks with Luo Ye, otherwise you will be wronged to death. And Ace, who was fighting the plague of zombies, the flame disaster, was a little stunned to see the two of them suddenly fall to the ground. After realizing that Luo Ye had killed Moria, Ace couldn't help but sighed slightly. Being by Luo Ye's side all the time, his and Sabo's strength will not be significantly improved. Ace decided to go back with Sabo alone to catch the pirates after returning home this time. Anyway, Luo Ye who returned to Marineford would enter a state of salted fish. Instead of letting them stay in Marineford, it would be better to fight pirates to increase their strength. The rest of the four emperors didn't want to think about it, they would definitely not be opponents with their current strength.
But for the other guys, Ace didn't think it would be difficult to catch them. Beast's Pirates has been completely removed from New World. Are we back in Marineford now? Kizaru looked at Luo Ye and asked. Now that the sailors outside the island have captured all the members of the Beast's Pirates who want to escape, there is no point in staying here. Luo Ye nodded and said. Advertisement, I made a trip to Wanokuni and there was still one person there that was unresolved. Wanokuni. Although Kizaru had some doubts in his heart, he nodded and agreed.
From Luo Ye's performance just now, it can be seen that he did not consume all his stamina because of the battle with Kaido. In this case, Wanokuni will never put Luo Ye in danger. It doesn't make much sense whether Kizaru goes with him or not, let's go back to Marineford with the Marines first. Momosuke looked at Jinpira who Luo Ye handed over and shook his head. You should take it with you first, although it is not as good as your old knife, at least it is enough for you to use now, and you will return it to me when you return to Marineford. Quote. Since Luo Ye was going to Wanokuni to kill a few people, Momosuke certainly didn't mind letting him take the golden Pailu first. And Luo Ye didn't reject her kindness anymore, nodded and agreed. Lord Luo Ye. Hancock looked reluctant. The war on Ghost Island is over, and she is about to part with Lord Luo Ye again. The days of not being able to see Lord Luo Ye were really too hard. Luo Ye looked at Hancock and said with a smile. Hancock, thank you for your help this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Ye saw that Hancock's face instantly turned red.
In this way, Luo Ye couldn't help but feel a little helpless, and she didn't know what she thought of that thank you. Okay, Ace, Sabo, the two of you, Wang Haojiao, go to Wanokuni with me. The rest can go back to Marineford now. I guess Marshal Sengoku can't wait to see you. Hearing this, Kizaru pouted secretly. After this incident, what Marshal Sengoku wants to see most is you. Kizaru felt that Marshal Sengoku must be extremely curious about how Luo Ye killed Kaido. But the guy was in no hurry to return to Marineford, and the burden of telling the story for Marshal Sengoku and the others fell on Kizaru once again. However, Kizaru has no way to refuse, who asked Luo Ye to give a valid reason. At this time, Kizaru finally realized that what he did before was completely wrong, and only like Luo Ye can he get a real salted fish life. Otherwise, if something happened in the future, Marshal Sengoku would still be the first to assign Kizaru to deal with it, who made him the laziest among the Admiral. Kizaru shook his head and stopped thinking about these things, so let's change his style in the future. Chapter 75, then play music and then dance. Luo Ye, Kaido are all dead, are there still pirates in Wanokuni? Ace and Sabo behind Luo Ye finally couldn't help but ask this question. It was obvious that this mission had been overfulfilled, but Luo Ye did not take them away with them on the warship. Instead, he let the two follow him to Wanokuni, and he didn't know what it was for. Luo Ye looked back at them and said, Kaido can control Wanokuni because he has his partner here. Since Kaido has been killed, of course the guy here can't let it go. Now that this has been done, Luo Ye has no plans to end it like this, and there is still such a hidden danger here. Luo Ye turned his head and looked at the two with interest. By the way, when we return to Marineford, the two of you will probably be promoted to Rear Admiral, so you don't have to follow me all the time in the future, just go out on your own. With the strength of these two boys, Luo Ye didn't have to carry them all the time. From these few battles, the two of them also knew the gap between them and the top fighting strength of New World, and it is estimated that there is no possibility of directly challenging the four emperors. And Luo Ye didn't think that it would be more beneficial for them to keep them by his side. If you want to improve your strength as soon as possible, there is only constant battle. With Luo Ye's current position, like a guy of their level, Luo Ye doesn't have the slightest interest in doing it. Instead of letting them stay by their side all the time and wasting time, it is better to leave them alone to fight against the pirates of the New World. When the two brothers heard Luo Ye's words, their faces were a little surprised. Just now I was thinking about how to tell Luo Ye about this, but Luo Ye didn't expect to say it directly.
In the past, it was because they only had strength and not enough merit to get them promoted. Now follow Luo Ye to kill a Shichibukai, and also destroy a Four Emperors pirate group. It would be a bit outrageous if such feats did not get them from Colonel to Rear Admiral. The two looked at each other and said, "We're going to go back to East Blue first, and catch all the pirates in East Blue by the way." 35. Hearing this, Luo Ye's face couldn't help but feel weird. Advertisement. They want to go back to East Blue. Luo Ye is very understanding, but to catch the pirates of East Blue.
It is estimated that they will face disappointment when they go back. After all, Luo Ye has already given orders to Smoker, and it is not easy for East Blue to find the pirate CECG group now. I don't know if that guy Luffy has managed to come out of training camp now. The faces of the two brothers were full of schadenfreude. They're on the verge of becoming Marine Rear Admiral, and if the Luffy guy hasn't come out of training camp, the gap between them is getting bigger and bigger. Luo Ye shook his head and ignored the discussion between the two of them.
If the old Zephyr had to be serious, Luffy wouldn't be able to get out of training camp so easily. Since Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido killed Kazuki Oden and made Kurozumi Orochi the current Kun master of Wano Kuni, Wano Kuni has entered a state of lockout. All the things that happen in the outside world, the people here have no idea at all. And with Kaido, one of the new world Four Emperors, guarding outside, Kurozumi Orochi only needs to take care of the order inside Wano Kuni. What's more, the current Wano Kuni, only the capital of flowers can be spared because it is the place where the Kurozumi Orochi lives, and other places have long been chaotic because of his orders. At this time, the Kurozumi Orochi was drinking very happily at the banquet. Since the Kazuki family was destroyed by him, Kurozumi Orochi issued a decree banning the possession of samurai swords and teaching martial arts dojos, and sent killers to hunt down anyone related to the Kazuki family, who supported the revolution, and advocated the founding of the country. Even the residents of Ruoluo town, who were crying because of their disgust with the dead people every day, ordered their subordinates to mix the failed smile fruit into the leftovers and flow out of the city, thus creating the town of the god of wealth who wears a smiling mask. Kurozumi Orochi ordered the school to promote itself as a positive image, so the children of the flower capital of Wano Kuni regarded Orochi as a hero. Now children call his swordsmanship, the big snake and two swords. 0. Seeing such a situation, Kurozumi was very happy.
During the banquet, not far from Kurozumi Orochi, Kazuki Hiyori, alias Little Purple, glanced at Kurozumi Orochi with hatred in his eyes, but disappeared again in an instant. The reason why Kazuki Hiyori concealed her identity and became the most beautiful woman in Wano Kuni is to find the right opportunity to assassinate Kurozumi Orochi. The current Kurozumi Orochi, every time a banquet is held, she will be invited to attend, which also brings her one step closer to her goal. It's a pity that Kurozumi Orochi can become Wano Kuni's general. Naturally, he still has strength. Kazuki Hiyori has never been able to find a suitable opportunity.
Kurozumi Orochi looked up at her, eyes full of greed. Advertisement. Xiaozi, come and have a drink with me. Kazuki Hiyori did not dare to refuse his request, so he could only reluctantly agree. Before she succeeded in killing him, she could only continue to feel wronged like this. Kurozumi looked at the back of Kurozumi Orochi, and his eyes were also full of hatred. He was also looking for an opportunity to kill Kurozumi Orochi, but this guy was too cautious, so that Kurozumi had never been able to find a good opportunity. Now even Miss Kazuki Hiyori has to endure it. It seems that it is time to find a chance to send Miss Kazuki Hiyori out, and she must not be allowed to take such a big risk again. And just when Xiaozi was about to walk to Kurozumi's side, the guard outside the door was suddenly kicked in. The banquet inside stopped in an instant. Kurozumi's face was full of vigilance, knowing that Wano Kuni's reputation in the New World is the territory of the Four Emperors Kaido. How could anyone dare to come here to make trouble? Could it be that they are the remnants of the Kazuki family again? Thinking of this, Kurozumi's eyes are full of cruelty. No matter who the other party is, whoever dares to destroy his banquet will have to pay a painful price. At this moment, the three people outside the door came in. Luo Ye couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the banquet here, then waved his hand and said, "Let the banquet continue. It just so happens that the three of us haven't eaten yet." 35. As expected, Kurozumi Orochi only knows how to enjoy, and the size of the banquet is also excellent. After a battle just now, Luo Ye saw the food here and couldn't help but want to finish it before talking about other things. Ace and Sabo, who were gulping at the food, couldn't bear it any longer when they heard Luo Ye's words. Just find a place to sit down and eat happily. They don't care where this is. Even Kaido was killed by Luo Ye. Could it be that the Wano Kuni people are more powerful than Kaido? Kurozumi Orochi looked at the three with horror in his eyes, especially the guy who smiled at him. Others may not recognize it, but how could Kurozumi the serpent not know what the cloak behind him represents? That's something only Marine's most powerful admiral can wear. How on earth did this guy get here? Kaido, why didn't he stop him? Chapter 76, Xiaozi. Please wait a moment. The arrival of Luo Ye and the three made Kurozumi completely panicked. He has been able to control Wano Kuni before, and the fundamental reason is because he has become a partner of Kaido. It is precisely because of Kaido's protection that Kurozumi can do things unscrupulously in Wano Kuni. But now a guy in the Marine Admiral uniform appeared in front of him, even though this man wasn't the Marine 3 Admiral he knew. Kurozumi didn't have the slightest doubt about his identity. You must know that the system in Marine is very strict. If it weren't for Admiral, how could such a uniform exist? Moreover,
Kurozumi Orochi had heard from Beast's pirates before that a new admiral appeared in Marine some time ago. It seems likely that the guy who popped up is the new Marine admiral. You? How did you come here? Kurozumi Orochi's body tensed instantly, for fear that he would suddenly shoot at him. Luo Ye, who had just swallowed the food, raised his head and glanced at him, and asked with great interest. What, do you have an opinion? Hearing such words, Kurozumi God Tears shuddered suddenly, shook his head quickly and said. TT. Then what nonsense are you talking about? Then play music and dance. When Luo Ye, the new admiral spoke, Kurozumi naturally did not dare to violate anything. He had no choice but to wave his hand to make the music in the room sound again, and even Xiaozi, who was about to be in front of him, Kurozumi, the big snake, quickly waved her hand to let her continue dancing. The top priority now is to stabilize this guy and find someone to notify Kaido. Kurozumi Orochi couldn't believe it, this admiral dared to provoke Kaido, knowing that guy is completely a madman with super strength. Seeing Kurozumi's big snake's gesture, Xiaozi left in front of him without any hesitation. I was originally very reluctant, but now I have such a good opportunity, of course I will not let it go. However, who is this person who came here suddenly? Xiaozi looked at Luo Ye with confusion in her eyes. Marine would never come to Wano Kuni, after all, it is still the domain of Kaido of the Beasts in name, and Xiaozi's original plan was to kill the D Kurozumi Orochi, and he didn't dare to have any thoughts about Kaido. What does the sudden arrival of Marine Admiral mean? Could it be that Marine is trying to rescue the citizens of Wano Kuni who have been living under oppression and exploitation? Thinking of this possibility, Xiaozi's face could not help but appear a few ruddy. Advertisement: if Marine is really willing to take action, even if he can't get Kaido out, he'll have no problem killing at least a mere Kurozumi serpent. But Luo Ye didn't seem to have any interest in Xiaozi. Although he said let him continue dancing, he was still concentrating on the food in front of him. Kurozumi the snake also thought this was an excellent opportunity, so he secretly beckoned people to leave and tell Kaido what happened here. With his own strength, it is not enough to see in front of a Marine admiral. Just when the person who got Kurozumi's order was about to leave, Luo Ye suddenly raised his head and said lightly. Did I say get people out of here? Wow, Kurozumi Orochi stood up instantly. He could understand that this guy came here to trouble him. With what Kurozumi Orochi did in Wano Kuni with Kaido, Marine would never survive. Instead of suffering like this, it is better to fight. As long as he can escape to Kaido, then this guy will never be able to shoot himself again. Kenshiro, kill this idiot, Kurozumi roared, and the Kurozumi behind him shot Luo Ye. Kurozumi, who heard Kurozumi's order, hesitated for the first time, not knowing whether to shoot or not. Marine landed in Wano Kuni for the first time in so many years, and he was still a Marine admiral, which likely meant that Marine was going to take a shot at Kaido, so as Kaido's partner, Kurozumi Orochi would definitely not escape sanctions. But it was unclear to him whether Marine was Kaido's opponent. If her hidden identity is exposed like this, it will definitely bring a lot of trouble to Miss Kazuki Hiyori. Kurozumi gritted his teeth and finally did not intend to reveal his identity now, but chose to continue to obey Kurozumi's orders and shoot Luo Ye. However, Luo Ye didn't even move his body when he felt the madman attacking him. Ace and Sabo on the side put down the food in their hands and sighed. It's really rude to interrupt someone else's meal. Sabo rolled his eyes at him and said, if that's the case, we'd be the first to interrupt someone's meal. 35. Huh? Is that so? Just a guy from Wano Kuni, if this all requires Luo Ye to do it himself. Ask for flowers. Then the two of them are not qualified to go to the New World alone to fight the pirates. Advertisement: Ace, don't use your abilities, otherwise all the food in this place will be destroyed by you. Seeing that flames began to rise on Ace's body, Sabo hurriedly spoke out to stop it. If Ace was really asked to do that, they wouldn't have a place to eat. Hearing this, Ace could only let the flames on his body dissipate. Even if it was a physical technique, it was absolutely enough to deal with these Wano Kuni guys. The arms of the two brothers turned black because of armament hockey at the same time, and greeted the men of the Kurozumi Orochi. They don't want to waste too much time on these people, and there are so many delicacies waiting for them to solve. Bang! 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 In Kurozumi's terrified eyes, his subordinates were constantly knocked to the ground by the two brothers. This made him more convinced that Marine was going to shoot Kaido. Kurozumi the snake swallowed and looked at Luo Ye and said, you Marines have entered Wano Kuni without permission, Kaido will never give up. Hearing such words, Luo Ye looked at Kurozumi the big snake like AR***D. Why do so many people like to use others to oppress me? First Crocodile said that he was Shichibukai personally appointed by the world government, then Doflamingo thought he had the support of the 5 elders, and finally Kurozumi wanted the dead Kaido to threaten Luo Ye. Luo Ye really didn't know what these guys were thinking. If you have this energy, why don't you try to escape? You have to do this kind of big death. Luo Ye is not interested in answering his question. Ace and Sabo are different. The two of them looked at each other and said with a smile. Kaido is already dead, and you still say such a thing. Should you say you are naive, or you don't know how to live or die? 35. Kaido is dead? This sentence echoed in the hearts of everyone present. As Kaido of the Beasts, who has shrouded Wano Kuni for so long, is actually dead? Sabo caught a flaw in Kuroshio, knocked him to the ground with one punch, and went up to kill this guy with a dragon claw fist. It was at this time that Xiaozi, who was beside him, finally recovered from his movements and shouted loudly. Wait a minute, please wait a minute. Lose. Chapter 77, It is impolite to disturb people to eat. Kazuki Hiyori, who goes by the pseudonym Xiaozi, had an excited look on his face. The arrival of Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, made Kazuki Hiyori wonder if Marine had already shot Kaido. Unexpectedly, this is the case, even Kaido has been killed by him. In this case, Marine will never let go of Kurozumi Orochi, who is a partner with Kaido, and even Kurozumi Orochi's subordinates will be killed by them. If he hadn't stopped himself, I'm afraid Denjiro, now under the pseudonym of Kuroshiro, would have been killed by the other two Marines. Seeing that everyone's eyes turned to him, Kazuki Hiyori quickly ran to Luo Ye and bowed. Hello Mr. Admiral, I am from the Kazuki family, my name is Kazuki Hiyori, and my father is the Wanokuni Kazuki family Kun Lord Kazuki Oden. 95. The reason why I changed my name to Xiaozi as Wanakunazo Oran is to kill the Kurozumi Orochi one day and avenge the father of 650, and the clansmen who were killed by him. Kiyoshiro is the same, he is not Kurozumi Orochi's subordinate, but a member of our Kazuki family, please don't kill him, Mr. Admiral. Kazuki Hiyori has no doubts that Kaido has really been killed, and since Marine Admiral has come to Wanokuni, that has said a lot. If he hesitated any longer, I'm afraid Kuyoshiro would really die. After listening to Kazuki Hiyori's words, Luo Ye was not surprised. He can say that these things are very clear, certainly not shocked by Kazuki Hiyori's words. It was the current Wanokuni General Kurozumi Orochi who looked at Kazuki Hiyori with horror in his eyes. Since taking control of the entire Wanokuni, Kurozumi Orochi has never given up his pursuit of the Kazuki family. Originally thought that everyone in the Kazuki family has been cleaned up now, how could I have thought that this Wanokuna's first beauty, Xiaozi, who has made me so obsessed, is the daughter of that B********** D Kazuki Oden. Also, his personal bodyguard, Kurozumi, who has been by Kurozumi's side for so many years, is actually a retainer of the Kazuki family? What is this all about? I am afraid that even if this Marine Admiral does not come to Wanokuni, with his trust in these two people, it is very likely that he will really die in their hands soon. How can Kurozumi be able to accept such a situation? Damn Kazuki Hiyori, goddamn Kuroshiro, die for both of you. 35. Kurozumi Orochi had lost all his sanity, and his mind was full of anger. At this time, the Kurozumi Orochi couldn't take care of Marine Admiral in the field, and even Kaido had died in his hands. Advertisement Kurozumi has been a partner with Kaido for so long, how could he not know his terrifying power? It's impossible to escape from this Marine Admiral, but at least try to kill Kazuki Hiyori, the daughter of that B*********D, Kazuki Oden. As soon as the voice fell, everything around him was knocked aside. And Kurozumi Orochi, because of the use of fruit ability, transformed into an Orochi, and the 8 heads all opened their bloody mouths. Kazuki Oden's daughter has been hiding beside him for so long without being able to find out, I'm afraid this damn woman is laughing at her behind her back. Kurozumi Orochi, who transformed into Orochi, is full of tyrannical emotions. No matter whether you can continue to live or not, you must kill this damn woman first. Kazuki Hiyori watched the Orochi rush towards him, and a panic look instantly appeared in his eyes. Although she always wanted to assassinate Kurozumi Orochi, Kazuki Hiyori knew very well that she would never be his opponent with her own strength. Just as Kazuki Hiyori closed his eyes as if resigned, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. I said, it's really rude to disturb other people's meals. 35. Kazuki Hiyori suddenly opened his eyes, only to see a light coming out from behind him, and in an instant, it swept across the head of the Orochi Kurozumi that was transformed into the Orochi. In Kazuki Hiyori's shocked eyes, 2 snake heads fell directly to the ground, and the Orochi Yachi also let out a painful howl. Ah! Damn Kaido! Damn Marine! Kurozumi Orochi hated even the dead Kaido at this moment. That B******** D Kaido, who used to be so arrogant in front of him, is now dead at Marine's hands. If it wasn't for Kaido, how could Marine have meddled in Wanakuna's affairs? Luo Ye frowned as he listened to the howl of the Kurozumi serpent. It really disturbs people's interest in eating, what a good food, it will be wasted. Kurozumi, if it wasn't for the things you did with Kaido, maybe I wouldn't have come to Wanokuni, but since I'm here, your days are over. Kurozumi Orochi heard this, and looked at Luo Ye with panic in his eyes. Marine Admiral's strength is too scary, especially the guy who can kill Kaido. Kurozumi Orochi no longer wants to be able to kill Kazuki Hiyori in front of Luo Ye, as long as he can escape under him, it is already a big deal. And, advertisement Kurozumi Orochi lowered his head and glanced at him. The guy's saber had already been thrown at his feet. With such a good opportunity, of course he couldn't let it go. The Kurozumi serpent turned his head and rushed out, the speed of which shocked everyone in the field. Especially Kazuki Hiyori, her beautiful eyes are full of worry. If Kurozumi is really allowed to escape, Wanokuni will still be in chaos because of him in the future. Such a situation was obviously not what she wanted to see. Just when she was hesitating whether to ask Luo Ye to take a shot, Luo Ye had already got the Jinpira that he threw out just now. If Momosagi saw such a scene, she would probably not help complaining about Luo Ye. Luo Ye looked at Jinpira in his hand and shook his head. Sure enough, it's still not easy to use. 35. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Ye stared at the escaping Kurozumi snake. His aura changed greatly in an instant, causing Kazuki Hiyori to cover his mouth and take a few steps back. Is this the man who can kill Kaido? There was something strange in Kazuki Hiyori's eyes, and then he saw Luo Ye in front of him disappearing instantly. The next moment, the Kurozumi Orochi, who was desperately escaping, stopped, not even having the 2.6 strength to turn his head, and fell to the ground weakly. And Luo Ye, who did all this, came over again as if nothing happened, looked at Kazuki Hiyori and said, Kaido and Kurozumi have been killed, and the rest has nothing to do with this marine. Since you are the heir to the Kazuki family, you should be responsible for what happens next to Wano Kuni. 99. Ace, Sabo, go, back to Marineford. Now that even the Kurozumi Orochi has been killed, all Kaido's forces have been removed, and there is no point in staying in Wano Kuni. Might as well return to Marineford as soon as possible. After all, because of Kaido's death, it will definitely cause great waves in the whole new world. Just as they were about to leave, Kazuki Hiyori, who was staring at Luo Ye's back, suddenly spoke up. Mr. Admiral, please wait a moment. Chapter 78, Famous Sword Yanmo, be quiet. Mr. Admiral, I thank you for all the citizens of Wano Kuni for killing Kaido and Kurozumi. Let's Wano Kuni not live under their oppression in the future. Kazuki Hiyori bowed to Luo Ye with tears in his eyes and thanked him. Since her father Kazuki Oden died at the hands of Kaido, Wano Kuni has been mired in endless oppression and exploitation. After waiting for so many years, she was finally able to escape from this state, and she did all this because of the Marine Admiral in front of her. Otherwise, Wano Kuni's state of affairs doesn't know how long it will last. Luo Ye was not surprised to hear such words. No need to thank you, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. The gains from this operation were basically obtained by Luo Ye, and there was no point in continuing to stay here. But at this moment, Kazuki Hiyori spoke again. Wait a minute, Mr. Admiral, I heard you say just now that the knife in your hand is not easy to use, it should not be yours. Luo Ye couldn't help frowning when he heard this. It's not like Jinpira has anything to do with Wano Kuni. 24 Even if this is the case, Luo Ye has no intention of handing Jinpira to her. If she does, Momosagi will not be as simple as complaining a few words. My saber broke while fighting Kaido, it's from a Marine Vice Admiral, what's the matter with you? Hearing the change in Luo Ye's tone, Kazuki Hiyori waved his hand quickly. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Admiral, I have no ill will. Since your saber shattered to save us Wano Kuni, please wait a moment. Since Kurozumi Orochi is dead, of course Denjiro has recovered his identity. Denjiro looked at Miss Kazuki Hiyori who was bowing to Luo Ye in shock and said, Miss Hiyori, what do you want? Kazuki Hiyori was not surprised when Denjiro guessed his thoughts. Instead, he nodded at him. Since Mr. Admiral lost his saber because of his Wano Kuni, then we naturally have to compensate him, and if it weren't for Mr. Admiral, Wano Kuni's situation would definitely be more and more difficult in the future. 99. Hearing this, Denjiro fell silent. What Miss Kazuki Hiyori said is indeed the truth, not to mention that he is just a retainer of the Kazuki family, and naturally he has no right to stop her decision. Luo Ye looked at Kazuki Hiyori in surprise. He also roughly guessed what Kazuki Hiyori was thinking, but Luo Ye couldn't help but be a little surprised by her courage. Advertisement Kazuki Hiyori nodded at Luo Ye and left here. And Luo Ye didn't show much surprise. Since she wanted to do this, it didn't matter if she waited a while. Ace and Sabo naturally would not refuse Luo Ye's instructions, not to mention that they were interrupted by the battle just now before they were full. Now that the battle is over, of course, we must continue to use food as our opponent. Kazuki Hiyori didn't make Luo Ye wait too long, and hurriedly ran over again with a saber in his arms. Sure enough. Luo Ye looked at the knife in her hand and said in her heart. Before Kazuki Oden died, he left 2 knives among the 21st workers of the Great Knife for his children. Tian Yu Zan, and Yan Mo, and looking at the flower-like carvings on this scabbard, it must be the Yan Mo. At this time, Kazuki Hiyori also spoke. Mr. Admiral, this is the knife my father left before his death, named Yan Mo. Since your saber was destroyed in this war, in order to thank you for saving Wano Kuni, please take this saber. Kazuki Hiyori bowed to Luo Ye again and asked, although she was a little reluctant, Mr. Admiral, in order to save Wano Kuni, even his saber was destroyed in the war, of course, she could not make no statement. And this Yan Mo, who ranks among the 21st workers of the Big Quick Knife, is a very good gift of thanks. Luo Ye didn't look at the Yan Mo for the first time, but observed Kazuki Hiyori's expression. On her face, Luo Ye couldn't find any false disguise, and it could be seen that what she said was all sincerity. Such a gift is truly irresistible. 35. I heard that Kiyoshui is your Wano Kuni's national treasure, and I happen to know his current whereabouts. I will send someone to send it over later, and I will treat it as a return gift to you. 35. There are also famous swords in naval headquarters, but none of them seem to be comparable to Enma. Luo Ye thought it would be better to accept such a thank you gift, but there is no problem with the autumn water that Wano Kuni regards as a national treasure. Anyway, Ace and Sabo are going back to East Blue, so let them take a trip to the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line. Really, Mr. Admiral? Kazuki Hiyori's eyes were full of surprises. Compared with Yan Mo, the status of the famous sword Shu Shui is too important in Wano Kuni. However, due to an accident a few years ago, the body of the swordsman Longma was stolen along with the famous sword Kiyoshui. After so long, is there still a chance to find Kiyoshui? This kind of news is really a great surprise for Kazuki Hiyori. Advertisement. Even Denjiro, who was a little dissatisfied with her sending out Yanmo just now, has no opinion now. Luo Ye nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Rather than letting the famous sword fall in the unseen Grand Line's Devil's Triangle, it's better to send it to Wano-kuni." "Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Admiral." Luo Ye waved his hand and didn't say much. This kind of thing was easy for him. Luo Ye took Yanmo that she handed over, and just as he was about to pull it out, he heard Kazuki Hiyori say with a serious face, "Mr. Admiral, this Enma will absorb the user's haki without authorization. Once the haki is absorbed, it will die. Please be careful." Hearing this, Luo Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. This may happen to others, but it would be interesting if Yanmo wanted to do the same to Luo Ye. Just as Luo Ye pulled out Yanmo, his right arm dried up at an extremely fast speed, as if being drained of water. If there is no stronger haki to control him, he will be drained to death. It's really dishonest. The famous sword Yanmo, be quiet. The corners of Luo Ye's mouth twitched slightly. In an instant, an extremely powerful weapon color was used, turning Yanmo's sword body into jet black. That is, at this time, Yanmo, who was still clamoring just now, instantly became quiet. As if he had learned a great lesson, he was screaming at Luo Ye. If Luo Ye wanted to destroy it with his arm color, even if it was a famous sword among the 21 great swordsmen, it would still be worthless. Can't resist the same. Seeing that it had changed into this state, Luo Ye finally nodded with satisfaction. If you don't teach it a lesson, it really doesn't know the sky is high. Kazuki Hiyori was stunned to see this scene. In her impression, even if the famous sword Enma was in the hands of the original owner, her father Kazuki Oden would never have such a state. Mr. Admiral's strength is so terrifying. 95. A flash of light flashed in Kazuki Hiyori's eyes. Luo Ye put Yanmo back into the scabbard with satisfaction, put it on his waist, raised his head and said to Kazuki Hiyori, "I will accept Yanmo, and as for Kiyoshui, it shouldn't take long for someone to deliver it." Of course Kazuki Hiyori would not have any opinion on this. Wano-kuni can be rescued, no matter how thankful Mr. Admiral is, it is a matter of course. Chapter 79, the newspaper that shocked the world. Fire Fist. 99. The originally calm sea was suddenly crossed by this flame, and the pirate ship not far from the marine warship was instantly pierced. The pirates on the boat also fell into the sea one after another. These pirates really don't know whether to live or die, knowing that the marine warships are still daring to attack at this time. Ace, who destroyed the pirate ship, shook his head and sighed. The pirates of the New World are really unscrupulous. Even if they are facing marines warships, they have no intention of backing down. But that's fine. In the future, he and Sabo will be able to take people out to sea to catch pirates, and then they will be able to show their skills. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. After waiting for so long, it is finally about to achieve the goal. It was at this time that several newspaper delivery birds suddenly flew across the sky, and several newspapers landed directly on the warship. Looking at the contents of the newspaper, the two couldn't help widening their eyes and hurried to Luo Ye. Now Luo Ye has entered a leisurely state. The pirates he met on the way were shot by two boys, Ace and Sabo, and he was happy to relax on the deck. Seeing the two people suddenly running in front of him, Luo Ye opened his eyes and looked at them suspiciously. Ace handed the newspaper in his hand to Luo Ye and said, "Our fight with Kaido was filmed, and that picture of you in the paper is really clear." Ace and Sabo also know that Luo Ye has never been photographed, and this is probably the first time. Luo Ye couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he heard this, took the newspaper and checked it. Open black lens bracket Marine's new Silver Eagle Admiral's first face photo, close black lens bracket. For the first time, this agency has successfully photographed the face of this Silver Eagle Admiral. The rumors that everyone previously guessed that this Admiral may be too ugly to show his face has been broken. The Silver Eagle Admiral's target this time is the Beast's Pirates, one of the New World 4 Emperor's regiments. The Beast's Pirates who have been in the New World for so long were directly destroyed by the arrival of the Silver Eagle Admiral, and Kaido of the Beasts also died under the sword of the Silver Eagle Admiral. Seeing such a title, Luo Ye couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. "I haven't been photographed with a front face for so many years, but there are quite a few back figures. This is really the first time." As for the previous remarks that Luo Ye didn't want to be photographed in front of him because he was ugly, Luo Ye never cared about it. Advertisement in the photo, Luo Ye stared grimly at the plague and the flames rushing towards him, while Kaido of the Beasts, one of the New World 4 Emperors, had already become a corpse lying quietly beside him. Not bad, the first face photo was taken so well. Luo Ye looked at the photo of himself in the newspaper and nodded with satisfaction. Ace and Sabo in front of them looked at him with strange expressions when they heard this. Although it is true that you are handsome, it is really good for you to say it yourself. Also, the most important thing in this newspaper isn't about how you look. Although Luo Ye was a little surprised that the news of the destruction of the Beast's pirates spread across the sea so quickly, he was not too surprised. How could that guy Morgans miss such shocking news? One of the 4 emperors who traversed the New World for so many years was killed by marine just like that. This kind of news that can shock the entire sea, if Morgans missed it, he would not be one of the leaders of the Dark World anyway. But in this way, the whole world knows the news of Kaido's death. I am afraid that those ambitious guys will definitely fight for this vacated position of the 4 emperors, and as a result, the new world will fall into chaos again. But Luo Ye didn't have any worries. As early as when I decided to kill Kaido, I thought of this problem, not to mention how to establish a new order without breaking the original pattern. And Kaido, apparently, was the first guy to devote himself to the new order. I'm afraid the news of Kaido's death spread across the ocean so quickly. This is something that Marshal Sengoku didn't even think of.
Luo Ye looked at the newspaper with a playful smile. At this moment, the phone bug beside him suddenly rang. Hearing the ringing of the phone bug, Luo Ye's expression was slightly confused. He just mentioned Marshal Sengoku, but he didn't expect the old man to call directly. This is really. Luo Ye shook his head and picked up the phone bug, and Sengoku's eager voice rang directly across from him. Luo Ye, have you seen the latest newspaper? Just saw. Sengoku in the marshal's office looked angrily at the newspaper in front of him. If Morgans appeared in front of Sengoku, he would definitely kill that guy. Advertisement. Originally, he thought that after Luo Ye returned to Marineford, the news of Marine's successful destruction of the Beast's pirates would spread to the whole world, so that no matter what kind of chaos happened in New World, Marine would have enough manpower to suppress it. And let the whole world know the true appearance of Luo Ye, the new Marine Admiral. Unexpectedly, that D Morgans took such a photo. Just ruin all of Sengoku's plans. Now the new world has probably spread all over the newspaper, and those ambitious guys must have begun to make a move. Sengoku already knew from Kizaru that Luo Ye had killed Moria too. Even Moria is coveted for the position of the vacated 4 emperors, not to mention the guys who have long challenged the new world 4 emperors. Asterisk, damn Morgans. Sengoku, who was getting more and more angry, slapped the table hard. If it wasn't for that B D, how could Marine be so passive? Thanks to him not letting Sakazuki and Kuzan leave Marineford before, otherwise what happened without Marine Admiral to deal with it? Sengoku took a deep breath and said in a low voice to the phone bug. Luo Ye, don't waste time on the road, go back to Marineford as soon as possible. If there are pirates in New World who want to stir up chaos, Admiral needs to use thunder to suppress it, and let those guys know that the future of New World is about to change. Quote. Good Wang Li's is not easy to have such a good situation, of course Sengoku will not let it go. If the pirates take this opportunity to stir up chaos in the New World, Sengoku really has nowhere to cry. Luo Ye was not surprised to hear such words, nodded and agreed. The faces of Ace and Sabo on the side were full of excitement. The pirates will become extremely active in an instant because of this, so they will naturally have more targets to capture. Just after destroying a 4 emperors pirate group, there are more pirates that can be captured by them, which makes the two of them not excited. Luo Ye was well aware of their thoughts and had no intention of stopping them. After letting them exercise for so long, it was finally time to surprise the whole new world. Luo Ye stood up and stretched, looking at the calm sea and muttering. The new world in the future is really going to have a new order. Chapter 80, Red Hair. This era is coming to an end. Mom, something has happened. On Cake Island, Baron Egg came to Charlotte Linlin's residence in a flustered tone with a newspaper in his hand. Charlotte Linlin, who was eating dessert, frowned when she heard this. What made you so flustered? What happened? Dandan Baron, who ran in front of Charlotte Linlin, gasped for 2 breaths, lowered his head and dared not look her in the eyes and said. Mom, those Marines have already had results against the Beast's pirates. Oh, Charlotte Linlin stopped when she heard this. Charlotte Linlin knows what Marine sent to attack Kaido's Beast's pirates. But she, like everyone else, didn't take it to heart, thinking that Marine's action was just a show. Why are you listening to what Baron Dandan means now? Is there an accident? Mama, what's going on? Could that be D Kaido really kill those 2 Marine admirals? In Charlotte Linlin's opinion, Kaido's B D can't be killed, but he thinks it's impossible to kill 2 Marine admirals. If that B D really did such a thing, then even Whitebeard wouldn't be his match. Under her gaze, Baron Eggy said with difficulty. No mother, Kaido died at the hands of Marine Admiral, and the Beast's pirates were utterly destroyed. 55. What? Charlotte Linlin stood up suddenly with an exclamation. She never thought of this possibility anyway. That guy Kaido has been caught by Marine how many times over the years, and even if it wasn't for Marine, he couldn't kill him successfully, and he still lives well on the island of Oni. Even if Charlotte Linlin hates that B D Kaido, he has to admit his strength. How could such a guy be killed by Marine Admiral, knowing that he can escape even against Whitebeard, who is called the strongest man in the world? What the hell happened? How did that B D Kaido die? 99. When Baron Eggy heard the question, he quickly handed over the newspaper in his hand. Advertisement. Mom, Kaido's death was done by the new Marine Admiral named Luo Ye, and even the 3 major disasters of the Beast's pirates all died at his hands. Mama, Charlotte Linlin looked at the photo above the newspaper in amazement. She had only heard the name of this new admiral before, but never knew what she looked like, so she was a little surprised to see it now. Immediately, Charlotte Linlin saw Kaido's body behind Luo Ye at a glance. She had been on the Rocks boat with Kaido for so long, and she would never admit it wrong. And those 2 guys who were rushing towards Luo Ye, who else could they be apart from the plague and the flames? As for Jack the Dro, he had already died in Luo Ye's hands. Charlotte Linlin didn't laugh at Kaido when she knew about it. In the end, how long has passed, not only did Kaido fail to make Marine pay the price, he even died at Luo Ye's hands. Is this guy's strength so terrifying? Charlotte Linlin's face was very serious. If it is true, even she is not sure that she can defeat Kaido, but Luo Ye, Marine's new admiral, not only defeated Kaido, but even ended his life. Marine has such a strong guy. The Beast's pirates were wiped out by Marine, and the BIGMOM pirates with similar strength would definitely not benefit from Marine. Moreover, the 4 emperors of the New World have existed for so many years, and now those pirates will definitely challenge the other 4 emperors after seeing that the 4 emperors are not invincible. It seems that Marine's actions didn't just affect the B********* D Kaido. If it wasn't for that B******** D Kaido, how could other pirates want to get the position of the 4 emperors unknowingly? Although Charlotte Linlin is very confident in defeating those challengers, she doesn't want to be stuck in this state forever. The order goes on. From now on, CECG, if anyone dares to enter the realm of the nations, kill them all and sink them into the sea. Yes, Mom. Shanks, as you think, Marine's operation is really successful. Ben Beckman walked over to the red-haired Shanks with a serious face and said. The sea is now covered with this newspaper, and everyone already knows that Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, was killed by Marine's new admiral. Several pirates have even challenged their red-hair pirates in recent days. Of course, they won't have any reservations about this kind of guy who came to die, and all the challengers have already died. Advertisement. But it's not a good idea to continue like this. I really didn't expect that the kid who competed with you in swordsmanship has grown to the point where he can kill that B******* D Kaido. 39. Shanks looked at the sea and shook his head silently. Although he always thought that Luo Ye's strength in the future would definitely shock the whole new world. But no matter what, he never thought that he would be able to kill the monster Kaido so quickly. In this way, the whole sea will be in great chaos because of Kaido's death. Shanks, who looked at the sea, let out a sigh. In the past, although there were pirates who challenged their 4 emperors constantly, most of them believed that the 4 emperors were invincible, and gradually such people disappeared. But it was because Kaido died in Luo Ye's hands this time, that those who were full of ambition in their hearts once again saw the hope of replacing the 4 emperors. Shanks was also annoyed by these guys. Even those ignorant guys planted the pirate flag on his territory. Beckman nodded in agreement with Shanks' words. This chaos wants to end, only let those pirates know that it is wishful thinking to replace the 4 emperors with their strength, otherwise it will continue forever. For those who want to replace us, there must be no softness, and we must let them know the gap in strength with us. Beckman looked at Shanks firmly and said. Of course Shanks won't have any opinion, his company captain's IQ is much higher than his. Shanks nodded, a look of concern flashed across his face. I always feel that Marine's actions are definitely not just like this. I am afraid that those active pirates will not only be dealt with by us, but even Marine will continue to catch them. Beckman shook his head silently when he heard this. It's been on his mind since he learned of Kaido's murder, but there's nothing he can do about it. Since Marine had already killed Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, he would never miss such a good opportunity. Shanks turned his head to look at the extremely calm sea and said. I'm afraid, this era is about to come to an end. Chapter 81, Dark Fruit, Blackbeard Shot. Dad, what I told you the other day about Marine's attack on the Beast's pirates has come to fruition. Marco came to Whitebeard on deck with the latest newspaper in his hand. Whitebeard was not surprised to hear this, not even putting the wine bowl down from his lips. He didn't take it to heart at first. In Whitebeard's view, the so-called war is most likely a scene between Marine and Kaido. Goo la la la, did Marine get kicked out of Onishima by that B******* D Kaido? When Marco heard this, the expression on his face became very strange, and he took a deep breath and looked at the father in front of him and said in a deep voice. Dad, Kaido has been killed by Luo Ye, and all members of the Beast's pirates have died in this war. What? Whitebeard sat up instantly when he heard this. He is very clear about the strength of Kaido's B********. D. Even before he tried his best, he couldn't kill Kaido. 653. Is it the kind of guy who actually died at the hands of Marine? Were Marine's casualties also heavy? If Marine suffered heavy losses in the war, even Admiral was damaged. Even if they did kill Kaido, it wouldn't be good news for Marine. The expression on Marco's face was even more bizarre when he heard this, and Whitebeard was stunned to see his face and asked. What, could it be that the kid named Luo Ye died with Kaido? Marco took a deep breath and shook his head. No, Kaido was killed by Luo Ye alone. After killing Kaido, not only did he not suffer any harm, but he even killed Quan Quan and Yan Jahan together. Is there such a thing? Whitebeard was really shocked this time. There are probably not many people who know Kaido's strength better than him, and even Whitebeard said at the beginning that if you want to kill Kaido, you will definitely pay a lot of money. Especially now that his body can no longer support him in high-intensity battles for a long time, otherwise the B******* D Kaido would never dare to provoke him. As a result, Marine actually did such a thing, and even Marine's loss was negligible. Such a record is too terrifying. Gu la la la, the red-haired boy said he was very talented at first, but I didn't take it to heart. I didn't expect that B********** D Kaido to die in his hands so quickly. 35. Although Kaido's death will have some impact on the Whitebeard pirates, it is definitely not much. What's more, for Whitebeard, the sons on the boat are the most important, and other things are not worth mentioning. Advertisement. So the surprise at Kaido's death quickly disappeared. Gu la la la, Marco, grow up with your brothers, there is such a terrifying boy in Marine, and the sea will only be more lively in the future. Dad, Marco looked at Whitebeard in front of him with a moved face. He had never said such a thing before, and now he said it. What does it mean? Whitebeard felt the concerned look in his eyes, and smiled happily after taking a swig of wine. Gu la la la, don't worry Marco, I will definitely protect you before you grow up. 9. Marco nodded firmly, thinking that he must make himself stronger as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the Moby DK was on the other side. Hey, Joes, we got another devil fruit, we just don't know what abilities it has. The captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Saki Yong, raised the devil fruit in his hand and said to the captain of the 2nd Division, Diamond Yoja. Because of Luo Ye's arrival, Ace did not become a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, resulting in Joes becoming the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Joes took a few glances at the devil fruit in his hand. Oh, it really is, but it's a pity to not know what it is. Sachi nodded. Put it away first, and then decide where it will go after you figure it out later, lest anyone eat it and it will turn out to be a tasteless ability. Joes agrees with his statement. The reason why Joes can become the captain of the 2nd Division has a lot to do with his ability to turn his whole body into an indestructible diamond. But devil fruit is not only powerful, but also full of useless abilities. If the members of the ship really eat this fruit, it would be a real pity. Thatch, who put away the devil fruit, continues to discuss Kaido's death with Joes. This thing was a bit too shocking for them. After all, when Dad fought Kaido, he couldn't kill Kaido. Now he was killed by a Marine's admiral. This news has spread all over the world, causing the whole new world to be in turmoil because of it. The two who were talking did not notice at all, and Blackbeard Teach, who was standing behind him, had a penetrating expression on his face. They didn't know what abilities the devil fruit possessed, but Blackbeard knew very well. The reason why Blackbeard, who can add a wound to the red-haired face, has been on the Moby DK, is to wait for this devil fruit. After waiting for so long, he finally didn't let his time go to waste. Late at night, advertisement. The originally lively Moby DK finally quieted down. Blackbeard, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a rash of light in his eyes. Seeing that everyone around him was indulging in sleep because of the banquet during the day, Blackbeard couldn't help grinning. Thief ha 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 ha, dark fruit, finally let me wait for you. Blackbeard walked slowly to the deck, where he saw Thatch was looking out at the sea. Thatch was a little surprised to see Blackbeard coming, and couldn't help but ask. Teach, why haven't you rested yet? Blackbeard said with a smile. Aren't you the same? What? Worried about the news of Kaido's death? Sachi shook his head slightly and looked towards the sea. It's not just because of this, I always feel a little uneasy in my heart. 35. Blackbeard grinned grimly behind his back. It's okay to be uneasy, you're going to die soon. By the way, Sachi, where did you put the devil fruit you got today? Huh, do you know the ability of that devil fruit? Sachi took out the devil fruit in the box and looked at Blackbeard suspiciously. Blackbeard once again saw this devil fruit, which had become his target many years ago, and his excitement couldn't bear it any longer. Thief ha ha ha, it's it really is it. Seeing Blackbeard in this state, Sachi was even more puzzled. Isn't 2.6 a devil fruit? Even if it is a good ability, then you won't be able to perform like this. Sachi never thought that Blackbeard would have the idea of doing it yourself, since joining the Whitebeard Pirates. The members on this ship are all family. Sachi, let me see this devil fruit. Hearing this, Sachi walked in front of him and handed him the box in both hands. He also wanted to know what kind of abilities this devil fruit had. But at this moment, Blackbeard suddenly pulled out the short sword from his waist and stabbed it at Sachi's neck. Blood spurted out of Thatch's neck, and Thatch was still staring at Blackbeard with an unbelievable expression. It wasn't until he lost all signs of life that Blackbeard finally picked up the devil fruit. Thief ha 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 ha, the old era is about to end, the name of the new era is Blackbeard Teach. Chapter 82. The Idol of Naval Headquarters. Marineford. Since the phone call with Sengoku that day, Luo Ye has not lost any time on the road. After all, he also knew very well how the demise of the Beast's pirates would affect the New World. I am afraid that at this time, Sakazuki and Kuzan have already started their own actions to suppress those pirates who want to do evil. And Pulsolino's idea of wanting salted fish is estimated to be stranded, and that guy has to complain to Marshal Sengoku. Even if Luo Ye doesn't need to be dispatched for the time being, at least with Admiral in charge, Marineford can maintain stability in this chaos. If even Marineford, the naval headquarters, is in turmoil, the good situation will be wasted. The warship that Luo Ye was in had just entered the port, and there were violent cheers inside. Silver Eagle Admiral. Silver Eagle Admiral is amazing. Silver Eagle Admiral, you are my idol. 95. When I heard the news of the demise of Beast's pirates, it was not only the pirates of New World who were excited, but the marine soldiers of Ma 24 Lin Fando were the most excited. The vast majority of people regretted why they were not able to participate in this operation with Silver Eagle Admiral and the others. You must know that all the sailors who returned from the island of Oni were rewarded. Even a number of marines who killed members of the Beast's pirates were promoted as a result. The most extreme thing is that those people clearly did not see the battle on the island of ghosts with their own eyes, but their descriptions are more realistic than what they saw with their own eyes. As a result, these sailors all yearned for Luo Ye, the admiral. Now seeing Luo Ye back, of course one is more excited than the other. Listening to their cheers, Luo Ye waved to them with a smile, which also made the sailors even more excited. After getting off the warship, Luo Ye let the sailors behind him leave on their own. But looking at the excited expressions on their faces, Luo Ye could think that these guys would definitely not be able to help show off their deeds along the way to others. Luo Ye smiled and shook his head without caring. Luo Ye turned around and said to the two behind him. You two should go to rest first. I guess it won't be long before Marshal Sengoku announces your promotion to Rear Admiral. Ace and Sabo looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Advertisement. After becoming Rear Admiral, they can also go back to East Blue to see the residents of Windmill Town. Ace and Sabo didn't want to learn from Luo Ye on this point. They hadn't gone back since they left Windmill Town, and they didn't go back until they became Admiral. Although the two are also convinced that they can become Admiral, but this time is a little too long. Sabo, do you want to go to training camp first? 99. Ace winked at Sabo next to him. They and Luo Ye have already destroyed the Beast's pirates, and it is estimated that Luffy is still being beaten under Zephyr's fist. Of course, Ace didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. It's not good. There was some hesitation on Sabo's face. If he did, that kid Luffy would be blown away. Being rejected, Ace didn't feel any accident. Instead, he grabbed his arm and walked directly towards the training camp. Luo Ye looked at their backs and shook his head with a smile. This guy Ace, after so many years, still likes to tease Luffy's character. It's time to rest. Luo Ye, who came to the marshal's office, sat down directly opposite Sengoku. Ha 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 ha. Luo Ye boy, I really didn't believe you in vain. Beast's pirates was destroyed by you. Garp poured all the senbei in his hand into his mouth and laughed heartily. He had told Sengoku before that Luo Ye would definitely kill that D Kaido, but the old guy Sengoku didn't even believe in himself at that time. In the end, when the news of Luo Ye's destruction of the Beast's pirates came, Sengoku was speechless. Luo Ye smiled at Garp. It's just a 4 emperors, it's not a big deal. Hearing this, Garp fully used his loud voice, causing the entire marshal's office to echo with his laughter. Sengoku glared at him angrily, and complained about Luo Ye in his heart. If the 4 emperors were really that easy to solve, then the New World would not have maintained this pattern for so many years. As a result, the 4 emperors became the mere 4 emperors in the mouths of these grandfathers and grandsons, and killing them would not be a big deal. Advertisement. But Sengoku couldn't refute this. After all, Luo Ye didn't seem to have much effort to solve Kaido. What about Sakazuki, Kuzan and Pulsolino? Hearing this, Sengoku rolled his eyes towards Luo Ye and said. All 3 of them went out to catch those pirates who were making waves, and it took so long for you to come back to Marineford. 35. Luo Ye smiled indifferently, completely ignoring his complaints. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly straightened his face, looked at Luo Ye and said in a deep voice. Before you came back, the old man just got a message. The captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sachi, was killed by Teach, a member of the 2nd Division, who took a devil fruit from him and declared his separation from the Whitebeard Pirates. With the character of that old Whitebeard guy, he would never let his son be killed and ignore it. Whitebeard should have a big move during this time, so you stay in Marineford for a while, and the pirates of New World are handed over to Sakazuki and the 3 of them. Hearing such words, Luo Ye nodded slightly and sighed inwardly. I really didn't expect that. Blackbeard still got the dark fruit. For others, Blackbeard killed his comrades for a mere devil fruit and broke away from the Whitebeard pirates of the 4 Emperors pirates. But Luo Ye is very aware of the function of the dark fruit. Even Blackbeard has been hiding in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, betting that he can get dark fruit. If it wasn't for Luo Ye's arrival, Ace would be chasing Blackbeard Teach now. However, Blackbeard's strength can even hurt the redhead Shanks, and Ace is easily defeated for him. I just don't know who the Whitebeard pirates who captured Blackbeard became this time. 35. Thinking of this, Luo Ye couldn't help shaking his head. It won't be so easy for Teach to get the shock fruit ability from Whitebeard. What's more, a pure pirate like Blackbeard Teach is the real target of Luo Ye's hunting. If he encounters it, Luo Ye will naturally not allow him to jump again. Without the very important factor of Ace, Summit War most likely would not have happened. But Sengoku is right. With Whitebeard's character, he will never let Teach kill Sachi and continue to be cool in New World. Perhaps, Whitebeard will become the past tense together with the end of the old era. Chapter 83, Momosugi, why don't we go to relax together? Luo Ye, I heard Pulsolino say that your good knife was destroyed in this war. The old man wanted to give you a better knife for a long time, but you insisted on rejecting it. Are you asking the old man for it again? Sengoku looked at Luo Ye as if the old god was there. He had suggested many times to let Luo Ye choose the good knives from the headquarters, but he rejected them all. Now that his original good knife was destroyed, Sengoku couldn't believe that this kid was still not interested in this good knife. To Sengoku's surprise, Luo Ye's expression was a little weird when he heard his words, and he didn't even give an answer to this question, so he got up and left the office. Sengoku looked at Garp in confusion and asked, Garp, what does Luo Ye mean? This old man was rejected again. Garp was very happy to see Sengoku deflated in front of Luo Ye. Seeing this situation now, I feel more at ease. Ha ha ha, do you still need to ask? He must have a better saber than those broken knives in the headquarters. 9. The so-called famous knives of the headquarters have been reduced to broken knives in the mouth of Garp the Fist. In other words, all weapons, in Garp's opinion, are not as good as his own fists. Sengoku glared at him angrily but didn't refute, perhaps only this explanation could make sense. It is a pity that the famous swords of the headquarters have not been able to find a powerful master. Gion, your Jinpira. Not far from the marshal's office, Luo Ye happened to meet Momoshiki Vice Admiral Gion. Now that Yama has been obtained from Kazuki Hiyori, there is no need to keep Kinpira in his hands. Gion was not surprised when she saw Luo Ye coming back, she just came here to wait for him after hearing the sailors talking about Luo Ye returning to Marineford. Gion looked at Luo Ye suspiciously and asked, have you found a more suitable saber from Marshal Sengoku? Luo Ye shook his head slightly, raised Yanmo who was wearing on his waist and said, those knives in this department don't suit me, this one is fine. Gion nodded knowingly. If Luo Ye likes some of the famous knives in this department, then he wouldn't have used his original good knife for so long. What are you going to do now? Why don't you go to Sabayati Archipelago to relax? Advertisement. Gion took the initiative to invite Luo Ye. The female pirate who belonged to one of Shichibukai before, finally made Gion feel the pressure. If the two of them were allowed to go on like this, Gion would not want to see the scene where the two of them came together. Luo Ye was slightly surprised to hear her invitation. But Gion didn't mean to back down, but stared at Luo Ye very boldly. This guy Luo Ye made her wait for so long without saying anything, but up to now, she still took the initiative to propose such a thing. Feeling Gion's eyes, Luo Ye's expression became slightly weird. Although I knew my own charm for a long time, it was really exciting to be told so bluntly. But in the end Luo Ye shook his head slowly. When Gion saw that he was about to denounce Luo Ye, he heard Luo Ye speak. I want to go to the training camp first to see the strength of that kid Luffy. If his strength has grown quite well, I will persuade Mr. Zephyr by the way. If that kid can leave training camp only by defeating Mr. Zephyr, he's going to be absolutely insane with his character. When Gion heard those words, her face instantly brightened. As for what happened to Luo Ye's younger brother, she also knew. Being stared at by the old stubborn Mr. Zephyr, there is absolutely no good fruit to eat. Anyway, Luo Ye has already promised to date him, and other things are not important. Before Luo Ye entered the training camp, he heard the sound of a human body falling to the ground incessantly. Coupled with Zephyr's sarcastic voices from time to time, it is clear who the person who was beaten up at this moment is. When Luo Ye entered the training camp, Luffy was constantly attacking Zephyr. However, in front of the strength of the original Admiral Zephyr, Luffy's current strength is simply not enough. It could only be knocked to the ground again and again. Luo Ye came to the side of Ace and Sabo who were watching the battle with gloating expressions and asked. What stimulates this kid again? It stands to reason that Luffy knows that he is not Zephyr's opponent and should train harder. As a result, it has become like this again, and it must be that these two guys said something to stimulate him. Ace and Sabo, who were originally watching the battle attentively, nodding from time to time to point out Luffy's flaws, heard Luo Ye's voice behind them, stood up abruptly, and looked at Luo Ye uneasily. Seeing Luo Ye staring at them all the time, Sabo spoke first. Advertisement. Luffy was cultivating physical enhancement just now, but Ace came to say how exciting this battle was, and he almost killed a beast's pirate's disaster, but Luffy went to Mr. Zephyr to challenge it, and it became this is the situation. When Ace heard Sabo's words of shirk responsibility, his pupils instantly enlarged several times. Feeling that Luo Ye's eyes were getting more and more dangerous, Ace hurriedly said. Sabo also has a share in this matter, Sabo said no less than me. As soon as the words fell, they both stared at each other angrily. Tilde operator bam. Luo Ye slapped the two of them hard on the heads. Luo Ye didn't know how to evaluate the actions of these two guys. Knowing that Luffy is going crazy in training camp now, he still uses this war to stimulate him. The most hateful thing is that Luo Ye didn't explain such a thing first, which caused him to come here when it was almost over. If nothing else, your two guys' appointments as Rear Admiral should be released this afternoon. If you want to go back to East Blue, go back, and you can just clean up the pirates you meet along the way. When the two who were rubbing their heads heard such words, they instantly felt that their heads did not hurt. After waiting for so long, I can finally go back to East Blue to have a look. I haven't seen Dadan for such a long time, and I miss him a lot. Obviously, the last thing I wanted to see before was Dadan. As for Luffy, Luo Ye raised his head and looked at the two on the field. Luffy was exhausted when Zephyr kept knocking him over, and was lying on the ground, Wang Lihao, gasping greedily. Zephyr saw Luo Ye sitting here and came directly in front of him. Zephyr patted Luo Yi's shoulder and laughed happily. Boy, as expected of the strongest monster in the headquarters for so many years, he actually killed that B**************** D Kaido. Zephyr was horrified when he first heard the news. In his original thoughts, Luo Ye would definitely grow to the point where he could kill the 4 emperors, but definitely not now. Even Zephyr was worried about whether Luo Ye was badly injured in this battle, but he managed to kill Kaido with only a good knife. With such a record, Luo Ye's monster name is well deserved. Luo Ye was already numb to such a compliment. Luo Ye smiled at Zephyr and said, Mr. Zephyr, I think with Luffy's current strength, instead of staying in the training camp, it is better for him to follow these 2 boys to the new world. Only by fighting the pirates will his strength improve faster. Chapter 84. Momoshiki, my first time is about to give you. Zephyr fell silent when he heard Luo Ye's words. The reason he kept Luffy in training camp was because he saw the kid's talent. Although it can't be compared to Luo Ye, a complete monster, as long as he can be trained, he can definitely become a new Marine Admiral in the future. What's more, Garp's old guy is so strong, and Luffy has no reason to be weaker than others. However, Zephyr can also feel that the effect of keeping Luffy in training camp is not as obvious as before. After all, even if he fought against Luffy, it was definitely not a life and death battle, and the effect of wanting to gain a stronger strength was somewhat weakened. I've been thinking about getting Luffy out of training camp, and maybe now is a good opportunity. Let this kid follow Ace and Sabo's side, at least it can restrain his recklessness a little, right? Zephyr said with a big laugh. No problem, since you said so, then of course let this kid go. 55. After saying that, Zephyr turned around and walked over to Luffy. Looking down at Luffy who was gasping for breath on the ground, a smile flashed across Zephyr's face, and then he said viciously. Okay, you kid, you actually moved out Luo Ye to plead for you, get out, don't come back to training camp in the future. 657 Luo Ye was dumbfounded when he saw Zephyr's actions. Originally thought that the old man would have some good way to let Luffy leave, but he didn't expect him to do so. That kid Luffy is definitely not so easy to get rid of. As expected, Luffy on the ground was a little stunned to hear what he said, glanced at Luo Ye, then raised his head and said fiercely to Zephyr. I'm not leaving. I'm going to beat you before leaving training camp. You must know that this guy Luffy has absolutely no intention of admitting defeat even against the 4 emperors. How could he be willing to leave training camp so bleak now? Zephyr didn't have the slightest surprise to get such an answer. After beating him for so long, if he didn't know the character of this kid, he wouldn't be Zephyr anymore. Zephyr looked at Luffy disdainfully and said, just you still want to beat me. Who do you think you are? Are you that monster Luo Ye? Even Ace and Sabo followed Luo Ye to destroy a 4 emperors pirate group. You guys are still trapped in this training camp, let alone you, even the chief instructor of my training camp feel ashamed. Advertisement. I have to say that Zephyr's acting skills in this area are simply CECG unparalleled. Hearing his words, Luffy clenched his fists on the ground. Of course he wasn't willing to be stuck in training camp like this, and had to accept the cynicism of this old damn it Zephyr every day. You must know that the strength gap between him and Ace and Sabo was not that big at first, and now they helped Luo Ye destroy the beast's pirates. About to be awarded the rank of Rear Admiral by the headquarters, Luo Ye became Marine Admiral early. He was beaten all day by this old Zephyr of damn it all by himself. If it wasn't for his lack of strength, Luffy must let him have a taste of what it was like to be beaten and ridiculed. I'm not going. I must beat you damn it old man. 99. Luffy watched Zephyr go mad, and if it weren't for the fact that he just ran out of second gear and lost his power, Luffy would have fought him again anyway. Zephyr didn't get angry when he heard his roar, but said with a weird expression on his face. With your brat's strength, even if the 4 emperors are all killed by Luo Ye, you will not be able to leave this training camp. Hearing this, Luffy couldn't bear it any longer, and he used all his strength to slam towards Zephyr. Zephyr didn't knock him over directly this time, but turned on his side, causing Luffy to fall to the ground again. Zephyr, who was hiding, ignored Luffy, turned around and continued to instruct the others in the training camp to continue training. He has already made the preparations, and the rest can be left to Luo Ye. Luo Ye looked at such a scene and shook his head slightly. If the other party is not a big heart like Luffy, I am afraid that Zephyr will not use this method. Okay Luffy, you can leave training camp now. 39. When Luffy heard this, he looked at Luo Ye with a painful expression, and there was even a hint of choking in his words. Luo Ye, I'm too weak right now, I don't want to leave the training camp, I want to wait until I defeat this old damn it man. Hearing this, Luo Ye didn't feel surprised. If Luffy didn't have such an idea, he would even wonder if it was him. Luo Ye squatted down and looked at Luffy and said in a deep voice. Luffy, tell me what your purpose in joining Marine is. Luffy raised his head with a hint of confusion in his eyes, and disappeared in the next moment. Because you showed us the evil deeds of those pirates, and let us know that the pirates are not free, and their freedom is earned by the sacrifice of countless civilians. 5. Luo Ye nodded with satisfaction. Advertisement. In order to let them know the evil of pirates, Luo Ye took them to a slaughtered island. After seeing the tragic situation on the island, the 3 of them all turned pale, and they all doubted whether their idea of wanting to be a pirate was correct. Later, Luo Ye didn't need to say anything more, the 3 guys slowly figured it out. That kind of freedom was not what they wanted at all, so they followed Luo Ye to join Marine. Luo Ye stared at Luffy and said in a deep voice. Now because of the demise of the Beast's pirates, there are countless ambitious pirates who want to become the new 4 emperors. Do you want to give up your previous thoughts and stay in this training camp? 5. Luffy shook his head, slow but firm. No, I'm going to arrest all those pirates who want to do evil. Luo Ye stood up. Then let's go, you will never be able to catch pirates in this training camp. After speaking, Luo Ye ignored Luffy on the ground, the reason had already been told to him, and the rest of what he did was up to him. After all, Luo Ye never planned to be a nanny. Seeing Ace and Sabo come to him, Luffy stood up with difficulty and said. I will definitely defeat Zephyr, the damn it old man. The two looked at each other when they heard this, and wisely did not refute. We are going to go back to East Blue first, and by the way, we will arrest all the pirates in East Blue who want to enter the New World. Hey, back to East Blue. The angry look on Luffy's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of excitement at being able to go back to East Blue. Really? The two of them looked at him and shrugged helplessly. Luffy has always been like this. What happened in the last moment can be forgotten in the next second. Momoshiki Gion saw that the matter here had been resolved, looked at Luo Ye who came to her side and said with a smile. Come on, go on a date. Date. Luo Ye was slightly taken aback when he heard this, then looked at her and said. It seems that my first time is about to give you. Chapter 85, Notes on Dating, Unscrupulous Media. What your first time? When Gion heard Luo Ye's words, she was stunned for a while, and then a rosy tinge appeared on her face unconsciously. This damn it guy, who didn't know he offered to go on a date before, has such words coming out of his mouth again, it's really damn it. Seeing her expression, Luo Ye knew that Gion had misinterpreted her meaning, and said with a smile. I'm talking about the first date, Gion, are you thinking of something else? The rosy glow on Gion's face gradually dissipated, and she rolled her eyes at Luo Ye without answering. I really didn't expect that I could hear such words from this guy's mouth, which is really strange. If the Marines in the headquarters who regard Luo Ye as their idol know, they don't know whether the image of Luo Ye in their hearts will collapse. You must know that since Luo Ye became the new admiral, the series of things he has done have made the Marines in the headquarters full of admiration for Luo Ye. In particular, he destroyed the Beast's pirates that had been in the New World for so many years, and made the sailors forget the rest, the 3 admirals. Even Kizaru, who also participated in this operation, was completely reduced to a foil. However, Kizaru has nothing to say about this, after all, Kaido and his 3 disasters were all killed by Luo Ye alone. Luo Ye, I really didn't expect that you would actually be able to destroy the Beast's pirates this time. Although Gion was also very confident in Luo Ye's strength, she was still surprised that he was able to kill Kaido unscathed. After the previous war ended, she was separated, which made her unable to say these words, and now she finally had a chance. As long as he didn't come out to perform the task, Luo Ye would automatically release the cold state. Now hearing Gion's words, Luo Ye waved his hand indifferently and said with a smile. Without your help, destroying the Beast's pirates would not be so easy. Gion rolled his eyes and didn't say anything, this kind of commercial nonsense should not continue. As for whether they were helpful in destroying the Beast's pirates, they knew better than anyone. Those who died in their hands were basically trash fish level guys, and the rest of the real powerhouses were all killed by Luo Ye alone. I have to say, dating a beauty like Momoshiki with a hot body and a personality seems to be really enjoyable. Originally, according to Sengoku's idea, it was best for him to stay in Marineford for this period of time. Advertisement. But because the distance between Sabayati Archipelago and Marineford is too close, especially Luo Ye, this guy finally got enlightened and knows to go on a date with Momoshiki to relax. In such a situation, Sengoku was embarrassed to open his mouth to disturb them. Otherwise, that girl in Gion would definitely not spare Sengoku lightly. After planning a date plan for so long, how could Gion allow others to destroy it? Luo Ye, you have been in Marineford for so long, you should know very well what fun places are in Sabayati Archipelago. Although I have no interest in that kind of place, this is my first solo date with Luo Ye, and Gion doesn't want it to end so hastily. Hearing this, Luo Ye stretched out and said calmly. I may not know as much about the Sabayati Archipelago as you do. 35. Luo Ye is not refusing. In addition to going out to perform tasks on weekdays, he rarely comes to this Sabayati Archipelago to relax. Luo Ye was really afraid that he would meet a few stupid celestial dragons like pigs again, and then kill them all by himself. Seeing Gion rolling her eyes, Luo Ye felt more and more that Oni-san beauty like her was more attractive, and her frown and smile were full of charm. Luo Ye said with a straight face. I don't know the fun place, but I do know a restaurant with good food, why don't you go and fill your stomach first? Gion sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. This kind of thing shouldn't be counted on Luo Ye. If you go on a date with him next time, you must choose a good place first. Since Luo Ye and Gion boarded the Sabayati Archipelago, the residents of the island kept looking at them. It's really that Luo Ye and the two are too conspicuous. Gion, this hot-looking beauty, is dressed in the uniform of Marine Vice Admiral with the cloak of justice behind her. But what shocked them the most was Luo Ye. The news of Sabayati Archipelago is probably the most circulating, the newspaper a few days ago, the residents here can say that everyone has read it several times. Marine's new admiral killed Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, which was a huge shock to them. In particular, this was the first time they saw Luo Ye, the Marine's new admiral's true face. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. As a result, I was so lucky to be able to meet him in person at the Sabayati archipelago today. Luo Ye couldn't help shaking his head slightly when he saw the surprise of these people. Originally planned to change into civilian clothes, at least not so conspicuous, but the old guy Sengoku insisted that he wear this admiral uniform. He also said that this was the best publicity for Marine's Majesty. Luo Ye couldn't beat him, so he agreed. Before the two could walk far, the reporter who had been squatting in Sabayati archipelago was hurriedly thrown in front of them. Mr. Admiral, are you coming to Sabayati archipelago this time to capture the pirates here? Mr. Admiral, may I ask how long this new world turmoil will last because of the destruction of the beast's pirates? 99 feet. Mr. Admiral, who do you think can replace Kaido as the new world 4 emperors? Luo Ye couldn't help frowning when he heard these questions. How short-sighted these guys are, asking such words here. Sure enough, no matter where the world is, there is no lower limit for this kind of person in order to win attention. Before Luo Ye could answer, Gion next to him spoke first. We came to Sabayati archipelago for a date. I will never let go of those who stand in the way. I kindly remind you that my temper is not as good as you think. Luo Ye glanced at Gion and couldn't help but smile. He never cared about these reputations. But from Gion's point of view, Luo Ye, as an admiral, certainly couldn't say these words out of his mouth, otherwise these guys wouldn't necessarily misinterpret them into other meanings. The best way, of course, is for her to say. Those reporters instinctively wanted to refute, but when they saw Gion's eyes becoming more and more dangerous, they swallowed all the words they wanted to say. Luo Ye ignored the unscrupulous reporters and continued to walk towards the restaurant. Luo Ye said. In the entire Sabayati archipelago, the food there can be said to be the most appetizing to Luo Ye. Since it is here, of course it cannot be missed. But when Luo Ye brought Gion here, he heard the sound of fighting. Boom. 55. With this sound, a big hole was instantly broken in the wall, and 2 chairs flew towards Luo Ye's place. Chapter 86. Big. Admiral. Damn B asterisk 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 D, how dare you stare at Lousy like that? Hey, is this about to fight? I killed anyone who had the guts to stare at Lousy like this. Inside the restaurant, Eustace Kid looked at the guy opposite him with a stern look. He has already recognized the identity of the other party, and he belongs to the same supernova as Skalakman Apu. Kid never thought that he would only be a supernova with his own strength. His goal was to become the Pirate King, and defeating the 4 emperors was only his first part. But now that Kaido guy is dead, if he wants to become the 4 emperors, he can only choose another opponent. The red-haired Shanks is Kid's next target. After leaving Sabayati archipelago, he will directly challenge the red-haired Shanks and let the whole world know that he is the pirate who can become the new 4 emperors. As a result, in this restaurant, the long-handed guy dared to stare at 657 himself, and that kind of eyes made Kid very unhappy, and he was about to fight him. As for the pleading of the restaurant owner on the side, what is that? With so many civilians dying in his hands, Kid would care about a mere restaurant owner. Apu, one of the supernovas, looked at Kid, who was attacking him, with disdain. Guys with eyes above the top like this, he doesn't know how much he has killed, and Kid will soon be next. As for Kid's more bounty than him, Apu hasn't paid attention to it yet. Kid saw the expression on Apu's face, and his heart was even more angry. A guy with a bounty of 198 million Baileys dared to be arrogant in front of this uncle. Kid raised his right hand high, and suddenly a powerful magnetic force appeared in the restaurant. I saw countless cutlery and weapons flying towards Kid's right hand, and finally all attached to Kid's right hand. The pirates in the restaurant with their weapons sucked were about to roar, but seeing the expression on Kid's face, they could only bear it reluctantly. The restaurant owner looked at Kid with a dead face. He did not know that such a thing would happen today, or he would have closed the door early and would not let these vicious pirates enter. Seeing that this guy was really moving, Apu couldn't help but look dignified. Scratch and chop. I saw a slash composed of sound waves appearing from Apu, and dashed towards Kid quickly. Kid was not surprised by his attack, nor was he worried. He raised his right hand, directly blocking his sonic slash. Kid said with a sneer. Just a guy like you, what qualifications do you have to get the title of supernova with this uncle? Advertisement. Although Kid is not satisfied with the name of this supernova, other people have recognized his strength. A guy like Apu is not qualified to be included in the supernova with this uncle. Kid kicked his feet and slammed his entire body towards Apu. Since this guy is here, treat him as an appetizer before killing the 4 emperors. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at the constant collision of the 2 people in the field, the expressions of other people in the restaurant were also different. Basil Hawkins pulled out a divination card. Looking at the contents of the card, Hawkins' complexion instantly became extremely solemn. Hey, there is a big crisis. If I don't leave, I will really die here. Hawkins looked at the 2 who were fighting, and couldn't understand why he had drawn such a divination card. But for Hawkins, what he trusts most is always his own divination. If that's the case, then I won't get involved in this matter. 35. Hawkins looked around the other supernovas in the restaurant, looked at them with pity and shook his head slightly. If they don't leave, these people will all die here. It's a pity that they have just obtained the title of supernova, and it will be useless now. Hawkins didn't bother about the real reason for this divination card, and got up and left the restaurant directly. His movements caught the eyes of several other supernovas in the restaurant. This guy will never do superfluous things, and his leaving now must have a deep meaning. Beppo, let's go too. Trafalgar Law turned his head to look at the bear beside him and said. Why, Captain, have we stopped watching them fight? Beppo was a little puzzled by Luo's sudden order. I didn't watch their battle with interest just now, why did they leave just after the start? Luo looked at Bebo with a solemn expression, shook his head and said. I always have a bad premonition in my heart. If I continue to stay here, I am afraid there will be great danger, and even our pirate group may be destroyed. 5. What? Bebo and the others looked at Luo in shock, not understanding why he would say such a thing. Luo did not explain to them, but stood up first and was about to leave here. Seeing this, Bebo and the others could only helplessly follow. Advertisement. The captain is about to leave, how can they continue to stay here? Luo's departure made the other two supernovas in the restaurant even more puzzled, and some didn't understand what happened to these two guys. Obviously, he is already a big pirate with a bounty of several 100 million bells, yet his courage is still so small. The two looked at Luo's back and shook their heads and mocked. Isn't it just the fight between Kid and Apu, two bastards, can't be a big deal. Basil Hawkins, and the Trafalgar Law guys, are even more ineligible to be a member of Supernova. The two remaining supernovas in the restaurant glanced at each other, and such thoughts rose in their hearts at the same time. To be listed as a supernova with two guys like that is a shame to them. The two ignored Basil Hawkins and Trafalgar Law who had left, and turned to watch the fight between Kid and Apu. Ha ha ha, you be asterisk 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 D, this uncle is willing to kill you, you should feel honored. 35. Kid stared at Apu on the opposite side with a grim expression on his face. I didn't expect this guy to be able to hold on to his hands for so long. It seems that he can become a supernova. This guy still has some strength. However, if that's the case, then you can die for me. Kid raised his right hand again, and countless metal objects were attracted to him. The steel arm that was formed just now in 2.6 has now been magnified several times. Apu didn't expect this guy to be so difficult, and looking at his thoughts, he really wanted to separate life and death from himself. In this case, the strength cannot continue to be hidden. Apu looked at Kid who was rushing towards him, and the calm face just now became extremely fierce in an instant. Scratch disc burst. In an instant, there was a loud bang on Kid. Kid felt his chest hurt by him, and his heart was full of anger. As soon as he raised his hand, countless iron tools smashed towards Apu. Boom. Apu, who escaped this trick, was very proud, but he suddenly found that Kid was looking at the big hole in the wall with a look of horror. Apu, who was puzzled in his heart, turned his head and looked. His face was instantly filled with horror. Big Admiral. Chapter 87, Dating You, Why Is It So Difficult? Apu finally understood why the ghost-like expression suddenly appeared on Kid's face just now. Because he also saw the two people standing outside the big hole in the wall in Kid's eyes. The extremely hot woman was wearing the uniform of Marine Vice Admiral and looked at everyone in the restaurant with a bad face. And the guy next to him, isn't that the one I just read in the newspaper, Marine Admiral Luo Ye who killed the beast's pirates? They just had a fight in the Sabayati archipelago, and no one died in that fight. Wouldn't it be possible to have the Marine Admiral dispatched, and a Marine Vice Admiral to deal with them? Just a mere supernova, do you really need to dispatch this Marine Admiral who just killed the 4 Emperors Kaido? Apu turned ashen in an instant, and even Kid had the same expression. At this moment, they extremely hated their so-called supernova name. Kid though wants to challenge the redhead Shanks. If he can successfully defeat Shanks, he will undoubtedly become one of the new 4 emperors. Even if he is defeated by Shanks, Kid can also gain more fame, which is more conducive to replacing Kaido's original position. But he never imagined that he had just arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, and before he could challenge Shanks, he would encounter this Marine Admiral. For Kid, he would rather fight the 4 emperors than fall into the hands of Marine Admiral. Especially Luo Ye, an admiral who no pirates can escape from his hands whenever he takes a shot. The other two supernova members in the restaurant suddenly understood why Basil Hawkins and Trafalgar Law suddenly left here. Those two guys had already guessed that Marine Admiral would be here. Luo Ye, who was standing outside the big hole, looked at the scene inside and turned around and said to Guillaume beside him. It was a coincidence that the restaurant was almost destroyed by these two guys. When Guillaume heard this, a murderous intent flashed across his face. Those reporters wanted to interrupt her appointment with Luo Ye just now, but it was not easy to come to the restaurant he mentioned, and they encountered these pirates who didn't know whether to live or die. It's so difficult to have a date with you. Guillaume couldn't help but complain to Luo Ye. Advertisement. Luo Ye shrugged helplessly. Unexpectedly, my favorite restaurant in Sabayati Archipelago has become the base of these guys. The restaurant must be destroyed like this, the boss must be more distressed. Luo Ye shook his head and stopped thinking about it, and walked in with Guillaume. The actions of the two of them made all the pirates in the restaurant shudder, for fear that they would suddenly riot and start their own hands. Especially Kid and Apu, there was even a lot of cold sweat on their foreheads. As for the boss, it's still the old style, but this time I need 2 copies. The restaurant owner who hurried to Luo Ye said with a bitter face. Mr. Admiral, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid my place would be ruined. Long before Luo Ye became the new admiral, the restaurant owner had known him. When the 2 pirates started fighting just now, the boss had already begun to pray that Mr. Luo Ye, Mr. Admiral, would come to the restaurant to save him. Unexpectedly, Luo Ye appeared here as if he really heard his prayers. The 2 pirates stopped fighting directly, and could only stare at Mr. Admiral in cold sweat. Luo Ye smiled when he heard the restaurant owner's complaint. It doesn't matter, boss, someone in your store will be willing to compensate you for the loss, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? When it came to the last sentence, Luo Ye turned his attention to Kid and Apu who were standing in the same place. Under the gaze of this gaze, the 2 of them instantly shuddered, and they hurriedly told the restaurant owner that they would compensate the restaurant for the loss. Although Luo Ye's eyes were very calm in the eyes of others, only the 2 people who were staring at him knew best about the pressure Luo Ye gave. When the restaurant owner saw the actions of the 2, he immediately felt contempt in his heart. Just now, one by one was more arrogant than anyone else, and now it is not time to promise compensation. The restaurant owner now felt in his heart that if Luo Ye said that they would hand over all their treasures and let them go, these people would definitely not hesitate. Luo Ye ignored their performance and waved the restaurant owner to prepare the food. The food in this restaurant is very good in my opinion, but I don't know if it will suit your taste. Advertisement. Gion, who had a bad look on her face just now because her date plan was interrupted. After hearing Luo Ye's words, she instantly burst into a bright smile, looked at Luo Ye's face and said softly. As long as it suits your appetite, then I like it. For Gion, it doesn't matter what food you eat, what matters is who you eat with. She joined Marine for so many years, I don't know how many people have released the idea of pursuit to her, and it is not that Gion has never been rude to anyone. In the end, when it came to Luo Ye, she had to take the initiative every time. Now that she can go out on a date alone is a great improvement. Luo Ye's conversation with Gion was completely flirtatious in the eyes of others. These so-called supernovas didn't even have the desire to shoot in front of Luo Ye. Although it's a bit shameful to say this, it's better than being killed by Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral. Even Kid and Apu are the most embarrassing ones. It's definitely impossible to continue fighting. Luo Ye will definitely not let them go. But if you continue to stay here, I am afraid that the risk of death will only increase. Maybe if he is in a bad mood, he will take out the 2 of them. The 2 who were still fighting just looked at each other, and at the same time they wanted to leave. The 2 looked back and found that Luo Ye was still chatting and laughing with the Marine woman Vice Admiral beside him. It would be the best time to leave now. Thinking of this, the 2 of them turned around and wanted to leave the restaurant at the same time. The current situation at this restaurant is simply too dangerous to continue. The other 2 supernovas in the restaurant saw their movements, and their hearts were also alive. Although they didn't do it in the restaurant just now, before arriving at Sabayati Archipelago, many civilians died in their hands. They have long known about Luo Ye's habits. Luo Ye will not be half-hearted towards them, the pirates who harm civilians. As long as Kid and Apu can leave, they will go directly out of here and go to New World to challenge those powerful pirates. But at this moment, Kid and Apu, who were about to leave the restaurant, suddenly heard a voice behind them. Hey, I don't seem to have said, let you leave. Chapter 88, Supernova, what is that? Luo Ye's light words made Kid and Apu who were leaving stop instantly. The 2 turned their heads at the same time and looked at Luo Ye as if facing a great enemy. But to their surprise, Luo Ye didn't directly attack them as they imagined. Instead, he continued joking with the Marine female Vice Admiral, as if the words just now were not what he said. But even so, Kid and Apu have no idea of leaving secretly. If you have the idea of swaggering away again, it is estimated that you will die miserably. However, Luo Ye did this because of how he planned to treat them. Kid and Apu looked at each other, and they could see the doubts and unease in each other's eyes. Even if Luo Ye directly chose to shoot at them, they wouldn't be like this. But he seems to be nothing. Let Kid and Apu go, but he will only be more uneasy if he continues to stay here. Why do these powerful guys like to tease them like Luo Ye? Of course Luo Ye wouldn't know what they were thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. The reason why he didn't kill these 2 guys directly was just to not affect his appetite for eating later. Otherwise, the restaurant will really be bloody, although Luo Ye won't care, but Gion may not be. I hadn't thought about these things before, but now that I'm going out on a date with Gion, of course I can't do it the same way as before. Gion blanked Luo Ye and said softly. Why didn't I find out that you have such a side before? 35. Gion wouldn't stop Luo Ye from doing this, those trembling pirates were totally deserved in her opinion. These guys, Luo Ye, may not know, but returning to Gion in Marineford ahead of him knows all about their deeds. Although they are now in front of Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, they have not come before Sabayati Archipelago. What you do in the world can be said to be sinful. What's more, if she hadn't come here with Luo Ye, I'm afraid this Luo Ye's favorite restaurant would have been destroyed by now. As for compensation, if the restaurant owner dares to say such a thing, then the price to meet him must be death. Even if Luo Ye was not present this time, Gion would definitely not let them go when they met these so-called supernovas. Advertisement. Without making the two of them wait too long, the restaurant owner came over with 2 servings of food. Mr. Admiral, I invite you to this meal, please don't pay for it. Hearing this, Luo Ye was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he understood what this guy was thinking. When the restaurant owner saw the smile on Luo Ye's face, he immediately laughed. It used to be impossible to advertise with Luo Ye's name, but now it's different. Today's pirates have led to Luo Ye, the most popular Marine Admiral recently, and he can help him promote a wave. The most important thing is that even Admiral's favorite restaurant is his own. As soon as these words are released, countless guests will come to eat here in the future. Thinking of such a scene, the restaurant owner couldn't help but giggle excitedly. Originally thought that those pirates would definitely destroy the restaurant, but this time it was a blessing in disguise. Luo Ye glanced at the chicken thief and shook his head slightly. Since all his photos have been published in the newspaper by that guy Morgans, it doesn't matter. Waving the restaurant owner to leave, Luo Ye and Guillaume concentrated on the food in front of them. When I took the first bite, Guillaume was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the food made by such an inconspicuous restaurant could have such a taste. As expected, it was where Luo Ye brought her. The rest of the people in the restaurant, except for the pirates with supernova names, are basically residents of Sabo archipelago. When Luo Ye first appeared, they were no longer worried that the battle between the pirates would affect them. Admiral has already come, what can a few pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions of Bailey be counted? Now seeing Luo Ye and Guillaume eating deliciously again, they immediately started ordering food from the restaurant owner. Even if Luo Ye wanted to take action against these pirates, they didn't believe that the mere supernova could hurt themselves in front of Admiral. It's none of their business, of course they can hang high. However, Kid, Apu and 2 other supernovae are different. Wanting to leave was stopped by Luo Ye's fluttering words, and now they are in a dilemma. I don't know how to deal with this situation at all. In the end, Kid was the first to give up the tangle. Advertisement. In his opinion, no matter how Luo Ye, Marine Admiral, was going to deal with him, Kid was willing to take it all. This uncle is going to become the pirate king in the future, how could he be frightened by Marine Admiral? Kid gritted his teeth and walked to the side of his pirate crew. Kid, what are you going to do? Kira glanced at Luo Ye who was concentrating on the food, then turned to look at Kid and asked. Although their ambitions are very big, with their current strength, it is probably too naive to deal with this admiral who can kill Kaido unscathed. Kid's expression was extremely sinister, but he didn't dare to turn his gaze to Luo Ye, for fear of attracting his attention. This guy is very likely to attack us, you must be prepared. Although Kid is arrogant, in front of Marine Admiral, he still does not dare to have other ideas. Otherwise, Luo Ye's words just now would not have caused him to stop and leave. Kira nodded slowly. Their pirate group has just traveled to the New World from South Blue with great ambitions to challenge the position of the 4 emperors. The result was a bad start. In Sabo archipelago, Luo Ye, who is now the most famous Marine Admiral, can be met. However, in Kira's view, this matter is not completely bad, Wang Li Jiao. If their pirates were destroyed, there would be nothing to say. But if they can escape from Luo Ye's hands, then they will be the first to do this. You must know that even Kaido of the Beasts, one of the original 4 emperors, did not do such a thing. If they did, they would definitely be famous in the whole new world. Although, the reputation won't be too good. And at this moment, Luo Ye finally finished eating the food in front of him, and heaved a long sigh of relief. Seeing Luo Ye's performance, Guillaume couldn't help but stop. For Guillaume, the original purpose this time was to date Luo Ye, as for the others, they could only be regarded as embellishments. Luo Ye glanced at Guillaume and didn't say anything, but turned around directly. I looked at the so-called supernovas in the restaurant with great interest. Since the meal is over, shouldn't it be time to deal with other things? Chapter 89, I don't know whether to live or die. Each of the supernovas in the restaurant felt that Luo Ye was staring at him all the time. As a result, these few people seemed to be facing the enemy, and they kept swallowing their saliva, not daring to say a word of nonsense. No matter how confident these guys were in their talent and strength, they would never defeat Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral who successfully killed the 4 emperors. Before coming here, Luo Ye really didn't expect to encounter these so-called supernovae. Originally, I didn't plan to do anything to them, after all, these few people were already not good enough for the current Luo Ye. It's a pity that the 3 boys Ace, Sabo and Luffy have already set off for East Blue, otherwise these guys can be handed over to them. However, since they met, Luo Ye certainly wouldn't turn a blind eye, and he could only say that these guys had bad luck. If there is no such thing, let them go to the New World successfully. Even if he couldn't become a new 4 emperors, at least he would have no problem becoming a famous big pirate in the New World. However, these guys don't have this chance. Since you chose to hang the pirate flag, you guys have already prepared for death. 660 Luo Ye raised his eyes and looked around at these guys. No one answered. The restaurant that was a little noisy just now fell into an eerie silence when Luo Ye finished eating and turned his head. Those Sabo archipelago situations, seeing these so-called supernovae submissive in front of Marine Admiral makes me want to laugh. It was obvious that one was more arrogant than the other before, but now no one dared to answer. These supernovas are just as powerful. At this moment, Kid suddenly stood up. Everyone, if you still want to go to the New World alive, we have to fight this guy together now. In front of Marine Admiral, it would be too stupid to underestimate the enemy. But even if the opponent is Admiral Luo Ye who just killed Kaido, Kid has absolutely no idea of catching it. As long as he can unite with the guys present and successfully escape from Luo Ye's hands, his fame will definitely be stronger than the so-called supernova. You must know that up to now, the pirates who have become Luo Ye's prey have never managed to escape. If that's the case, then let this uncle be the first one. Advertisement. Kid's face became extremely vicious, staring at Luo Ye viciously. Luo Ye couldn't help but smile when he heard that Kid wanted to unite with several other supernovas. This guy really doesn't know what to say, even if it is compared to that kid Luffy, it will definitely not be inferior. In the original book, he first challenged Shanks, but Shanks cut off an arm, then challenged Kaido, and ended up being imprisoned again. This guy's pirate career can be said to be troubled. Fortunately, this time Kid won't have the experience of breaking his arm again. Because he will die directly. Seeing that several supernovas who were persuaded by him all stood up, the members of their respective pirate groups were shaking, but they all took out their weapons and stared at Luo Ye, just to prevent Luo Ye from suddenly erupting. But Luo Ye didn't even bother to get up. Luo Ye looked at these people's original interesting eyes and instantly changed dramatically. A mighty aura emanated from Luo Ye, and the next moment it enveloped the entire restaurant. At the same time that Luo Ye's eyes changed, a very strong wei also burst out. Bang, bang, bang. In the surprised eyes of everyone in the restaurant, the members of the pirate group fell unconscious one by one. Although those supernovas were as unbearable as their respective subordinates, they were also struggling to support Luo Ye's conqueror's haki. What exactly happened? The residents of the Sabayati archipelago inside the restaurant were puzzled. They don't know what happened at all, those pirates have already become like this. Could it be that Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, is so powerful that he can scare these guys to death with just his eyes? CECG. With this thought in mind, the residents in the restaurant couldn't help but feel even more excited. As the only way to the new world in Sabayati archipelago, they have seen many fierce pirates. Even if Marine has a garrison here, it can't solve such a problem. Only when the pirates do evil things and are known to them, Marine will send troops to arrest them. This is also the reason why those pirates are getting more and more rampant in Sabayati archipelago. The results are different now. The Marine Admiral's presence this time will definitely make the pirates who come to Sabayati archipelago in the future a lot restrained. Luo Ye was not surprised by such a situation. Advertisement. With his current control over Conqueror's haki, he can completely designate the target he wants to pressure. These pirates have become Luo Ye's prey at this moment. Boom. With this crisp sound, the goggles worn on Kid's forehead shattered instantly, and Kid's face became extremely hideous. If it continues like this, they will only be more and more disadvantaged. If they want to successfully escape from Luo Ye's hands, it is absolutely impossible to just think about resistance. Kid glanced at the surrounding supernovae and raised his right arm high. The iron tools that were scattered just now came to Kid's arm again. When Apu and others saw Kid's actions, they also gritted their teeth. No matter whether you can become the 4 emperors or One Piece in the future, the first premise is to survive. Reflection. Scratch and chop. The iron tools on Kid's arms flew towards Luo Ye's place at a very fast speed. His fruit ability can not only absorb steel, but can also return all those things. Behind the pile of iron tools, the other supernovas also used their attack methods, just to try and see if they could hurt Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral. If Luo Ye can't be hurt with all his strength this time, then there's nothing to say, just run away. Even the vice captain of the Kid Pirates, Kira, one of the supernova killing warriors, took out his scythe and quickly approached Luo Ye. Kira didn't want to hurt Luo Ye, but he at least bought enough time for Kid to leave. After that, Kira won't think so much. Luo Ye waved his hand to stop Gion beside him who wanted to shoot. If it is to go out to perform a task, Luo Ye will of course not waste his time on these guys, just let someone take care of them. But since today is a date with Gion, Luo Ye, who is a little macho, still doesn't plan to let Gion do it. Luo Ye pulled out the yanmo he was wearing around his waist, and muttered while watching the attacks from those supernovas. You guys, you really don't know how to live or die. As soon as the voice fell, a sharp slash was sent from Yanmo, cutting everything in front of him in half. Even Kira, who is a supernova, is no exception. Chapter 90, it is an honor to be the prey. Kid saw Kira, who was split in half by the slash slashed by Luo Ye, was about to split. Among the members of the pirate group he formed, only Kira is the strongest, and he is also the one with the best relationship with Kid. The two had already made plans to go to Raftel, and they only needed to go to the New World and defeat the 4 emperors. As a result, Kira was in front of his eyes today, and was instantly killed by someone with a single move. Seeing such a situation, how could Kid not be angry? The aura of the angry Kid was stronger than one level. With his ability to use fruit, not only the steel items in the restaurant, but even the sabers of others outside the restaurant were constantly rushing towards his arms. Kid is justifiably angry because his partner was killed. The mood of the other supernovas was completely different from his. To know the Kid Pirates, not only Kid is the only supernova, but Kira is also among them. But it was such a character who couldn't resist a slash that Luo Ye swung at will. How terrifying the Marine Admiral's strength is. Although they knew in their hearts that Marine Admiral was strong, they never imagined that he would be able to achieve such a level. In this way, there is no need to think about hurting this Marine Admiral, the only possibility is to successfully escape from his hands. A few supernovas except Kid glanced at each other, and such thoughts rose in their hearts at the same time. Kid doesn't pay attention to the psychological activities of these people. Now he just wants to use all his strength to shred the guy in front of him, even if he has to pay a painful price for it. Kid raised his huge steel arm high and charged towards Luo Ye at full speed. Luo Ye looked at Kid rushing towards him, and several other supernovas who were overwhelmed, and shook his head slightly. He wants to take back his previous evaluation of these people. With the hearts and minds of these guys, even if they successfully reach the new world, the only person who can finally make a name for themselves is Kid. As for the other guys, they don't have that strength and daring. However, if Kid can only be swept away by anger and reckless, it will only pay a heavy price. If you want to defeat the 4 emperors and become the new One Piece, you won't have another chance. Luo Ye, who was holding Yan Mo, looked at Kid without even the slightest change in his face. Advertisement. It is undeniable that Kid's fruit ability is indeed strong, but he has not fully developed it yet, otherwise it is not only such an attack method. Luo Ye raised Yan Mo slightly, and his eyes staring at Kid changed greatly in an instant. This made Kid, who was originally filled with anger, panic, and only then did he realize what kind of character the other party was. But it was impossible to escape now, and Kid didn't want to give up his resistance just like that. If that's the case, let me personally see how terrifying the Marine Admiral who killed Kaido is. Sword flash. Under the surprised eyes of everyone in the restaurant, Luo Ye's figure instantly disappeared in place. The next moment, suddenly appeared beside Kid. And it was at this time that a cutting sound reached their ears. With this sound, Kid's huge steel arm suddenly broke apart, and the steel products that originally wrapped Kid's arm were also falling to the ground. At this moment, there was a deep panic in Kid's eyes. Because no matter how much he wanted to use the fruit ability to attract these steel products, they just wanted to keep falling on the ground without feeling it. Bang, bang, bang. Every sound hit Kid's heart like a hammer. Finally, Kid lowered his head and found that it was not only the steel that was attracted to him that was cut off, even his right arm had fallen to the ground. And this is also the fundamental reason why he has been using the fruit ability, but there is no response. How can this happen? How can this happen? Kid shook his head in horror, unable to believe that he couldn't even block Luo Ye's move, and even paid an arm for it. The most unacceptable thing for Kid is that if he hadn't sensed the danger just now, he would have turned his body to the side. I'm afraid it's not just the right arm that Luo Ye has cut off now, but his neck. How could this be? I am the man who wants to defeat the 4 emperors to become the new One Piece, how could I be killed by you Marine Admiral? Luo Ye shook his head slightly when he heard Kid's voice of doubting about life coming from behind. Advertisement. In this era, there are not many people who still want to go to Raftel to become the new One Piece. If it wasn't for his appearance, Luffy would obviously be one of them. But now even that kid Luffy has given up on that idea, let alone Kid. I don't know what the red-haired Shanks guy will do when he sees Luffy in Marine's uniform. Since that's the case, then I'll let you see what the pirates should end up with. Luo Ye turned around and found that Kid was still staring at him blankly, his eyes full of doubts about his own strength. Luo Ye didn't have any plans to explain to him. In this world, if the strength is not enough, everything else is a joke. Sword flash. Luo Ye's figure disappeared again. 0. This time, everyone in the restaurant finally understood that this was the attack method of Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral. With such an elusive attack method, not to mention the supernovas of the restaurant, I am afraid that even Kaido at the time could not resist. Kid has already known from the resistance just now that he has no hope of surviving in front of Luo Ye, knowing that the prey he has chosen has never been able to escape successfully. Because he wanted to try to see if he could hurt him before, if he did it again, Kid felt that he would run away without looking back. Or, never enter the restaurant at all. Kid sneered at the other supernovas in the restaurant. Those people, like him, will soon become corpses under Luo Ye's sword. With Luo Ye, Marine Admiral's current strength and fame, these supernovas have no value for him to shoot. In this way, it seems like an honor to die in Luo Ye's hands. The only thought left in Kid's mind at the end, but no one could give him the answer. Those in the restaurant saw Kid, the strongest of the supernovas, fall to the ground under Marine Admiral's knife. There was a red line on the neck, and blood was constantly pouring out of it. Such a scene made those residents couldn't help but want to applaud Luo Ye's actions, but they wanted Luo Ye's strength and identity, but in the end they didn't say it. And Luo Ye didn't even look at the dead Kid, just held the Yanmo in his hand, and gradually walked towards the other supernovas.
3 terabytes Chapter 91. Gion's character is as hot as her figure. When Luo Ye took action against Kid, the other supernovas didn't think about escaping from here. In fact, Luo Ye didn't give them this chance at all. When Luo Ye attacked Kid, his conquerors didn't have any restraint. These supernovas have no doubt that if they have any move to escape, Luo Ye will definitely give up Kid and turn to attack them. After all, in their opinion, Luo Ye must not want to choose the prey and the record that no one can escape was broken. He didn't even have the idea of taking this opportunity to work with Kid. Luo Ye couldn't understand the thoughts of these people. He clearly wanted to continue to live, but no one helped him before he killed Kid just now. Do they think they'll let them go after they kill Kid, or is there another reason? But none of these matters anymore. 683. After all, Luo Ye never planned to let them go. Seeing Luo Ye who was constantly approaching them, all the supernovas panicked. Even a guy like Kid couldn't stop Luo Ye, let alone them. Although they were always dissatisfied with Kid in their hearts, they couldn't deny that Kid's strength was indeed stronger than them. Even such a guy was killed by Luo Ye with just 2 knives, so it is obvious what kind of fate these people will have. At this moment, one of the supernovas, Skulikman Apu, saw that Luo Ye was approaching the other 2 supernovas, gritted his teeth and used the fastest speed in his life to move towards the wall just now. The big hole that broke out rushed through. Apu has already made a decision, as long as he can escape successfully this time. The next time you encounter a terrifying monster like Luo Ye, you must take a detour and stay far away. However, his abacus is about to run out. Luo Ye raised his eyes to look at Apu who was running and muttered. Today, the so-called supernova is really going to lose half of it. There are only 5 supernovas present, Kid and Kira have been killed, and the remaining 3 are absolutely impossible to escape. After today, I am afraid that those pirates who come to Sabo Archipelago and want to go to the New World, and then want to stay in Sabo Archipelago, I am afraid they will have to weigh it carefully. Moreover, this restaurant should also become a forbidden place for pirates in the future. After all, this is Luo Ye's favorite place in Sabo Archipelago. Advertisement, C. Luo Ye stared at Skulikman Apu who was fleeing, and slammed Yanmo down in his hand. Immediately, a slash chased the direction in which Apu fled at a very fast speed. Apu has always been very sensitive to sound, and now he heard the cutting sound coming from behind him. His face changed greatly, and he hurriedly dodged. But just when he left the original trajectory, the slash swung by Luo Ye just arrived at his landing spot and slammed into his back. Bang! Apu rolled back and forth in the air, and when he finally landed, he turned his head and looked at Luo Ye who was approaching in horror. He didn't know how Luo Ye knew the direction he was changing. No matter how stupid Apu was, he wouldn't think that Luo Ye's slash could only be hit by accident. Luo Ye is not surprised by this. With his current control over observation hockey, it is very basic to be able to make such a profit. Luo Ye, who came to Apu, didn't talk nonsense with him. In his horrified eyes, he directly swept Yanmo across Apu's neck. The other 2 supernovas in the restaurant were even more alarmed when they saw such a scene. The strength is not as good as Kid, and the speed is not as fast as Apu. Both of them had already died under Luo Ye's sword, not to mention them. The 2 supernovas looked at Luo Ye, who turned around and walked towards them, and fell to the ground in a heartbeat. Mr. Admiral, please forgive me. I will never be a pirate again, or you will kill all of my men. All the evil things they have done along the way are done by them. I have nothing at all. Get your hands on it. Compared with losing their lives, these 2 would rather be imprisoned. At least they could survive that way, but if Luo Ye's knife really fell, then they would have no way to survive. Luo Ye couldn't help frowning when he saw the 2 of them showing their ugliness. Luo Ye doesn't know how many pirates he has killed over the years, and naturally there are some who beg for mercy, but Luo Ye has never seen a guy like them. In order to survive, let Luo Ye kill his subordinates and say everything. Such a guy is really. Luo Ye even felt that he would be unhappy if he touched them. At this moment, Gion stood up abruptly on the side, pulled out Jinpira from his waist and chopped it down. Advertisement: the 2 supernovas that were wailing constantly lost their signs of life in an instant and fell to the ground. Seeing such a scene, Luo Ye couldn't help but raise his brows, only to see Gion speak. It's better for me to kill such a guy. Luo Ye felt a little funny when he heard Gion Tsunere's words. Obviously aware of his own thoughts, he took the initiative to act on these 2 guys, but he didn't want to admit such thoughts. Having known Gion for so long, Luo Ye thinks her side seems quite cute. The matter here is settled. Should the date continue? Luo Ye took Yanmo back, looked at Gion and asked with a smile. Of course we have to continue, but I want to see if there are any guys who don't have long eyes and want to stop our date. I used to travel with Luo Ye, all for missions. Now that I have finally come out with him on a date alone, I have met so many unattractive guys. If Luo Ye didn't want to kill them personally, Gion would have been unable to hold back. After all, compared to her figure, Gion's personality has always been equally hot. After listening to Gion's words, Luo Ye smiled and didn't refuse. Since she had already agreed to her, Luo Ye naturally wouldn't take the initiative to ask 2.6 to end the date at this time. Compared to Marineford, Sabo Archipelago is naturally more interesting. Looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, the restaurant that was originally silent suddenly became hot. Sure enough, these supernovas have no resistance at all in front of the real powerhouses. You don't even look at who the opponent they met, that is the Marine Admiral who can kill the 4 emperors. The fate of these guys is too tragic. The pirate career has ended before New World. Hey, aren't you a problem with your brain? You actually sympathize with these pirates who do evil? You know that if it wasn't for Mr. Admiral just now, I'm afraid all of us would be affected by the battle of these pirates. There is no such thing, I just said casually. Feeling the angry eyes of everyone, the man quickly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Chapter 92, Sengoku. I'm used to doubting life. Anything that happens to Sabo Archipelago has always spread the fastest. Luo Ye's killing of those supernovas a few days ago has already been published in the newspapers. For Luo Ye, the most popular Marine Admiral recently, those newspapers have never been stingy with ink. Silver Eagle Admiral has become the Marine Admiral that pirates don't want to meet. Sengoku couldn't help laughing at the headline in the newspaper in his hand. Sakazuki, Kuzan and Pulsalino, who have been busy catching pirates recently, were completely overshadowed by Luo Ye. The three of them were obviously busy, but Luo Ye went on a date with Gion and was able to do such a thing. But Sengoku is very happy to see such a situation. He has never doubted Luo Ye's style. After so many years, this kid's attitude towards pirates has not changed. Even Sengoku is wondering, if Luo Ye encounters Whitebeard, Big Mom, and red-haired Shanks, will he be able to kill those guys? If such a thing can really be done, then the sea will be much calmer in the future. But to be on the safe side, Sengoku thinks it's best not to make such an attempt. After all, the death of just one Kaido has made New World so chaotic. If the other three guys also died, I am afraid that the chaos will increase by several levels. If you want to do such a thing, you still have to strengthen Marine's power. Sengoku shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart. In the past, it was because of the four emperors of the New World that they never died, but now their attitude has changed into this. Sengoku felt that he was still a little too greedy. Sengoku raised his head to look at Luo Ye, who was sitting lazily opposite him, and couldn't help frowning. This kid is good everywhere, he just became like this in front of him. Thanks to Luo Ye going out on a mission like a different person, otherwise Sengoku would really wonder if he was infected by that B******** deep Luzolino. If Kizaru knew what was in Sengoku's mind, he would probably shout injustice in front of him. Luo Ye, do you have a good solution to the current chaotic situation in New World? Sengoku didn't want the New World to continue like this in the future, otherwise, it would still be a bit stretched just relying on Marine's power. Originally, he was just not happy to see Luo Ye's performance, and Sengoku didn't intend to get the answer from Luo Ye's mouth. To his surprise, Luo Ye pondered for a while after hearing this question, and actually answered. If you want to control the growth of New World pirates, the best solution is to start from the four seas. Advertisement: arrest all those ambitious guys in the world who want to go to the New World to do evil, and there will only be fewer and fewer pirates in the New World in the future. What's more, pirates from all over the world only have talent at most, and it takes a lot of time to grow up. Luo Ye, who said these words, didn't even adjust his sitting posture. Still sitting in front of Sengoku with that lazy look, but looking at Sengoku with a slightly weird look. The death of Kaido of the Beasts, who was the four emperors, caused not only the turmoil of the New World pirates, but also all the pirates of the four seas when they heard the news. Otherwise, Luo Ye wouldn't be able to meet those new generation pirates in a restaurant in Sabo archipelago. However, the old man Sengoku has only been staring at the pirates of the New World recently, completely ignoring the new generation of pirates who came from the four seas. If they are allowed to go on like this, it will only give those pirates more time to grow, and even if there will be no new four emperors by then, there will definitely be a lot of big pirates. Luo Ye didn't want to waste his time on this kind of guy. Luo Ye said it very casually, but Sengoku was stunned when he heard these words. During this period of time, he was really overwhelmed by the news from all over the New World. There were evil pirates everywhere, which made Marine's warships tired. But even so, Sengoku can only continue to assign people to suppress those pirates. As a result, such a difficult problem was solved by Luo Ye's light words. You must know that the pirates of the four seas are different from the pirates of the New World, and they are much worse than the pirates of the New World in terms of strength and experience. Dealing with pirates of this level is much easier than those guys in New World. And if this is done, the number of New World pirates will only decrease in the future. Even at that time, the influence of killing the four emperors will definitely not be as great as this time. Sengoku took a deep breath and stared at Luo Ye with wide eyes. You have such a method, why didn't you say it earlier? Hearing this, Luo Ye pouted secretly. Did you ask me before? This is really not Luo Ye's intention not to say. I always thought that Sengoku would have a better way. As a result, I didn't expect that the old man really didn't think of such a coping method. It seems that even the resourceful general will be confused as he gets older. When Sengoku wanted to shout angrily, Luo Ye spoke again. By the way, East Blue doesn't need to use this method anymore. The last time I went back to see Smoker, I asked him to start cleaning up East Blue's pirates, and now he should be almost done. Advertisement. Hearing this, Sengoku's aura suddenly stagnated. Luo Ye asked for leave as soon as he became an admiral some time ago, but Sengoku didn't approve it at all. As a result, the kid returned to East Blue on a warship. At that time, Sengoku didn't complain in front of Garp because of this, but he actually did such a thing without any hesitation. This was completely unexpected by Sengoku. As for Smoker, Sengoku was equally clear. This guy's strength is still good, but because of his unpleasant personality, he was sent to East Blue to guard the hometown of Roger's Logue Town. Even last time, because Luo Ye killed the colonel of the Marine Division, he made a special call to ask. With his shot, the weak East Blue pirates would not have the strength to defeat him at all. In this way, as long as the pirates in the remaining three seas need to be dealt with, the 687 New World will become more and more calm in the future. By the way, didn't the two boys Ace and Sabo go back to East Blue? Why haven't they come back yet? Sengoku frowned and asked Luo Ye. How'd I know? You can just call them and ask. Luo Ye pouted and said. Hearing this, Sengoku only felt a little heartache. This guy Luo Ye doesn't have to do it himself, his brothers actually started to learn from him. Sengoku is very optimistic about these two boys who have just been promoted to Rear Admiral. With their two talents, they should not have much problem growing into Marine Admiral in the future. Can't let them learn from Luo Ye badly. Sengoku glared at Luo Ye and began to call them. Is it Ace? I'm Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, I'm Ace, what's the matter? Where are you now and why haven't you returned to Marineford? Oh, we've been busy dealing with pirates along the way, but we'll be returning to Marineford soon. By the way, Marshal Sengoku, please tell Luo Ye, this time we brought two people back together, 99. With two people? Sengoku had some doubts in his heart and couldn't help but glance at Luo Ye, wondering why Ace asked him to tell Luo Ye. But that's not the most important thing. Sengoku urged the phone bug again. Return to Marineford as soon as possible, the old man has a task for you. Chapter 93, I want to defeat Luo Ye. Ace, Sabo and others finally got to experience the feeling of Luo Ye being urged by Sengoku. This feeling makes them feel a little novel. Of course, the novelty is only temporary. If they are really lucky to be like Luo Ye in the future, they will only feel helpless at Sengoku's urging. As for now, with the order of Marine Marshal Sengoku, they naturally can no longer be like before, and they must carefully look for pirates every time they pass by. On this trip to East Blue, they got a lot of scorn from Smoker. Although the pirates of East Blue were buried in their hands to help Smoker go to the New World as soon as possible, Smoker, who likes to fight, still hopes that he can capture those pirates by himself. Even if those pirates are not strong at all, they can make Smoker more proficient in combat experience. But Ace and Sabo didn't have any idea of handing over these pirates to Smoker. This is the first time I lead a warship alone, how can I not cherish this opportunity? Especially the Luffy guy, who's been stuck in training camp for so long, and now he's finally getting a full vent. Marshal Sengoku said he has a mission for us when we go back. Ace, who hung up the phone, spoke to the people beside him. Ace's face was full of excitement. This time back to East Blue, although he killed a lot of pirates with his own hands, with his current strength, it is not difficult at all to deal with those guys. For Ace, these battles have improved his strength even more than the loss to Jack the Drow. Sabo also has this feeling, these pirates of East Blue can no longer be accepted by them. Hearing the words of Marshal Sengoku now, of course, cannot avoid being excited. I have long wanted to fight against the big pirates of New World, and now I finally have such a chance. Ace, Sabo, I'm going with you too. The old man Zephyr didn't look down on his strength, and Luffy wanted to prove it to him, even if it was the pirates of the New World, Luffy would not lose to them. Hearing this, Ace and Sabo looked at each other, and at the same time they thought of making fun of Luffy. Ace said with a straight face. Luffy, what we want to capture are those powerful pirates in New World. With your current strength, you are not their opponent. Yes, so I think you might as well go back to the training camp to learn how to fight with Mr. Zephyr, and then go to New World with us after a while. Yeah Luffy, Mr. Zephyr needs less than 5 points to defeat you. Do you think you are the opponent of those pirates? 99? Advertisement. The two persuaded Luffy one by one. Listening to the two of them, Luffy's eyes widened instantly, not understanding why these two guys became so shameless. Luffy is now very aware of Zephyr's strength, even if Ace and Sabo join forces, they will not be his opponent. But just like that, they were able to say the words to let themselves go back to the training camp. It's hard to get out of there, Luffy doesn't want to go back and continue to be beaten every day. Just then, a Marine suddenly ran in front of them and asked Sabo, who had been promoted to Marine Rear Admiral. Mr. Rear Admiral, the town of Moku is ahead, do you need to go to buy supplies? Did you get here so soon? Sabo was slightly taken aback when he heard this. As long as it's traveling with Ace, Sabo has the final say in this kind of thing, and of course there will be no exceptions this time. There are not many materials on the warship. If you don't want to stop on the road, you can only purchase them nearby. So Moku Town naturally became the best choice. Dock the warship at Moku Town, 99. Sabo looked at the sailor and said solemnly, yes. Naturally, the Navy who received the order did not stop, and trotted to convey Sabo's order. And Sabo, who had done all this, turned his head and said, let's go to Moku Town to see if there are any evil pirates here, and if there are any, take them out. 35. Of course, when Sabo speaks, everyone will not have any opinions. After all, Sabo is considered to be the person with the highest IQ in this group. Ace suddenly seemed to think of something, looked at Sabo and said, by the way, Sabo, I heard before that you can go to a Sky Island from here. I don't know if this rumor is true. Sky Island. Hearing this, Luffy's face was instantly filled with excitement, he was the most wanted to reach such a place. Sabo felt the expressions of everyone looking at him, and frowned. That's not good, didn't Marshal Sengoku say let's return to Marineford as soon as possible? Ace he said with a smile. Advertisement? What's the matter, it's not like you don't know how Luo Ye did in the past, we are learning from Luo Ye at most. Besides, even if you go to Sky Island, it will definitely not be delayed for long, and you will never miss the battle with the New World pirates. Hearing this, Luffy nodded in agreement. Luffy had no idea about Sengoku's order. Sabo looked at the two of them and could only reluctantly compromise. But the three of them weren't the only ones on the warship this time. Sabo turned his head and asked the two behind him. If you go to Sky Island, it shouldn't delay your business, right? Of course not, I just want to see Mr. Admiral and see if I can help him with my sailing skills. It doesn't matter, I'm going to challenge Luo Ye. The newspapers say that he is the #1 swordsman in the world, and I want to defeat him. Sabo automatically filtered out the latter sentence. If Luo Ye was really that easy to beat, then the three of them wouldn't have been beaten up by Luo Ye for so many years. A man like him has never tried to lose, Marineford. Sengoku put the hung-up phone bug aside and looked at Luo Ye and complained. Luo Ye, look, these two boys are starting to learn from you now, and I'm afraid they will do the same as you in the future. Don't take the old man's orders to heart. Zan, Wang Qianzhao, said that he, the Marine Marshal, is really too hard. It wasn't enough to have Luo Ye, a Marine Admiral who didn't obey orders. Now there are two more Marine Rear Admiral like him. Not only that, but Sengoku knew very well that Garp's grandson, the kid named Luffy, would be like Garp and Luo Ye in the future. With such a character in charge, Sengoku never felt that Marshal Marine would do it so hard. Luo Ye, who just stood up and stretched, pouted when he heard Sengoku's words. What do these guys do? What does it have to do with me, and I didn't let them do it? If you want me to say, it's because of you, Marshal Marine. After speaking, Luo Ye turned and left the Marshal's office before Sengoku could react. Rather than stay here with the old man Sengoku, it is better to go to Gion to talk about life and ideals. Sengoku looked at the closed office door and fell into a confused state again. Chapter 94, Draw the Sword, Attack Me. There was nothing wrong with what Sengoku had guessed. The two boys, Ace and Sabo, didn't arrive at Marineford as quickly as they said. In order not to let the two of them continue to learn from Luo Ye, the guy who made him mad, Sengoku didn't stop urging them these days. Finally, thanks to Sengoku's tireless efforts, they returned to Marineford. In order to teach these guys a deep lesson, Sengoku did not meet them directly, but wanted to take this opportunity to make them reflect on themselves. But Sengoku's idea basically fell through, because they didn't care about it at all. Instead, he went directly to where Luo Ye was. After all, he came with them this time, but there were others. Luo Ye, we're back. The three brothers came to Luo Ye and shouted excitedly. Acting as a mascot in the training camp, Luo Ye, who inspired the recruits, turned around when he heard this. Seeing the two people beside the three brothers, Luo Ye couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Mr. Admiral, long time no see. Nami looked at Luo Ye with a bright smile and said hello. Nami originally planned to come to Marineford. The 687 thieves of the Evil Dragon Sea had already been wiped out by Luo Ye, so she naturally didn't need to continue to be trapped in that sea area. Although they have only been with Luo Ye for a while, Nami is more than grateful to Luo Ye. This time I came on a warship to see if Luo Ye needed someone with navigation skills. Although Luo Ye was a little surprised when he first saw her, he quickly reacted. Nami, why did you come to Marineford with them? Hearing this, Nami raised his clenched fist and said. I'm here to help you catch those damn pirates. Because Luo Ye came to this world, it was not because of Luffy that Kokoyaksi village was rescued. Of course, she would not have the slightest affection for pirates. As for Luo Ye, the person who helped her, Nami is of course very willing to help her catch the pirates in turn. Although it was of no use in combat, Nami felt that at least the knowledge of sailing he possessed would still be of some use. Getting such an answer, Luo Ye nodded knowingly. Advertisement. Before going out to perform missions, the warships will naturally be equipped with seamen who are proficient in navigation knowledge. Although Nami has written down a lot of such knowledge, CECG, in comparison, the practice is much different. In the future, if Nami really surpassed those in Marine, Luo Ye certainly wouldn't mind letting her help him. As for the other one, Luo Ye was even more surprised when he saw it. Sabo introduced with a very strange expression. He's a bounty hunter in East Blue, but because of Smoker's actions during this time, it's more difficult for him to make a living. 35. I originally wanted to go to New World to fight the pirates, but after hearing about our relationship, I came with us. 5. Speaking of this, Sabo's face was full of helplessness. Nami was fine, after all, she had known Luo Ye before, so there was no problem with bringing her here. But this bounty hunter was different. No matter how they refused or persuaded him, he didn't seem to give up the idea of challenging Luo Ye. I don't even know what it is for. At this moment, the bounty hunter in Sabo's mouth suddenly grabbed the saber at his waist and looked at Luo Ye and said. Silver Eagle Admiral, my name is Roronoa Zoro. My goal is to become the strongest swordsman in the world. Originally, I wanted to go to the New World to challenge Mihawk, but I heard that now you are the real world's strongest swordsman. 35. So, please accept my challenge. Hearing Zoro's words, the three brothers and Nami on the side couldn't help but feel a little pity in their hearts. They all knew Luo Ye's terrifying strength, but they didn't expect Zoro to challenge him as soon as he arrived at Marineford. Especially the three brothers who had been beaten for many years, they only hope that Luo Ye will not hit hard, otherwise Zoro will definitely pay a heavy price. That's right, the other person who surprised Luo Ye was Roronoa Zoro. I really did not expect that two members of the original Luffy ship would come here. 35. The corners of Luo Ye's mouth twitched slightly, because his arrival really changed the trajectory of too many people. Hawkeye didn't go to East Blue because of Marine's call, and Zoro naturally didn't know the huge gap between him and the real powerhouse. Luo Ye certainly knew about those remarks that he was the real strongest swordsman in the world. But Luo Ye didn't care about it either. Advertisement. If it is really compared to swordsmanship, the current Luo Ye is a little better than Hawkeye, but in other respects, Hawkeye is much inferior to Luo Ye. After Luo Ye glanced at Zoro, he turned his attention to the recruits who were training in the training camp. Rorinoa Zoro, do you think you would be my opponent? 35. Zoro was silent. On the way to Marineford, they encountered a lot of pirates, but they were easily dealt with by the Marine Rear Admiral Ace and Sabo. There were even some opponents that even the two of them couldn't beat, especially the grinning Blackbeard he met in Mochatown. The guy Ace and Sabo couldn't beat together, and Zoro didn't have any confidence. But in the mouths of Ace and Sabo, if that guy meets Luo Ye, there is absolutely no possibility of him living. This was also the fundamental reason why Blackbeard didn't kill them after defeating them. Such a powerful guy has to give in because of Luo Ye. Is such an opponent really something he can defeat now? Thinking of this, Zoro suddenly woke up, shook his head, looked at Luo Ye with a serious face and said, "Even if I'm not your opponent now, I want to see what the difference is with the strength of the real powerhouse." Zoro, who said these words, had an extremely firm tone. If he didn't dare to draw his sword because his opponent was strong, how could he fulfill his promise back then? The strongest swordsman in the world, Zoro has been working hard for this goal all these years, and has never slacked off. Hearing Zoro's answer, Luo Ye nodded secretly. Such Zoro is the guy in his mind, but with his current strength, it is still a bit whimsical to challenge Luo Ye.
In that case, draw your knife and attack me. Luo Ye didn't even look back, just said lightly. Hearing this, Zoro couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then his heart was instantly filled with anger. Even if he is not this guy's opponent, he won't humiliate me like that.
Since you are so arrogant, let me see if your strength is so terrifying. Zoro clenched the handle and the letter tightly, holding the third-generation goosh obtained from Lobe Town in both hands and followed Shui, staring at Luo Ye's back.
Suddenly, Zoro kicked his feet, and his whole body rushed towards Luo Ye fiercely. Chapter 95, Zoro, I will never lose again in the future.
Luo Ye, who was watching recruits from the training camp, knew Zoro's movements clearly, and even where he was going to attack, Luo Ye knew very well. Feeling such a difference in strength, Luo Ye couldn't help shaking his head slightly. Because of his own reasons, Luffy did not go out to sea to be a pirate, so Zoro has been nesting in the weak sea area of East Blue all this time. Although Zoro is now a bounty hunter, he will take the head of a pirate in exchange for a bounty. But with the pirates in East Blue, there is no real powerhouse. Even if there are some outstanding ones, I am afraid they have already been killed by the smoker guy. For a swordsman like Zoro, it is difficult to improve his strength without going through many battles. Speaking of which, it would be nice to have this guy Zoro also become Marine. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Ye couldn't help but slightly hook the corner of his mouth. For the current Luo Ye, perhaps only the 4 emperors and those powerful pirates are worthy of Luo Ye's shot. As for the rest of the guys, Ace, Sabo, Luffy, and the rest are enough to do it with their hands. Even if Luo Ye wanted to make a move, the old man Sengoku would not agree. After all, dispatching Admiral to deal with those low-end pirates would be a bit too much. As for this guy Zoro, let him recognize the reality first. When Zoro rushed behind Luo Ye and was about to attack this now known as the strongest swordsman in the world, Zoro suddenly found that Luo Ye had disappeared in place. The next moment, Luo Ye's calm voice sounded behind him. I told you, with the strength you have now, let alone me, even those pirates in New World can easily defeat you. What Luo Ye said was right, but it changed completely in Zoro's ears. The pirates that Zoro encountered in East Blue before can be easily solved. He thinks that even if his strength is far behind Luo Ye, it will never be the case now. As a swordsman, he can't attack the enemy at all. How can Zoro accept such a thing? My goal is to become the strongest swordsman in the world. How could I be reduced to this level? Zoro took a deep breath and stared at Luo Ye in front of him. Ghost slash. Zoro's hands holding third-generation Onikiru and Yuki crossed, and he slashed to clamp the enemy, and the words in his mouth were to block the gap for the enemy to escape. In East Blue, whenever Zoro used this move, he could easily defeat his chosen pirate. This time, I don't expect to be able to hurt Luo Ye, just need to be able to attack him. And Luo Ye didn't dodge like before this time. For Zoro, who is now arrogant, it would be a good thing to give him a heavy blow. Luo Ye did not pull out Yanmo from his waist, but raised his right hand, with the index and middle fingers together, and the other 3 fingers curled up. Zoro, who was running towards Luo Ye, was even more angry when he saw him doing this. Advertisement, do you know who your opponent is now? Zoro roared angrily, speeding up again and rushing towards Luo Ye. Zoro wants to let this arrogant guy know that he wants to become the world's strongest swordsman, not just talking. Boom. How? How is it possible? Zoro stared at Luo Ye in a stunned manner. He actually only had 2 fingers to block his own ghost. How powerful this guy is. Zoro, who was stunned for a while, quickly reacted and slashed at Luo Ye with his knives one after another. He didn't even know where he was going to attack Luo Ye. But that's it, Luo Ye just waved his right hand lightly up and down, and even blocked Zoro's attack. Seeing that he had no plans to stop attacking, Luo Ye couldn't help frowning. His expression fell into the eyes of the 3 brothers beside him, making the 3 of them swallow their saliva. Luo Ye would show such an expression every time he wanted to beat them violently, which had made the 3 of them into a habit. As long as he saw Luo Ye in this state, he couldn't help but hide away. Now it seems that this guy Zoro will definitely be beaten. All 3 looked at Zoro, who was still attacking with pity. At this moment, Luo Ye suddenly slashed Zoro towards himself and raised the knife high, and directly rushed to Zoro's side. Boom! 99 The third generation Goosh fell directly from Zoro's hand, and Zoro looked at Luo Ye in horror. Is this the strength of the world's strongest swordsman? Even though he didn't even draw his saber, he could hurt me with just his fingers. 35. Zoro looked down at the bleeding wound on his arm. In fact, he also knew very well in his heart that this was Luo Ye's mercy. Otherwise, if Luo Ye really wanted to kill him just based on the situation just now, I'm afraid it would not be his arm but his neck. But even so, I can't lose. Zoro picked up the third generation ghost on the ground, full of unwillingness in his heart. It would be fine if he was just defeated by Luo Ye, but he couldn't even hold the saber in his hand. As a swordsman, how could he throw away the saber in his hand? Zoro turned around and launched a messy attack on Luo Ye again. However, the things that he had promised with Kuina appeared in his mind involuntarily. Obviously, it has already been agreed that one of the two must become the strongest swordsman in the world, but Kuina died unexpectedly. Of course, Zoro will not give up this agreement because of this. He wants to become the strongest swordsman in the world, let the whole world resound his name, and let Kuina know that he will do what Zoro promised, even if he has to pay any price for it. For Flowers' advertisement moreover, the word Zoro is using now is Kuina's original saber. How could Zoro be willing to lose to Luo Ye like this? Luo Ye felt the gradually changing momentum of Zoro, and couldn't help but nodded slightly. Luo Ye's current thoughts are the same as Hawkeye's back then. After finally having such an interesting man, Luo Ye doesn't want to end his life just like that. Roronoa Zoro, give up your original idea and improve your strength honestly. Having said this, Luo Ye pulled out Yanmo from his waist. Since he was determined to give Zoro a blow, it was the best way to make him fully aware of the gap. Zoro's heart sank when he saw Luo Ye finally draw out his saber, but he didn't have the slightest idea of retreating. If he retreated, it would be disrespectful to the agreement he made with Kuina. 3 Swords Profound Truth. 35. Sword Flash. The recruits in the training camp turned their attention to this side early. Although they were disdainful of the guy who challenged Admiral, they were still very excited to see Admiral make a move. Under their shocked eyes, the positions of Luo Ye and Zoro changed instantly. At this time, Luo Ye had also put Yanmo back on his waist. Just when they were puzzled by this, the guy who challenged Admiral fell directly to the ground, and what surprised them even more was that one of his swords actually shattered. Boom! Zoro watched the broken snow go away, and the pain in his chest, and couldn't help closing his eyes. Is this what it's like to lose? Kuina, I really seem to be missing my appointment. 35. Just when Zoro thought he was going to die, Luo Ye's voice suddenly came. Roronoa Zoro, with your current strength, wanting to become the world's #1 swordsman is completely foolish, but I agree with your belief. In the future, I will wait for you to challenge at any time. Zoro on the ground began to gasp heavily when he heard this, and he understood Luo Ye's words. Luo Ye didn't want to kill him at all, but wanted to see his growth with his own eyes. That being the case, when I think my strength is enough to challenge you, I will definitely defeat you, and before that, I will never lose again. 35. Luo Ye couldn't help laughing listening to Zoro's rhetoric. Back then, Ace, Sabo and Luffy said the same thing, but it's not very honest now. Since he has such an idea, Luo Ye will naturally wait for his challenge. It's just defeat, Luo Ye hasn't experienced it. However, unlike Zoro, Luo Ye challenged Admiral Kuzan when he first entered the training camp. On the first day, he walked out of the training camp to compete with the red-haired Shanks. After so long, if they fight again, they are no longer Luo Ye's opponents. Chapter 96, Business, Blackbeard Teach. No one was surprised by Zoro's defeat. However, the words he said after his defeat, as well as the unmistakable faith in his speech, made many people look at him. The 3 brothers on the other side looked at Zoro very strangely. At first, when the 3 of them were beaten by Luo Ye, they would also release such harsh words, and they would not be taught a more painful lesson later, and they finally realized that Luo Ye was not something they could defeat at all. Right now, at most, they are thinking about improving their strength faster, so that the gap with Luo Ye will not be pulled so far. As for surpassing Luo Ye, the 3 of them have already given up on this idea. Now hearing Zoro's rhetoric, it will inevitably remind them of their naive self. I just hope that this guy will not be hit to the point of collapse in the days to come. Luo Ye glanced at Zoro on the ground and said calmly. If you want to improve your strength, you can only fight without stopping. If you really want to become the strongest swordsman in the world, then follow them to New World to catch pirates. Zoro, who was gasping for breath, couldn't help but froze for a moment when he heard this, and then thought carefully. Luo Ye's words Zoro agrees very much, even his teacher said the same thing at the beginning. Moreover, it's not just that he is strengthening his strength. Will Luo Ye be fixed at this level in the future? Zoro won't think so naively. What's more, I have been a bounty hunter in East Blue before, and it seems that it is no big deal to continue fighting pirates in New World. Luo Ye didn't ask him to join Marine anyway, so Zoro felt that he had no reason to refuse. Okay, when I feel that I am strong enough in the future, I will definitely challenge you again. At that time, I will definitely defeat you and become the strongest swordsman in the world. Luo Ye shook his head as if he didn't hear what Zoro said later. Perhaps in his opinion, although Luo Ye can easily defeat him, the difference in strength between the two is not insurmountable. Zoro will understand this later. At this time, Sabo saw that the matter had settled, and walked slowly to Luo Ye. Luo Ye, we met a pirate when we came back, but we didn't succeed in killing him. Okay. Hearing this, Luo Ye couldn't help raising his eyebrows. According to their strength, if they hadn't encountered the big pirates of New World, there shouldn't be any way to defeat each other. In the end, Sabo said something like this, what the hell is going on? Advertisement. Luo Ye's eyes turned on several people and found that they all bowed their heads in shame. In this way, it should be that they joined hands and failed to defeat each other, otherwise they would not have such an attitude. Luo Ye asked, what's going on? Hearing Luo Ye's question, Sabo couldn't help showing a bit of embarrassment on his face. The opponent was separated from the Whitebeard pirates some time ago, Blackbeard Teach. We originally thought we could defeat that guy, but we didn't expect him to be so strong. Blackbeard Teach? Hearing him say that, Luo Ye immediately understood. You know that Teach guy can even leave a scar on the face of the redhead Shanks, not to mention the boys. If you follow the trajectory in the original book, I'm afraid that Boy Ace has been defeated by Teach at this time and handed over to Marine to start the Summit War. However, due to the arrival of Luo Ye, Ace did not join the Whitebeard pirates, and of course Teach would not know Ace's true identity. But since Teach has beaten them all, why does it seem like none of these guys are hurt? This is totally out of the way of the guy at Blackbeard Teach. Under Luo Ye's gaze, Sabo's face in front of him became even more embarrassed. Luo Ye said casually before, saying that if they encountered Blackbeard Teach, they should not fight him because with their current strength, they would not be the opponent of that guy at all. In the end, when they actually met Teach, everyone forgot about Luo Ye's words. Originally, they thought that if they joined forces, they would definitely be able to defeat Teach, but the reality taught them a very painful lesson. In the end, Sabo spoke with difficulty. Blackbeard seems to know our relationship with you, so he didn't kill us, otherwise. Sabo didn't say anything after that, but everyone present was very clear. This time they totally took a life. If it wasn't for Blackbeard's fear of Luo Ye, they would all be buried in Moku Town. And this is the most unacceptable point for them. Obviously, they no longer need to follow Luo Ye and be protected by him, but in the end, it is because of Luo Ye's name that he can save his life. This made both Ace and Sabo full of unwillingness, and even determined that when they met Blackbeard again, they must kill the damned guy with their own hands. Advertisement. Of course, the two of them would not dare to say these words, otherwise they must be greeted with a very painful lesson. At that time, Zoro will probably understand that the way Luo Ye treated him just now is nothing at all. Hearing Sabo's explanation, Luo Ye frowned and glanced at Ace and Sabo. Luffy, Zoro and Nami didn't say anything. The three of them didn't have any concept at all, but these two boys didn't take their words to heart. Do you think that being promoted to Rear Admiral, your strength is already strong? Luo Ye's extremely calm words fell into the ears of Ace and Sabo, causing them to instantly tighten their bodies. One shook his head faster than the other in denial, for fear of offending Luo Ye again. However, in the end Luo Ye continued to speak. Since the two of you think that your strength is already very strong, please accompany me to practice these 2 days, so that I can maintain my strength and not regress. 35. Knew it, Ace and Sabo glanced at each other, and both could see that the other's face was ashen. Although I had long thought that Luo Ye knew that this matter would definitely not forgive them lightly, but he did not expect it to be this way. Compared with Luo Ye's sparring, they would rather lose at the hands of the pirates, because the feeling of being unable to resist at all is just too painful. But Sabo was obviously not overwhelmed by the news, and he didn't forget what Blackbeard said. That, after Blackbeard beat my 2.6s, let's go back to Marineford to get you a message. He said you should call him, saying there's something important to discuss. Blackbeard has something to talk to me about. Luo Ye almost laughed when she heard this. That guy doesn't know how he treats pirates, especially a very pure pirate like Teach. Luo Ye will not let it go. Luo Ye pondered for a moment and finally agreed, just to see what the guy wanted to say. Sabo handed the phone bug to Luo Ye's hand, holding his breath and listening quietly. Although he hated Blackbeard, he also wanted to know what happened to Blackbeard, and he wanted to discuss with Marine Admiral Luo Ye. As soon as the phone worm dialed, the other party picked it up, as if he had been waiting for Luo Ye's call. The thief, ha 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 ha, is that Marine's Silver Eagle Admiral? Chapter 97. Help Marine to attack the Whitebeard pirates? The thief, ha 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 ha, is that Marine's Silver Eagle Admiral? 99. There was excitement in Blackbeard's voice. The reason why he let go of the sailors on the warship was not only because he was afraid of Luo Ye's ability to kill Kaido without a single injury, but the most fundamental purpose was to get in touch with Luo Ye. After all, the wooden goal he wants to accomplish cannot be achieved only with his own strength. Luo Ye listened to the voice of Blackbeard Teach from the phone bug and said calmly. Teach, since you have already shot Marine's warship, you must be very aware of the consequences. Thief, ha ha ha, Silver Eagle Admiral, even if I didn't do anything to Marine, wouldn't you do it to me when you met me? What's more, after I learned about their relationship with you, I let them go. A kid. 5. Hearing this, Luo Ye glanced at these guys, only to see that their faces were full of shame. Presumably this time the team was still defeated by Blackbeard, which was a huge blow to these boys. However, Luo Ye has no plans to enlighten them. 24 will rely on himself if he wants to regain his confidence. He is always sheltered by me, and he will never become a real powerhouse. Perhaps the most typical example is the Whitebeard pirates. Even though Whitebeard is recognized as the strongest among the four emperors, it is because his name as the strongest man in the world is too loud, so that few of his sons are super powerful.
Luo Ye didn't want Ace, Sabo and Luffy to become like that. This is also the fundamental reason why Luo Ye let Luffy leave the training camp so quickly and let him follow Ace and Sabo to New World alone to catch pirates.
Thinking of these, Luo Ye shook his head slightly and said nothing. Instead, he spoke to the phone bug in a low voice. Teach, my time is not for nonsense with you, just say whatever you want. Teach wasn't at all surprised by his response. In Teach's heart, strong people, no matter what they do, are justified, and he, Teach, is working hard for this goal. The thief, as expected of the Silver Eagle Admiral, then I will say it straight. Advertisement, since the Beast's pirates have been destroyed, you probably don't want to keep the other 35. It's not like this. If you want to attack the Whitebeard pirates, I can help you. Marine doesn't need to pay any price, and I will definitely help Marine to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, 35. How about it, Mr. Admiral, do you think my proposal is good? Hearing Blackbeard Teach's remarks, Ace and others couldn't help but widen their eyes, and some didn't understand why Teach was so shameless. Although they have never played against the Whitebeard pirates, they have all heard of the Whitebeard pirate style. As long as they join their pirates, all members will be treated like family. This guy Teach killed one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and the announcement of his departure from the Whitebeard pirates was enough to surprise them. Unexpectedly, not only that, but Teach also wanted to team up with Marine to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Is there such a shameless guy? However, when they thought of Teach's pirate status, they were all relieved. It was not surprising that they would do such a thing as a pirate. Luo Ye was not surprised by Blackbeard's. He knew very well why Blackbeard wanted to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. The reason why Blackbeard hides in the Whitebeard pirates with an unremarkable identity is to get Dark Fruit, which can have two abilities at the same time. Now that Dark Fruit has been acquired by him, the natural next step is the Shock Fruit owned by Whitebeard. Blackbeard didn't catch Ace, the son of Roger, the Pirate King, as in the original book, which also prevented him from starting Summit War at all. With his current strength, even if he gets Dark Fruit, it is still unrealistic to defeat Whitebeard, so he can only think of this method and join forces with Marine to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. However, the best partner is, of course, Admiral Luo Ye, the Silver Eagle who killed Kaido. Originally, Blackbeard was still worried about how to contact Luo Ye, but he didn't expect that he would meet Ace's group. Blackbeard was so excited when he learned their identities. Blackbeard didn't think Luo Ye would reject his proposal. Luo Ye's way of dealing with pirates has already spread throughout the world, and Blackbeard is of course very clear about it. Even if it was just from the fact that he killed the Beast's pirates, he would definitely not let go of killing the four emperors if there was a chance. Advertisement Blackbeard believes that it is not a problem to become the new four emperors with his own strength, but there is only a lack of an opportunity. Destroying the Whitebeard pirates is obviously the best chance. Become the four emperors first, then reach Raftel, then he Blackbeard is the new One Piece. Just when Blackbeard was thinking about his future as One Piece, Luo Ye's cold voice suddenly came from the phone bug. Blackbeard, I don't care about the fight between you pirates. As long as it doesn't affect other people, I won't care even if you all die. If you want to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, I'd love to see that scene. But if Marine wants to take action against the Whitebeard pirates, he doesn't need the help of a guy like you. Luo Ye really wanted to personally see the strength of Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world. 690 But the old man Sengoku has no plans to take action against the other four emperors. After all, the death of one Kaido has already made New World so chaotic. If you add a Whitebeard, I'm afraid those pirates will be even more excited. Although Luo Ye proposed a plan to clean up the pirates from the four seas, it has just been implemented and has not yet achieved results. Even if Luo Ye wants to attack the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku will definitely stop it. In order to avoid causing the New World to fall into greater chaos, Luo Ye thinks it is better to take this idea slowly. But the words changed completely in Blackbeard's ears. In any case, he never thought that Luo Ye would refuse so bluntly, and even Blackbeard had already decided to take the initiative to become the 7 warlords of the sea, making preparations for the future 4 emperors. But Luo Ye's words directly disrupted all his plans. Blackbeard's heart instantly surged with anger. Why, Marine has no reason to reject my proposal. If you are going to attack the Whitebeard pirates, I will definitely help. Hearing Blackbeard's angry words, Luo Ye laughed. Teach, do you really think I don't know your true purpose? If you want to gain Whitebeard's abilities, why don't you attack the Whitebeard pirates first? I'm very happy to see this situation. Chapter 98, Black Knife Autumn Water, Another Harvest. As soon as Luo Ye's voice fell, Blackbeard, who was opposite the phone bug, was instantly stunned on the spot. There was a look of horror in the eyes of the phone bug. The fact that Dark Fruit can give him the ability to have a second fruit is Blackbeard's biggest reliance and secret. Originally thought that as long as this matter hadn't been exposed, no one would know about it, but Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, revealed Blackbeard's plan in one go, which made Blackbeard not panic. It's a pity that he thought about letting Marine and the Whitebeard pirates fight head-on, and in the end it was him who would get the most out of it. If he could really do such a thing, Blackbeard felt that it would be easy for him to become the new 4 emperors, and even more so for One Piece. However, how did Luo Ye know his thoughts? Blackbeard has never confided his heart to anyone. The thief haha. Mr. Admiral, what are you talking about? Why I don't understand. Blackbeard originally wanted to test if he really knew his biggest secret, but he didn't expect Luo Ye on the other side to hang up the phone as soon as he said this. Boom. Damn Marine. Damn Whitebeard. Damn you guys, 95. An angry Blackbeard teach smashed the phone bug in his hand. Not only did he fail to team up with Marine to attack the Whitebeard pirates this time, but he even revealed his biggest secret to the other party. Blackbeard felt that he must have been a very funny clown in Luo Ye's eyes. Wait, later Lousy will definitely kill all of you bloody bastards. Blackbeard's proposal had no appeal to Luo Ye. If Marine really wanted to attack the Whitebeard pirates, where would he need the help of a pirate like him? Before attacking the Beast's pirates and summoning Shichibukai, it was just to prove whether the organization of 7 warlords of the sea still needs to exist. If Marine really wants to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, it will definitely not be as heavy as in the original book. Because Luo Ye exists on the Marine side. After killing Kaido, Luo Ye's strength has increased a lot again. Even if he can't directly defeat Whitebeard, he will definitely not lose. What's more, based on the comparison of Whitebeard's physical quality with Luo Ye's, as long as Whitebeard can't defeat Luo Ye quickly, he will be at a disadvantage in a short time, or even be killed by Luo Ye directly. Advertisement after all, Whitebeard's current scars weren't left for good looks. But Luo Ye knew why he didn't attack the Whitebeard pirates now, but others didn't know that. Ace ran to Luo Ye and asked, Luo Ye, leave this damn Blackbeard to us, and next time we meet this guy, we will definitely kill him. This fiasco at the hands of Blackbeard was a very heavy lesson for them to no longer dare to underestimate the enemy. But they didn't lose their confidence because of this blow. Instead, they wanted to return all the humiliation they suffered this time the next time they met Blackbeard. Luo Ye glanced at Ace and said, let's talk about it when you have the ability in the future. I'll let you go to the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line, have you gone? Since he promised Kazuki Hiyori to send Kiyoshui to Wanokuni, these boys just wanted to go back to East Blue. Luo Ye naturally gave them the task. Even Moria died in his own hands, and naturally no one in the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line could stop them. Hearing Luo Ye's question, Ace hurriedly turned around to get the black knife Chu Shui obtained from the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line. Luo Ye, who took the autumn water, picked it up and looked at it, sighing that it is indeed Wanokuna's national treasure. Chu Shui belongs to the same level as the Yanmo owned by Luo Ye, and they are both famous knives in the 21st works of Dakue Dao. However, due to the particularity of Kiyoshui's previous owner, Ryoma, in Wanokuni, Kiyoshui's status in Wanokuni is much higher than that of Yanmo. This is also the fundamental reason why Kazuki Hiyori was so happy when he heard Luo Ye said that he would give her Kiyoshui. Now that the autumn water has been obtained, it can be regarded as a matter of abandonment. Luo Ye put Kiyoshui back into the scabbard, looked at Ace and said, when you go to the New World this time, bring this knife to Wanokuni to give to the woman you saw at the banquet last time, 35. Now that Sakazuki, Kuzan and Pulsalino have not returned to Marineford, Luo Ye naturally has no way to leave. As for returning the knife, just leave it to these boys. It can also let them take a trip and deter those pirates who coveted Kaido's original territory. Ace was a little surprised to hear this advertisement. Originally thought that the fiasco happened in the hands of Blackbeard, Luo Ye wouldn't let them go so easily, but he didn't expect that he didn't care about it this time. Ace and Sabo looked at each other and could see the joy in each other's eyes. Zoro, who had stood up beside him, was now staring blankly at the black knife Kiyoshui in Ace's hand. As early as the first time I saw this knife in the Devil's Triangle of the Grand Line, Zoro liked it very much, but the autumn water is not his trophy, and of course Zoro can't have it. It's a pity to hear Luo Ye's words now, such a good knife is about to be given to a woman. Luo Ye looked at the reactions of several people and said calmly. Okay, let's rest in Marineford first, and prepare for the New World. I'll go to Marshal Sengoku. Although he still did not agree to Blackbeard's joint plan, Luo Ye knew very well that Blackbeard would never give up Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Maybe it won't be long before Blackbeard will find a way to attack the Whitebeard pirates. If such a thing really happened, Luo Ye wouldn't mind killing both of them at once. Hearing Luo Ye's words, Ace and Sabo were excited at the same time. The pirates that, Wong Nuos, went to East Blue this time were too weak, and the two of them didn't have a good time at all, but Luffy let the guy vent his madness. As for the two of them, only the pirates of New World can raise their interest. Now, there is this opportunity right now. Just when Luo Ye turned to leave, Sabo suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute Luo Ye, we're back to East Blue this time, and we have another harvest, we think it's better to give it to you. Okay. Luo Ye stopped and turned around, not understanding what Sabo was talking about. Luo Ye originally only asked them to retrieve the Black Sword Autumn Water, and didn't expect them to do other things. Besides, there was nothing in East Blue's things that could arouse Luo Ye's interest. Just when Luo Ye was confused, Sabo suddenly took out a box from behind. What we're going to give you is in this box. 39 Chapter 99, Luo Ye's new Devil Fruit ability. Luo Ye, who was looking at the box, was even more confused. It's not like this is the treasure they got after killing the pirates, right? Luo Ye doesn't have much interest in treasures, it's impossible for these three boys not to know, but apart from this, Luo Ye really can't guess what they're going to give him. Luo Ye shook his head and stopped guessing, but directly opened the box in front of him. This is Devil Fruit, Luo Ye looked a little surprised at the devil fruit in the box and said. Just then, Sabo walked up to him and said, "We got this thunder fruit on Sky Island. The guy who claimed to be a god originally wanted to kill us all, but after being counter-killed, we found this devil fruit. Luo Ye, thanks to your care for so many years, in order to express our gratitude, we decided to give you this thunder fruit." Hearing this, Luo Ye fell silent. He really didn't expect these three boys to do such a thing. Thunder fruit can be said to be a very powerful fruit ability. Enel has not developed the real ability at all, otherwise he would not have been defeated by them so easily. The last time Luo Ye went back to East Blue, he thought about whether to go to Sky Island, but because of Sengoku's urging, Luo Ye could only give up the idea. Unexpectedly, the three of them brought thunder fruit back in the end. What surprised Luo Ye the most was that they chose to give this fruit to themselves, which was what really surprised Luo Ye.
In fact, it is not difficult to think about it. The appearance of Luo Ye changed the fate of the three of them. Ace and Luffy did not choose to be pirates, and Sabo did not join the Revolutionary Army because of amnesia.
The most important thing is that these three guys who originally aimed to become the Pirate King have already understood the evil of pirates very well. Even want to personally end this chaotic era. And the one who guided them to make all these decisions was naturally Luo Ye. Although Luo Ye has never stopped beating them up over the years, they are also very aware of why Luo Ye does this. It wasn't because Luo Ye was dissatisfied with the speed of their strength growth, so the three of them never complained to Luo Ye because of this. Now that they have such a powerful devil fruit, they naturally want to give Luo Ye the leader. Luo Ye's eyes turned back and forth on the three of them, and he couldn't help feeling a little relieved. After all, what he has done over the years has not been in vain. These three boys can still do it. Sensing that he was looking at him, Sabo hurriedly urged. "Hurry up and eat it. We also want to see how much stronger you with the ability of thunder fruit is compared to the self-proclaimed god from Sky Island." Sabo's remarks were unanimously agreed by Ace and Luffy. Such a powerful fruit ability would be a waste in Enel's hands. If it was Luo Ye, it would be infinitely stronger. Hearing their urging voices, Luo Ye couldn't help laughing and shaking his head, but in the end he didn't intend to reject their kindness. The reason why Blackbeard has a soft spot for dark fruit is because dark fruit allows him to obtain one more fruit ability. But for Luo Ye, who has a hunting system, the restriction that one person can only eat one devil fruit has no effect. Advertisement to know that he already has the lion fruit ability of Golden Lion. It seems to be good if he has another thunder fruit. Thinking of this, Luo Ye didn't hesitate any longer and took thunder fruit out of the box. As soon as thunder fruit entered, Luo Ye couldn't help frowning, because the devil fruit tasted too bad. This time did not last long, and when the taste in his mouth dissipated, Luo Ye closed his eyes and began to feel the power in his body. Thunder fruit is extremely powerful in terms of speed and power, and it is not even inferior to sparkling fruit in Paluzolino. Seeing Luo Ye close his eyes, Ace, Sabo and the others all looked at Luo Ye expectantly, expecting him to give a surprise. Even all the recruits in the training camp turned their attention to this direction. Although they didn't know what happened, they were still very curious about Luo Ye's performance as Admiral. At this moment, Zephyr on the other side also hurried over. He came up with the idea of Luo Ye coming to the training camp to motivate these recruits. Zephyr had already come here when I heard that someone was challenging Luo Ye here. For those guys who dare to challenge the strong, Zephyr is still very interested to see if they are stupid or have confidence in their own strength. I didn't expect to see such a scene when I arrived here. Luo Ye, what happened? Zephyr glanced at Luo Ye who was standing quietly with his eyes closed, turned his head and asked Sabo. He just ate a devil fruit. Devil fruit? Zephyr couldn't help staring at Sabo with wide eyes. With Luo Ye's strength, ordinary devil fruit would not have any effect on him at all, and it would even have some restrictions on Luo Ye. If not, how could Naval Headquarters not give Luo Ye devil fruit? In fact, because of the fruits stored in the headquarters, Luo Ye doesn't like it at all. But now he actually ate a devil fruit, which made Zephyr not surprised. Just when Zephyr wanted to ask Luo Ye what kind of fruit he ate, Luo Ye suddenly opened his eyes. Zephyr could see very clearly, and Luo Ye's eyes seemed to have a few flashes of light. At this moment, Luo Ye's body was suddenly enveloped by countless lightning bolts, and lightning flashed all over his body. CECG. Even if it was a powerful translation, when he felt the aura coming from Luo Ye, he couldn't help but change his color. He can now be very sure that the devil fruit Luo Ye ate is definitely of a very powerful level, otherwise this kind of mutation would never occur. Luo Ye ignored the shock on the faces of these people, but wiped it with both hands, and instantly a lightning bolt appeared in Luo Ye's right hand. Under Luo Ye's control, this thunderbolt turned into a sharp sword, and its momentum was even stronger than Pulsolino's Tiankong cloud sword. Luo Ye felt the power of the thunder sword in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Thunder fruit is worthy of being the top Logia. Even with Luo Ye's current strength, there will be a big improvement after having it. Luo Ye's arm flipped, and the thunder sword disappeared instantly. Zephyr also hurriedly asked. Luo Ye, what kind of devil fruit did you eat? The old man actually thinks it is no less than the sparkling fruit ability of that guy in Pulsolino. Luo Ye said with a smile. Advertisement, Thunderfruit, can be said to be the top of the Logia. Thunderfruit, Thunderbolt. With such ability, Luo Ye can be said to be even more powerful. In this way, I am afraid that the life of the New World pirates will only be more difficult in the future, and even the 4 emperors will not be Luo Ye's opponents. It's true that times have changed. Zephyr shook his head and left with a sigh. Ace, Sabo and Luffy couldn't help but stunned when they heard these words. They had been delighted that Luo Ye's strength had been greatly improved before. It is only now that I think about it, the strength gap between them and Luo Ye is getting bigger and bigger. If you don't want to see Luo Ye's back in the future, then you can only work harder. Luo Ye knows their thoughts very well, and is very happy to see them have such thoughts. Only in this way, the sea will not become more and more boring in the future. Speaking of which, Luo Ye turned around and walked to Zoro's side. Zoro stared at Luo Ye, not knowing what he wanted to do. For me now, this famous sword, Yan Mo, is useless, and I will give it to you in the future. Luo Ye untied Yan Mo from his waist and threw it to Zoro. Now this famous sword has become a chicken rib for Luo Ye. As Luo Ye's Master of Thunderfruit ability improves, the power of the Thunder Sword he summons will only become stronger. Rather than keep the Yan Mo that will not be used in the future, it is better to give it to this kid Zoro. Zoro was in a hurry as a result. Yan Mo, looking at Luo Ye, was full of astonishment. Originally, I was still worried about where to get a knife to replace the broken snow, but I didn't expect to get such a famous knife now, which was really beyond Zoro's expectations. Thank you, I will never fail this famous knife, and the name of this knife will definitely be resounding in the new world in the future. Zoro looked at Luo Ye's leaving back and shouted. Luo Ye listened to the voice behind him, and waved his hand without looking back. How far Zoro can grow in the future has little to do with him. Open the body properties panel. Open black lens bracket host. Luo Ye close black lens bracket, ability acquired. Basic Swordsmanship IV-26, Swordsmanship Sword Flash version 14, Swordsmanship Falling Snow LV-10, Taijutsu IV-21, Conqueror's Hakil 7, Armament Hakil 15, Observation Hakil 12. Special. Fluttering ability, Thundering ability. Activatable ability. None? Seeing that there is one more special ability column, Luo Ye nodded in satisfaction. The protagonist has Thunderfruit, how about Thunder Eagle as the title? Or is there a better way to say it? If there is no better, I will contact the editor tomorrow to revise. Also, is there a better name for the thunder sword used by the protagonist? I hope you can give me your opinion. Chapter 100, The Next Marshal Marine. Office of the Marshal. Sengoku, who was on business, couldn't help but stretch. Since Luo Ye gave a suggestion to clean up the Four Seas pirates that day, Sengoku turned his attention from New World to Four Seas. As long as the pirates in the Four Seas can be cleaned up, there will be fewer and fewer pirates in the New World in the future. This method can be said to save a lot of troops for the ministry, otherwise they would really have to keep running back and forth, New World. Thinking of this, Sengoku can't help but feel a little annoyed. Sengoku is satisfied with Luo Ye's strength, wisdom in various matters, and even the state of performing tasks. But after returning to Marineford, it will be like a different person. Whenever he sees Luo Ye at this time, Sengoku can't help but want to teach him a few words, and then Sengoku will be speechless by Luo Ye. Come. As a result, I still enjoy it every time I do it. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help shaking his head. Luo Ye still needs time to grow up, otherwise Sengoku wants to retire now and give up the position of marshal to Luo Ye. Sakazuki's thoughts and actions are too radical, not only killing the pirates, but even hurting Marine himself. Although Kuzan was a little better than him, he was still too lazy. As for the guy Pulsolino, Sengoku needless to say, no matter who the next Marine is to do, it will not be Pulsolino. But that guy destroyed the beast's pirates with Luo Ye, and it seems that there has been a lot of changes since he came back. Sengoku is still very relieved to see such changes. Only Luo Ye was Sengoku's favorite heir to Marshal Marine. Not only Sengoku himself, if Luo Ye is really announced as the next Marine Marshal, I am afraid that no one in the entire naval headquarters will have an opinion. Even Sakazuki, Kuzan and Pulsolino would agree to this proposal. After all, Luo Ye has already proven himself whether it is his strength or his way of dealing with pirates. The old man should continue to persist for a while until you really get used to it. Sengoku shook his head slightly and sighed. At this moment, the door of the office suddenly rang, and Sengoku couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw that the person who came was Luo Ye, Sengoku said angrily. Didn't that guy from Zephyr ask you to go to training camp to motivate recruits? Why did he come to me again? Sengoku also agrees with Zephyr's suggestion, advertisement. The arrival of Luo Ye can not only motivate the recruits in the training camp, but also make Luo Ye's image in their hearts more profound. Sengoku also did his best to help Luo Ye pave the way. After Luo Ye came to the marshal's office, he sat down directly opposite him. He was already so familiar with him that there was no need to engage in those formalisms. Ace and Sabo are back with a message. Humph. Sengoku pursed his lips and snorted coldly. Of course he knew that Ace and Sabo returned to Marineford on a warship, and the reason why they didn't see them was because these guys had already learned from Luo Ye. If it continues like this, there will definitely be at least two guys like Luo Ye that annoy him. Even if they end up like this, Sengoku would rather wait for Luo Ye to become Marshal Marine, then Sengoku can even see how this kid Luo Ye will deal with it. As for now, let them be honest. Luo Ye glanced at Sengoku, thinking that the older he gets, the more strange his temper becomes. Now even the old man Sengoku is starting to tsunere. I can't believe that this is the stereotyped old man back then. Luo Ye shook his head and stopped thinking about it, looked at Sengoku and said. When they came back, they met the guy who broke away from the Whitebeard pirates, Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard Teach? Sengoku was a little surprised to hear this. When he first heard that Teach had killed a division leader of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku even mocked that Whitebeard was too old to be majestic enough to deter his so-called sons. At that time Luo Ye said that Blackbeard Teach was not as simple as he thought, but Sengoku didn't take it to heart. Then, did they arrest Teach, or did they just kill him? Sengoku asked casually while flipping through the documents in his hand. Luo Ye shook his head slightly and said, neither, they were beaten by Teach. What? Sengoku was stunned when he heard this. He also knows the strength of the two boys Ace and Sabo. Although they were defeated by Kaido's disaster before, if it is now, it is uncertain who wins and who loses. Ask for flowers. Advertisement, but that's it, they still lost to that Blackbeard Teach? According to Marine's information, although Teach has been on Whitebeard's ship for many years, he is not even a squad leader. How strong can such a guy be? Sengoku frowned and said solemnly, what the hell is going on? Why did the two of them lose to a guy like Teach? Luo Ye gave Sengoku a strange look. I've told you before that Teach's strength is definitely not as simple as you think. It seems that you still haven't paid attention to it. Hearing this, a look of embarrassment flashed across Sengoku's face. Originally thought Teach kind of thing, just send a few people from the headquarters to kill him. Zero, but who would have thought that this guy, who had been hiding in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, would still have such strength, and why did he do this? Just when Sengoku was about to ask a question, Luo Ye took the initiative to speak.
Although that guy Teach defeated Ace and Sabo, he didn't kill them, he just wanted them to have a message and let me contact him.
Okay. This time the wrinkles on Sengoku's forehead deepened. Luo Ye is notorious for not letting go of pirates. Pirates from all over the world do not know if they can be forgiven. After all, Luo Ye's stories have always only been deeds, and the first photo was taken when the Beast's pirates was destroyed. But as a member of the Whitebeard pirates who have been in the New World for so many years, Teach has no reason not to know these things. What kind of intention did this guy have in contacting this kid Luo Ye? Luo Ye saw Sengoku's doubts and said directly. Teach said that if Marine was going to attack the Whitebeard pirates, then he could do his best to help Marine until the Whitebeard pirates were destroyed. This guy Teach wants to help Marine destroy the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku was really shocked now. This guy, who has been hiding in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, should be very clear about Whitebeard's strength, but now he has said such a thing. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as wanting to become the new 4 emperors. Luo Ye, do you know what Teach guy's real purpose is? Lose. Chapter 101. Sengoku fury. If Blackbeard Teach made such a decision simply because he wanted to become another 4 emperors of the New World, then Sengoku would not believe it anyway. If it was just like this, Teach could find other pirates in New World to prove his own strength, and there was no need to join forces with Marine to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Based on Sengoku's understanding of Luo Ye, since he said what he just said, then he must know something. And Luo Ye didn't sell anymore and said directly. Blackbeard wanted to get the shock fruit ability that Whitebeard has, and that's why they wanted to join forces with Marine. Shock fruit ability? Sengoku is certainly no stranger to this shock fruit. The reason why Whitebeard can be called the strongest man in the world is inseparable from the shock fruit ability he possesses, in addition to his extremely powerful physical skills. He even said that if the Whitebeard guy, 693, tried his best, the naval headquarters in Marineford might be destroyed by him. Of course, if Whitebeard did that, he would never live. After all, Whitebeard, like Sengoku, belonged to the old stubborn from the previous era, and the current era is owned by a kid like Luo Ye. Even Sengoku thought about trying to kill the Whitebeard pirates before he retired, so that Luo Ye could save more trouble when he took over as Marshal Marine. But now is not the time. The destruction of the Beast's pirates has already made New World such a mess, and if a Whitebeard is added, the situation will only be more chaotic. Luo Ye is also very aware of this matter, and it is probably because of this that he did not agree to Teach's plan. But, Sengoku looked at Luo Ye and frowned. Didn't it say that Teach killed the Whitebeard pirate squad leader because of a devil fruit? How could he get Whitebeard's shock fruit ability? From Sengoku's point of view, no one has ever been able to have 2 devil fruit abilities at the same time, and everyone who wanted to do so has already died, and Blackbeard Teach is no exception. Hearing Sengoku's words, Luo Ye couldn't help but smile. Even if Blackbeard gets shock fruit, he won't be the first to have both abilities. Because Luo Ye just ate the thunder fruit, plus the lion fruit he already owned, he was already ahead of Blackbeard. Marshal Sengoku, do you know dark fruit? Dark fruit? What kind of ability is that? Sengoku frowned and asked suspiciously. Advertisement. Even though Sengoku is Marshal Marine, he still doesn't know much about devil fruit, a treasure of the sea. Now that Luo Ye suddenly mentioned this, Sengoku would naturally not understand. I saw Luo Ye nodded and continued. Logia dark fruit, whose body can transform into darkness, has a black hole-like gravitational force, and can suck, compress and smash everything that comes into contact with the darkness, and even attracts those with abilities to disable its abilities. And the most important feature is that those who eat dark fruit can also have the ability to have a second fruit. This is also the fundamental reason why Teach has been hiding on Whitebeard's boat for so many years, and has left for a devil fruit. 55. For so many years on the Whitebeard ship, he was betting on whether he could wait for this dark fruit. Now that he has eaten it, Whitebeard's shock fruit has naturally become his next target. 99. Hearing Luo Ye's words, Sengoku's eyes widened. The reason why he is so afraid of Whitebeard is because of his shock fruit ability. As a result, Luo Ye actually said that Teach can have two devil fruit abilities at the same time, and even turned his target to Whitebeard. This makes Sengoku how not to be angry. Teach this B*********. D. Sengoku slammed the table next to him and roared. If it wasn't for Luo Ye knowing Teach's true purpose, and the chaos that the destruction of Beast's pirates brought to New World, Sengoku felt that he would agree to Teach's plan, but if so, then Marine was really tricked by Teach. Sengoku took a few breaths angrily, turned his head to look at Luo Ye and asked, Luo Ye, what do you think should be done? Wait, Teach won't give up the long-coveted shock fruit, and even if Marine doesn't cooperate with his plan, he will definitely attack the Whitebeard pirates. The only dark fruit in the sea has been acquired by Teach. How could he be willing to give up the extremely powerful shock fruit? I'm afraid it won't be long before Teach will try his best to attack the Whitebeard pirates. At that time, Marine would never miss such a good opportunity. Sengoku nodded in agreement with Luo Ye's proposal. If the radical Sakazuki handles this matter, the guy will definitely say that he will directly kill both parties. As for how much Marine will lose, in Sakazuki's eyes, as long as he can do such a thing, everything will be fine. Is worth it. Sure enough, Luo Ye is the most suitable position for Marshal Marine. Sengoku looked at Luo Ye in front of him with satisfaction. Suddenly, as if he had found something, the expression on Sengoku's face instantly froze. Advertisement, Luo Ye, where's the knife on your waist? Sengoku suddenly found that the knife on Luo Ye's waist was gone. You must know that Luo Ye has always been wearing his good and fast knife in the past. Now that he has a better famous knife, Luo Ye has no reason not to carry it with him. Luo Ye was not surprised when he found out, but said with a smile. Give it to a more interesting kid. Sengoku frowned upon hearing this. As Marine Admiral, the good and fast knife that Marine Admiral used in the past was low enough, and now he even gave away the famous knife he got. Luo Ye is really ignorant. Since that's the case, then you should choose one of the knives in the collection of this department, and then I will see if I can find a better one. 99. Sengoku shook his head with helplessness in his voice. But to his surprise, Luo Ye shook his head and said, No need, those knives will only be a drag for me in the future. What do you mean? 35 Such a strong swordsman doesn't plan to use a sword anymore. If Luo Ye really wanted to say that, Sengoku wouldn't mind giving him a good lesson. Looking at the expression on Sengoku's face, Luo Ye smiled and did not speak, but raised his right hand slightly. Just when Sengoku was puzzled by his movements, he was surprised to find that Luo Ye's right arm was wrapped around Dao Dao 2.6 Thunderlight. Luo Ye's arm flipped, and a long sword made of lightning appeared in his hand. Ace, Sabo boys got this thunder fruit on the way back to Marineford. I won't need those knives anymore. Hearing this, Sengoku raised his eyebrows. Before, I wanted to find a strong devil fruit to enhance Luo Ye's strength, but there was no good opportunity. Unexpectedly, the boys from Ace got such a thunder fruit. Sengoku has not seen dark fruit on the devil fruit Pokédex, and it is normal to not know its function. But Sengoku is very clear about the abilities of this thunder fruit. Strictly speaking, thunder fruit will not be inferior to the sparkling fruit of the guy from Pulsalino. From this point of view, Luo Ye's strength has been greatly improved. Chapter 102, Whitebeard, Redhead, are you provoking me? Now that the matter is over, Luo Ye naturally does not intend to stay in the marshal's office. Luo Ye, who got up and was about to leave, suddenly remembered something, looked back at Sengoku and asked. By the way, Marshal Sengoku, I'm going to let Ace and the others go to Wano-kuni and kill all the pirates who want to learn Kaido. Do you have any other instructions for them? Sengoku, who was sighing that Luo Ye's strength was getting stronger and stronger, couldn't help but get very weird when he heard this. Although Sengoku always wanted Luo Ye to be the next Marine Marshal, this kid was too familiar with it too quickly. Sengoku shook his head and said, There's a lot of chaos around Wano-kuni right now, is it really appropriate to let them go? Since the demise of the Beast's pirates, countless pirates have tried to occupy Kaido's original territory. It can be said that there are countless pirates planning there now. Although Ace and Sabo's current strength is quite good, there is absolutely no advantage there. Sengoku doesn't want these amazingly talented boys to be lost in Wano-kuni. When Luo Ye heard Sengoku's words, his face did not change in the slightest, instead he shook his head and said 24. With their strength, even if they can't defeat some pirates, at least they can protect themselves. And if you keep protecting them, it's too hard for them to grow up. Hearing this statement, Sengoku couldn't help but fell silent. As Marshal Marine, Sengoku certainly knew this very well. If he hadn't gone through battles, even Luo Ye, a monster boy, would never have grown to the point where he could kill the 4 emperors so quickly. Although there is still some concern about these boys who are likely to become Marine Admiral in the future, Sengoku can only agree. As Luo Ye said, even if you can't defeat some powerful pirates, at least the problem of self-protection is not big. Guys like Blackbeard Teach who have hidden their strength for many years, there can be several in the whole sea. Seeing that he had no other opinion, Luo Ye turned around and left the marshal's office. Sengoku watched Luo Ye's back and gradually fell into contemplation. Sengoku always thought that Marine was very lucky to have Luo Ye join. If this kid was a pirate, Marine would have a headache. Even though Luo Ye's character and style are occasionally annoyed now, Sengoku still thinks that it's all happy troubles, not the slightest bit of boredom. New World. Advertisement Moby DK. As the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the New World 4 emperors, the Moby DK can be said to be full of strong men. But these people's faces are very solemn now, because another person among the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, is really approaching their father Whitebeard step by step. If it weren't for the fact that the red-haired Shanks came here with no malice, the Moby DK would never have been so quiet. The red-haired Shanks gradually walked towards Whitebeard with a huge jug, as if he didn't feel the gaze of the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Just then, the members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly fell unconscious one by one. The captain of the first team, Marco, shouted loudly when he saw such a scene. All the weak boys leave the deck. 35 One of the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks conquerors hockey, is not something that weak boys can withstand. However, it was too late for Marco to say this, and countless members of the Whitebeard pirates had fallen unconscious. Marco only felt a little headache looking at these comatose people. The red-haired Shanks, who just got on the Moby DK, did this kind of thing, and Dad is probably going to get angry again later. I really like to mess around, Shanks, Marco murmured as he stared at the guy with the huge jug. Shanks, who was walking, felt Marco's eyes and stopped to look at him and said, "Marco, are you interested in joining my pirate group?" Marco held his forehead weakly with his right hand. Isn't this guy Shanks really trying to provoke Daddy on purpose? Teach that B******** D killed Thatch and left the Whitebeard pirates not long ago, but Shanks turned around and asked him to join his pirates in front of Dad. How could Dad not say anything about it? Knowing his father's physical condition, this guy did it on purpose. Marco gave Shanks an angry look. I'm not going to leave Daddy, 35. Hearing such words, Shanks was not surprised at all. It was just a joke. Shanks knew exactly what kind of person Marco was. Shanks smiled and continued walking towards Whitebeard not far away. Advertisement Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who had a transparent tube in his chest, looked at Shanks, and then asked twice with a smile. "Gu la la la, red-haired boy, are you provoking the old man?" Whitebeard's words didn't change Shanks' expression. Shanks raised the huge jug in his hand and said, "I came here on purpose to visit you. Gu la la la, you dare to perform like this on this old man's boat, you really deserve to be the kid on that Roger's boat." Shanks, what about that red-nosed kid who was with you? Shanks, who was sitting cross-legged in front of Whitebeard, was stunned when he heard this. Immediately, the image of being an intern with Buggy appeared in his mind, and Shanks couldn't help but feel nostalgia on his face.
Time flies so fast. The captain has been dead for so many years, and Whitebeard's body has become like this, and I don't know how that guy Buggy is now.
And Luffy, for so many years, Shanks still hasn't heard from Luffy. This made Shanks feel a little worried about Luffy. The way he said in front of him that he wanted to become the Pirate King was really vivid in his mind. Shanks shook his head and sighed. I don't know, I haven't seen Buggy in a long time either. When Whitebeard saw Shanks' face, a trace of nostalgia rose in his heart. At that time, we had a fight with that guy Roger and couldn't decide the winner, but in the end, the two even became friends. Shanks and Buggy also made a big impression on Whitebeard at that time. That guy Roger became one piece, and he gained so much family. At this moment, Whitebeard, who had a smile on his face, turned cold in an instant. Having so many family members has always been something Whitebeard is proud of, but what he didn't expect was that B******* D from Teach would kill his family for a mere devil fruit. This is absolutely intolerable to Whitebeard. Now I don't know where that B****** D Teach is, and when he gets his whereabouts, Whitebeard will definitely make that B***** D pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, Whitebeard stared at Shanks and said solemnly, "Red-haired boy, what are you trying to do on this old man's ship? This old man is not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now." Chapter 103, Whitebeard. Are you teaching me to do things? Red-haired boy, what are you trying to do on this old man's boat? I am not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now. Whitebeard looked at Shanks and said impatiently. What the D at Teach did was enough to upset Whitebeard. As a result, after the red-haired boy came to the Moby DK, he first used Conquerors to put more than half of the people into a coma, and then let Marco join his pirate group. Whitebeard felt that if he was younger, he would have chopped off the red-haired boy's head long ago. How can I continue to tolerate this kid in front of me? Shanks didn't feel the slightest surprise when he heard Whitebeard's words, but instead filled the huge wine bowl in front of him. Then he threw the jug to Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at Shanks and could only catch the jug he threw over. For Whitebeard, it doesn't matter whether this kid Shanks is driven away, the wine he brought is absolutely unavoidable. Grumble rumble. Gu la la la, you are a good boy, you know how to bring good wine to the old man, unlike Marco and the others, who always stop the old man from drinking. How can you continue to traverse the new world without drinking? 39. Hearing Whitebeard's complaint, Marco and the others laughed helplessly. Dad's body is already like this, and he still drinks so much alcohol every day, no matter who stops him, he won't be obedient. Shanks, on the other hand, agreed with Whitebeard's words. That was not the case with Roger, his captain at the time. Even though he was seriously ill, he was still so forthright when he drank. Whitebeard, Roger's old rival and friend, did so, and Shanks wasn't surprised. This is a purpose-built wine from my hometown of West Blue. Whitebeard sipped again when he heard this, and asked after taking a gulp. Red-haired boy, why did you visit the old man this time? The old man doesn't remember any entanglement with you red-hair pirates. In Whitebeard's mind, neither Raftel nor his various treasures could compare to the family members on his ship. Of course, the most important thing now is to find a chance to make Teach, the B******D who dared to kill his family, pay dearly. Just then, Shanks looked at Whitebeard and said, advertisement. I'm here this time so that you don't despise Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. That guy has been hiding in your pirate group for so many years, and what he wants is definitely not just the devil fruit that he stole. I started to wonder very early on, why with the strength of that guy Teach, you can't even be the captain of the pirate group, and now I finally understand. My scar was left by Teach. If he didn't do such a thing this time, I'm afraid even you don't know Teach's true strength. 35. Whitebeard, give up the pursuit of Teach for now, or your pirates will definitely pay a very painful price. Shanks' face was very solemn. Teach that B******D can hide so deeply under Whitebeard, everyone including Whitebeard, I am afraid no one knows Teach's true strength. But Shanks was different. His scar was really left by Teach, otherwise Shanks wouldn't bother about it. He didn't want to see the Whitebeard pirates perish in the hands of that B******D Teach. Goo la la la. Whitebeard laughed unexpectedly after hearing what Shanks said. Whitebeard's behavior made Marco and others on the side look at him worriedly. They knew very well what happened to the father's body. Now, not only are they drinking freely, but they are probably going to be furious. Sure enough, after laughing, Whitebeard suddenly smashed the jug in his hand to the ground. Shouted at Shanks. Red-haired boy, are you teaching the old man to do things? When the old man started to venture into the sea, you hadn't come out of West Blue. Roger is just an intern on the ship. Even if he has become that 4 emperors now, do you think you can teach this old man to do things? Whitebeard's heart was full of anger. Teach is his son, and even if he kills his family, of course he has to decide how to make him pay the price. The red-haired Shanks, who is now on the Moby DK, told him that he should give up chasing the B******D Teach for a while. No one can tell him what Whitebeard Edward Newgate did. Don't say Shanks, even Roger can't do it. Shanks listened to Whitebeard's roar, a haze flashed across his face. Advertisement. Although he had long expected Whitebeard to behave like this, Shanks felt very unhappy when he actually saw it. Shanks came to the Moby DK to persuade Whitebeard this time, without any selfish intentions at all. But he just didn't want this strong man of the same era as his captain Roger to retreat so lonely. Also didn't want to see the new world plunged into deeper chaos because of Whitebeard's death. You must know that Whitebeard is different from that guy Kaido. I don't know how many sites have taken refuge in Whitebeard's name. Only with Whitebeard's prestige repression can those places remain peaceful. If Whitebeard really dies, the ambitious pirates in New World will never miss this opportunity. The situation of New World at that time is definitely not what Shanks wants to see. Shanks pointed to the scar on his face and said solemnly. Here, that guy from Teach stayed. Whitebeard, Teach is definitely not as simple as you think. Also, if Teach wants to attack your pirate group, Marine will never miss such a good opportunity and will definitely find a way to kill both of you. It would be fine if it was the previous Marine, but now that Luo Ye has grown up, and even Kaido has died in his hands, he will never show mercy to you. Shanks had a bad feeling when he learned that Luo Ye was going to lead someone to attack the Beast's pirates. In the end, he was not mistaken. Luo Ye actually led someone to destroy the Beast's pirates, and even the B******D Kaido died in his hands. What shocked Shanks the most, Wang Nuahao, was that Luo Ye killed Kaido without anyone helping him, and at the end of the battle, Luo Ye hadn't been hurt in the slightest. Although it has long been known that Marine has Luo Ye to join, the situation for the pirates will only get more and more difficult in the future. But he never thought that Luo Ye's strength would increase so fast. If that B******D from Teach wanted to do something to Whitebeard, with Luo Ye's character, he would never give up such a good opportunity. By that time, Whitebeard and Teach will definitely die at his hands at the same time. Much to Shanks' wrath, Whitebeard listened to his words and didn't think about it, but instead said with a big laugh. I didn't expect that Teach guy could leave such a scar on your face, as expected. It's my son, 35. But since he has done something to hurt his family, the old man will never let him go. As for Marine, if they want to do something to the old man, let them come. Delete. Chapter 104, Red Hair. I'm going to see Luo Ye in Whitebeard's view. It was enough of a shame that he didn't kill Teach, the B******D who killed his family, in the first place. The first thing I did when I joined the Whitebeard pirates was to block all members from their families. That's why Whitebeard sent someone to find out where that B******D Teach was. Unexpectedly, the red-haired Shanks wanted to stop himself from doing such a thing, who he thought he was. How could the son be the opponent of the father? Whitebeard never thought that the B******D Teach could beat him. As for Marine, although Marine's kid killed Kaido, Whitebeard never regarded Kaido as an opponent on his own level. That was the case back then when I was on the rocks, and it is the same now. If Marine wanted to intervene, Whitebeard wouldn't mind killing the incoming Marine as well. The dignified Whitebeard pirates are just cleaning up a traitor. When will it be someone else's turn to intervene and preach? Red-haired Whitebeard frowned. Although he knew for a long time that this trip might not persuade Whitebeard, Shanks really didn't expect this guy Whitebeard to be so stubborn. If he is really allowed to go on like this, I am afraid that it is not only Whitebeard who will die, there are countless people who will die because of this war. Shanks said with a sullen face. Whitebeard, if you insist on starting this war, your Whitebeard pirates will definitely suffer heavy losses, and 693 may even be destroyed by it. Okay. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, Whitebeard's eyes changed dramatically in an instant. The light in his eyes seemed to tear to Shanks sitting across from him. Seeing Shanks staring at him without showing any signs of weakness, Whitebeard's heart burst into flames. Picking up Kong Yunky next to him, he slashed towards Shanks. However, being able to become the 4 emperors, Shanks is naturally very powerful. The moment he saw Whitebeard's action, he used the only remaining arm to pull out the western sword from his waist and aimed at Kong Yunky that Whitebeard had cut. Was greeted. Boom. The collision between Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and Shanks, the red-haired 4 emperors with him, was of course extremely powerful. Even many members of the Whitebeard pirates who had just fallen into a coma on the Moby DK were swayed by this airflow. Marco looked at this scene with a solemn and helpless expression on his face. Of course, he knew that Shanks came to visit this time with good intentions, but Dad obviously couldn't accept Blackbeard, the B*****D who killed Thatch, and continued on the sea. Even if it wasn't for worrying about Dad's body, Marco would have CECG himself to get that B*****D teach back. Advertisement. Although he agrees with Shanks' approach, Marco still feels that he is making a big fuss. Marco didn't think that Teach guy was as strong as Shanks described it. Can't that guy from Teach hide his strength just to get the devil fruit he stole? Marco didn't know that his idea was basically close to the truth. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "You, look at the sky." Marco followed the voice and looked over, and was surprised to find that the sky seemed to be split open because of the collision between Dad and Shanks. Sure enough, this is the world's top competition? Shanks sighed slightly as he looked at Whitebeard, who didn't intend to give up attacking him. He has already made his words so clearly, this guy Whitebeard still doesn't want to give up. Then there is no need to continue this exchange. Boom. The 2 weapons separated, and Shanks also put the western sword back on his waist. Shanks, who was about to leave, turned his head to look at Whitebeard and said solemnly, "Whitebeard, you will regret this decision later." Without waiting for his response, Shanks turned and left the Moby DK without hesitation. The visit didn't turn out well, and Shanks already had a hunch. It won't take too long at all, and Whitebeard will end with this era. And it is not Blackbeard Marshal DT who did all this, but it is very likely that Marine Admiral Luo Ye. When he couldn't see Shanks back, Marco walked up to Whitebeard and said, "Dad, I think what Shanks said makes more sense, 35. It's better than this. After I get the position of that B*****D and Teach, let me go and get him back and let you execute this B*****D yourself." Marco thought his proposal was a good one. If that guy Teach isn't as strong as Shanks said, he can definitely catch Teach with his strength as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Even if Teach's strength is really strong, Marco has absolute confidence that he can escape. No matter what, Dad will still be invincible. Advertisement. Whitebeard also understood what Marco was thinking, but finally shook his head slowly. That B******D and Teach dares to violate the only rule of the Whitebeard pirates, then of course I will not let him go, and I will kill that B*****D myself. And I can take this opportunity to let the guys in New World know that the Whitebeard pirates are something no one can provoke. 55. Hearing this, Marco could only be silent. Dad is all right, but he is too stubborn in certain things. I just hope that B*****D Teach is not as strong as Shanks said. Otherwise, even if he is desperate, Marco will never hurt Whitebeard. Unbeknownst to Marco, Whitebeard was still staring at his back as he turned to leave. There was something Whitebeard didn't tell him. For example, killing Teach with your own hands is not just to avenge Sachi, but also to let others know that the Whitebeard pirates are not easy to mess with. In this way, even if Whitebeard does die in the future, at least he can protect his sons more. Whitebeard shook his head and stopped thinking about these things, but turned his eyes to the sea. That guy Roger eventually became one piece and fulfilled his wish. And he, Whitebeard, has been fighting for his family all these years. For Whitebeard, nothing is more important than his family. As soon as Shanks returned to the Red Force, Deputy Captain Ben Beckman came over. "Well, does Whitebeard agree with you?" Shanks shook his head silently. Seeing his reaction, Beckman was not surprised at all, and said lightly after taking a hard puff on the cigar. "I've told you before, it's really weird that someone as arrogant as Whitebeard would agree with you." Hearing this, Shanks became even more silent. If the Teach guy really destroys the Whitebeard pirates, the New World will definitely become more chaotic. Thinking of this, Shanks suddenly spoke up. "I'm going to the Sabo archipelago." "Okay." Beckman looked at Shanks suspiciously, only to see Shanks looking at the sea and saying, "I'm going to meet Luo Ye." Chapter 105, Shanks, you have to prepare yourself mentally. Inside a pub in the Sabo archipelago. "Hello, Shaki." Shanks had just walked into the tavern when he saw the charming woman at the bar and hurriedly greeted him with a smile on his face. He knew about the woman's relationship with Rayleigh, and of course he did not lose his due respect. Shaki, who was smoking at the bar, heard someone call her and raised her head slowly, and looked at him in surprise after seeing that it was Shanks. Shanks, didn't you visit Whitebeard in New World 2 days ago? Why are you coming to Sabaody Archipelago now? Shanks didn't feel the slightest surprise when she saw her whereabouts. After all, Shaki has been in Sabaody Archipelago for so many years. On the surface, he is running the tavern, but he is actually the biggest intelligence dealer. She just didn't expect her to know her actions in New World so clearly. It seems that Rayleigh is still paying attention to my news. Thinking of this possibility, Shanks couldn't help but smile. That old fellow at Whitebeard is too stubborn to talk to him without a good result. By the way, Shaki, what about Rayleigh? Why didn't you see him? Shaki agreed with Whitebeard's stubborn words, but when Shanks asked about Rayleigh's whereabouts, Shaki slowly exhaled a cigarette and said, "That guy, Rayleigh, should be at the casino again by now." Casino. Shanks is a little helpless. Since the death of Captain Roger, Rayleigh has been staying in this Sabaody archipelago. Except for the occasional coating of the pirate ship, the rest of the time will be wasted in the casino. Shanks couldn't understand what the former co-captain was thinking. Shanks shook his head and looked at Shaki said, "Then trouble Shaki, contact Rayleigh and ask him to come back first. I need his help with something important." Hearing this, Shaki didn't call Rayleigh directly. Instead, he held his cigarette, stared at Shanks, and spoke slowly after a while. "Shanks, you are already the 4 emperors of the New World. What else do you need the help of this old guy Rayleigh?" Shaki said, "Old guy," very seriously, and Shanks certainly understood what she meant. He quickly waved his hand and explained with a smile. "It's not what you think, I just want Rayleigh to help contact individuals." Advertisement. Shaki couldn't help frowning when he heard this and then agreed. If Shanks was going to ask Rayleigh to help him fight, Shaki would never agree. An old man should look like an old man, and not everyone is a Whitebeard kind of guy. What's more, with the current status of Shanks, as long as it is a real battle, the opponent will definitely be a very powerful guy, and Shaki doesn't want Rayleigh to get involved. Shaki called Rayleigh to let him return, and after hanging up he poured a drink for Shanks. Listening to Shanks talking about his visit to Whitebeard this time, Shaki nodded again and again. When he finally said that Whitebeard hadn't given up looking for Blackbeard Teach, Shaki shook his head slightly. "I'm not getting the Teach spot either, or maybe I'd still be making the old Whitebeard's money." Shanks was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then he laughed happily. At this moment, the door of the pub was pushed open, and Rayleigh with gray hair walked in slowly. Shanks was a little excited to see Rayleigh. "Deputy Captain Rayleigh, long time no see." Hearing this, Rayleigh gave him a look of disgust. "I've been staying at the Sabaody archipelago and I haven't seen you visit." Shanks didn't feel embarrassed at all. You know, when he was on Roger's boat, Rayleigh was the one who took care of him and Buggy the most. Rayleigh, who sat down, took a sip of the wine Shaki poured for him, then turned his head and asked straight to the point. "Shanks, what do you want me to do when you come to Sabaody archipelago this time?" Seeing him so direct, of course Shanks has no intention of reminiscing about the past. If he wants to reminisce about the past, he can talk about it slowly when this matter is resolved. Now it is the most important thing. Shanks looked at Rayleigh with a dignified expression. "I want you to help contact that Silver Eagle Admiral from Marine and ask him to come here. I have something to discuss with him." Rayleigh raised his eyebrows unconsciously when he heard this. Luo Ye killed a few celestial dragons before, and Rayleigh took the initiative to take over the matter and told Shanks before. But it wasn't a big deal at all, and Rayleigh never took it seriously. Unexpectedly, the purpose of Shanks' visit this time was to meet Luo Ye. "As long as you do anything out of the ordinary, I will personally kill you." This is what Luo Ye said when he looked at him coldly, and Rayleigh still remembers it very clearly. Advertisement. For flowers. Originally, Rayleigh didn't take this as a serious matter, but he didn't expect how long it had passed. Luo Ye actually killed Kaido. When he first got this news, Rayleigh raised a little worry for Shanks in his heart. Luo Ye wouldn't have any hold of the pirates. Thinking of this, Rayleigh turned his head to look at Shanks and asked, "Are you sure? Why do I think this kid will do something when he sees you?" 35. Hearing this, Shanks was stunned, then smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, Deputy Captain Rayleigh, this time I came to Sabaody Archipelago not to fight him, but to discuss something important with him." 5. Shanks had already said so, and there was no way for Rayleigh to refuse. "I just hope that kid Luo Ye won't be tempted to do it as soon as they meet." Although Rayleigh has a phone bug that can contact Luo Ye, it has never been used before, and this is the first time. As soon as the phone worm was connected, Rayleigh heard Luo Ye's voice. "I'm Luo Ye, who are you?" Hearing this, Rayleigh was slightly taken aback. But when he thought that he had never contacted Luo Ye for so many years, it was strange that he still remembered. "I'm Rayleigh." As soon as he finished speaking, Rayleigh acutely felt the change in Luo Ye. A few seconds passed without hearing Luo Ye's reply, and just as Rayleigh was about to speak, he heard Luo Ye's voice on the phone. "Old man Rayleigh, are you contacting me now? Are you going to let me arrest you? You must think clearly. My arrest is completely different from other people's." 99. Rayleigh turned his head to look at Shanks. Luo Ye's reaction was not what he expected. This kid has never had a good tone for pirates, but since he agreed to Shanks' request, Rayleigh naturally wanted to speak out. "Shanks is with me, and he wants to meet you." Just when Rayleigh was going to continue to explain to Luo Ye that Shanks didn't come with any malicious intentions, he saw that the phone bug went directly into the state of hanging up. Rayleigh couldn't help but stare at the phone bug, then a wry smile appeared on his face. After so many years, this kid's character has not changed. Shanks, you have to be mentally prepared. Shanks nodded slowly when he heard this. Since he has come to Sabadi Archipelago, of course he has to meet Luo Ye no matter what. Chapter 106, Luo Ye's Red Hair, The Collision of Top Conquerors. Rayleigh's call did not get a direct response from Luo Ye. However, both Shanks and Rayleigh knew very well that Luo Ye would definitely come. After all, Shanks, who was supposed to stay in the New World, has no reason to come to Sabadi Archipelago because of trivial matters. Luo Ye will definitely come to the tavern to find out the real purpose of Shanks. As for whether they will do it with Shanks, neither of them can figure it out. Now that they have spoken out, they can only wait. Marineford is also very close to Sabadi Archipelago. As long as Luo Ye is willing to come, it will not take long. Lieutenant Rayleigh, I wonder if you've seen a kid wearing Captain Roger's hat during this time? After chatting with Rayleigh for a while, Shanks finally couldn't help but ask. I haven't been able to get news of Luffy for so many years, which really makes Shanks' heart and Chunin wonder if something has changed. 697. Otherwise, with the firm belief of Luffy at the beginning, there is no reason why East Blue has not been released yet. Oh, is that the kid you told you about, the one who broke your arm? Rayleigh glanced at Shanks' severed arm. Rayleigh was shocked when he saw Shanks' broken arm for the first time. Even if Shanks couldn't dominate the sea at that time, he definitely wouldn't be able to break an arm just by going to East Blue. After inquiring, Rayleigh found out that this guy bet his arm on him to save an interesting kid. Of course, Rayleigh understood Shanks' behavior very well. When he was on Roger's boat, he took care of Shanks and Buggy everywhere, isn't that why? Shanks nodded slightly excitedly. Yeah, it's that little guy, Captain Rayleigh, have you seen him? Number 6699. Shanks's joy was jammed into his chest. I thought that Rayleigh's tone was seeing Luffy, but I didn't expect to get such an answer. It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't matter if he hasn't seen Luffy's bounty, but if Luffy wants to go to the New World, he will definitely pass by the Sabadi Archipelago. How could the Deputy Captain Rayleigh, who has been hiding in the Sabadi Archipelago, haven't seen him? Advertisement. As for the fact that Luffy lost his life on the way, Shanks would never believe it. Not to mention the rubber fruit that Luffy ate at the beginning, he has a big brother like Luo Ye, and Luffy taught by Luo Ye will definitely not be weak. Luffy, it's easy to worry about this, but there really isn't any change. Shanks took a sip and shook his head and muttered. It seems that we can only continue to wait. However, if it takes a long time, I am afraid that the changes in New World will be even bigger. Now Kaido's B******. These beasts' pirates have been destroyed by Luo Ye, and even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, is about to be involved in the storm. If Luffy isn't even out with East Blue right now, it's going to be even harder for him later on. Okay, since you said that kid is a very interesting little guy, how could he let you down? Rayleigh took a sip from the glass and turned to Shanks to persuade him. Shanks is good at everything, he just wants to manage too many things. Otherwise, why would a New World's 4 emperors come to Sabadi Archipelago to meet Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, for his opponent? Shanks nodded knowingly. Whatever happened to Luffy along the way, it was his own adventure, and Shanks had no right to interfere. In an instant, Rayleigh and Shanks suddenly stood up at the same time, turned around and looked out the door with a dignified expression. At this moment, the door of the tavern was also pushed open, and a young man in a Marine Admiral uniform walked in slowly. Red-haired Shanks, you are really brave. You want to come to see me at Sabadi Archipelago by yourself. Hearing the unkind words, the solemnity on Shanks' face suddenly dissipated and he laughed. Even if the other party is Luo Ye, just relying on such words will not frighten him, the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors. There is no other way. The other 3 admiral went to New World to catch pirates. Sengoku let you stay in Marineford. I think this is the only way to see you. Luo Ye, who was walking towards the tavern, suddenly stopped when he heard this. I was doing nothing in Marineford when I got a call from the old guy Rayleigh. For so many years, Luo Ye has never contacted Rayleigh, but Rayleigh actually said that Shanks wanted to see him after getting through. The red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors of the dignified New World wanted to meet him to discuss matters, but Luo Ye didn't think he had anything to discuss with Shanks. I went to visit Shanks to thank him for saving Luffy's life, and the two have never seen each other since. Advertisement. Luo Ye didn't think there was any need to meet. Kaido's beasts' pirates have all been destroyed. If it wasn't for Sengoku's fear that the situation in the New World would be unstable, the next 4 emperors to be destroyed would appear immediately. Whether it was the red hair pirates or not, Luo Ye thinks it doesn't make any difference. Even Luo Ye suspected Shanks, probably not like Roger, who was seriously ill and wanted to surrender to Marine. In order to find out the real purpose of Shanks, Luo Ye naturally wanted to come to this tavern. Luo Ye, it's been so many years since the last time I saw you, I didn't expect you to be able to kill Kaido now. Rayleigh sighed when he looked at Luo Ye, who was extremely powerful. When I saw Luo Ye wielding celestial dragons with my own eyes, I thought that there would be another interesting guy in the pirates, but Luo Ye actually joined Marine, and even made the feat of killing the 4 emperors. If he hadn't seen Luo Ye's growth with his own eyes, Rayleigh would never have believed it. Hearing this, Luo Ye glanced at him lightly and said, Old man Rayleigh, your habit of talking a lot really hasn't changed at all. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh wouldn't care about Luo Ye's words. After all, this kid has never had a good face when dealing with pirates. If it wasn't for him who had never done anything to harm the residents of Sabo archipelago over the years, Luo Ye would never let himself go. As for these words, Rayleigh just pretended not to hear them. Luo Ye, what does Marine want to do? After they finished greeting, Shanks didn't waste any time, and asked Luo Ye directly. What does Marine want to do? 2.6, Shanks, you are one of the 4 emperors of the New World. You are not staying in the New World. What do you want to do here in the Sabo archipelago? As soon as the words fell, Luo Ye suddenly burst out with a very strong momentum. Conqueror's Haki, at this moment, wrapped the entire tavern in it. Feeling the conquerors coming from Luo Ye, Rayleigh and Shaggy looked at each other and couldn't help but have a wry smile on their faces. This kid made such a move as soon as he came, even if the tavern would not be completely destroyed, but at least there would not be too many things left. After all, Shanks is not easy to mess with. Sure enough, Shanks felt Luo Ye's violent conqueror's Haki, looked at Luo Ye's eyes slightly condensed, and then an equally domineering conqueror spurted out of Shanks. The entire tavern fell into the collision of the 2 top conquerors in an instant. Chapter 107, The Purpose of Shanks. Luo Ye owns Conqueror's Haki, which Shanks and Rayleigh already knew. But just like they didn't expect Luo Ye's strength to improve so fast, they had already killed Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Luo Ye's Conqueror's Haki also shocked both of them. Even if such a powerful conquerors did not join Marine, if they became pirates, the position of the 4 emperors would definitely be undisputed. Just when the 2 secretly sighed at Luo Ye's monster-like strength growth rate, Luo Ye's Conqueror's Haki exploded again in an instant. Directly wiped out all the tables and chairs between Luo Ye and Shanks. Shanks felt the intensity of Luo Ye conquerors, and his face could not help but become more solemn. They knew before that Luo Ye would definitely grow into the top powerhouse in the ocean, but in any case, they never thought that Luo Ye's strength would grow so fast. In order to resist Luo Ye's conquerors, Shanks had no choice but to do his best. Just when the entire tavern was shaking due to the collision between the 2 conquerors and was about to collapse, Luo Ye's eyes that were staring at Shanks suddenly relaxed. Luo Ye came here this time just to find out Shanks' real purpose. If he really wanted to arrest Shanks, it would be too hasty. 24 What's more, Rayleigh has repeatedly emphasized on the phone that Shanks is just to see him and has no other intentions. I have tried the strength of my conquerors and it is enough to achieve this level. If this goes on, this tavern will really not exist. The moment Luo Ye took back the conquerors, Shanks also restrained his aura. He came to see Luo Ye at Sabo archipelago to discuss important matters with him, not to fight him. Even Shanks is now doubting whether he is the opponent of this monster. Luo Ye walked to the bar and sat down and poured himself a glass of wine. I have to say that Shaggy is not only well informed, but also the wine is excellent. But for Luo Ye, there is no difference, he has never been as obsessed with wine as others. Luo Ye raised his wineglass and took a sip and said slowly. Shanks, now it's time to talk about your intentions. Shanks was stunned when he heard this. Advertisement. Dare the Conqueror's collision just now was really something you wanted to play on a whim? But Shanks couldn't help Luo Ye, not to mention, the matter to be discussed this time ultimately depends on Luo Ye's decision. Shanks shook his head and said. Luo Ye, about the guy Marshal D. Teach who left the Whitebeard Pirates, you Marines must have already gotten the news, right? Sure enough. When Luo Ye came, he had some guesses about what Shanks wanted to say. Most likely it was for the Blackbeard Teach guy, after all Shanks was very impressed with the Teach that scarred his face. The Whitebeard Pirates' search for Teach's whereabouts has not stopped. Shanks should have persuaded Whitebeard that he didn't get a good result, so he came to Sabo archipelago to meet his Marine Admiral. Seeing Luo Ye nodding, Shanks said in a deep voice. People from the Whitebeard Pirates may not know Teach's strength, but I know that this scar on my face was left by Teach. Although I still don't know what Teach guy wants to get, I can be sure that what Teach is planning is absolutely terrifying. Otherwise he wouldn't have been hiding in the Whitebeard Pirates for so long, and he didn't reveal himself until now. This guy must feel that he has enough strength now to start his plan. Luo Ye nodded slowly while listening to Shanks' analysis. The saying that the one who knows you best is always your opponent is very reasonable. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates are now in a state of darkness, and they thought that Teach's strength could easily be solved by them. But Luo Ye knew very well that the entire Whitebeard Pirates, except for Whitebeard himself, even the captain of the first team, Marco, was definitely not a match for that guy from Teach. Especially Teach, who got dark fruit, is no longer the guy they remembered. Although Shanks failed to guess the true purpose of Teach, it was not far off. Seeing that Luo Ye agreed with his analysis, Shanks continued to talk about his own thoughts. To accomplish the purpose of this visit, he must first convince Luo Ye in front of him. Shanks knows this very well. Those people at Whitebeard thought Teach was weak, and now they've been looking for Teach's whereabouts, trying to kill the B******D who killed his family. 5. Advertisement, but I think Teach is just accumulating power now, and if his position is exposed, it must be his intention. Because that day, Teach already has enough power, even if he can't directly destroy the Whitebeard Pirates, he will definitely be able to make him pay a painful price. That guy Teach is too insidious. Speaking of this Shanks, his face couldn't help sinking. Shanks didn't take it to heart when he fought Teach. Unexpectedly, the sinister guy took this opportunity perfectly, and even left such a scar on his face, which has always been a trace of injustice in Shanks' heart. If given the chance, Shanks wouldn't even mind killing the Teach guy himself. But now is obviously not a good opportunity. Shanks shook his head and continued. If it really comes on the day of 697, the battle that broke out between them will definitely affect countless innocent people. Even whichever side wins, the chaos in New World will be no less than when you take down Kaido. 5. From what I've heard, Marine has been struggling with the chaos of the New World until now, right? At the end, Shanks looked at Luo Ye. Luo Ye felt Shanks' gaze, and his face did not change in the slightest. If this was said some time ago, Luo Ye would also admit that what he said was correct. But now, Sengoku has agreed with Luo Ye's plan and turned his attention from New World to the world. As long as the war between the New World pirates did not affect innocent civilians, Marine would naturally be very happy to see them fighting each other. What Shanks said did not affect Luo Ye at all. Originally, Shanks thought that no matter what he said, he would definitely move Luo Ye, but he didn't expect that the words that came out of his mouth would make Shanks' complexion change greatly. Luo Ye took a sip of the wine in the glass in his hand and said in a flat tone. Teach has contacted me a few days ago, and wants to join forces with Marine to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. According to what he said, as long as Marine promised to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, then Teach would be the first to do his best to achieve this goal. Chapter 108, Shanks, this gesture of yours is disgusting. Teach has contacted me a few days ago, and wants to join forces with Marine to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. According to what he said, as long as Marine promises to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, then Teach will be the first to do his best to achieve this goal. What Luo Ye said was very relaxed, but it was completely different in the ears of Shanks and Rayleigh who were present. Rayleigh also heard Shanks say about Teach just now. When he was still on the Roger ship, although he often fought with the Whitebeard pirates at first, Rayleigh didn't have any impression of the Teach guy. But when he listened to Shanks' description, he realized that this guy was not what he imagined. Such an ambitious guy, who has been hiding in the Whitebeard pirates for so long, said that he had no big plans, and Rayleigh would not believe it at all. But after hearing Luo Ye's words, Rayleigh realized that he still underestimated that guy. Just killed a squad leader of the Whitebeard pirates, and now he wants to join the Marine to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. Marshal D. Teach this guy, what is his real purpose? Shanks' face was extremely heavy. He originally thought that Whitebeard didn't listen to his own opinion to withdraw the inquiry about Teach's whereabouts enough to worry him, but he didn't expect that the B***** D of Teach would do such a thing, and cooperate with Marine to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. If it was before, it would be fine. The Whitebeard pirates would pay a painful price at most, at least Whitebeard himself would not lose his life. But it's different now. Now Marine has a monster like Luo Ye, and even Kaido was killed by him. And Shanks knew very well that Luo Ye's killing Kaido not only didn't take the slightest damage, but also didn't even consume much physical strength. After killing Kaido, he also killed two guys, Plague and Fire. If Marine wants to attack the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku will never let Luo Ye miss it. As long as Luo Ye is involved in this war, I am afraid that Whitebeard will really fall. Shanks took a deep breath. He really didn't want to see Whitebeard die. Have you Marines agreed to Blackbeard's plan? Advertisement. Luo Ye glanced at Shanks with a strange expression. This guy Shanks really likes to be nosy the most. What does the matter between Whitebeard and Teach have to do with the captain of his red hair pirates? But this guy is so caring. Luo Ye knew that Shanks had already seen Whitebeard on the Moby DK. Even the client, Whitebeard, was not persuaded by him, and this guy went to Sabaody Archipelago to meet himself, the Marine Admiral. Luo Ye shook his head slightly and said with a smile. Since both of them want to kill each other, let them fight. What does the battle between pirates have to do with this Marine? Shanks didn't relax because of Luo Ye's words. Shanks had already fully realized the hidden meaning in Luo Ye's words. The battle between the pirates and Marine will naturally not mix, but when the battle between them is decided? I am afraid that no matter who the winner is, they will not be able to escape the fate of being rounded up by Marine. And if they did, Marine could reduce the vast majority of their casualties, so why wouldn't they do it? There will be no winner in the battle between Whitebeard and Teach, only Marine's side. Shanks' face was very solemn, looking at Luo Ye and said. Luo Ye, Marine not only cannot participate in this war, it is even better to stop this war. 35. Otherwise, countless people will die because of this war. Ask yourself, do you really want to see such a situation? Shanks knew very well. All the pirates that Luo Ye killed over the years were the ones who slaughtered civilians, or those who killed and injured countless civilians because of those pirates. As long as Luo Ye encounters such a pirate, absolutely no one can escape, and all of them will be killed. Since he didn't persuade Whitebeard to stop chasing Teach for the time being, he could only persuade Luo Ye in this way. Even Shanks was a little fortunate, thanks to the Marine Admiral like Luo Ye who persuaded him. If the opponent was a radical guy like Akainu, he wouldn't care how many people would die because of this war. Advertisement in Akainu's mind, as long as he can kill Whitebeard and others, no matter how much sacrifices are worth it. However, Luo Ye didn't agree as Shanks thought, but looked at him with a weirder look. When Shanks couldn't help but want to ask Luo Ye's opinion, Luo Ye said slowly. Shanks, don't you think you, a pirate, told me here that a lot of people will die because of this war, and this thing itself is a joke? 55. When you were on the Roger ship, how many innocent civilians lost their lives because of you, and even your most admired captain, Roger, seems to have personally ordered the massacre of civilians? As soon as Luo Ye's voice fell, Shanks and Rayleigh's expressions became a little embarrassed. Luo Ye is not talking nonsense. Roger did order the massacre of civilians, and they were also the ones who participated in that massacre. What's more, this chaotic era of the great pirates was opened by Roger's words before his death, and it is not known how many innocent civilians died because of the opening of the era of the great pirates. In this way, Shanks is not qualified to put on a look of caring about the commoners in front of Luo Ye. Luo Ye noticed the changes in their expressions, but didn't care at all. Instead, he took another sip of the wine in his glass and continued to speak. Whitebeard and Roger may be great men in your eyes, so you Shanks don't want him to die, but in my eyes, as long as they are evil pirates, they should not continue to exist. Also, you said that countless people will die because of this war, but will those who died be civilians? Isn't it all the sea, Zhao Dahao, thieves who participated in this war? Shanks, a pure pirate like Blackbeard is hateful, but as a pirate, you're not much better than him, so don't talk to me like this. Luo Ye's tone was extremely cold. Perhaps in Shanks' mind, no matter what he did, he had his own reasons. But in Luo Ye's view, no matter what the reasons are, they can't cover up the crimes he committed. A New World 4 emperors who did not know how many people died directly or indirectly in his hands, actually said these words in front of him. Luo Ye felt that this scene was too outrageous. If it wasn't for his own arrival and let Ace and others join Marine, I'm afraid they don't know how many such things they have done now. That is, Luffy followed them to Wano Kuni, otherwise Luo Ye would definitely bring Luffy to let him see if Shanks' behavior was the so-called pirate's freedom. Chapter 109, Are you threatening me, Shanks? Shanks' face became very ugly because of Luo Ye's words. Because he couldn't find enough reason to argue with Luo Ye. Indeed, as Luo Ye said, only the pirate members of Whitebeard and Teach will die in this war. If any civilians were affected in this war, even Luo Ye, who was sitting across from him, would be the first to refuse. But in the end, Shanks couldn't bear to see Whitebeard die in this war for nothing. If the last era was the era of his Captain Roger, then this is completely the era of Whitebeard. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Shanks is very clear. But Shanks always felt that it would be a pity if Whitebeard ended like this. Shanks stared at Luo Ye and said in a deep voice. Luo Ye, you must be very clear about the abilities that Whitebeard possesses. If he really wants to destroy something, you shouldn't be able to stop him. If the battle between Whitebeard and Teach breaks out, it will definitely not only affect the pirates. Luo Ye raised his chin when he heard the words, stared at Shanks for a while and said slowly. Shanks, are you threatening me with Whitebeard? As the 4 emperors of the New World, Shanks would not be at a disadvantage even if 717 looked at Whitebeard. Now, of course, he won't retreat just because of Luo Ye's gaze. Shanks shook his head and said, it's not a threat, I'm just saying a thing that's bound to happen. The fight between Whitebeard and Teach, no matter where it takes place, is bound to cause great turmoil, and if the power of shock fruit is unleashed by him, destroying an island shouldn't be a big problem. 99. Luo Ye, could it be that you could choose an uninhabited island for their battle? Hearing Shanks' words, Luo Ye did not answer, but fell into silence. The real power of shock fruit is definitely very powerful. If Whitebeard is determined to use such a move, it will definitely not be difficult to destroy an island. Compared with Whitebeard's temperament, Teach doesn't care how many people will die in the battle between them, and the more people die, the more excited Teach will be. After all, looking at the entire New World, Luo Ye couldn't find a guy who was more like a pure pirate than Teach. Advertisement counting on such 2 parties to stop because of the civilians? Don't be wishful thinking. So, could it be that Marine was really forced to stop this war from happening? Thinking of such a situation, Luo Ye couldn't help frowning. Luo Ye didn't like this feeling the most. Luo Ye didn't care whether this war happened or not, but if any civilians died because of it, Luo Ye would never let the 2 of them escape so easily. Both Shanks and Rayleigh were staring at Luo Ye, wanting to know what he was thinking. Not just the 2 of them, anyone with discernment in the New World can see that Marine Marshal Sengoku is now taking Luo Ye as the next Marine Marshal to train. The decision made by such a person, even if Sengoku did not directly agree, would definitely consider it seriously. This is also the fundamental reason why Shanks came directly to Sabadi Archipelago to meet Luo Ye. As long as Luo Ye can be persuaded, Marine can basically be persuaded. This matter is related to the whole pattern of New World in the future, and it is impossible for the 2 of them to treat them differently. Whether Marine will stop this war that is enough to change the entire New World is just in Luo Ye's thoughts. Luo Ye didn't seem to feel the eyes of the 2, and sipped the wine in the wine glass to himself, as if the future situation of New World was not as important as this glass of wine in his heart. What Luo Ye hated the most was the feeling that this situation was out of control. Granted, as Shanks said, neither Whitebeard nor Teach would care how many people this war would affect, but Marine couldn't ignore the loss. Destroying the Whitebeard pirates and killing Blackbeard Teach, both of which can be done at any time in the future, at least that way, no more people will be affected. But what Luo Ye couldn't accept was that this matter was just mentioned by Shanks in front of him. CECG. Luo Ye didn't like this threatened state very much, and would never accept threats from anyone. Finally, under the eager gaze of the 2, Luo Ye spoke slowly. Marine will intervene in their wars, but never stop them. Since both Whitebeard and Teach want to kill each other, it's up to us Marine to give him such a chance. What? Shanks couldn't help exclaiming when he heard this. He couldn't understand why Luo Ye made such a decision. As Marine Admiral, doesn't he know how to choose the most correct one? Rayleigh glanced at Shanks like a reproach. He had already figured out the reason for Luo Ye's refusal. Advertisement. Just like Luo Ye killed those celestial dragons back then, as long as this kid is threatened by others, he doesn't care who the threat is and what kind of identity he is. All those who dare to threaten Luo Ye must be prepared for him to flip the table. And this, of course, is not clear to Shanks. There was a hint of anger on Shanks' face. Whitebeard is like this, Luo Ye is like this, why are these two guys like this? Luo Ye, you have to think clearly. If such a war really breaks out, how are you going to end it? When Rayleigh heard Shanks' words, his expression became even more bizarre. If what Shanks said just now is nothing, then this sentence will only strengthen Luo Ye's decision. This kid will never compromise because of others' threats. Under Shanks' annoyed and Rayleigh's worried gaze, Luo Ye raised the wine glass in his hand and drained the wine in it. Luo Ye stood up and walked outside the tavern. Just as he was about to leave the tavern, Luo Ye said in a cold tone. Whitebeard in this chaotic era will end with this war. Shanks, get ready. As Luo Ye walked out of the tavern, only Luo Ye's words just kept echoing in the quiet tavern. After a while, Shanks sighed and turned to Rayleigh. Deputy Captain Rayleigh, I will return to New World first. This war is probably inevitable. This trip to Sabo Archipelago made Shanks feel helpless. First, he was rejected by Whitebeard on the Moby DK, and now he succeeded in angering Luo Ye, making him decide to let Marine join the war. Now Shanks can't help but begin to wonder whether he is preventing this war from appearing, or whether he is inspiring the intensity of this war. Hearing this, Rayleigh nodded and then shook his head again. If it wasn't for Shanks' remarks that aroused Luo Ye's anger, there might still be room for maneuver in this battle, but now. New World, Cake Island. Mom, there's a guy calling himself Blackbeard out there. W Chapter 110, Charlotte Linlin vs. Blackbeard. Mama, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Bigmom, who had just woken up from a state of madness, could not help but be a little puzzled when he heard Baron Danden's report. Although she knew that Blackbeard had killed a squad leader of the Whitebeard pirates to escape, but she had never had the slightest friendship with Blackbeard. So what is this guy's sudden visit to Cake Island? Bigmom doesn't naively think that Blackbeard is going to give her sweets, and what kind of good guy can be a person who can kill a friend for many years? Mama, let that guy come over. I'd like to see what Blackbeard is here to do. Good mother. Hearing Bigmom's order, Danden Baron immediately turned and left. At this time, Blackbeard was also looking at the scene of the Cake Island curiously. Although he had been in the Whitebeard pirates of the Four Emperors for so many years, Blackbeard had never been to this Cake Island, and now it seems that the scene here is very strange. Let's go. Mom has promised to see you. Baron Eggy walked up to Blackbeard and said. Blackbeard couldn't help laughing twice when he heard this. The purpose of his visit this time was to pull Bigmom into the water. As long as she could agree to see him, then Blackbeard was not worried that she would not get involved in this matter. As Blackbeard walked inside behind Baron Egg, the scene he saw along the way made Blackbeard even more excited. On this Cake Island, there are countless buildings that have just been destroyed. In the territory of Bigmom, no one dared to do such a thing. As expected, Bigmom, one of the Four Emperors, had such power when he started a fire. Moreover, Blackbeard also heard Whitebeard say that the state of Bigmom is not under her control at all, and it will burst out involuntarily every once in a while. Thief, ha. It would be really interesting if Bigmom entered such a state when he fought against the Whitebeard pirates in the future. Blackbeard couldn't help shaking with excitement just thinking of such a scene. Advertisement. Blackbeard has always been obsessed with fighting scenes. The more people died, the more excited Blackbeard would be. Just when Blackbeard was about to get impatient, he finally saw Bigmom, who he had specially visited this time. Bigmom looked at Blackbeard with a bad expression and said, Marshal D. Teach, why did you come to my Cake Island? Is it possible that you don't know that Whitebeard is searching for your whereabouts all over the world? 99. Do you think if I told the old Whitebeard that you were at Cake Island, would he come and tear you apart? Bigmom didn't want to get involved with that old Whitebeard thing. After all, he was also a member of the Rocks Pirate at the beginning, so Bigmom is very clear about Whitebeard's true strength. Even if Whitebeard is old now, it is not something that anyone can provoke. As for Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, in the eyes of Bigmom, he is not enough. Thief, ha. Teach couldn't help laughing when he heard Bigmom's words. Daddy is daddy, even if he can scare more than half of the pirates in the New World just by his name, even if he has left the Whitebeard pirates, and even kills his own father, Teach has never dealt with this matter. Denied. But it would be too ridiculous to say that Bigmom would also be frightened by his father's name. Teach looked at Bigmom with a smirk and said, Ha, Bigmom, so even you are afraid of Whitebeard? Okay. When Bigmom heard Teach's sarcasm, his face changed instantly. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a tone on this Cake Island. With the fearful eyes of Baron Danden standing beside him, Bigmom slammed into Teach. No matter what the purpose of this guy Teach came to Cake Island, if he can't survive in the hands of Bigmom, it's all for nothing. The world of pirates, especially the top pirates in the entire sea, will be so cruel. Teach was not surprised to see Bigmom attacking him. Advertisement. Now that you have chosen to come to Cake Island, you are naturally well prepared. As for strength, How could a guy who can leave a scar on Shanks' face and still get out of his body can be directly defeated by BIGMOM? Boom. 35 The fists of Blackbeard and BIGMOM collided fiercely, and the impact erupted with an extremely powerful air current, which made the buildings destroyed by BIGMOM, which had just experienced the violent state, crumbling again. Baron Eggy felt the impact of this airflow, and could not help but secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He never imagined that this guy, who was not well known in the Whitebeard pirates, would have such a strong strength. But the more Blackbeard is like this, the more Baron Dandan can't help worrying. After all, if the mother shoots at someone and the other side blocks it, it will only make the mother even more angry. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with Baron Dandan's thoughts. BIGMOM was a little surprised when he saw Blackbeard blocking him, and then he was very annoyed. It doesn't matter if the old guy from Whitebeard is strong, after all, BIGMOM has never surpassed him for so many years. Now, a little boy with no reputation on his ship dares to go wild on Cake Island. If it spreads out, how could her BIGMOM raise her head in front of Whitebeard? Mama, Blackbeard, come with me on Cake Island, and prepare yourself to stay here forever. Teach didn't change his face when he heard BIGMOM's threat. If the opponent is Whitebeard, then with his current strength, he will definitely turn around and run, but a mere BIGMOM is not qualified to let himself die. If you want to be respected by others in the pirate world, you can only show enough strength. The same is true now. Since Blackbeard wants to join forces with BIGMOM, of course he has to show his qualifications, otherwise BIGMOM as a New World 4 Emperors will not listen to his nonsense. It's just that Teach couldn't help but feel a little pity in his heart. Originally the best partner was Marine, but the guy named Luo Ye actually rejected his proposal. The next one is Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido of the Beasts has been killed by Luo Ye. This made Blackbeard have no choice but to come to the Cake Island to meet BIGMOM. It can only be said that BIGMOM is the worst choice, but Blackbeard has no other choice. He doesn't want to wait for decades. Teach, no matter what you want to do when you come to Cake Island, let me see if you have enough strength first. Loss. Chapter 111, All those who stand in the way will die. Teach, no matter what you want to do when you come to Cake Island, let me see if you have enough strength first. Blackbeard Teach didn't flinch when he heard this. Among the 4 emperors, Blackbeard has only fought against Shanks, and Whitebeard will soon have the opportunity to kill him. As for Kaido, let alone the dead guy, now he can just prove himself through this battle with BIGMOM. Strength. The current Blackbeard is no longer the guy who deliberately concealed his strength and stayed in the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, the fists of the two became jet black because of armament hockey and slammed into each other again. Baron Eggy felt that the fighting intensity of the two of them had escalated again, and quickly hid to the side. This level of battle was not something he could participate in. What's more, Baron Dandan could sense, July 20th, that Mom was just testing Blackbeard's strength. Only when Blackbeard's strength was enough would they continue to talk about the following things. The more BIGMOM attacked Blackbeard, the more he couldn't help feeling alarmed. From BIGMOM's point of view, although the Whitebeard pirates are called the strongest pirates in the New World by many people, in fact they are really powerful, and only Whitebeard is the only one. Even if it is the captain of the first team, Marco, his strength is too far behind. As long as the old guy Whitebeard dies, the Whitebeard pirates will fall from the strongest in an instant, and they can't hold the territory they have now. BIGMOM has coveted many sites under the name of Whitebeard for a long time, and there are many small islands that are very suitable for sweets, but unfortunately the old Whitebeard is still alive and well. Perhaps no one dared to provoke Whitebeard when he was alive, but when he died, the territory would definitely be divided up in an instant. What BIGMOM didn't expect was that the Whitebeard pirates even had a strong guy like Teach. Most importantly, BIGMOM didn't even know that such a person existed in the Whitebeard pirates before he killed the squad leader. Mama, Blackbeard, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. I'm afraid even that guy Whitebeard doesn't know your true strength. 55. Advertisement BIGMOM knew that he couldn't easily defeat this guy, and naturally he didn't want to waste any more time. What's more, Blackbeard took the initiative to visit this time. If he didn't ask for anything, then BIGMOM would believe it. Blackbeard was also happy to end the fight, after all his time wasn't to be wasted on such things. Blackbeard has already got the news. That guy from Shanks went to the Moby DK to meet his dad some time ago. If this guy wants to help his dad, then if Blackbeard wants to get the extremely powerful shock fruit, the difficulty will increase. Just one ship. BIGMOM, Whitebeard is old, this era should have been terminated long ago, and I, Marshal D. Teach, are the ones who terminated this old era. Thief ha 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 ha. Rao was BIGMOM's expression changed when he heard this. If Blackbeard said this before, BIGMOM would only think that he was a dead man, but now he has felt the power of Blackbeard. Although BIGMOM thinks Teach's strength is still not enough to defeat Whitebeard, but like Teach said, Whitebeard is old. BIGMOM grabbed a bunch of desserts and started stuffing them into his mouth. As for Blackbeard on the side, she was completely left there, and Blackbeard didn't care at all. Instead he looked at the environment of the Cake Island. In terms of enjoyment, among the 4 emperors, only BIGMOM enjoys life the most. All her territories are for people to offer her desserts, but those who do not agree with her have already been killed. Where are they like their own father, even the red-haired Shanks and the dead Kaido? They can't compare to BIGMOM at this point. What is the purpose of being a pirate? Or do you want to do whatever you want on this sea when you're powerful? Blackbeard felt in his heart that he was the real pirate in this sea, and whoever tried to stop him would be killed by Blackbeard. That was the case with Thatch, and so was Whitebeard in no time. After eating a lot of sweets, Bigmom was finally willing to turn his head and glance at Blackbeard. Teach, why do you think that guy Whitebeard will die at your hands? Do you really think that with your current strength, you can kill that guy Whitebeard? Advertisement, if Whitebeard was really that easy to kill, I'm afraid he'd already be dead many times. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, I don't know how many years this name has been maintained. During this period, countless pirates wanted to challenge Whitebeard, but the final result of those people either joined the Whitebeard pirates and became Whitebeard's son, or was thrown into the sea after being killed by him. If Teach has this ability, obviously it can't do it at all. Of course Blackbeard knows this, or he knows it better than Bigmom. After all, after being in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, Blackbeard doesn't know how many challengers he has seen, or how he is now. He has also become such a guy in the eyes of others. But another thing, Blackbeard is also clearer than Bigmom, that is Whitebeard's current physical condition. Whitebeard is now full of tubes that deliver nutrients all day long. Although Whitebeard has never shown it, Blackbeard knows very well that his body has already begun to decline. Otherwise, when Blackbeard killed Thatch, Whitebeard couldn't have been unaware. Blackbeard looked at Bigmom with a gloomy smile and said, "You don't need to worry about how to kill Whitebeard, leave this matter to me in 2.6, I need your help to hold down the red-haired Shanks guy. You must know how nosy the redhead is, if I want to kill the Whitebeard pirates, the redhead must intervene." Blackbeard couldn't get used to the red-haired guy from a very early time. He was obviously a pirate, and he had to pretend to be worried about civilians. If he found a suitable opportunity, Blackbeard would not mind killing the red-haired guy at all. After all, his goal is to become the new One Piece after Roger. Pirates and Marine are both stumbling blocks on the way for Blackbeard to become the Pirate King. Although Marine rejected my plan to join forces to attack the Whitebeard pirates, I will definitely find a way to involve Marine so that killing Whitebeard will be much easier. Chapter 112, Charlotte Linlin's Concerns. Mama. Bigmom couldn't help grinning when he heard Blackbeard's remarks. I have to say that this guy Teach obviously planned to kill Whitebeard. Even according to what Teach said, he had already contacted Marine and wanted to join forces with Marine to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, but he seemed to be rejected by Marine. In fact, Bigmom still can't figure out what this guy Blackbeard is so keen on destroying the Whitebeard pirates is trying to get. If there is no great purpose, there is no reason for this guy who has been hiding on the Whitebeard ship for so many years to become so aggressive. But these have nothing to do with Bigmom, she only cares about what she can get. Teach, why'd I put so much effort into helping you? Hearing her say this, Blackbeard knew that she had been shaken, as for what reason to use to convince her. Blackbeard stared at Bigmom with a weird smile. Bigmom, there are more than 24 sites under Whitebeard's name that you can use to make desserts, don't you really not like it? 35. As long as you can successfully kill Whitebeard, you can choose his territory. If that be ****D Shanks wants to stop you, I will definitely help you attack the Red Hair Pirates. And all of this, just need you to help hold the Redhead and prevent him from interfering in this war, and you don't need to pay for anything else. Bigmom listened to Blackbeard's words, and the expression on his face did not change. According to Blackbeard, he only needs to stop Shanks from interfering in this war. It sounds very simple, but who is the red-haired Shanks? He is also one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Even if Shanks is not Whitebeard's opponent, the gap between them is definitely not too far. Would such a person be easy to provoke? Blackbeard, is that all you want to say? If that's all, then I have no interest in meddling in the war between you. Rather than preventing Shanks from intervening in this war, it is better to stay at the Cake Island and wait for the end of the war between them. If Whitebeard was defeated and killed, Bigmom would certainly not give up those islands that he had long been interested in. Advertisement: even if this guy Teach is killed by Whitebeard, Bigmom will not have any loss, so why go to this muddy water? Blackbeard's expression changed when he heard such an answer. Bigmom is obviously not so easy to fool. However, the rhetoric that Blackbeard prepared was more than that. Bigmom, if you don't stop Shanks, I will never start this war. 35. And of course Marine would love to see a fight between me and Whitebeard, but what they wanted was to clean up all the pirates in the New World. 55. One of the 4 emperors has already been killed by Marine. If this war is delayed, who will Marine's next target be? Anger instantly rose on Bigmom's face. Teach, how dare you threaten me? Hearing Bigmom's roar, Blackbeard quickly waved his hand and said with a smile. No, I'm not a threat, I'm just telling a very likely fact. Bigmom fell silent. As Blackbeard said, for Marine, the 4 emperors of the New World are the pirates they must choose to clean up. The B******** D Kaido has already been killed by Marine. The red-haired Shanks didn't have an exact location either. He is the only one who has been staying on this Cake Island. If Marine wants to attack, he doesn't have to search for a location. If it was before, Bigmom certainly couldn't have cared about Marine's threat to him, but now it's different. Kaido has already been killed by Marine's Admiral with his own power, and his strength can only be said to be indistinguishable compared to Kaido. Does that mean that Marine can also kill himself? We haven't had enough desserts yet, and Bigmom doesn't want to end his life just like that. Although he thought so in his heart, Bigmom obviously couldn't show it in front of Blackbeard. If Marine wants to attack the nations, let them come over, I'll see if Marine's strength is that powerful. Advertisement. Thief ha. Blackbeard knew that Bigmom was about to be persuaded by him. After all, if Whitebeard did die, the chaos in the New World would have to be greater than Kaido's death. After all, the number of islands that Whitebeard shelters is too many, and the pirates who are eyeing those islands have also been eager to move. With such a good opportunity, of course they will not let it go. By that time, Marine was just too busy dealing with the rogue pirates, and had no time for them. Bigmom, think about it carefully. I still need some time to prepare. It's up to you to decide whether to stop Shanks or not. The opponent is Whitebeard, and no matter who they are, they can't help but worry. Even with Whitebeard's current physical condition, no one dares to be careless, and the same is true for Teach. If he wants to kill Whitebeard to become the 4 emperors of the New World, and then reach Raftel to become the Pirate King after Roger, Teach still needs time to find his partner. The first condition is that having 720 has enough strength to accompany him to subvert the entire world. Bigmom fell silent as he watched Blackbeard leave. In fact, Bigmom also knew in his heart that it was absolutely possible that Marine would do something to himself as Blackbeard said, but as long as this war did not break out, Marine would never dare to act rashly. Because Whitebeard's power is enough to destroy all enemies in front of him, Marine can't fail to guard against him. But as Blackbeard said, Whitebeard is getting old, and it's time for him to accompany this old era to come to an end. Marineford, Marshal's office. Today's Marshal's office can be said to be very lively. Sakazuki, Kuzan and Pulsalino had all completed their missions and returned to Marineford, and even Garp and Crane were sitting quietly in the Marshal's office with dignified expressions. It was because they already knew that the red-haired Shanks, one of the New World 4 emperors, had just met with Marine's Admiral Luo Ye. The conversation between the two will definitely make a huge change in the future New World. And now, they are all staring at Luo Ye, listening to him say in detail what Shanks said. Shanks had met with Whitebeard before he came to Sabaody Archipelago, but he failed to persuade Whitebeard to give up on Teach, this time to let Marine stop the war from breaking out. Chapter 113, Marine's Existence Value. Red-haired Shanks, a mere New World pirate, has no right to point fingers at our Marine's behavior. What else is there for Marine to stop this war from breaking out, who he thinks he is? First think that Marine should take this opportunity to deal with the so-called 4 emperors of the New World, preferably to kill them all. Sakazuki's face was full of disdain for Shanks. Obviously just a pirate in the New World, he said something to let Marine intervene to stop the war. However, Sakazuki has long disliked the so-called 4 emperors. Kaido has been killed by Luo Ye, and only those 3 guys are left. As long as they are also killed, the future New World will definitely be very peaceful. What's more, only the pirates will participate in this war. How could such a good opportunity be given up because of the mere words of the red-haired Shanks? Some time ago, it was all those small characters who had been arrested, and now Sakazuki was instantly excited when he heard about the battle between Whitebeard and Teach. Sengoku looked at Sakazuki in this state and shook his head slightly. This guy Sakazuki has always been like this. The last time Pulsalino followed Luo Ye to attack the Beast's pirates made him very dissatisfied, and it is understandable that he is in this state now. However, as an old opponent, Sengoku knew very well that Whitebeard would not be able to be killed so easily. After so many years across the sea, Kaido and the pirates have always lived in the shadow of Whitebeard. According to Luo Ye, Teach's strength is not as weak as we thought, so if he wants to start a war with Whitebeard, the purpose must be to kill Whitebeard. It seems that Teach will never act without certainty. Once this war breaks out, the unrest caused by it will definitely not be easily suppressed. Also, the destructive power of that old Whitebeard guy is not as simple as you think. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp and Suru nodded at the same time. Strictly speaking, they were the ones who knew the true destructive power of Whitebeard the most. Even if Whitebeard's current body is no longer comparable to that of his youth, if he really exerts all the power of shock fruit, the place where this war is located will definitely be destroyed and cannot survive. Sengoku would not bet that Whitebeard and others, who were pirates, would deliberately find an uninhabited island for this war. Advertisement Kuzan also strongly agrees with Sengoku's words. Participating in that Buster call was enough to make Kuzan doubt justice in his heart, and he didn't want to go through this again. The world government may not care about the dead civilians in order to destroy the 4 emperors, but if Marine is the same, then there is no difference between them and the pirates. Kuzan would never allow such a thing to happen. Although he has never fought against Whitebeard, the reason why he is called the strongest man in the world is because of his powerful strength and destructive power that no one can match. If Whitebeard is really let go, the place where this war broke out will be destroyed because of Whitebeard. Even if we Marines don't stop this war, we must not let this happen. As soon as Kuzan's voice fell, Sakazuki's face was full of disdain. This is what he dislikes most about this guy Kuzan. It is obviously the most important thing to be able to kill the evil pirates, but this guy will be blocked because of these. It is never easy to get a calm sea, even if it costs a lot of human life, it is very worthwhile in Sakazuki's view. Thinking of this, Sakazuki stared at Kuzan and said, Kuzan, put away your woman's kindness, as long as Whitebeard can die in this war, the new world will never be so chaotic in the future. Kuzan frowned upon hearing Sakazuki's words. This guy has always been like this, the two have never agreed on this point of view, and every time they talk about it, it will inevitably cause a quarrel. Sakazuki, I don't want to quarrel with you right now. Instead of wasting time on this, it's better to think about how to deal with this impending war. Sakazuki snorted coldly but did not continue targeting Kuzan. What Kuzan said is really good. The most important thing now is to discuss how to deal with this war that is about to break out and determines the future pattern of the new world. In comparison, other things seem not so important. Sengoku, who originally wanted to reprimand Sakazuki, was relieved to see that they didn't quarrel as expected. Sakazuki and Kuzan can't meet each other, as long as they discuss how to deal with the pirates in front of them, it will definitely cause a quarrel. Advertisement Sengoku turned his gaze to Luo Ye who was beside him. He didn't speak since he finished what the red-haired Shanks had said, but watched Sakazuki and Kuzan arguing with interest. Seeing Luo Ye in this state, Sengoku couldn't help but feel stuffy. Luo Ye, what do you think about this matter, okay? After Sengoku said these words, all eyes in the marshal's office turned to Luo Ye. When Luo Ye took people to the Ghost Island to attack the Beast's pirates, he gave everyone a surprise. At that time, no one could think that Luo Ye could really kill Kaido, but he just did such a thing. Now that the war between Whitebeard and Teach is about to break out, if Luo Ye has no thoughts in his heart, no one of the people present will believe it. Luo Ye couldn't help but froze when he felt the eyes of these people. Originally, I wanted to continue watching the quarrel between Sakazuki and Kuzan, but it seems that this time there is no chance. Luo Ye shook his head slightly and said, Sakazuki is right, Marine can't miss this opportunity to end the old era. If Whitebeard dies in this war, it will be enough to declare the end of this era of great pirates. Sakazuki couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Sure enough, as he thought, Luo Ye and him were the same people, and all pirates should be punished. But others were not like Sakazuki, because they could feel that Luo Ye's words were not finished yet. Sure enough, Luo Ye spoke again. However, with Whitebeard's destructive power, there will be countless casualties after this war breaks out, especially those civilians who do not have the ability to protect themselves. If they fall at the location of this war, they will definitely not survive. 5. As Marine, who bears justice, of course I can't watch this situation happen. Since both Whitebeard and Teach want each other's lives, we Marine might as well start this war. Chapter 114, this war is started by Marine. Since both Whitebeard and Teach want each other's lives, it's better for us Marine to start this war. It's up to Marine to start the war. The senior Marines in the Marshal's office were stunned when they heard Luo Ye's words. In their original idea, either to prevent the outbreak of this war, or to wait for the end of the war to deal with the remaining people. But it was never thought that Marine would take the initiative and let this war that would change the whole new world pattern start in Marine's hands. The point is that this is the fight between Whitebeard and Teach, and it has nothing to do with Marine. If Marine wants to initiate this war, everyone present couldn't help staring at Luo Ye, wanting to see what kind of solution he could come up with. Luo Ye felt everyone's gaze, but his face didn't change. Instead, he stood up, stretched his waist and said, Let me handle this matter, it won't take long for this opportunity to appear. 39. Luo Ye's answer obviously exceeded everyone's expectations. 720 Sengoku's forehead was covered with black lines. Seeing Luo Ye planning to leave the office, he couldn't help but ask. Luo Ye, what is the opportunity you're talking about? Luo Ye, who walked to the door of the office, stopped and said with his back to the crowd. It won't take long for you to know, I'm going to New World, and the smoker guy hasn't left yet, so let's go with him. 5. Immediately ignoring everyone's reaction, Luo Ye pushed open the door and walked out, leaving a group of Marine executives looking at each other in the Marshal's office. This kid Luo Ye is getting more and more over the top. Sengoku couldn't help but patted the table and complained. It was related to the future direction of New World. As a result, Luo Ye didn't even want to explain to them. Of course, Sengoku would be dissatisfied with it. However, Sengoku didn't want to force Luo Ye to make it clear, because he knew that if Luo Ye didn't want to take the initiative to explain, no matter who asked him, it would never come to a conclusion. Advertisement, ha ha ha, Sengoku, since Kid Luo Ye said this matter was handed over to him, what have you to worry about? 35. When Garp saw Sengoku deflated in front of Luo Ye again, he couldn't help laughing out loud. CECG. This kid Luo Ye is really good. I don't know how many times he has vented his anger for him. Although Luo Ye may not have this idea, it does not affect Garp's opinion. Sengoku heard Garp's loud voice, and black lines appeared on his forehead again. This old guy Garp doesn't need to help Luo Ye teach a lesson, but he has to do this kind of thing every time. You old fellow, Garp, come tell me what that kid Luo Ye thinks. Sengoku's words came out, announcing that this discussion on how to deal with the Whitebeard and Teach war was officially over. Sakazuki, Kuzan and Pulsalino have no opinion on this. Both Sakazuki and Kuzan believed that Luo Ye would handle this kind of thing well. Since Luo Ye had already spoken out in person, they would never be disappointed. The two have always been in agreement on this point. As for Kizaru Pulsalino, he simply doesn't want to be involved in this discussion, he's just paddling. Whatever decision they ended up making, Pulsalino thought he was right to agree. After a busy period of time, Pulsalino felt that he still couldn't adapt to Luo Ye's state. No matter where he was, he had to paddle with salted fish to make Pulsalino feel happy. That being the case, then of course he no longer insists on anything, just be a salted fish with peace of mind. Luo Ye didn't know about the quarrel between Sengoku and Garp in the marshal's office, and of course even if he did, he wouldn't care. Sengoku, who has been the resourceful general for so many years, is very easy to lose control of his emotions every time in front of Mr. Garp. They have long been used to this. Luo Ye is looking for Smoker, who has just returned to Marineford from East Blue and was promoted to Rear Admiral. This guy has been wasted in East Blue for so long, and now he is finally able to return to Naval Headquarters smoothly. Ever since Luo Ye gave Smoker the order to clean up the East Blue pirates, Smoker has never stopped, arresting all the pirates in East Blue who are famous for their often evildoing, and some of them are even fiercely resisted and even killed by him. The pirates of East Blue have all been cleaned up. Such a guy with enough strength, of course Sengoku will not continue to let him stay in East Blue. Since Luo Ye told Sengoku about the plan to clean up the Four Seas pirates that day, Sengoku has given such orders to the various branches stationed in the Four Seas. Now not only the pirates of East Blue have been basically cleaned up, but even in the remaining 3 sea areas, the survival of those pirates has become smaller and smaller, and it will not be long before they will completely return to calm. Advertisement, the Smoker. Smoker stopped for a moment when he heard the voice behind him. Silver Eagle Admiral. Luo Ye looked at the guy who had just been promoted from Colonel to Rear Admiral. At the beginning, the order for Smoker to clean up the East Blue pirates was given in Logue Town, but unexpectedly, this situation was achieved by accident. This was obviously not what Luo Ye thought at the time. But that's fine, at least that old man Sengoku doesn't have to think about East Blue's pirates anymore. Smoker looked at Luo Ye, who had recently separated, and his mood was very complicated. Smoker could never have imagined that Luo Ye killed the 4 emperors in New World not long after he returned to Marineford from East Blue. Smoker did not miss the newspaper where Luo Ye first appeared. The 4 emperors who had been in the New World for so many years were actually killed by Luo Ye. You must know that Luo Ye joined Marine before him. What made Smoker even more ashamed afterward was that Luo Ye's 2 younger brothers, Ace and Sabo, also became Rear Admiral of the headquarters. Who knows how Smoker was feeling when he saw the 2 of them. But it will be fine in the future. Since Smoker has come to New World, naturally he can no longer stay in Logue Town like he did. He's going to prove to everyone that Smoker isn't a powerless guy. Luo Ye didn't have time to guess Smoker's mind, so he asked directly. Going to the G5 branch now? I happen to be going to New World with you guys. Okay. Smoker was stunned when he heard this, but when he saw Luo Ye's face, he didn't mean to laugh, so he nodded and agreed. As for what Luo Ye intends to do in New World, the current Smoker has no way to ask. However, according to the information he got, it is very likely that it has something to do with the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of this, there was a flash of excitement in Smoker's eyes. If Marine really wants to get involved in the Whitebeard pirates' war with the other guy, then this is a good opportunity for him to prove himself. Chapter 115, I used to need a saber, but I don't need it now. Silver Eagle Admiral. Tashigi, who was commanding the navy to organize affairs on the warship, saw Luo Ye boarded the warship and quickly said hello. The last time Luo Ye in Logue Town left a deep impression on her, the other party didn't do anything to her, and she still fell into a coma for no reason. Fortunately, the opponent was Admiral among the Marines. If it was really a pirate, then the Marines in Logue Town would really be wiped out. Luo Ye nodded to her when she heard the other party's greeting. Although this woman is usually a little confused, she is not confused at all when it comes to dealing with pirates, otherwise Smoker would not have brought Tashigi with him when old Sengoku told him to return to Marineford. Silver Eagle Admiral, haven't you found the right saber? Tashigi endured, and finally couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. Although Luo Ye didn't draw his sword when fighting Smoker that day, Tashigi later heard from Smoker that the true strength of this Marine Admiral was his unique swordsmanship. Especially after Luo Ye killed Kaido, he was called Mahawk, who surpassed one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and became the New World's #1 sword, How. But unfortunately, Luo Ye's saber was destroyed during the fight with Kaido, which made Tashigi, a sword idiot, unable to hold back for a while, sigh. After all, it would be a pity if a powerful swordsman did not have a famous sword capable of carrying his power. But logically speaking, as Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, he shouldn't have failed to find a suitable saber anyway. Marshal Sengoku shouldn't be so stingy. If Sengoku learns of Tashigi's thoughts, it is estimated that a mouthful of old blood will not help spit out. What's wrong with him? Luo Ye refused his gift when he could use a saber, but now he doesn't need a saber, and it's even more impossible to accept Sengoku's gift. Not only Tashigi had such doubts, but even Smoker stared at Luo Ye in confusion. He clearly knew how different Luo Ye's state was when he pulled out the knife, and even Kuzan was surprised by Luo Ye in that state. I don't know if I will go to New World with Luo Ye this time. Will I have the chance to see Luo Ye in that state again? Luo Ye felt the gazes of the two and slowly shook his head. I used to need a saber, but I don't need it now. Okay. Smoker and Tashigi glanced at each other, and both could see the puzzlement in the other's eyes. It's impossible that Luo Ye will stop using such a powerful swordsmanship, right? However, Luo Ye obviously didn't plan to solve their puzzles. There was no need to hide or explain the fact that he had obtained the Thunder Fruit ability. When the battle was over, everyone would naturally know. Smoker, what are you going to do when you arrive at the G5 branch? Advertisement. Luo Ye's eyes turned to the calm sea and asked. Vice Admiral Mole has been the base chief of the G5 branch since Vice Admiral Virgo, the original G5 branch base chief, was captured, and Smoker was also sent by Marshal Sengoku to help the Mole manage the G5 branch. After all, Virgo wasn't the only one in trouble with the chaotic G5 branch, and with Smoker's help, the Mole could get a little easier. Smoker's face suddenly became serious when he heard Luo Ye's question. Smoker is now able to grasp the size very well in this kind of thing. Luo Ye's current tone is of course not joking with him. I plan to go to New World after I arrive at the G5 branch, and lead some of the Marines to clean up the surrounding pirates, and the rest of the Marines will stay in the G5 branch to let the Mole Vice Admiral polish it slowly. Smoker has long wanted to fight against the pirates of the New World, and even Ace and Sabo have been promoted to Marine Rear Admiral after several battles. And it took him so many years for Smoker to accomplish such a goal. Not to mention Luo Ye, a monster that no one can compare with. He was also one of the geniuses in the training camp of the headquarters. How could Smoker be willing to be left behind by the juniors of Ace and Sabo? Now that there is such an opportunity, Smoker certainly has to prove to others that he was not sent to East Blue Log Town because of his weak strength. Luo Ye nodded slightly when he heard Smoker's words. This guy Smoker has never been soft on pirates. Just like in the original book, without Dorag's help, Luffy should have been killed by Smoker in Log Town. Katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot. It's just that this guy's fruit ability is a bit tasteless, Logia smoke fruit, and the lethality does not have any advantage compared to other Logia. Otherwise, even if Smoker's character was disadvantaged, he would not have been allowed to station in East Blue Log Town in the first place. Smoker thought, and finally couldn't help but ask. Will the war between Silver Eagle Admiral, Whitebeard and Teach really break out? Although Smoker doesn't know the true strength of Blackbeard Teach, in his opinion, a guy who can continue to roam the sea after killing a squad leader of the Whitebeard pirates is definitely not bad. But Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, and the family on the ship has been hurt like this, of course he can't let it go. If a war breaks out between the two sides, Marine must not sit idly by, and it is best to have my chance at that time. Smoker couldn't help but get excited at the thought of that. Tashigi on the side was also staring at Luo Ye. She had listened to Smoker's analysis before. If this war broke out, Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, would never miss it. The last time Luo Ye in Log Town just killed her with his aura, which left an indelible impression on Tashigi, and she wanted to know how powerful Luo Ye really was. If he fights the Whitebeard pirates, Silver Eagle Admiral will definitely let it go, right? Advertisement Tashigi has long wanted to see the true strength of the world's #1 swordsman. Luo Ye glanced at Smoker, knowing exactly why this guy was so concerned about this matter. Ace, Sabo and Luffy are the same three boys, all want to participate in an extremely powerful war to prove their strength. Luffy didn't get mad at the last time he missed the Beast's pirates attack, especially with two older brothers who always liked to tease him. Luo Ye turned his eyes to the sea again and said, "Don't worry, this war will definitely break out, and it will be started in the hands of our Marines, so that we can better control the extent of the war." Mole is of course no stranger to Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral. Even if he could become the base manager of this G5 branch, it was because Luo Ye chose to attack Doflamingo, which led to Virgo's true identity being exposed. What's more, Mole followed Luo Ye on missions quite a few times, of course he couldn't help being a little surprised to see him suddenly now. It's a pity that Luo Ye didn't have his share when he led someone to attack the Beast's pirates, which made Mole regret all the time. Now that he's headed to the New World again, does that mean Marine has another big move? If this is the case, then the Mole would rather leave the task of managing the G5 branch to Smoker, and he would follow Luo Ye's side. After all, with Luo Ye's current strength and identity, the opponent he chose would definitely not be a minor character. Silver Eagle Admiral, why did you come to this G5 branch? Luo Ye smiled and said, "Why, aren't you welcome?" He was resting in the cabin, and Luo Ye didn't know that he had reached the G5 branch until Tashigi woke him up. The surrounding Marines of the G2.6 to 5 branch also looked at Luo Ye's direction in shock. After all, they're in the New World and know more about what's going on here than anyone else. The Mole Vice Admiral didn't have much deterrent effect on them, but the Silver Eagle Admiral who successfully killed the New World 4 Emperors was completely different. In front of Mole, he might be able to disobey orders. If Luo Ye gave any order, none of these people would dare to disobey. Mole couldn't help scratching his head when he heard Luo Ye's joke. Although he was older than Luo Ye, he still couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable in front of Luo Ye. "No, of course not, I'm just a little surprised by your presence." Luo Ye didn't have any opinion on this either, nodded slightly and said, "I've come to New World with work to do, and I'm going to New World with Smoker later." Chapter 117. Tashigi's values collapsed. Mole was not surprised when he heard Luo Ye's words, but there was a hint of excitement on his face. With Luo Ye's current status and strength, the chosen opponent will not be a minor character anyway. Such a good opportunity to follow Luo Ye to catch pirates, wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? Thinking of this, Mole couldn't help but glance at Smoker beside him, then turned his head to look at Luo Ye and said, "Silver Eagle Admiral, since you need the help of the G5 branch to go to New World this time, why don't I go with you?" 99. Hearing Mole's words, Luo Ye couldn't help but look at him strangely. Luo Ye certainly understood why Mole made such a decision. However, as he is now the base chief of the G5 branch, it will not be easy to follow Luo Ye away, unless Smoker, who has just arrived, is willing to replace Mole's current task of managing the G5 branch. Still, would the Smoker guy agree to such a thing? As Luo Ye expected, when he turned his head to look at Smoker, he found that Smoker opened his mouth wide, and the cigar in his mouth almost fell to the ground. Smoker gasped deeply, stared at the Mole and shouted. Mole Vice Admiral, it's not right for you to do this 24. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Mole's face when he heard Smoker's words. Of course he knew that it was inappropriate to do so, but the attraction of following Luo Ye to New World was too great. Whether fighting the pirates could make him improve his strength, or the military merit he got after successfully catching the pirates, Mole couldn't help but say those words. As for the failure of the action, follow Luo Ye, Marine Admiral, to talk about the failure of the action? As long as Luo Ye could agree to take him, even if Smoker said he was not authentic, the Mole would recognize him. Mole turned to look at Smoker and said, Smoker Rear Admiral, the Marines of the G5 branch need your management, and I believe that these guys will be convinced by your management. Don't worry, I will take away some of the Navy so you don't have to bear too much pressure. 9 to the power of 9 Smoker was outraged now. Advertisement: it was not easy to leave East Blue Log Town and come to this new world. The purpose of Smoker is to fight against the pirates of New World, whether it is to improve his own strength, or to obtain more military merit, this is the purpose of Smoker. As a result, just when he came to this G5 branch, the Mole gave him such a big surprise. Smoker can't help but wonder if he's been in East Blue too long, how the Mole has become what he is now. Just now, I wanted to reminisce, but when I saw Luo Ye, I wanted to snatch Smoker's plan to follow Luo Ye to the New World. How could the grumpy Smoker endure it? Mole Vice Admiral, don't forget that you are the base commander of the G5 branch. Marshal Sengoku asked me to come here just to assist you. The real task of managing these Marines is still yours. With a response like Smoker's, Mole wasn't surprised. The Smoker guy has been like that since he was in training camp, and it hasn't changed after all these years at East Blue. Mole coughed twice. Since the base commander of the G5 branch is me, then I naturally have the power to deploy you here. Smoker, let me do this operation. You just came to New World, and you are not familiar with everything here. During this period of time, you should first clarify the current layout of New World. If there is any action in the future, I will definitely let you go. Smoker stared dumbfounded at the Mole who said that. He never thought that after not seeing him for so many years, the Mole would become so shameless. Smoker was also able to guess what the Mole was thinking. But in Smoker's point of view, he doesn't need military exploits, but no one wants to stop him from going to the New World to fight the pirates. Toshigi covered his mouth as he watched Vice Admiral the Mole and Smoker Rear Admiral arguing. Originally thought that the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters must be stern and full of majesty, but I didn't expect the Mole Vice Admiral to do such a thing. Even Smoker Rear Admiral, who she had followed for many years, could show such a face when faced with such a thing. It really broke Toshigi's perception of them. The image of these two people in Toshigi's heart is now more and more different from Luo Ye. Toshigi also knew very well that the most fundamental reason why the two of them quarreled was because of Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral. If there is no Luo Ye's arrival this time, the Mole Vice Admiral must be very happy to see Smog Rear Admiral to lead the Marines of the G5 branch to the New World. Advertisement as a result, because of Luo Ye's unexpected arrival, the Mole Rat Vice Admiral also thought about this action. If it weren't for Luo Ye and Smoker, even Toshigi would have wondered if the person in front of him was the Vice Admiral Mole from Naval Headquarters. Not only Toshigi, but also the surrounding Marines looked at the two who were arguing with strange eyes. They don't know exactly what's going on here, but Mole Vice Admiral and the new Rear Admiral's quarrel, they all see it very well. Is it really appropriate to argue like this in front of Marine Admiral? All the sea soldiers couldn't help but have such doubts in their hearts. At this moment, Luo Ye couldn't help but see several black lines on the forehead of the two people who were arguing. He never thought that Mole would say these words in order to follow him to the New World. 723 must know that Smoker has been trapped in East Blue for so many years. How could he be willing to let Mole take this mission to New World away? Enough for the two of you. Do you feel honored to do such a thing in front of your subordinates? The two who were arguing over who would follow Luo Ye to the New World this time were stunned, and then turned around to see that the sailors in the G5 branch were looking at them with strange expressions. Smoker quickly shirks the blame. Vice Admiral Mole, no wonder you haven't made any progress since you came to this G5 branch for so long. With a base like yours, these guys certainly won't change their bad habits. The Mole was not angry when he heard this, but he laughed twice. That's why I said let you stay and manage these guys, and I'll take people to the New World with Silver Eagle Admiral, 39. UB*****D. Smoker stared at the Mole with wide eyes. Seeing that the two of them were arguing again, Luo Ye frowned and said, Smoker takes me to the New World for this operation, Mole you stay. Even though they were two people who had not seen each other for many years, they were able to quarrel because of this matter. Luo Ye didn't know how to evaluate these two guys. Isn't it just to go to the New World, it is necessary to fight back and forth? Chapter 118, worthy of being the strongest monster in the headquarters for so many years. Go to a warship in the New World. Smoker looked at the sea in front of him and was in a good mood. That guy Mole still wanted to take away his mission this time. Thanks to Luo Ye's help, Mole stayed in the G5 branch. Otherwise, with Smoker's current status, if Mole really wants to follow Luo Ye to the New World, then Smoker may have to obey Mole in the end. How can this guy become like this? Looking at the sea, Smoker can't help but doubt his life. What had happened in the headquarters during the years he had left Marineford for East Blue Log Town? Not only the stereotypical Marshal Sengoku has changed his temper, but now even the very honest guy Mole has become so shameless. I really don't understand the real reason for these people's changes. Smoker Rear Admiral, what pirate group are we going to New World this time? Tashigi glanced at Luo Ye, who was on the side, then turned to Smoker and asked. Originally, Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, was on the warship, so Smoker would not be able to arrange the action anyway. However, Luo Ye said that he had no plans for the time being, to let Smoker lead the sailors on the warship, and Smoker Rear Admiral did not show any kindness to Luo Ye, and took them directly to the New World. It stands to reason that it is not in compliance with the rules to let Smoker lead these sailors to New World. The Mole should first know Smoker's current strength and whether he is qualified to lead the sailors to New World. But because Luo Ye, Marine Admiral, was there this time, Mole naturally skipped this link. If these Marines under Luo Ye's men can still be severely injured, then these people will lose their qualifications to stay in the G5 branch in New World. Smoker was stunned when he heard Tashigi's question, but then came back to his senses. At the time of the G5 branch, Mole had already told him the distribution of pirates in this area. Even when Virgo was captured, no pirates dared to haunt this area, but since Luo Ye destroyed the beast's pirates, the entire New World has fallen into great chaos. Even if there is a marine branch in this area, it has not suppressed the ambitions of those pirates. The sailors of the G5 branch alone are enough to give the Mole a headache, and these troublesome pirates make the Mole even more annoyed, which is also an important reason why Marshal Sengoku sent Smoker to the G5 branch. Advertisement: now that Smoker has led the sailors to the New World, he will naturally not let the pirates along the way. Just then, a sailor hurried to where Smoker was. Report Smoker Rear Admiral, the trail of a pirate ship is found ahead. Hearing this, Smoker's eyes turned fierce instantly. After so many ups and downs, he finally found an opportunity. Which pirate group? The Wolf Pirates. Their captain is the great pirate Bayuda with a bounty of up to 360 million. 360 million pirates? Smoker's eyes instantly filled with war when he heard this. No matter how many years he stayed in East Blue, he would never encounter a pirate of this level. He didn't expect to encounter such an opponent just when he came to New World. That's what makes Smoker excited. Staying in a weak place like East Blue for a long time will really make people weak. Go on, all the sailors on the warship will enter a combat state. Yes, Smoker Rear Admiral. After getting Smoker's order, the sea soldier quickly agreed, and before turning to leave, he secretly glanced at Luo Ye. When he first left the G5 branch, he was a little curious why the commander of this operation would be Smoker Rear Admiral. Obviously Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, was on the warship, but this task fell on Smoker's head. Not just this sailor, all sailors on the warship have this confusion. Originally, they thought that they would be led by Admiral this time to New World. Naturally, they could no longer behave as they did before. Unexpectedly, Luo Ye, the Admiral, didn't care at all, and the Marine Rear Admiral, the Smoker, led them. That being the case, of course these veterans are still going their own way, and even finding the trace of the pirate ship didn't make them any nervous. Silver Eagle Admiral, I'm going to deal with this group of pirates first. Smoker came to Luo Ye and said. The mere 360 million pirates may be an opponent in front of Smoker, but for Luo Ye, it is not even worth letting him shoot, and Smoker will of course have no objection to this. Advertisement: although Luo Ye has not revealed to anyone what his real purpose of going to New World this time is, no one will think he is joking. Otherwise, Mole, the head of the G5 branch, would not have done anything to snatch Smoker from this time. Not to mention Smoker, even Mole has no right to ask what Luo Ye doesn't want to say. Smoker can only wait patiently. And the pirates who encountered these were obviously the guys Smoker used to relieve their boredom. Luo Ye waved his hand towards Smoker. Smoker got Luo Ye's signal and didn't stop, turned and left here with Tashigi. Tashigi took a peek at Luo Ye and found that he was looking at the pirate group not far away, and couldn't help but be more curious about Luo Ye. Smoker Rear Admiral, how strong is the Silver Eagle Admiral? Tashigi just feels a pity now that the pirates encountered this time are not worth the action of Luo Ye, Marine Admiral, otherwise Tashigi would have a clearer sense of Luo Ye's strength. Regarding Luo Ye's statement that he doesn't need a saber now, Tashigi thought for a long time and still couldn't figure out what he really meant. With a cigar in his mouth, Smoker glanced at Tashigi next to him and said, I don't know what kind of strength he is now, 35. Let me tell you, every time he experiences a battle, his strength will be greatly improved, and no one can explain exactly what happened. Zhao Liaohao. But this is also the reason why the sailors in the headquarters want to fight the pirates so much over the years. After all, everyone wants their strength to be improved quickly. I didn't know his true strength when I was in Log Town. After so long, he has already destroyed the beast's pirates. I am afraid that Admiral Aokiji Kuzan, who defeated him back then, may not be his opponent now. Tashigi's eyes widened when he heard this explanation. Although everyone knew that non-stop fighting would increase her strength faster, she had never seen someone like the one Smoker described. The Silver Eagle Admiral is truly the most terrifying monster naval headquarters has seen in so many years. Okay Tashigi, ready to fight. 35 Smoker looked at the pirate ship that was getting closer and pulled out the weapon, open black lens bracket, 10 hands close black lens bracket, brother behind him. Starting today, let these pirates know that there is another person in Marine, his name is Smoker. Chapter 119, I don't want the sea to become boring. Luo Ye couldn't help but nodded secretly when he saw the aggression Smoker. Maybe Smoker's current strength isn't outstanding in naval headquarters, but that's all because the guy has been in East Blue for too long. Now that he has come to New World, as long as he has more fights with these pirates, with Smoker's talent, it is still very simple to quickly improve his strength. For this level of pirates, Luo Ye has no desire to intervene. This is also the reason why I came to New World with Smoker, but it is a pity that the boys from Ace and Sabo were sent to Wano Kuni by themselves. Otherwise this operation would have allowed them to come along. After all, this action can be said to determine the direction of the war between Whitebeard and Teach. Luo Ye shook his head and stopped thinking about these things, and turned his attention to Smoker who was about to attack the pirates. This group of wolf pirates can be said to be the vassals of the original Beast's pirates, and they escaped because they were not on the Island of Ghosts when they went out. When Bei Yudai, the leader of the group, knew that the Beast's pirates had been destroyed, he couldn't help but feel scared for a while. Even the unrivaled Governor Kaido in their hearts was killed by Marine's Silver Eagle Admiral, not to mention a small character like him who was incompetent in front of Luo Ye. However, Kaido's death did not make Bei Yudai give up his pirate career, but made him feel that he had lost all his restraints. Kaido is already dead, so no matter what he does, he doesn't need to pay attention to other people's orders. As for whether Marine will round him up, it's too big to die with the Beast's pirates at the hands of Marine Admiral, and Beast's pirates won't believe that she will die at the hands of minor characters. As long as the opponent is not Marine Admiral, even if it is not an opponent, he is confident that he can escape. As for the Marine warship on the opposite side, use it as a stepping stone to become famous in the New World. Bei Yudai looked at the warship that was approaching, and her eyes were filled with a light called ambition. Little ones, our wolf pirates have inherited the will of the Beast's pirates. Since the boss of Kaido is dead, we should replace him as one of the New World 4 emperors. Whoa, one of the new 4 emperors, kill Marine. These pirates began to scream when they heard Bei Yudai's words. Advertisement: the pirates of New World have always regarded themselves very highly. These people have always believed that Kaido used to suppress them, otherwise they would have already achieved great prestige in New World by virtue of their strength. Now that Kaido and the 3 major disasters are dead, it's time for them to become famous. Bei Yudai couldn't help laughing at the excited expressions of his subordinates. Of course he knew how to arouse the emotions of these guys. With the strength of these guys, it is not enough to help him become the new 4 emperors, but as long as he is famous enough, he will definitely be able to have a steady stream of strong guys join his pirate group just like Kaido at the beginning. And these all require the cooperation of Marine. As long as he can kill the guy on this warship, Marine will definitely increase his bounty. At that time, it will be the real fame of New World. Put the boat over, Lousy will kill the Marines with his own hands. Bei Yudai raised his sword high and roared at his subordinates. His roar could be heard clearly even by Smoker, who was approaching the wolf pirates. Bei Yudai's reaction can't help but make Smoker wonder if this guy's bounty is wrong. He can still have such momentum when encountering Marine. Is it really a 360 million bounty? But none of this matters. The reason Smoker didn't order the warships to bombard their pirate ships was to kill these guys himself. Now Bei Yudai's idea coincides with Smoker's. Marine, be my stepping stone to the New World. After Bei Yudai finished speaking, she raised her head to the sky and roared, and then her entire body began to undergo tremendous changes. From the original appearance of a human being more than 2 meters high, it became a wolf nearly 6 meters high. This is the devil fruit, wolf form that Byoda originally got in Beast's pirates. It is also the fundamental reason why their pirate group is called the Wolf Pirates. Smoker, who jumped on the pirate ship, CECG, was not surprised to see him like this. Devil fruit, which is a rare sight in East Blue, will only make people accustomed to coming to New World. This guy's devil fruit ability is nothing at all, not to mention that Smoker is the owner of Logia devil fruit. Bei Yudai, who turned into a wolf, raised his sword and charged towards Smoker, just a Marine Rear Admiral, not enough to scare Bei Yudai. Boom! Bei Yudai's big sword was directly blocked by the 10 hands made of sea stone in Smoker's hand, and the rest of the seamen or pirates were very tacit and did not participate in the battle between them. Advertisement: regardless of their status or strength, they cannot be allowed to participate in this battle. They are responsible for the other pirates. Although the sailors of the G5 branch usually look like old soldiers, they will not evade when they encounter battles, otherwise they will not be stationed in New World. What's more, Smoker has given orders before, no matter how they behaved in the past, but now under his command, Smoker will not allow these guys to mess around. In normal times, they might not have taken Smoker's orders seriously, but now it's different, because the Silver Eagle Admiral is watching their battle from the warship. BWGB, B, if Admiral is dissatisfied, wouldn't it be a matter of one sentence to get them out of the G5 branch? Under the blessing of various reasons, these sailors are very consciously trying their best to try to kill their opponents. Luo Ye couldn't help but nodded secretly when he saw such a scene. These sailors of the G5 branch are still capable, and as for their usual style, that is something that Mole and Smoker should consider managing. Luo Ye, who was watching the battle, suddenly saw that Tashigi was really waving Shiyu in his hands to fight the pirates in front of him. Tashigi's current strength is not outstanding compared to those guys in naval headquarters, but Luo Ye is quite satisfied with her pursuit of swordsmanship. If there is a chance, Luo Ye doesn't mind giving her pointers. Just as he gave Zoro the Yanmo he no longer needed, Luo Ye didn't want the sea to become very boring in the future. Only when there are more boys like them can Luo Ye feel more fun. The wolf pirate's captain, Biota, felt a little frightened by the force coming from Smoker's strange weapon. He was obviously just a very unfamiliar Marine Rear Admiral, yet he was able to block so many moves. Is he unable to lift the knife himself, or has Marine's strength increased overall? Beiyu too gritted his teeth. Since he chose to take action against this group of Marines, no matter how badly his side suffered, he would kill these Marines. Only in this way would it not be too bad. As for the lives of those subordinates, in Beiyu and Yuda's eyes, it was worthless at all. Marine, give me death. Beiuta kicked her feet, and her whole body rushed towards Smoker again. Chapter 120, Furious Smoker. Smoker pursed his lips in disdain when he heard the roar coming from the other side. I originally thought that a guy with such a fierce aura could be so powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so capable. Although Smoker has been wasted in East Blue Log Town for so many years, he has never stopped training except going out to catch pirates every day. Even this improvement in strength is nothing in naval headquarters, but Smoker was one of the geniuses in the training camp back then. How could he just be killed by a New World pirate? If that's the case, then Smoker has no value at all for Luo Ye to transfer him from East Blue to Marin Vandu. Smoker came to New World to prove himself. How could he just lose in the hands of a pirate with a mere 360 million bounty gold? White fist. Smoker's fist was instantly sprayed out by the smoke he turned, and the next moment his fist was directly in front of Beiutai. Beiutai was caught off guard by Smoker's move. Before, Smoker had never shown that he was the owner of Devil Fruit, and Beiutai certainly didn't think about it. I didn't expect this guy's fist to be able to spit out directly. Does he have the ability of Logia? Beiutai, who was charging towards Smoker, could only slow down, stretched out his fist and collided with Smoker's white fist. He didn't want to lose to Smoker just like that. You must know that Beiutai's goal is to become one of the 4 emperors of the New World. The white fist was blocked, but Smoker was not discouraged in the slightest. If the pirates of the New World can also let him kill him in one lap, then there is no meaning for him to try his best to come to the New World. Smoker's feet seemed to be equipped with jets, pushing his entire body towards the opposite Biota at a very fast speed. At this moment, the big sword in Beiutai's hand suddenly turned black, and he looked at Smoker with a grin. As a former Beasts Pirates member, of course he has seen a lot of Logia demon fruit power, and he knows how to deal with such a guy. Don't think you're invincible with Logia abilities, watch how Lousy chops off your head with armament hockey. Biota swung the sword and collided with Smoker again. Advertisement. The reason why Kaido built a Zone Demon Fruit Power Army was because Zone's power and reaction ability were very strong. Even if Beiutai is only a pirate with a bounty of 360 million, but since he has transformed into a wolf form, his strength and speed are of course not only improved. Boom. The airflow that erupted from the collision of the two guys who did their best made other people who were fighting on the pirate ship dodge one after another. If it was really affected, it would really be unreasonable. Sparks continued to flash where Beiutai's big sword collided with Smoker's 10 hands, and the two of them did not hesitate to increase the strength of their hands again. In a head-to-head fight, if anyone falls into a disadvantage, then the battle after that can only be constantly forced back. At this moment, Smoker gritted his teeth resentfully, as if he felt Luo Ye's gaze on the warship. Smoker was very annoyed when he was sent to East Blue Log Town, but after so many years, not only Luo Ye became Marine Admiral, but even his two brothers, Ace and Sabo, they were also promoted to Marine Rear Admiral. On the contrary, Smoker was recalled by Marshal Sengoku to become Marine Rear Admiral after completing the task given by Luo Ye. Anyway, Smoker was also one of the geniuses in the training camp of the headquarters. How could he be reconciled to this? Smoker didn't want Luo Ye to think that Luo Ye recalled Smoker to Marineford just because of his hard work in East Blue. Smoker wanted to let everyone in the headquarters know that he wasn't just one of the geniuses when he was in training camp. Even now, it has not been left behind. White snake. With a roar, Smoker's wrist instantly turned into a snake-shaped white smoke, wrapping around Beiutai at a fast speed. Although he had long known that Logia's abilities were difficult to deal with, Beiutai never thought that Smoker would be able to use such an attack. Beiutai was startled and wanted to dodge, but of course Smoker wouldn't let him dodge so easily. With the Seastone weapon in his other hand, Smoker slammed into him with 10 hands. Boom. 55. Even though Beiutai had turned into a wolf for 100 years, his speed was still not stronger than that of Smoker's white snake. First, he was entangled by his white snake, and then Smoker's strange weapon gradually enlarged in Beiutai's terrified eyes. In the end, Beiutai was directly beaten by Smoker and flew out, tumbling a few times and hitting the deck ruthlessly. The other members of the wolf pirates who were fighting Marine couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Although the seamen of the G5 branch disagree with their style, their strength is still much stronger than those of these pirates. The members of the wolf pirates are constantly being pushed back. Originally, I thought that I would wait until the captain has dealt with the Marine Rear Admiral to help them. Unexpectedly, even their captain, Beiutai, was vomited blood by the other side. When some active pirates saw this battle that was obviously falling into the lower hand, the thoughts of fleeing suddenly rose in their hearts. Even a few pirates have jumped into the sea, but how could the sailors of the G5 branch let them go? They haven't figured out Smoker's style for the time being, but what the Marine Admiral on the warship did has already spread throughout the New World, and they naturally have no reason to know. Of course, you can let go of these evil pirates, otherwise, if Admiral gets angry, it's not something that the sailors can bear. Smoker didn't give up this good opportunity either, and he was very good at beating down the underdogs. Smoker's lower body turned into a smoker again, pushing his body towards Byoda on the deck and dashing towards him. Bayutai looked at Smoker who made such a move, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. Originally thought that there would not be any big people on this marine warship, even Bayutai didn't panic when she saw that Smoker was Marine Rear Admiral. In his opinion, only a Marine Rear Admiral can handle it. How could he have thought that this guy's strength would be so strong? No, we must stop it. Laozi is a big pirate of the new 4 emperors, how could he die in the hands of a mere Marine Rear Admiral? Bayuta picked up the big sword beside him and collided with the 10 hands that Smoker swung over. Just when Bayutai was thinking about how to get out, he only felt a pain in his chest, and Bayutai couldn't help lowering his head to check. As a result, Bayu was too horrified to find that Smoker's fist, which was blackened by armament hockey, was constantly piercing his chest. Boom! Smoker didn't let his guard down when he saw that he had succeeded. Pirates in New World have always been very cunning. If you want to kill this so-called wolf pirate group, you must directly end this guy's life. Lose. Chapter 121, the key to open this war, appeared. Luo Ye nodded slightly at the battle where the situation was already very clear. No matter what the Smoker said, he was also a member of the Naval Headquarters training camp at the beginning, and it is not surprising that he has such strength now. That is to say, this guy was sent to East Blue to be stationed at that time. Otherwise, if he had been fighting these pirates in New World all these years, his strength would never be the same as it is now. That's fine, Ace and Sabo have all gotten on the right track, and started catching New World's pirates alone. Even that kid Luffy has already left the training camp, and it won't be long before the chances of making his own shots will be less and less. Even after the war between Whitebeard and Teach really broke out, there weren't many pirates worthy of Luo Ye's shot after the end. However, Luo Ye is also very happy to see such a situation. If there are pirates in trouble, New World will let them go to catch them, and 727 can make a salted fish in Marineford with peace of mind. You can even go back to Windmill Town from time to time. This kind of life is the real fun. Thinking of that scene, Luo Ye couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Thinking about it now is too far away. At this time, the battle on that pirate ship had come to an end. Smoker has no intention of letting go of the rogue pirates in New World. In Smoker's view, pirates like this should all be executed. Byoda, who felt a Smoker, certainly wasn't going to end well. Smoker put his 10 hands behind his back, his fists turned black, and under Bayo's terrified gaze, Smoker kept hammering his head. Bayoda's howl got smaller and smaller, eventually losing her breath under Smoker's fist. The veterans of the G5 branch who followed Smoker to New World couldn't help but get even more excited when they saw this scene. For them, as long as they shoot at the pirates, there will be no holding back, and they must end the life of the pirates very simply. However, the current base commander, Vice Admiral, does not seem to have such a habit. Instead, he is more tolerant of those pirates. The mole's behavior makes the Marines of these G5 branches very dissatisfied. Originally thought that the new Rear Admiral who came to the G5 branch should have a similar character to the mole Vice Admiral, but he did not expect that he would actually be able to smash the head of the pirate wolf. This can't help but make the sailors of the G5 branch feel very happy. In the eyes of these sailors, Marines should have this attitude towards pirates. If it is just to arrest, how can it be possible to stop those pirates from doing evil? Advertisement: it's a pity that Luo Ye, Marine Admiral, is not the base chief of their G5 branch. Otherwise, with his way of dealing with pirates, Luo Ye's subordinates will definitely make them very happy. The sailors of the G5 branch were encouraged, and the movements in their hands became more aggressive. But the members of the wolf pirates who were their opponents are completely different. They were not the opponents of these Marines. At first, they wanted to count on the Captain Bayutai, but now even the captain died at the hands of Marine. How could they resist such a powerful Marine? With this thought in my heart, I naturally lost the confidence to continue fighting against the Marines. Especially seeing that there are members of the wolf pirates who are constantly jumping into the sea to escape. This discovery has made more and more pirates jump into the sea. But how could these sailors of the G5 branch sit by and let them escape? The Silver Eagle Admiral does not look down on this military merit, and the Smoker Rear Admiral does not need it. These ordinary Marines need this military merit very much. Smoker shook his head slightly as he watched his men jump into the sea to pursue these pirates. Smoker has been at East Blue for so many years, and has long since figured out how to lead his men. I have already killed Bayuda, the captain of the wolf pirates. As for these small roles, I should let these sailors take care of them. Tashigi, who had just dealt with a pirate who wanted to escape, turned his head when he heard this, looked at Smoker in confusion and asked, "What's wrong with Smoker Rear Admiral?" Tashigi's face was also full of excitement. In East Blue, let alone Smoker Rear Admiral, even her Tashigi couldn't find a suitable opponent. I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful pirate group just when I came to this new world. If this goes on, I will definitely improve my swordsmanship quickly. Tashigi didn't take Luo Ye as her target at all, because she knew very well that someone like Luo Ye was not something she could surpass. But I met in Logue Town before, the guy named Roranoa Zoro who was with Ace Rear Admiral and Sabo Rear Admiral. At that time, he obtained the practice of the 3rd generation ghost, and Tashigi saw it very clearly. Such a person will definitely be very powerful in swordsmanship in the future. If that's the case, then let him be the target of his pursuit. Advertisement Smoker was taken aback by the expression on Tashigi's face, then shook his head helplessly and said, "It's nothing, the end of the battle here is left to you to deal with, I'll go back to the warship first." Yes, Smoker Rear Admiral. Tashigi wasn't surprised by this, after all, that's how they cooperated back in East Blue. Smoker took out the opponent, and Tashigi was in charge of the finishing touches. After answering, Tashigi turned around and continued to command the Marines to encircle and suppress these members of the Wolf Pirates. Smoker looked at Tashigi in this state and shook his head slightly, then returned to the warship. "How is it? Are you still used to it?" Luo Ye looked at the pirates who kept jumping into the sea and asked. Smoker beside him nodded silently. "The new world is more interesting. If you meet any pirate group, you can have this kind of strength. There's no way that East Blue can compare to this place." Hearing this, Luo Ye couldn't help but smile. East Blue has always been recognized as the weakest pirate, that is, because the hometown of the original One Piece Roger is in East Blue Log Town. Otherwise Sengoku would not have let Smoker go to East Blue to garrison. "Smoker, don't get left too far by the Ace, Sabo boys." 2.6 An embarrassed look flashed across Smoker's face upon hearing this. He also gave up the idea of chasing Luo Ye long ago. Since meeting Ace and others in Log Town, Smoker's idea of coming to New World has become stronger. Regardless of strength or military rank, Smoker was unwilling to be surpassed by them, but Luo Ye said it directly, making Smoker a little embarrassed. Just when Smoker wanted to ask Luo Ye something, the phone bug that Luo Ye brought this time suddenly rang. Seeing that Luo Ye's eyes became brighter after the phone bug was connected, Smoker couldn't help but feel even more confused. Could it be that Luo Ye's purpose of coming to New World this time is about to come true? After the phone bug hung up, Luo Ye turned his head to look at Smoker and said, "The key to this war has appeared." Chapter 112, The Fate of Killing Family Members. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach has reached a consensus with BIGMOM. As long as he can successfully drag Marine into the water, BIGMOM can stop the red-haired Shanks who wants to intervene in this war. Unbeknownst to both sides, whenever a war broke out between Whitebeard and Teach, Marine would be involved in the war. Of course, Teach, who received the promise of BIGMOM, did not hesitate any longer, and took the initiative to reveal his position. Teach was well aware of Whitebeard's prestige and status among his sons. The guy who killed the members of the Whitebeard Pirates was something that those people couldn't bear to see. However, as long as Whitebeard didn't come in person, even if the opponent was the captain of the first team, Marco, Teach was confident enough to keep the people who came to hunt him down. At that time, you only need to give these guys you defeated to Marine, especially the Silver Eagle Admiral Luo Ye who rejected his proposal to join forces. Teach didn't believe that Luo Ye would let these guys go. You must know that the most talked about way in New World is Luo Ye's ruthless approach to pirates. As long as Luo Ye would kill these guys, Whitebeard would definitely not be able to hold back his anger and attack the 24th Marines in anger. At that time, it is his chance to Teach to reap the benefits of a fisherman. Will the Whitebeard pirates really come here? Sitting on a high place holding Maxim's spear, Van Oka couldn't help but ask. Since they have actively exposed their positions, no one must be able to guess that they are deliberately trying to lure the Whitebeard pirates. This is already the case. Will anyone really take the bait? Van Oka is very skeptical. Teach wasn't annoyed by the questioning of the sniper on his own ship. Others may not understand the father's status in the eyes of others, but how could Teach, who has been with the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, not know? As long as they take the initiative to reveal their position, some people want to take out this ill will for Whitebeard. Of course, these people will be the trigger for Teach's war between Whitebeard and Marine. The only pity is that I don't know who is coming. If there is not enough weight, I will be disappointed. Advertisement, thief ha ha ha, they're here. Blackbeard looked out at the sea in the distance, a look of excitement on his face. Sure enough, it didn't let me down. He really deserves to be the good son of that old guy from Whitebeard. Although he had long expected that his actions this time would attract those who wanted to vent their anger on Whitebeard, Teach did not expect that 4 pirate ships would come. It seems that these guys are all people sent by my father to search for my whereabouts, otherwise it would be impossible to get here so quickly. Teach laughed as he looked at the 4 pirate ships that were approaching his island. Van Oka, Githath Bagas and the other members of the pirates who were captured by Teach also looked at the person with excitement. Captain Teach really likes to make big troubles. First, he went to Cake Island to fight BIGMOM, and now he has attracted so many enemies. However, this kind of scene did not frighten them in the slightest, but made them even more excited. Only the guys who can make such a big scene are qualified to be their captains, and then they can become the New World 4 emperors, and even the Pirate King after Roger. On several pirate ships approaching the island where Teach was staying, Foil Bista, captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, shouted loudly to the companions beside him. Hey, listen to me all. This B********D, Teach, was not a squad leader before, but his strength is definitely not weak. Although I don't know how strong this guy is, even the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, said that, he is definitely not something that can be defeated by just one person. What's more, since this B******D dares to expose his position, it means that he must have something to rely on. The task of fighting Teach is handed over to me. What you need to do is to be responsible for the men he recruited, and you must not let anyone leave this island. This time, we must let everyone in the New World know what will happen to our family of the Whitebeard Pirates. After the roar ended, Beasta raised the two western swords in his hands. At the same time, other people on the trip also tried their best to shout for reconciliation. Except for Beasta, who is the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the rest of them are the Pirates of Whitebeard. Although they did not directly join the Whitebeard Pirates, in the hearts of these people, Whitebeard is also their old man, father. Teach this guy dared to do things to hurt Dad, of course they won't forgive this guy. Advertisement even Whitebeard didn't even tell them to search for Teach's whereabouts, and they did it spontaneously. The reason why only 4 pirate ships came to this island was simply because they were the only ones who were close to each other. As for the others, they were all rushing to the island where the Teach was located. As long as this guy Teach didn't escape, he would definitely be subdued, no one would doubt that. Of course Teach wouldn't run away, or as long as Whitebeard didn't come, Teach had nothing to worry about. I was even afraid that the person who came here would not be enough to make Dad angry. In that case, his actions this time would be meaningless. Teach and the others looked at the group of people who were approaching them mightily, and their hearts were full of excitement. Thief, ha ha ha, Beasta, are you going to bring these people to join my pirate group? That's fine, let's turn this new world upside down with me. Whitebeard is old, and his time has passed. After saying this, Teach laughed very happily. He doesn't care what the real purpose of the people like Beasta is, as long as he can speak his heart and make himself feel good. But Teach's remarks obviously angered all the people on the opposite side. Teach, the B*********, D, is not enough to kill his family and betray the Whitebeard Pirates, but now he says that the era of Daddy is over? Teach, you bloody B*******, D, we're here to kill you, 99. Teach, die. Hearing that the partner beside him was angered by Teach's words, Beasta waved his hand, then looked at Teach and said in a deep voice. Teach, who killed his family, we will never let you go. As for what to do with you, wait until you hand over your uniform to Dad, and let Dad make the decision himself. Teach looked at Beasta mockingly as if he had heard a big joke. Thief, ha ha ha, just rely on you guys, still want to take me back? Beasta, let you be the reason Daddy goes to war with Marine, 35. Chapter 123, The Power of Dark Fruit. There was a fierce light in Blackbeard Teach's eyes. Originally, I was thinking that if I just caught those pirates under Whitebeard, Whitebeard might not fight Marine right away. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected harvest. Even the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Beasta, came to this island. Others can ignore it, but as long as he can hand the Beasta uniform into Marine's hands, Whitebeard will definitely not sit idly by. Otherwise, it wasn't just his own killing of his family that made Whitebeard disgraced. If Marine didn't care about Whitebeard killing Beasta, then all the family he'd run for so many years would simply no longer trust him as an old man. Beasta, since you brought it up on your own initiative, then I will accept it rudely, 99. Teach sneered, staring fiercely at Beasta, who was rushing towards him. Although the number of opponents was 100 times larger than his own, Teach had no worries in his heart. For Teach, if he wants to be his partner, he must show enough strength, otherwise, even Teach will take the initiative to kill the guy who will only hold him back. Our captain is really a person who likes to play tricks. Van Oka picked up the Maxim's spear and looked at the pirates in front of him. That's what makes him our captain, doesn't he? 35. Jesith Bogas collided with his fists, his face full of excitement. Such a big scene is worthy of their first battle in New World. According to what the captain said, it won't be long before the Whitebeard Pirates fight against Marine. At that time, they will truly be famous in the New World, and now, they are all about becoming the new 4 emperors in the future. Do the foreshadowing. Thief, ha ha ha, Beasta, I'll show you now how powerful the devil fruit I have is. What? What? Before, Beasta and others were curious as to why this guy Teach was able to kill his family and break away from the Whitebeard Pirates because of devil fruit. But unfortunately, according to Joes who had seen the devil fruit, they didn't recognize the ability contained in the devil fruit. Can I finally see it now? 35 Advertisement. Beasta didn't stop rushing towards Teach, but the expression on his face became a little dignified. I saw Teach stretched out his hands, and black smoke was constantly floating from his fingertips, and even this weird black smoke began to appear on Teach's shoulders. The next moment, Teach suddenly pressed his hands to the ground. In Beasta's shocked eyes, the black smoke approached in his direction at an extremely fast speed, and the area also enlarged countless times. In the blink of an eye, all the people who came to chase and kill Teach, including myself, were wrapped in. What is this? What happened? What exactly are these? Those pirates who seemed to be in a quagmire started to shout in panic when they saw such a scene. Don't panic. Although Beasta was also very shocked by Teach's method, if everyone on his side behaved like this, then they could only lose a result. Teach couldn't help but feel even more complacent when he saw the frantic look on the other side. Thief, ha ha ha, useless Beasta. I've been with the Whitebeard Pirates for so many years to get this devil fruit. I was about to give up on this idea, but I didn't expect this devil fruit to fall into Sachi's hands. 35. From the moment I saw this devil fruit, I knew that this ability chose me, and I, Marshal D. Teach, was destined to become the Pirate King. It wasn't until Teach finished speaking that Beasta finally understood how powerful this guy's ambitions were. For a devil fruit, he was willing to be an ordinary crew member in the Whitebeard Pirates for so long, so that the entire Whitebeard Pirates thought that this guy was not that strong. It turned out that this kind of thing happened. Teach, the B******D, it was horrible. But even so, what you think is too simple? Vista stomped on his body with all his strength and instantly flew out of the range of Teach's ability. He raised the Western sword in his hand again and charged towards Teach. Since this is the devil fruit ability you have now, after killing you, it will be invalid. Teach looked at his movements without the slightest panic, but increased the strength of his hands again, and the expression on his face became even more strange. Advertisement, Dark Cave. I saw a group of pirates who stepped on the black smoke used by Teach, as if they suddenly stepped on the air, and their entire bodies gradually fell. Feeling this situation makes these pirates even more panicked. Originally, he was going to catch this guy Teach and hand it over to Dad, but now he hasn't even been in contact with his people. Could it be that he died like this? Teach was not surprised by this scene, and if Dark Fruit didn't have this ability, it wouldn't be enough to keep him waiting for so many years. Thief, ha ha ha, these guys will be handed over to you, Beasta, I will solve it myself. No problem, Captain. Giseth Bogas looked at Vanoka and the others, and couldn't help but smile. The captains have already done things to this point. If they can't kill these guys, they will no longer be eligible to stay in this pirate group. The members of the pirate group recruited by Teach approached the enemy one after another. Beasta was furious when he saw such a situation. Although these people are not members of the Whitebeard Pirates, there is actually not much difference, otherwise they would not have volunteered to search around when they heard that Dad was searching for Teach. Even if you fall into Teach's hands, you must not let these people get hurt. Boom. Beasta's Western sword and Teach's fist, which was blackened by armament hockey, finally collided. Beasta felt even more frightened when he felt the strength from the Western sword. Just eating a devil fruit can enhance his physical skills. Teach has been hiding his strength for so many years, and even the strength he has shown is really very little. Otherwise, if Teach showed all his powers, it would be very easy to become a squad leader. Is this guy really trying to replace Daddy, as the redhead Shanks said? Teach looked at the expression on Beasta's face and couldn't help but feel even more proud. Ha ha ha, Beasta, that old Whitebeard will regret letting you bring these people to this island. 35 Chapter 124, of course the Toolman can't die. Fighting against a swordsman like Beasta, Teach's dark fruit ability will be very ineffective. But even so, Beasta was nothing to Teach at all. You must know that before he got dark fruit, Teach was able to hurt the red-haired Shanks with his physical skills. Beasta's strength is still far behind Shanks. Thief, ha ha ha, come to your senses, Beasta. That old fellow in Whitebeard has protected you too well. Without Whitebeard's powerful strength as a backer, few of you are qualified to become members of the Four Emperors Pirates. This is also something Teach disagrees with Whitebeard's actions. The strongest man in the world, the most powerful Whitebeard among the Four Emperors. Perhaps it is precisely because of Whitebeard's various names that Beasta and these guys lost a lot of fighting opportunities, making it difficult for these people to increase their strength greatly. Even looking at the entire Whitebeard Pirates, there are not many people whose strength can be recognized by Teach. Whitebeard's approach may be warm in the eyes of others, but in Teach's view, it is obviously stupid. Teach, I won't allow you to say bad things about Dad. 55. This guy Teach obviously listened to his father's words very much when he was in the Whitebeard Pirates. No matter what orders his father made, he would not disobey. As a result, just because of a mere evil fruit, he was able to kill his family and betray his father. Regardless of Teach's reasons, Beasta will never tolerate it. Beasta crossed the two Western swords and slammed his feet hard and charged towards Teach again. Maybe he is not Teach's opponent, but as the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Beasta would rather die than run away in front of Teach, the betrayer. What's more, there are still the members of the pirate group under the father's banner. If you can't defeat Teach as soon as possible, the casualties of the companions who came this time will be very heavy. Beasta would never tolerate such a thing happening. Boom. Although what Teach said is very reasonable, the most fundamental reason why the Whitebeard Pirates can become the most powerful pirates in the New World is because of Whitebeard's strength. Advertisement: the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates might be slightly worse than the others, but as the captain of the 5th Division, how could Beasta be as weak as Teach said? The two collided again, which made Beasta even more shocked. The hidden strength of this guy Teach, CECG, is really too strong, let alone Beasta. Maybe even Dad will be very surprised when he sees it with his own eyes. And what Teach said just now made Beasta feel a little panic for no reason. This B***** D probably didn't intend to face the Whitebeard Pirates from the beginning, but wanted to let Daddy fight Marine, and he would gain greater benefits behind. Never let this B***** D Teach succeed. Beasta gritted his teeth, and the strength in his hand increased a bit. Teach resisted Beasta's attack with his well-armed fists, and looked at the battlefield on the other side from the corner of his eye. The dark cave used by Teach led to the fact that few members of the pirate group who followed Beasta came to hide at all, and most of them fell into the pit. Only a few people reacted relatively quickly and escaped the disaster. If these people were not still resisting the attacks of Vanoka and others, there would only be a scene of massacre now. But those guys couldn't last too long. After all, Vanoka was a member of Teach who personally invited them to join his pirate group. Of course, they were very strong. The battle situation over there is very clear, and he only needs to give Beasta the uniform to Marine, and the rest can be completely ignored. In this case, we must defeat Beasta as soon as possible, otherwise, if the old guy from Whitebeard really drives here first, then Teach's fate will be self-evident. Thief, haha. Beasta, I'll let you take a look. I've hidden my true strength for so many years. As soon as the voice fell, Beasta's pupils shrank suddenly. Because the aura coming from Teach got a little stronger. Teach, how strong is this guy? At this moment, Beasta finally understood the real reason why the red-haired Shanks went to visit the Moby DK in person when he heard that his father was looking for the Teach trail. After Teach used his hidden strength, it was even harder for Beasta to resist. He could only retreat under the constant punches from Teach. Advertisement. At this moment, Beasta seemed to see the gloomy smile on Teach's face, and the next moment Beasta suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and when he looked down, he was shocked that Teach's fist finally hit him, chest. Boom. Beasta was knocked upside down by Teach's punch and rolled for dozens of laps before finally falling heavily to the ground. Puff, blood poured out from the corners of Beasta's mouth, which also represented that Foil, Beasta, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was officially defeated by Teach. Thief, haha, don't worry about Beasta, I won't kill you. After all, I still need to use you as a reason to start a war between Whitebeard and Marine. Before that, ignoring will never let you die. Beasta took 2 deep breaths, looked at Teach mockingly and said, Teach, although I don't know what your purpose is, I will never let myself be a tool to hurt Dad. As soon as the words fell, Beasta was about to pick up the western sword that fell to the side. Although Beasta has absolute confidence in Dad's strength, Dad's body is simply not enough to support him to continue fighting, otherwise it will only make his injuries continue to deteriorate. Beasta would rather die on this island than let the B******D Teach hand himself over to Marine. Teach's pupils instantly enlarged several times when he saw Beasta's action. After finally persuading Bigmom to help him, he also successfully attracted Beasta to bring people to find him. How could Teach watch the tool Beasta die? If such a thing really happened, the old Whitebeard would not only not fight Marine, but would definitely search for his tracks even more frantically. And most importantly, if this opportunity is missed, Whitebeard will never give himself the next opportunity. Teach gritted his teeth, kicked with all his strength, and his whole body flew towards Beasta in an instant. Boom. 95. The western sword fell directly to a farther place, and Beasta's right arm was also directly kicked off by Teach's kick. Seeing such a scene, Van Oka couldn't help turning his head and looking at other people. The captain has already done his own thing, and we have to kill these unsightly guys as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Marine Admiral Haunt, Thief, hahaha, you Beasta, your strength really hasn't improved at all. Teach looked at Beasta, who was clutching his arms in pain, and grinned. As early as a few years ago, Teach couldn't get used to these fellows of the Whitebeard Pirates. One by one, they would only rely on Whitebeard standing behind them. They didn't know that only by improving their own strength could they be able to gain a foothold in the new world. Otherwise, when the old Whitebeard dies, all that awaits them is to be wiped out. Since these people don't want to make progress, Teach can only break their illusions and let these former companions know that New World pirates are cruel. Teach, you bloody B********D. The furious Beasta was now filled with hatred and worry. What made him annoyed was not that he was defeated by the B******D Teach, and even Beasta didn't care too much about his own life. After all, when he chose to go out to sea to become a pirate, he was already prepared to die at the hands of the enemy. What really made Beasta unacceptable was that he was defeated by Teach because of his weak strength, and then it was the reason why this guy made Dad fight Marine. Just because of his own stupidity and underestimation of the enemy will cause the most respected father and his close family members to suffer an extremely painful price, which makes the always arrogant Beasta how to accept it. He would rather die on this island than let this guy Teach put himself into Marine's hands. Teach looked at Beasta, who was still approaching the western sword that fell to the side, and the smile on his face couldn't help but get even more sinister. Stupid guy, do you think I'll give you a chance to kill yourself? As soon as the words fell, Beasta continued to approach the western sword with difficulty, as if he had never heard it. Teach's anger grew even stronger when he saw Beasta's actions. He stepped forward and kicked Beasta to the point of unconsciousness and lay on the ground powerlessly. Thief, haha, is this right? If you lose a battle, you have to look like you were defeated. It's life or death, that lousy says. After saying that, Teach turned his attention to the battle on the other side. The battle on the other side was also coming to an end. After the unexpected attack from Teach's dark cave, there were not many members of the pirate group who came to chase and kill Teach. What's more, these guys may be famous pirates in the new world in the eyes of others, but they are nothing in front of Teach. If the partners that he has found do not even have this ability, then what qualifications do they have to become the subordinates of the strong man who is about to become the pirate king? Advertisement. Van Oka and the others seemed to feel Teach's gaze. After Beasta lost consciousness, several people invariably accelerated their movements, and one after another pirates fell in front of them. Teach has said before that these people are different from Beasta. Beasta can be used as an opportunity for Whitebeard to fight Marine. These pirates are not even qualified to be an opportunity. Naturally, Van Oka and others would not have any hold on these people, so these pirates who were aggressively trying to kill Teach at the beginning all died on this island. Completed. Captain, what should we do next? Teach heard the question from his subordinate, looked at Beasta, who was still lying on the side, and said, leave this island first, and find a suitable opportunity to hand over this guy Beasta to Marine. As long as Whitebeard learns about this, Marine will definitely ask Marine to hand over Beasta. 35. But Marine is definitely not going to give in to that old Whitebeard guy. At that time, it's time for us to wait for a war to break out between them. Thief, hahaha. Teach certainly won't stop on the island. Vista and these 4 pirate groups are only the closest, and they will definitely not be the only ones who come here. Even Teach thinks that the old guy from Whitebeard will definitely come to this island in person after getting the news that he is on this island. After doing so many things, Teach was trying to cause a war between Whitebeard and Marine, and now was not the time to confront Whitebeard. Just then, the phone bug that Teach was carrying suddenly rang. Teach raised his brows when he heard the sound of the phone bug. Could it be that someone from the Whitebeard pirates has come again? If the old guy from Whitebeard hadn't come in person, wouldn't it be another bargaining chip for Whitebeard to fight Marine? Since Teach and others appeared on this island, he took the initiative to spread it out, so he naturally had to make all preparations. Teach kept people behind on the only way to the island, in order to know who came to chase and kill him, so that he could run away when things went wrong. Ask for flowers. After the phone worm was connected, before Teach could ask questions, a slightly anxious voice came from there. Captain, a warship with Marine is heading towards your island, and it won't be long before you reach that island. Advertisement, Marine warship. Teach and others couldn't help but be a little surprised when they heard this. I was still looking forward to which member of the Whitebeard pirates came this time, but first didn't expect Marine to come here. Who is the lead Marine? I only saw the guy standing on the deck wearing the Marine Admiral's uniform, which Marine Admiral didn't see clearly, and when I was observing, the other party turned towards my position just now, as if he had already spotted me. Is the Marine Admiral here? The expression on Teach's face became very subtle. How long has his position been exposed? The Whitebeard pirates also came to Abista, and now Marine Admiral personally brought people here. Now Teach has to leave the island even if he doesn't want to leave. Although Teach is very confident in his own strength, people like Whitebeard and Marine Admiral can be avoided as much as possible without fighting. What's more, the Marine Admiral who came here doesn't know who it is. If it's the other 3, at least Teach can guarantee to survive. But if it was the Silver Eagle Admiral who killed Kaido, it's probably not just Bista, but also the betrayer of the Whitebeard pirates who fell into Marine's hands. We leave this island. After hanging up the phone bug, Teach looked at the people in front of him and said in a deep voice. Giseth Bagas looked at Teach and asked in confusion. Captain, what about this guy? Teach saw Bista on the ground in the direction he pointed. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, since Marine Admiral has already arrived, of course we must leave something for him, otherwise what will happen if the other party chases us? Anyway, Bista is going to give it to Marine in the future, so this time it will be taken as early as possible. Also, it saves us the trouble of continuing, doesn't it? Thief ha ha ha. Loss. Chapter 126, regardless of threats or proposals, I refuse. Here. What kind of battle happened? After landing on the island, Tashigi couldn't help covering his mouth and exclaim when he saw the tragic situation here. The reason why the warship came to this island is because the Marine also got the reason why Blackbeard Teach and his companions were there. After Luo Ye got the news, they moved quickly towards here. Unexpectedly, it was still a step late, and there was no trace of Teach on the island at all, but there were pirate-like corpses lying on the ground. Who are these dead people? Smoker looked around, shook his head and looked at Tashigi. These guys are all members of the Whitebeard pirates. Although they claim to have not joined the Whitebeard pirates, there is no difference. Smoker's heart was full of regrets and regrets. Unexpectedly, he and others rushed to this island with all their strength, but in the end, he was a step too late and let the Blackbeard guy escape from here. Otherwise, with Luo Ye here, Blackbeard, a guy who keeps making troubles, will definitely not be spared. Just when Smoker wanted to ask Luo Ye, he found that Luo Ye was staring into the distance. Silver Eagle Admiral, have you found anything? Luo Ye heard the words and shook his head slightly without replying. According to the battle traces left on the scene, that guy Teach left here just now. What's more, when Luo Ye went to this island just now, Luo Ye found the guy who was left behind by Teach on the only way. Now I think that Teach should be there to prevent Whitebeard from coming, and even if he finds it, he can escape in time. But what Teach didn't expect was that before Whitebeard came here, he led the Marines to arrest him. At this moment, a sailor suddenly shouted loudly. Mr. Admiral, there's another guy here who isn't dead. Hearing this, Smoker and Tashigi, who were still sighing just now, ran over quickly. The guy who the Navy said was not dead was the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil, Bista. Just after Bista woke up from a coma, he saw the group of sailors surrounding him, which made Bista feel a chill. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't escape this ending. Advertisement that B********* D Teach actually put himself in Marine's hands. The most respected father in his life, if he got this news, he would definitely bring his family to rescue him. This has nothing to do with strength and status. The most fundamental reason is that as long as you join the Whitebeard Pirates, you become a family. Bista was full of resentment against Teach, and even killing himself would be far better than leaving it to Marine. The whole New World atmosphere has changed since Marine took down the Beast's pirates. In the past, after Marine successfully captured pirates, most of them were imprisoned, but since some time ago, Marine has become aggressive. Any pirates who fall into Marine's hands will definitely be killed as long as they have committed unforgivable evils, and Bista doesn't think he will be an exception. But if he died in Marine's hands, Dad would definitely not be able to resist fighting Marine, and Bista would not want to see that kind of situation anyway. Just when Bista secretly gritted his teeth and regretted, Luo Ye walked up to him. Silver Eagle Admiral, he should be the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Bista. Smoker looked at Luo Ye and said, Luo Ye nodded silently when she heard the words. Things still went beyond Luo Ye's expectations. I didn't expect that even if Ace didn't join the Whitebeard Pirates, the squad leader of the Whitebeard Pirates was still defeated by Teach and eventually fell into the hands of Marine. Even so, Luo Ye had no intention of giving up such a good opportunity. Although Beasta's identity is not as sensitive as Ace's, but with Whitebeard's character, he will never give up his son without saving, so Marine can at least control the war that will determine the future pattern of the new world in his own hands. The only pity is that Teach was not captured, otherwise the war would be even less suspenseful. Now there is only this warship outside the island. Luo Ye has no way to pursue Blackbeard. Take him and return to Marineford, Luo Ye said lightly. Yes. 35 Mr. Admiral personally issued the order, and these normally slick G-branch Marines certainly dared not disobey the slightest. When even a few people stepped forward to escort Beasta to the warship. At this time, Beasta finally saw the tragic situation on this island. Advertisement: all the members of the pirate group who followed him to pursue Teach under the father's banner had all died, and such a tragic scene once again gave Beasta a great shock. Silver Eagle Admiral, could you please kill me now? As long as you tell the public that I died at the hands of that B******D Teach, Daddy will never trouble you, Marine. The few sailors who were holding Beasta saw that he was not honest, and they even wanted to teach him another painful lesson. But he was stopped by Luo Ye waving his hand. Luo Ye stared at Beasta for a few seconds. Sure enough, there weren't many people on Whitebeard who were afraid of death, especially their squad leaders. Of course, Whitebeard's status in these people's hearts is very high, and they would rather die than see Whitebeard hurt. Luo Ye slowly shook his head and said, "First refuse, Marine isn't afraid of Whitebeard's threat, and neither should you." Hearing these words, Beasta lowered his head in despair and let the few sailors push themselves onto the warship. Powerhouses like Dad and Luo Ye would never bow their heads in the face of threats. And Beasta is just to prevent the Whitebeard Pirates family from being hurt by the war with Marine. If it was just that B******D Teach, Dad would definitely be able to kill him very easily. Now that Luo Ye has rejected his proposal from 2.6, Beasta can only reluctantly accept his fate. Silver Eagle Admiral, Marshal D Teach should have just left, are we going to pursue him? Hearing this, Luo Ye shook his head slightly. Forget it, it's just such a warship, let's escort Beasta to Marineford first. He will play a big role in this war. Smoker is also very helpless now. With just such a warship, he could only give up chasing that guy Teach. After all, compared with Teach, Star must be more important in Whitebeard's heart. If Whitebeard had known that Beasta was in Marine's hands, he would have come to chase after Beasta and kidnapped him. Just as Luo Ye's warship was about to return to Marineford, a warship was suddenly approaching them. Chapter 127. Fighting for the opportunity to follow Luo Ye. Huh? Someone came. Smoker couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the speeding warship. The Marine base closest to the island was the G-Branch, and they happened to be the team that led the G-Branch Marines. Vice Admiral, the commander of the G5 branch base, is rectifying the atmosphere of the Marines, not to mention that Luo Ye, the Marine Admiral, is leading the team on this trip. The mole has no reason to come here. But that's okay, if there are warships coming to this island, of course Smoker can continue to chase Blackbeard Teach with Luo Ye. Of course Smoker would rather go after Blackbeard than escort Beasta to Marineford. As the other side got closer, Smoker finally saw who the top general on the other side's warship was. This discovery made Smoker feel a little uneasy. The Black Sword Autumn Water has been delivered to Wano Kuni? Luo Ye looked at Ace, Sabo and Luffy who had boarded the warship he was on. The people who came were just a few of them, which was the root cause of the change in Smoker's face. If it's someone else's 24, at least Smoker can order them to escort Beasta to Marineford, and he can continue to chase Blackbeard with Luo Ye. The result turned out to be a few Ace people. Smoker's Rear Admiral rank would not play any role in front of them at all. It was not too early for them to be promoted to Rear Admiral. Especially not only did Ace become Rear Admiral, but even Sabo was on the same level as him. It's really hard to do this now. Tashigi glanced at Smoker beside him, wondering why the Smoker Rear Admiral made such a sigh. At the same time, Ace looked at Luo Ye excitedly and said, "The knife has already been sent, and we also killed all the pirates in that area. We just got the news that the B******D Blackbeard appeared on this island, and we rushed over at full speed. How about that guy? Is that Blackbeard already dead at your hands?" As they spoke, Ace's expressions changed slightly. Originally intended to return the shame Blackbeard gave them, it took such a short time to get here. I didn't expect to be able to meet Luo Ye on this island. If Luo Ye came out, would that guy from Blackbeard still be able to survive? Advertisement: it seemed that there was no chance for this shame to be returned to Blackbeard in person. Thinking of this, the few people who had fought with Blackbeard looked at each other and could see the disappointment in each other's eyes. But to their surprise, Luo Ye shook his head slightly. No, Blackbeard was gone by the time we got here. Hearing such an answer, Ace and the others couldn't help but froze for a while, then instantly became excited. Then what do we do now? Are we going after Blackbeard? Let's go with you, Luo Ye. We must defeat that guy Blackbeard and show him our true strength. Yes, such a good opportunity must not be missed. The Blackbeard guy must not let go. Luo Ye listened to their shouting, without the slightest surprise in his heart. For these boys, whoever lost in the hands was before, and they were confident that they could defeat all enemies. This kind of thinking is of course good, and only with this kind of thinking can you continuously improve your strength. At this moment, Smoker on the side finally couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. If he continues to remain silent like this, I am afraid that this mission of chasing Blackbeard will really miss him. Ace Rear Admiral, Sabo Rear Admiral, we and Silver Eagle Admiral planned to pursue Blackbeard just now, but it was also very important to have a member of the Whitebeard Pirates on board. 35. This member of the Whitebeard Pirates needs to be escorted to Marineford as soon as possible. It's better than this, you escort him to Marineford, and we continue to pursue Blackbeard, so that there will be no accidents. As soon as Smoker's voice fell, Tashigi, who was beside him, finally understood the change in his face just now. It turned out that it was just because he didn't want this action to be taken away by Ace and the others. Just like when he was in the G5 branch, Smoker even went to the New World to fight the pirates, and even Vice Admiral, the base chief of the G5 branch, could happen. Quarrel. Competing with them is now normal. But with such a good opportunity, how could these boys be willing to give it to Smoker? Hey, shouldn't you guys still be in East Blue? Why are you in New World? Ace's face was full of displeasure. Advertisement. When they returned to East Blue, they also encountered pirates, but those pirates were solved very simply by them. Unexpectedly, Smoker, instead of thanking them, expressed his dissatisfaction with them. This made Ace and Sabo a little confused, obviously helping Smoker, but this guy behaved like this. Asked by Ace, Smoker certainly wouldn't back down. If Smoker was worried about his rank in East Blue, now that they are Marine Rear Admiral, Smoker will not be afraid of them. Of course, I was transferred to New World because of the completion of East Blue's mission. If you have any opinions, please go to Marshal Sengoku. We came to this island from the G5 branch to pursue the Blackbeard family of 730, and of course we won't give up now. Hearing Smoker's words, anger appeared on the faces of Ace, Sabo and the others. This smoky man is really too damned. Not only did that in East Blue, but now it's a shame to prevent them from finding Blackbeard. Such a guy shouldn't be in New World, he should stay in East Blue. You smoky man of damn it, are you going to fight us? Smoker was so violent that he even dared to take the initiative to discuss with Luo Ye at first, but of course he would not confess in front of them now. Smoker pulled out the 10 hands behind him and spoke. Don't think how strong you are. Could it be that you think that I just came to New World as not your opponent? 55. Seeing that the battle between several people was about to break out, Luo Ye said in a deep voice. Is it fun? 39. Hearing such words, Ace and the others, who had formed a habit, instantly shuddered. They were so excited just now that they forgot that Luo Ye was still there. Luo Ye really doesn't know how to evaluate these rambunctious guys. If he delays like this, I'm afraid he really won't be able to catch up with Teach. Smoker goes after Blackbeard with me, and you escort Beasta to Marineford. Chapter 128, Prey Target, Blackbeard Teach. When Ace and the others heard Luo Ye's words, their momentum couldn't help but stagnate at the same time. For them, Smoker's words won't be any deterrent, nor would they give up their pursuit of Blackbeard because of Smoker's remarks, and return the humiliation to him. But Luo Ye is completely different from Smoker. Regardless of their military rank or the habits they have developed over the years, they dare not have the slightest idea of shouting in front of Luo Ye. Of course, among these reasons, Luo Ye's admiral rank is not so important. Several people looked at Luo Ye aggrievedly, still a little unwilling to do so. Let's go after Blackbeard, Smoker can't help you. If it was just now, Smoker would have been furious when he heard this. But of course it doesn't need to be done now. Even the Silver Eagle Admiral Luo Ye next to him had already spoken, asking Ace and the others to escort Beasta to Marineford, so Smoker didn't think he had anything to worry about. You must know that Luo Ye's decision will not make any changes because of their pleas, otherwise it will not be the Silver Eagle Admiral in Smoker's heart. As predicted, Luo Ye's expression didn't even change after listening to their pleas. Instead, he looked around at Ace, Sabo, Luffy and others in front of him and said solemnly. You can do whatever you want. If you want to fight the pirates, you will have a chance. The war with the Whitebeard pirates is about to start. Which do you think is more important? 99. If the other party wasn't these guys, Luo Ye wouldn't talk nonsense with them at all. Of course, it was precisely because of their relationship with Luo Ye that they didn't want to give up their pursuit of Blackbeard. But Luo Ye naturally wouldn't agree to them. If nothing else, the person Luo Ye appointed for this operation was Smoker. If he were to change another person now, Smoker would probably have a hard time accepting it. What's more, for Luo Ye, the current Blackbeard group would not be a threat at all, so it wouldn't make any difference who followed him to chase after Blackbeard. Advertisement in that case, let Smoker come. After all, Smoker came to New World because Luo Ye was in the final analysis. Ace and Luffy were still a little unwilling to hear Luo Ye's rejection. Just when the two were about to say something, Sabo spoke first. Yes, we're escorting Beasta to Marineford now, ready for war. 35. At this time, Ace and Luffy suddenly woke up. The person standing opposite was Luo Ye. When will they be able to bargain with Luo Ye? Every time I did this before, I learned a very painful lesson. That is to say, Luo Ye didn't have time to talk nonsense with them at this moment, otherwise it would never be the case. Feeling Luo Ye's calm eyes, Ace and Luffy couldn't help but shudder and quickly agreed. That's right, you should hurry up and chase after Blackbeard. It would be bad if that guy really ran away. This time, it's acquainted, Luo Ye didn't plan to continue talking nonsense with these boys. In Luo Ye's initial plan, Blackbeard was intended to be arrested, so that Whitebeard would be more determined to participate in this war. But to his surprise, there was a squad leader of the Whitebeard pirates, Beasta, on this island, so he could only give up chasing Blackbeard and escort Beasta to Marineford first. But what Luo Ye didn't expect was that these boys actually came to this island, which really gave him a big surprise. This time, not only did the escort of Beasta come to an end, Luo Ye could also continue to chase after Blackbeard. The war would not be complete without Blackbeard. Luo Ye didn't plan to wait until the war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates was over before letting the pure careerist of Blackbeard appear. On the warship, Luo Ye thought for a while and called Marine Marshal Sengoku. After all, Sengoku told him that Blackbeard appeared on this island, and he should have informed Sengoku now. Marshal Sengoku in the marshal's office couldn't help being a little stunned when he saw the phone worm that suddenly rang. He had indeed been waiting for Luo Ye to reply to him, but he didn't expect much. Advertisement after all, that guy Luo Ye never liked to tell him anything, but this time, Sengoku was unexpected. How about Luo Ye? Have you arrested that guy Marshal D. Teach? Sengoku has no doubts about it. With Luo Ye's current strength, as long as he successfully meets Teach, there will be no suspense at all. Even if Teach has hidden his strength over the years, he will definitely not be Luo Ye's opponent. Luo Ye was stunned when he heard Sengoku's words, then shook his head slightly and said, "No, Teach had already left by the time I got to the island, and now I've gone after him with Smoker. But this time there is something else. Whitebeard Pirates 5th Division Captain Vista was defeated by Teach, and now Ace and Sabo are escorting him to Marineford. It's up to you to decide what to do next, Marshal Sengoku." After hearing the news that Teach had already left when Luo Ye arrived, Sengoku only felt very pity in his heart. If Luo Ye really caught Teach, that would be the key to starting this war. But beyond Sengoku's expectations, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates fell into his hands, Zhao Hao. As a decades-old rival, Sengoku is well aware of Whitebeard's son's place in his heart. If the old guy from Whitebeard got this news, he would never give up on Beasta. Sengoku in the marshal's office couldn't help clenching his fists. As long as there are no major mistakes in this operation, this chaotic era will definitely end. Sengoku was silent for a moment, and said in a deep voice to the phone bug, "Luo Ye, try to capture that guy Marshal D. Teach as well, so as to catch the entire Whitebeard Pirates, 5. Whatever Teach's purpose may be, Marine can't make it happen." Hearing this, Luo Ye didn't feel the slightest surprise. "Don't worry, Marshal Sengoku, since I've made Teach a target, I won't let him escape." Chapter 129, Goal, Impel Down. "Captain, what are we going to do next?" Jizz's Badgers, a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, looked at Teach and couldn't help but ask. The captain of Teach had been saying before that he was looking for an opportunity to provoke a war between Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates, and now Beasta had been defeated by them and fell into Marine's hands. That is to say, the reasons for the war between Marine and the Whitebeard Pirates are very good. Next, these people must only need to wait for the end of the war between the two sides, and they will appear again to show their strength, thereby gaining great fame. Only in this way can the Blackbeard Pirates become the new 4 emperors of the New World. However, how to do it depends on the decision of Captain Teach. The rest of the New World didn't know Teach's strength, but how could they not? You must know that the reason why these people choose to join the Blackbeard Pirates is not because of the so-called charisma, but the most fundamental reason is because Teach used a powerful strength to defeat them. Teach couldn't help laughing happily when he heard Badger's question. Thief, ha ha ha. Light 730 had been in the Whitebeard Pirates for so many years, but he didn't let Teach waste his time. In the end, I waited for the long-coveted dark fruit. And now everything is going according to Teach's plan. Beasta was defeated by him and fell into Marine's hands. Judging from Marine's actions now, they would never let this guy Beasta go no matter what. Especially since this period of time, Marine has been constantly besieging and suppressing all the pirates in the New World. Now that there is a chance to fight against the Whitebeard Pirates, Marine will not give up. In this way, Teach's plan is one step closer. Thinking of this, Teach looked around at these pirate crew members. All of these guys were personally invited by Teach to the ship, so there is no need to say much about their strength. But if you just rely on these guys, it is not enough to want to become the new One Piece. Teach's goal is not just to become the Pirate King, he wants to do what even Rocks did not accomplish at the beginning, and become the king of the world. Of course, if you want to achieve this goal, you must first find more powerful companions to help. Advertisement. And about this, Teach has already had a plan. Thief, ha ha ha. Next we go to the big underwater prison, Impel Down, looking for our new pirate team partner, 55. Impel Down? The people on the boat looked at Teach in surprise. Unexpectedly, the captain's idea hit Marine's prison. However, Impel Down is different from other prisons. All the pirates held here are very powerful guys. Even many of the people inside are much stronger than them. These people didn't plan to refute Teach. After all, it was a little reluctant to rely on them alone to really make a name for themselves in New World. If you can really make a big fuss in Impel Down, then Lil Boy will be happy. At the same time, Luo Ye was on the warship. Smoker was looking at Luo Ye suspiciously, not understanding why he gave such an order. According to Luo Ye, Blackbeard Teach will definitely recruit stronger subordinates now, in order to achieve his goal of replacing Whitebeard as the 4 emperors. But shouldn't the pirate recruits go to the New World to find them? Why did Luo Ye let the warship go in the direction of impelled down? Luo Ye noticed Smoker's doubts, but he had no intention of explaining it to him. Although some changes have taken place in the One Piece world because of Luo Ye's arrival, most of them have not been affected by him. For example, Teach finally got dark fruit. Although Teach did not hand Ace to Marine this time, Beasta took his place and became the key to Marine's battle with the Whitebeard pirates, CECG. That guy at Teach won't be worried anymore when he learns that there is only one warship heading to that island. Because in his opinion, Marine will definitely take Beasta back first and then prepare for the war with the Whitebeard pirates. However, Teach must not have imagined that, because of the arrival of Ace, Sabo and several boys, Luo Ye could continue to chase him. Since Teach still achieved this goal, his next actions will definitely not change much. Impel Down will definitely be Teach's target for recruiting men. And what Luo Ye needs to do is to arrest Teach, a very pure careerist. Advertisement, no need to think too much, just do as I say. Luo Ye looked at the sea and said lightly. Smoker next to him suddenly became serious when he heard this. When Luo Ye didn't speak before, the warship was of course under the command of Smoker, but if Luo Ye had an order, they had to obey it unconditionally. After all, regardless of rank or strength, Luo Ye is an existence that Smoker can't match. Impel Down. 3 days later, Teach and the others finally managed to come to this underwater prison. The people detained here are all those who have done bad things in New World before, and even if they don't have enough strength, they are not eligible to be detained here at all. And Impel Down is also known as the Iron Wall because of the existence of the Warden Magellan and the guard Shiryu of Changyu. With the two of them sitting, Impel Down can be said to be indestructible over the years. However, Magellan was in a very bad mood during this time. Not only does he have to endure the side effects of the poisonous fruit every day, but now even that guy Shiryu has to block him. Shiryu's strength can be said to be only inferior to Magellan in the whole Impel Down, and the others are not good enough in front of Shiryu. Although powerful, Shiryu is also known for his tyranny. In Magellan's view, since these pirates have been imprisoned here, there is no need to kill them, and it is enough not to let them escape. But that guy Shiryu didn't follow this rule all the time. If there is a prisoner who makes Shiryu unhappy, then he must kill that guy. Magellan got Shiryu imprisoned in a rage, and let him reflect on himself. However, in Magellan's view, Shiryu had no remorse at all, and even took the Silver Eagle Admiral as an example. Saying that this Admiral shot will never leave any openings, why Magellan didn't go to Luo Ye's theory, Magellan became even more angry when he said this. How can two different properties be comparable? Just when Magellan was scolding Shiryu in his heart, a jailer suddenly hurried in. It's not good, Warden, there are pirates coming to attack Impel Down. Chapter 130, Invasion Impel Down. Magellan defended Impel Down for so many years and no one dared to offend, and today is the first. Since someone has set the precedent, then we will let him go without a return, otherwise, wouldn't everyone be able to step on it in the future? However, in Magellan's view, these people are just looking for death and there is no need to release Shiryu. In order to prevent him from shooting, in a fit of rage, come back and kill more prisoners, then, it will not be worth the loss. After all, that guy Shiryu has a weird temper, he can't control who wants to kill the prisoner must have to die. Magellan saw this too, he thought he was enough to deal with the enemy outside. Don't panic, we are impregnable here, I don't know who is so ignorant to hit the muzzle. Is it true that we Impel Down are soft persimmons? Listen to my order and remind all soldiers to prepare for battle. For the first time, only success is allowed, no failure is allowed, and all pirates' bodies are placed on the city gate and hanged for 10 days and a half months. If I don't establish my majesty, no one really remembers me, Magellan, the former killing god. I think that when these pirates saw me, they were terrified. Even if there was a bit of news about me, they immediately fled, and they dared to provoke me now. Advertisement, since you want to hit the muzzle, I'll play with you. Let's take today's short-sighted ones to kill the chickens and warn the monkeys. After the soldiers were assembled, Magellan went out with all the soldiers. Who am I talking about? It turned out to be the leader of the Blackbeard pirates. It's not easy for your pirate group to form, are you in such a hurry to die? Don't say it's your pirate group, even the 4 emperors don't dare to touch us easily, it seems that you are really young. Since that's the case, I'll give you a class today to make you mature in the future. The Blackbeard pirates have followed the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, and of course they have heard of Magellan's reputation. But for wealth and wealth at risk, of course he had to fight to the death. After all, the rescue of so many powerful characters in Impel Down was enough to make his Blackbeard pirates flourish. After all, everyone knows that in Impel Down, only fierce characters are concerned, and some little thugs are not enough to be locked here. Ask for flowers. Advertisement, stop talking nonsense, Magellan, do you think you're still who you were then? You've been in prison for so many years, you're already dead. I heard that you have even locked up your own deputy. Now you are alone, and you dare to be so arrogant. I will let you know what fear is in a while. 5. Brothers, don't go to war. Our main purpose is to release the people in Impel Down and let them help us. 35. Zero, the leader of the Blackbeard pirates, is also clueless. He doesn't know how strong Magellan is now, so he can only fight to the death. Because now is the weakest time to push closer to the city. If Shiryu hadn't been locked up, he wouldn't have chosen this spot to attack. Resist everyone, don't let them into the prison, and if the prisoners are released, it's not easy to deal with them. 5. Magellan also saw this and did not dare to ignore it, only to deal with it. After all, the Blackbeard pirates aren't just for nothing. His leader, Teach, is also the one who left a scar on Shank's face, which is a testament to his strength. So whether Magellan can hold it this time is really a problem. Chapter 131 Blackbeard successfully entered, although there are many Marines in Impel Down. But after all, it was just guarding Impel Down for so many years and there was no real war. Just a bunch of paper tigers. Dichi also saw this, so he had the courage to come here. Although he has temporarily served as the 7th Sea, Magellan does not know whether to buy him or not. In front of the Blackbeard pirates, this group of untested Marines. 733. Being beaten by fierce pirates is like a rabbit fighting a tiger. Magellan also saw that there was nothing he could do about this, and was anxiously worried. Magellan, I left a way out for both of us. I forgot to tell you, I'm now Shichibukai. I forgot to tell you just now, it stands to reason that I have the right to enter here, and you are not qualified to stop it. Magellan scolded inwardly, damn you, you are the 7 Sea Warriors, why didn't you say it earlier? Are you sincerely trying to attack my Marine and give me a slap in the face? Advertisement, but he also has no choice, after all, he has no way to control the current situation. We can only compromise temporarily and let Teach, the boss of the Blackbeard pirates, in. And at this time, Teach, the leader of the Blackbeard pirates, has temporarily served as Shichibukai. Even if you let them in, you won't make too many mistakes. It's just that he won't know how powerful the Blackbeard pirates will be in the future. But this is the future, and it has nothing to do with him. If you don't let them in, you'll lose your Marine. Stop, Teach counts me as a confessor today, let you in, you don't want to kill my people anymore. 5. Magellan was reluctant to let them in. He had the strength to stop the Blackbeard pirates' leader, but he couldn't stop them all. Teach, now one of the Shichibukai, has no qualifications to block either. Thank you Magellan, don't worry, it's your contribution to the future of our Blackbeard pirates. Even if Magellan compromised, Teach couldn't help but make up for it. He likes to watch other people's jokes. I prefer to look at others, I can't stand myself, and I can't get rid of myself. Advertisement, but Blackbeard didn't dare to be too arrogant, he knew the power of Magellan Poisonous Dragon. I don't know how many people have died under his Poisonous Dragon. Today he has a numerical advantage, and if it were not for this, he would not have been able to enter the prison. The prison is divided into 6 floors, and each floor holds many prisoners. This prison goes to the bottom of the sea, so it goes from top to bottom. The prisoners locked from top to bottom are getting stronger and stronger, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. So Blackbeard didn't stay, went directly to the 6th floor, he ordered his men to secretly disperse in other layers to release the prisoners. He was Magellan who knew Magellan's reputation, and he didn't let them take people away so easily. After all, after a long time, I don't know what other things will happen. Knowing the purpose of my coming to 2.6, it is unnecessary to cause unnecessary trouble. But what Blackbeard doesn't know is that Magellan has called Shiryu to be released secretly. And when they entered, they secretly poisoned the members of their pirate group. But what Magellan didn't expect was that his deputy Shiryu betrayed him. Soon Blackbeard found several notorious pirates, all of which were relatively easy to control.